Chapter 1. The Retirement Life of Li. In a magical metropolis of Longhua, a figure clad in a light blue jacket, oversized shorts, and slippers reclined on the sofa of an apartment, indulging in potato chips while scrolling through his phone. Hu Yifei called out to Li Ming, who was munching on chips and engrossed in his mobile device. Li Xinyu, aren't you joining us for a bite? Guanggu responded, Indeed, Li Ming, come and share some snacks with us. Subsisting solely on chips is hardly healthy. The individual savoring the potato chips is none other than our protagonist. The young man is named Li Ming, who officially took residence in the love apartment 2 years prior. Li Ming was not originally from this realm. He hailed from a world known as Earth, where through a fortuitous twist of fate, he was selected by the Supreme God to become a reincarnator. This marked the beginning of an odyssey spanning over 10,000 years. Throughout this extensive period, Li Ming frequently found himself on the brink of peril. Initially, he was elated to become a reincarnator, believing it to be a fortuitous opportunity. Little did he know, he was merely one among countless reincarnators, neither unique nor endowed with extraordinary abilities. However, the tasks assigned by the Supreme God spanned the myriad realms, encompassing the anime, films, and novels of Li Ming's world, all of which existed within the vast multiverse. Thus, leveraging certain advantages, Li Ming, after numerous harrowing experiences, ascended to become a reincarnator, second only to the Supreme God. Yet a reincarnator remains a reincarnator. It is impossible to surpass the Supreme God in this lifetime. Moreover, the Supreme God does not permit anyone to eclipse his authority. Nevertheless, the extensive experiences over the millennia allowed Li Ming to uncover vulnerabilities within the Supreme God's realm. The Supreme God's domain, a pinnacle artifact, had accompanied him for years and was intricately connected to the multiverse. The Supreme God sought to merge the myriad realms, aspiring to transcend to a higher echelon. By sheer chance, Li Ming stumbled upon this information. Typically, reincarnators are forbidden from divulging matters concerning the Supreme God's domain. However, since the Supreme God had not issued a prohibition regarding this particular information, Li Ming inadvertently let slip a secret while in a grand world. Yet the Supreme God's realm did not issue a warning. This revelation reached the attention of the heavenly Tao of that grand realm, but under the protection of the Supreme God's domain, Li Ming remained undetected by the heavenly Tao. Upon learning of this, the heavenly Tao exerted every effort to seize a fragment of authority from the Supreme God's realm, which Li Ming subsequently acquired. Ultimately, Li Ming took a daring risk, utilizing this fragment of authority to accelerate his growth, conquering one world after another. This enabled his power to rise to a level just beneath that of the Supreme God. Unbeknownst to the Supreme God, a mere reincarnator was not deemed worthy of his attention. After millennia of meticulous planning, Li Ming traversed nearly every corner of the multiverse, establishing his authority in each world. He awaited the Supreme God's merger of the realms to achieve transcendence. To the culmination of this merger, Li Ming seized the opportunity to usurp the Supreme God's domain, liberating himself from the Supreme God's control and harnessing the power of the merged multiverse to vanquish the Supreme God. After vanquishing the Supreme Deity, Li Ming contemplated returning to his own world. However, due to the passage of time, his realm had vanished into the abyss of history. Although he possessed the capability to restore it, ultimately, he relinquished the thought. A sudden memory struck him, a task he had undertaken long ago in the world of Love Apartment. This realm was where Li Ming had first acquired his powers, a place that had become akin to a second home for him. Thus, he decided to journey back to the world of Love Apartment. Fast forward to the present moment. Li Ming lounged on the sofa, savoring potato chips while observing the others. Just then, Teacher Zeng, slightly tipsy, entered through the door. Tang Yu immediately inquired, Teacher Zeng, why have you brought so much alcohol? Where were you last night? For context, Li Ming's initial mission in Love Apartment was to prevent Qin Yuma from crossing paths with the scoundrel Richard. However, as he had just acquired the authority of the Supreme Deity, this time, his traversal transformed him into a child, and he spent over 20 years in Love Apartment. Shoo! Teacher Zeng placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. The group, recognizing the gesture, fell quiet. With his eyes closed, Teacher Zeng lamented, It is my fault. If I had not chosen option B, none of this turmoil would have ensued. B was not the correct answer. He shook his head in disappointment. Hu Yifei frowned. Have you had too much to drink, causing your mind to muddle? Guanggu spoke in confusion, but B was indeed the correct answer. Observing Teacher Zeng's despondent demeanor, Li Ming remarked, Teacher Zeng, have you perhaps consumed counterfeit liquor? Otherwise, your mind would remain intact. Lu Ziqiao chimed in, I'm not certain, but I sense it's somewhat in line with your thoughts. Teacher Zeng sank onto the sofa, overwhelmed with despair, gesturing to himself. I thought that with 5 million, I could become a deity, truly be myself, and save the world. Yet in the end, I accomplished nothing. I did not fulfill your wishes. I am truly sorry. That Luz Xiao, observing Teacher Zeng's forlorn state, offered a comforting smile. I haven't had any female companions recently. How about I join you for a drink? Let's enjoy Li Ming's fine wine. Indeed, I have no pressing academic obligations and no urgent advertising matters. Allow me to fetch you a cup of tea to sober you up, Hu Yifei said, rising to pour tea into a cup. With a smile, Li Ming patted Teacher Zeng's arm. No need to ask, I have plenty of leisure time and ample fine wine. I shall join you for a drink. Guanggu added with a chuckle, Teacher Zeng, both you and I will accompany you. Although you may not have been of assistance, we are still grateful. Let us share a drink together. Tang Yu nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Teacher Zeng slammed the rum he was holding onto the coffee table with a resounding thud, exclaiming, What on earth is going on with you all? The group was taken aback by Teacher Zeng's unexpected outburst. Guanggu, did you not say that you would take Yu on a date? Does a lavish meal or some unknown extravagance truly matter? The essence of a date lies in the two of you. That alone suffices. What need is there for opulence? Therefore, right now, take Yu and head out to wherever you wish, just the two of you. Teacher Zeng chuckled, taking one of each of them by the hand and gently nudging Guanggu and Yu forward, saying, Go do what you must. If you do not spend your money, how will you experience a date? Until you find true romance, do not show your faces before me. But Guanggu began to protest. Teacher Zeng, seemingly anticipating his words, promptly interjected, But what? Hurry along. With that, he pushed Guanggu and Yu towards the door and gave Guanggu a swift kick to send him outside. This maneuver left the others in stunned silence. Having dealt with Guanggu and Yu, Teacher Zeng targeted another individual, calling out, And you, Luz Xiao, why must every girl in the world be infatuated with you? They have their own lives and do not revolve around you. Luz Xiao, exasperated, replied, No, you've misunderstood. I've never thought that way. Then you must immediately call Yuma and ascertain her situation, whether it is due to work or some other matter. Otherwise, I shall reveal all the foolish things you have done to the world. Call Yuma now, quickly. At that moment, Hu Yifei chimed in, I wanted to do that for ages. And you, Hu Yifei? Teacher Zeng pointed at her. Furrowing her brows, Hu Yifei asked, What have I done? Do you know why I signed these inhumane agreements? As Teacher Zeng approached, he paused and stated, It is because I wish to return swiftly. Do you understand? That is because my future is mine to dictate. Suddenly, Hu Yifei remarked, I believe I have heard that song before. But what about you? Completing your undergraduate degree to pursue a master's, then a doctorate, and afterward you choose to become a hand model. Do you aspire to be a female PhD in the hand modeling industry? Teacher Zeng angrily gestured outside, declaring, I would rather become a Saint Seiya than have you engage in such frivolous endeavors. Hu Yifei shrugged and replied, What do you wish to do then? My recent program has taught me a game called flipping a coin to the bull. If it lands heads, you tear up the contract. If tails, you also tear it up. Let's begin. With that, Teacher Zeng flicked a coin onto his forehead, instantly losing his composure and exclaiming, Damn it! In despair, Teacher Zeng grasped his hair with his hands. Observing Teacher Zeng's distress, Hu Yifei quietly pulled the contract from her bag, glanced at it, and calmly tore it to shreds. Upon hearing the sound, Teacher Zeng lifted his head to look over. Their eyes met, and they exchanged a smile. Teacher Zeng raised his hand joyfully, and Hu Yifei instantly high-fived him. Snap, snap. Li Ming sat quietly, munching on the potato chips in his hand. Upon hearing the noise, Teacher Zeng turned to look, observing Li Ming, who was gazing at him, and Yifei, with his left hand holding chips and his right hand cracking sunflower seeds, wearing an expression of amusement as he watched the two of them. Teacher Zeng, realizing Li Ming's presence, remarked, How could I have forgotten you? Li Xinyu. Li Ming, reclining on the sofa and snacking, was taken aback that the flames of conversation had reached him. He replied, somewhat bewildered, What does this have to do with me? I'm merely a spectator here. Li Xinyu. 2 years ago you mentioned wanting to open a jar shop, yet here you are, 2 years later, merely lounging at home, indulging in snacks. When do you plan to open your shop? Ah. Li Ming was surprised that Teacher Zeng remembered that from 2 years ago so vividly. He cleared his throat and said earnestly, I had intended to tell you both this evening, but since you brought it up, I might as well announce it now. My jar shop will officially open the day after tomorrow. You both must come to support me. Ah. Chapter 2. The jar shop of all heavens. The first customer is Hot Ba. Is your shop really going to open? Teacher Zeng asked, astonished as he looked at Li Ming. Indeed, it will officially open the day after tomorrow. Congratulations, congratulations. This isn't just talk again, is it? Hu Yifei asked with uncertainty. Li Ming smiled. This time it's for real. The reason for the delay in opening was simply that the timing wasn't right. With a curious expression, Teacher Zeng inquired, "Your shop won't be selling anything subpar, will it?" "Of course not. My store will redefine your expectations," Li Ming replied mysteriously. Hu Yifei, feeling no particular apprehension, casually said, "All right then, remember to call us when the shop opens." The next day, in the afternoon, Li Ming was lounging on the massage chair he had purchased, basking in the sunlight on his balcony. Suddenly, a ringing sound pierced through the tranquility, waking him from his sun-soaked reverie. Somewhat dazed, Li Ming reached for his Longting X7 on the nearby coffee table. Noticing the caller ID displayed Teacher Zeng's name, he answered with curiosity. "Teacher Zeng, why are you calling me at this hour?" Li Ming asked, puzzled. Brother Ming, you must help me." Hearing Teacher Zeng call him Brother Ming, Li Ming sensed that something was amiss ordinarily. Those in the apartment wouldn't address him in such a manner unless it was urgent. "All right, Teacher Zeng, please stop calling me that. What's going on?" Teacher Zeng briefly recounted his predicament, linking it to the events of yesterday. Due to his abrupt withdrawal from filming, he had breached his contract, resulting in his bonus being frozen. This incident had led to the confrontation he had with everyone the day prior. Today, he had intended to ask Lisa for assistance in unfreezing his bonus, but was unsuccessful. Upon realizing the presence of the esteemed Li Ming within the apartment, there was no choice but to seek his assistance. Li Ming, somewhat bewildered by Teacher Zeng's account, inquired, "Did you truly allow someone to strike your face, and not just once, but 48 times?" Teacher Zeng, taken aback by Li Ming's question, found himself at a loss for words. Frustrated, he exclaimed, "That is not the crux of the matter. Minggu, I am aware of your prowess. Could you possibly lend me a hand with this situation? I'm truly begging you." Understanding the difficulty Teacher Zeng faced in securing this prize, Li Ming decided to assist him, as it was merely a matter of a phone call. "Very well, Teacher Zeng, I shall take care of this. However, I must say, this is my first encounter with someone who directly refuses to participate. Your approach is rather audacious. Lisa was quite right. I will assist you this once, but you must attend the grand opening of my jar store tomorrow." Although Li Ming recognized the folly in Teacher Zeng's actions, he understood that this was not a scripted drama. In a typical variety show, certain situations are far more distasteful than being struck in the face. It was no wonder that Teacher Zeng could only remain a fixture on the late-night program. "Thank you, Minggu. Rest assured, even if I were to be struck by a durian, I would not flinch. Tomorrow, not only will I be there to support you, but I would not hesitate to purchase 100 or so jars. Do not make such hasty promises. I fear you may not withstand it." Subsequently, Li Ming made a phone call and resolved the matter effortlessly. The specifics of Li Ming's identity within the love apartment will gradually unfold. The following day marked the grand opening of Li Ming's Universal Jar Store. However, during the day, most individuals were occupied with work, leaving the store rather empty, save for a few floral arrangements placed at the entrance. Due to the store's inauguration, there was a considerable influx of visitors initially. However, upon hearing the prices, they quickly departed. Li Ming's jars were exorbitantly priced. The first 10 jars were offered at a 10% discount for a staggering 10,000 yuan, a price that effectively dissuaded all potential customers. In this day and age, no rational individual would purchase such jars, especially when the contents were random. Most residents near the love apartment were not particularly affluent, and those with means typically refrained from acquiring such dubious items. Upon learning of the prices, Hu Yifei and the others were left in disbelief, urging Li Ming to reconsider, stating, "Even if you have wealth, there is no need to exploit us so." Brazenly, Li Ming attempted to explain that the jars could yield items from countless worlds. However, skepticism prevailed. Many believed he had opened this jar store as a response to being dubbed Li the Lazy Fish, opting to remain idle within his own establishment rather than in the apartment. Consequently, everyone returned to their own affairs as the afternoon progressed. Aside from the initial crowd during the opening, foot traffic dwindled significantly. It seemed the exorbitant prices had spread like wildfire among the apartment's elders, deterring any further visitors. Nonetheless, Li Ming remained unfazed. He was not operating the jar store for monetary gain. He is not lacking in wealth. Rather, the world has become rather intricate, and soon it will undergo a significant transformation. I wonder who the first destined person will be. As Li Ming pondered these thoughts, a woman adorned with a cap and sunglasses strolled leisurely down the street. She soon arrived at the entrance of Li Ming's establishment, her gaze fixated on the sign above, which was emblazoned with the words Zhutian Jar Shop alongside a logo of a jar, leaving her with a myriad of questions. Has this shop finally opened? The last time I was here, it was still closed. Should I venture inside? As she contemplated her decision, An elderly gentleman passing by noticed her hesitation and kindly offered a word of caution. "Young lady, you're not intending to enter this shop, are you?" he inquired, gesturing towards Li Ming's store. The young woman noticed an elderly man speaking to her and promptly replied, "Yes, sir, I remember this shop was previously closed. Why is it open now?" The old man, visibly agitated, responded, "Oh, dear girl, you must steer clear of this establishment. It's a scam. They sell jars for 100,000 each, claiming that the contents vary based on one's luck. Isn't that deceitful?" he continued. Although the owner asserts that the first 10 jars for new customers are offered at a 10% discount, that still amounts to 10,000. You must not fall for it. After imparting a few more words of caution, the old man departed. The young woman stood before the shop's entrance, her thoughts a mystery. Inside, Li Ming had overheard the old man's warning but paid it no mind. There were still individuals in this world willing to patronize his store, those with wealth and leisure to spare. After lingering at the door for a while, the young woman felt an inexplicable urge to enter, as if regret would follow her should she choose otherwise. Given her financial means, 10,000 was certainly within her reach. Thus, she stepped inside the shop. The ambience within was surprisingly pleasant, the decor was exquisite, and the space was expansive, furnished with sofas, computers, and televisions. There was even a bar, which might lead one to believe they had entered a pub. At the bar sat a strikingly handsome man, far more appealing than the young stars of the entertainment industry, exuding both charm and sophistication. Behind the bar, shelves adorned with jars of various hues lined the walls. "Welcome to our store," he greeted warmly. "This is the Celestial Jar Shop." Li Ming noticed the woman outside had entered and immediately approached her. The woman possessed a voluptuous figure, and although she wore a baseball cap and sunglasses, Li Ming felt a sense of familiarity. Despite his ability to see through her disguise, he deemed it unnecessary. Having resided in this world for 2 years, he had not employed his powers in quite some time. "Are you the owner here?" "Indeed. My surname is Li, and I am Li Ming, the proprietor of this jar shop." "Boss, you sell jars here, but what makes your jars different?" "Well, my shop is called the All-Heaven Jar Shop. As the name suggests, the jars here contain treasures or abilities from myriad realms. Would you care for a drink?" Upon hearing Li Ming, the woman paused momentarily before quickly responding, "No, thank you. There's no need for concern. The beverages here are complimentary, free of charge." "Free?" The woman appeared taken aback. "Yes, entirely free. All the drinks, coffee, soft drinks, and alcohol are available for you to enjoy at no cost. Of course, this excludes the jars I sell. How about it? Would you like a drink?" The woman, somewhat surprised, politely replied, "Thank you. I would like a cup of coffee, please." "Certainly. Just a moment." Li Ming stepped behind the bar and prepared a cup of coffee using the machine at the back. He then handed it to the woman in front of him. After taking the cup, she expressed her gratitude with a simple thank you. Li Ming gazed at the woman before him, and, after she had sipped her coffee, inquired, "What do you think? Would you care to purchase a jar? How much does this jar cost?" He continued, "Here, the jars are priced at 100,000 each, and each individual may only acquire 10 jars per week. For new customers, the first 10 jars are offered at a discount of 10%, making them merely 10,000 each. Would you be interested in acquiring one?" The woman, although already aware of the price, was still taken aback by the proprietor's words, exclaiming, 100,000? How exorbitant! Li Ming replied, "Madam, the high cost of my jars is justified, for as I mentioned, they possess the ability to unlock various treasures and powers from countless realms." Li Ming smiled at the woman before him and said, "Do you think I am a fool? How could this jar possibly contain treasures? Perhaps it would be best if you gave it a try. If you do not uncover any treasure, I shall refund you in full." The woman paused at Li Ming's words, then removed her cap and sunglasses, replying, "All right, I will open one to see. If you are deceiving me, I will report you to the authorities." "Ah, so it is Missy Ba," he reassured her. "Rest assured, it will undoubtedly be worth far more than the price. Which jar would you like? Feel free to choose." Li Ming gazed at the radiant Reba before him, sensing an air of distinction about her. Typically, upon hearing such a price, an ordinary person would swiftly turn away. Yet, she chose to enter instead. It seemed she was attuned to something transcendent, which drew her in. Indeed, Reba was a celebrated star, imbued with an aura of fortune, likely perceiving an opportunity that compelled her presence. I surmised that this first patron must be her. Otherwise, I would have to await Master Zhang to become my inaugural customer. I gestured toward the first pink jar in the front row on the left. The woman then retrieved her phone and scanned the QR code on the bar, transferring 10,000 yuan. "Excellent. Li Ming subsequently took down the pink jar and handed it to Reba. Chapter 3. Reba unleashed the IB. Reba received the jar, examined it, and inquired, "How does one open this jar?" Li Ming retrieved a golden wooden mallet from beneath the bar and handed it to Reba, stating, "Only with this mallet can you unlock it. Otherwise, it remains impenetrable." Reba accepted the mallet and, glancing at the jar in her hand, responded with skepticism. "Is this mallet the soul key? I find it hard to believe." Li Ming smiled and said, "Miss Reba, if you don't believe me, feel free to give it a try." "Can I throw it on the ground?" she inquired. "Do as you wish." Hearing his words, Reba felt a mixture of skepticism and curiosity. After some contemplation, she decided to proceed. With determination, she hurled the jar to the floor, and it made a resounding crash. To her astonishment, the jar remained completely intact. Doubting her eyes, she repeated the action several times, only to discover that the jar showed no signs of damage whatsoever. This jar was indeed quite remarkable. Intrigued, Reba picked up a hammer and gently tapped the jar. With a crack, the jar shattered. A flash of green light erupted from the broken pieces, and a figure emerged atop the bar. Reba gazed at the bar in bewilderment. Despite her light touch, the jar had shattered. While the glowing fragments were curious, she suspected some hidden mechanism. Yet, where had the shards gone? And what was the identity of the figure that had suddenly appeared? "Congratulations, Miss Reba. This is Evie, an exceptionally adorable creature, perfectly suited for you." Item: Evie level, green type, normal gender, female ability, anticipation skills, growl, tackle, tail whip, quick attack, swift, self-destruct, protect, iron tail, shadow ball. Double team description: a creature from the Pokemon world, capable of evolving into a purple tier Pokemon upon full maturation. "Wow, boss, is this the Eevee you mentioned? It's so cute." Reba exclaimed excitedly, captivated by the enchanting creature before her. The sight of Eevee was unlike anything she had ever seen, and it had completely mesmerized her. Li Ming observed Eevee's attributes and nodded quietly, thinking that Reba was indeed fortunate to have drawn such a rare Pokemon on her very first attempt. Noticing Eevee's quick attack skill, he anticipated her eventual evolution into a beautiful Sylveon, a creature of exquisite appearance. "How do you feel, Miss Reba? Are you satisfied? I didn't deceive you, did I?" "Absolutely. Boss, this jar is truly miraculous. But if Eevee is so rare, surely it cannot be worth 100,000, can it?" "Patience, my dear. I have yet to reveal its full worth. This Pokemon is currently one of a kind, and it possesses unique qualities." "All right, then tell me, what makes it special?" "Certainly, Eevee, use Shadow Ball on the glass atop the bar." Upon hearing Li Ming's command, Eevee unleashed a Shadow Ball towards the cups atop the bar, shattering both the cups and the surface they rested upon. Witnessing this spectacle, Reba was momentarily transfixed, her gaze filled with disbelief. As Li Ming observed her astonishment, he waved his hand in front of her, prompting Reba to snap back to reality. "Well, Reba, isn't Eevee impressive? Do you still think Eevee isn't worth 100,000? How could it not be worth it? This is exceedingly valuable. Boss, can I still open 9 more jars?" "Indeed. Miss Reba, would you like to proceed?" Without hesitation, Reba once again retrieved her phone and transferred 90,000. She then selected 9 jars. Excitedly, she gazed at the 9 jars before her, ready to strike with the pick in her hand. At that moment, Li Ming interjected, "Miss Reba, allow me to remind you that not every jar contains creatures as remarkable as Eevee. I must first enlighten you. The jars here possess varying probabilities of yielding items, akin to the green light emitted from the jar you just opened. The color of the light signifies the rarity of the items you may acquire. The classifications here are white, green, blue, purple, pink, orange, gold, red, and rainbow, representing 9 distinct tiers. Green is merely a lower tier. However, while the creature you obtained is currently of green tier, Eevee has the potential to evolve. With proper nurturing, it may attain the purple tier." Reba listened intently, her expression shifting as she contemplated the worth of Eevee, which had already surpassed 100,000. With newfound resolve, she grasped the pick once more and struck down upon the jars. A series of decisive blows ensued. Crack, crack. 7 beams of light illuminated the room, 4 white and 3 green. As the radiance faded, the shards vanished along with it. Aside from the 2 unopened jars, 7 uniquely shaped items remained on the bar. The 4 white items included a Tang Dao. Item: Exquisite Tang Dao tier. White description: a Tang Dao crafted by a master artisan from the ancient era. Li Ming gazed at the information regarding the Tang knife before him, feeling rather satisfied, If sold to a collector, it could indeed fetch a significant price. An ornament. Item. Shattered bracelet grade. White description. Originally a bracelet of considerable value, it has unfortunately been broken. The other two items are also ornaments, yet, like the aforementioned, they too were broken. He observed the eager gaze of Reba. Li Ming coughed dryly, and the doctor remarked, "This knife still possesses a modicum of collectible value. As for the other three items, as you can see, they are merely shattered trinkets of little worth." Reba gazed at the 3 pieces of jewelry, rendered speechless. Her attention then turned to the 3 objects emanating a green luminescence. After all, her EV was of the green tier. It should not be of inferior quality, should it? Li Ming gazed at the 3 remaining items, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. While these were not as exceptional as the coveted EV, they were certainly adequate and precisely what Reba required at this moment. The 3 items were as follows. Item. Pokeball level. Green description. A device used to capture Pokemon in the realm of Pokemon. Item. Energy cube level. Green description. The primary sustenance for Pokemon in the Pokemon world. It contains 30 energy cubes. Sufficient nourishment for a Pokemon for an entire month. Item. Pokédex. Upgraded version. Level. Green description. The essential tool for documenting Pokemon in the Pokemon universe. Capable of detailing a Pokemon's level, skills, and status. Upgraded version. This Pokédex can integrate with mobile phones, smartwatches, and other devices, amalgamating the benefits of both items into one. Li Ming surveyed the 3 items and nodded, shoving aside the other refuse. He then pointed at the trio and remarked to Reba, "The tool for opening cans relies heavily on fortune. When luck is on your side, you might even unveil golden treasures. Conversely, when luck eludes you, the outcome could resemble those 3 shattered ornaments." Nevertheless, Miss Reba appears to possess a favorable streak. These 3 items are indeed valuable and precisely what Miss Reba currently requires. Hearing Li Ming's words, Reba gazed at the 3 items before her with palpable excitement. What are these 3 objects, and what purpose do they serve? Li Ming pointed at the Pokeball and said, "This is called a Pokeball. A vessel for containing Pokemon, specifically for EV. Is that true? Why not press the button in the center of the Pokeball and see for yourself?" Upon hearing this, Reba picked up the Pokeball and pressed the button towards EV. A beam of red light shot towards EV, and in an instant, EV vanished from Reba's sight. Wow, is EV truly inside this Pokeball? Press it again and see. Reba pressed the button once more, and a red light released EV back into the open. Seeing this, Reba was filled with delight and played joyfully. "All right, Miss Reba. It would be best to wait until I finish introducing everything before you continue playing. Moreover, the Pokeball can shrink. Just hold down that button, and it will become smaller." After hearing this, Reba continued to play for a little longer. Li Ming pointed at the other 2 and said, "This box contains energy cubes, which are the primary sustenance for the sprites. There are 30 cubes inside, sufficient for a sprite's monthly consumption." Ah, so these are the sprite's main food. But what if I don't acquire any energy cubes for an entire month? Will my EV starve? Li Ming smiled and said, "Not at all, Miss Reba. Elves can indeed consume human food. However, for them, human sustenance lacks significant energy. It suffices merely to satiate hunger. Nonetheless, if one wishes for the elves to grow, they must consume energy cubes." Oh, I see. You nearly startled me. This remaining item is the Elf Pokédex. It contains records of all the elves in the Pokemon world. However, to unlock the Pokédex, one must scan it personally with the device. Currently, you can only scan EV. The Pokédex will meticulously detail the elf's level, skills, and status, along with other fundamental information. I shall not elaborate further. You may explore the Pokédex yourself later, Miss Reba. Moreover, this Pokédex is an upgraded version that can merge with your mobile phone, combining the strengths of both. You might want to give it a try. Upon hearing about the potential for fusion with her phone, Reba eagerly placed the Pokédex alongside her mobile device. Suddenly, both items emitted a radiant white light, gradually merging into a brand new phone, adorned in red and white, featuring the Pokemon logo. Upon rebooting, the startup animation was, surprisingly, an alpaca from the Pokemon realm. This new phone flawlessly inherited the advantages of both devices, boasting technology far superior to any contemporary mobile. It also came equipped with a simple elf assistant. Chapter 4. The Storage Ring. After playing with her new phone for a while, Reba turned her attention to the remaining 2 jars. Once again, she lifted the hammer and struck the jars twice with a resounding thwack. Crack, crack, accompanied by the sounds. A green light and a blue light appeared before Reba's eyes. She felt an exhilarating thrill at the sight of the blue light. as it signified an item of a higher tier than the green. Soon, the radiance faded, revealing two objects on the bar. One was the previous energy cube, equivalent to a month's supply. The other was a silvery white ring. The energy cube was undoubtedly the green one, while the ring represented the blue tier item. However, after examining it for a while, Reba could not discern any apparent difference. She then gazed at Li Ming. Item, storage ring level, blue description, a storage ring from the realm of cultivation, containing 200 cubic meters of space, capable of storing items excluding living beings. Observing the storage ring that had emerged from the treasure chest, Reba couldn't help but marvel at her extraordinary fortune. Not only had she acquired an essential item from the realm of the elves, but she had also stumbled upon a storage ring from the world of immortals. This ring possessed an astonishing capacity of 200 cubic meters, reminiscent of the storage rings often depicted in cultivation novels. Reba was astounded by Li Ming's words. Though Pokballs also functioned as spatial devices, they were specifically designed for capturing and housing creatures. In contrast, this storage ring was truly unique. Is it really true? I have read cultivation novels as well. Does its usage involve blood recognition? Not at all. The items I summon automatically recognize their owner, unless you permit someone else to use them or choose to gift or sell them. Otherwise, they remain inaccessible to others unless you perish or the individual possesses formidable strength to forcibly seize it. Simply wear it on your hand and envision placing items within, and it shall be done. Oh, I see. Let me give it a try. Reba eagerly slipped the ring onto her finger, then picked up her phone, imagining placing it inside the ring. To her astonishment, the phone vanished, seamlessly entering the ring's confines. She could feel its presence within, and with a mere thought, it reappeared in her palm. Delighted, Reba continued to experiment with the ring, placing various items inside and taking them out, her joy reminiscent of a child at play. Li Ming observed quietly, a smile gracing his lips, before he moved behind the bar to brew 2 more cups of coffee. All right, Miss Hot Barista. Take a break and enjoy a cup of coffee. Li Ming placed the coffee before Reba. Upon hearing Li Ming's words, Reba's face flushed with embarrassment, and the memory of her earlier demeanor only intensified her blush. She lowered her head, unable to meet Li Ming's gaze. Come now, Miss Reba. There is no need to feel shy. This is a perfectly natural reaction. The fact that you did not scream in surprise is quite commendable. He chuckled. Reba, upon hearing Li Ming's playful teasing, felt her shyness deepen, and she bowed her head even lower. Haha. Miss Reba, why not take a sip of your coffee? Li Ming found it amusing to see Reba shyly bowing her head. Reba picked up the coffee that Li Ming had handed her and began to sip it, still looking down. After a short while, she regained her composure. After all, as an actress, she possessed considerable mental fortitude. The two engaged in a brief conversation, during which Li Ming shared the origins and stories of the Pokemon, as well as the wonders of his jars. However, due to time constraints, Reba decided it was time to leave. Boss, I'll be on my way. All right, goodbye. Do come again. Reba placed the Pokeball, energy cubes, and the Tang Dao, along with the 4 shattered ornaments, into her storage ring. Donning her sunglasses and cap, she stepped outside, gradually fading from Li Ming's sight. Not long after Reba departed, Zheng Xiaoxian entered Li Ming's shop. Even before he arrived, his playful voice echoed through the air. Hello, Mingko. I'm here to support you. Your shop's decor is quite impressive. I heard from Hua Fei and the others that your jars are priced at 100,000 each. You truly dare to set such a price. So, have you made any sales today? Would you like me to help you kick things off? Li Ming sat on the sofa inside the shop, casting a disapproving glance at Teacher Zhang, who wore an insufferable expression. With a hint of irritation, he remarked, There is no need for your assistance in opening. Someone had already done so before your arrival. You were rather late. Upon hearing that the shop had indeed opened, Teacher Zhang appeared momentarily bewildered. Is it possible that someone actually purchased your jars at such exorbitant prices? It defies reason. Surely, you haven't encountered a fool, have you? Not everyone is as reckless as you, engaging in such foolishness. They are a big star. They are astute, unlike you, who would engage in such antics. How else could 5 million have been transferred? Li Ming, observing Teacher Zhang's rather smug demeanor, surmised that perhaps the 5 million reward had indeed been received. Acknowledging that his thoughts had been accurately disowned, Teacher Zhang dropped the pretense and grinned. Yes, it was credited this morning, and I owe that to you, Brother Ming. Without your help, even if I had breached the contract, who knows when that 5 million would have arrived. Enough of your banter. Surely, your visit here is not merely to discuss the arrival of your 5 million, Li Ming interjected. Of course not. Besides expressing my gratitude for your assistance. I came to seek your aid regarding the breach of contract we discussed yesterday. However, Brother Ming, while I am here to support you, might I comment on the steep price of your jars? 100,000 each? Even with the 5 million, I could scarcely afford a few. Would it be permissible for me to buy just one? The prices here are simply too high, Teacher Zing said, a hint of embarrassment coloring his expression as he looked at Li Ming. Li Ming, observing the flustered Teacher Zong, jestingly remarked, "Oh, just one purchase? I recall someone claiming that acquiring 100 or so jars would be a trivial matter." Teacher Zong, upon hearing Li Ming's teasing, was visibly anxious, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Ming, Brother Ming, I truly did not anticipate that the jars here would be so exorbitant. Had I known of their steep prices, I would never have spoken so boldly. Please, have mercy on me." All right, I shan't press you further. You may purchase 10 jars instead." "Ah, 10 jars? You can't be serious. What? You refuse to buy even 10 jars? Teacher Zhang pondered Li Ming's words for a considerable time. After much deliberation, realizing that due to his own circumstances, the 5 million had gone to waste, he acknowledged that it was Li Ming who had aided him. Thus, he deemed this 1 million a token of gratitude. Subsequently, Teacher Zhang retrieved his mobile phone and transferred 1 million. Li Ming was somewhat taken aback upon hearing that 1 million had been credited to his account. "Ah, Teacher Zhang, what is the purpose of transferring 1 million? He inquired. "Did you not instruct me to purchase 10 jars? Each jar costs 100,000. So 10 jars would indeed amount to 1 million, he added. Teacher Zhang, upon hearing Li Ming's question, replied with a hint of melancholy in his voice. Upon hearing Zhang Xiaoxian's words, Li Ming realized that it must be that Yifei and the others had not informed Teacher Zhang about the promotional offer of a 10% discount on the first 10 jars for new customers. It was likely not a matter of forgetfulness, but rather deemed unnecessary. Yifei, they didn't tell you that the first 10 jars for newcomers are offered at a 10% discount? What discount? Teacher Zhang replied, isn't it just 100,000? At that moment, Teacher Zhang was taken aback, for he had just transferred 1 million. Without hesitation, he lunged towards Li Ming, clasping his legs and lamenting, Ming Gu. I was wrong. Please return the excess 900,000 to me. I had no idea about the 10% discount on the first 10 jars. Li Ming gazed at Zhang Xiaoxian, who clung to his leg, feeling somewhat speechless. All right. I shall return the money to you. That should suffice. Now please get up. If others were to witness your current state, they might mistakenly believe I have done something to you. Teacher Zhang mischievously remarked, if Ming Gu truly wished to do something, that would be permissible as well. Li Ming felt a wave of nausea wash over him as he listened to Teacher Zhang's words. With a swift kick, he sent him sprawling to the side. If you continue to discuss me like this, I shall not return the 900,000. No, Ming Gu, I was merely joking. I shall not speak of it again. Teacher Zhang quickly replied upon hearing that the money would not be returned. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he promptly sat quietly to one side. Li Ming observed the transformed Zheng Laoshe, who no longer exhibited any signs of servility, and proceeded to use his phone to refund the surplus of 900,000 to Zhang Xiaoxian. Upon hearing the notification of the transaction, Zhang Xiaoxian's face lit up with joy. All right, hurry over and choose your jars, Li Ming urged, leading Zheng Laoshe to the bar. He gestured towards the jars adorning the wall behind the counter, saying select 10 jars. Zhang Xiaoxian then found himself in a state of indecision at the bar, grappling with his choice for over an hour. Zhang Laoshe, are you going to make your selection or not? If you continue to hesitate like this, I will have to close up. After today, if you do not choose your jars, the money for them will not be refunded. Should you return tomorrow, you will need to pay a new 10,000 for each jar. Li Ming gazed at Teacher Zhang, who had been in a state of indecision for over an hour, feeling utterly speechless. It slipped his mind that this individual suffered from a pronounced difficulty in making choices. Oh dear, am I not merely examining the differences among these jars? He mused. It seems to me that the contents vary with the colors. To his astonishment, he realized that the cause of Teacher Zhang's prolonged deliberation was indeed this trivial matter. The jars themselves were all empty, their hues chosen at random. Only by shattering them with my hammer could the treasures within be revealed, akin to scratching off a lottery ticket. With that, Li Ming selected a jar and presented it to Teacher Zhang. Upon inspection, Teacher Zhang confirmed that the jar was indeed empty, devoid of any contents. Why didn't you mention this sooner? In that case, I shall select 10 at random. I'll take the 9 in the middle of that wall and the one you are holding exactly 10. I have a strong feeling that your chosen jar must contain something valuable. Li Ming gazed in silent exasperation at Teacher Zhang, who was clutching the jar I had handed him, his face adorned with a rather lewd expression. I surmised that even if I mentioned the jar's reliance on one's own fortune, he would remain indifferent. Let it be. The sooner we conclude this matter, the sooner I can return home. It was nearly 5 o'clock, and the time for departure was approaching. I certainly did not wish to extend my day due to Teacher Zhang's procrastination. Chapter 5. The Art of Swordsmanship. All right, Teacher Zhang, please hasten to open the jar. The end of the workday is imminent, and I have no desire to linger because of your delay. Li Ming finished speaking and retrieved a golden wooden mallet from beneath the bar, presenting it to Teacher Zhang. This jar can only be shattered with this very hammer. Please, do open it swiftly. Upon hearing that only this wooden mallet could break the jar, Zhang Xiaoxian found it hard to believe. Li Ming observed the incredulous expression on Teacher Zhang's face and hastily remarked, "If you doubt me, feel free to shatter the jar on the ground. If you manage to break it, I shall refund you the 100,000 yuan. This is your proposition, so go ahead and do it." "Truly, hurry." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoxian immediately seized a jar and forcefully hurled it onto the floor. The jar remained unscathed, prompting the skeptical Teacher Zhang to repeatedly slam it down. Breathing heavily, he insisted, "It must be your floor that is at fault. I shall take it outside to test." "Be my guest," responded Li Ming. Subsequently, Zhang Xiaoxian ventured outside the shop, and on the street, he lifted the jar and forcefully cast it upon the pavement. Yet, remarkably, the jar remained entirely intact. Shortly thereafter, Teacher Zhang returned. "So, did you manage to break it?" Li Ming, observing the panting Teacher Zhang, smiled and inquired, "Well, I stated that it could only be shattered with this hammer, and indeed, it can only be shattered with this hammer. Now, let us hasten to open the can." At this moment, Teacher Zhang, adhering to the instruction, diligently wielded the hammer against the can. A flash of white light illuminated the scene, and the shattered can vanished, revealing a pair of tattered shoes upon the bar. Item: tattered leather shoes level. White description: a pair of discarded, dilapidated leather shoes. Teacher Zhang stood before the worn shoes. Momentarily taken aback, Li Ming let out a reluctant cough. Coming back to her senses, Teacher Zhang wore an expression akin to having tasted something unpleasant and said to Li Ming, "Brother Ming, is this thing really worth 100,000 yuan?" Li Ming let out a hearty laugh and said, "Ah, Teacher Zhang, do not be disheartened. Although this may be a worn-out shoe, lacking in value, you must trust in your fortune. Surely, something wonderful will emerge for you. Rest assured." Although Teacher Zhang felt a twinge of uncertainty upon hearing Li Ming's words, he thought to himself that Li Ming would not truly lead him astray. Subsequently, he took a deep breath and opened all but the first item taken by Li Ming in one go. With 8 decisive strikes, brilliant white lights flashed consecutively. Before the bar counter lay 8 distinct and varied objects. Li Ming cast his gaze around, and the information about the items appeared before him. It seemed that Teacher Zhang's luck today was not particularly favorable. Perhaps it was due to the fact that I had won back the 5 million for him. Otherwise, the fortune of the protagonist and apartment should not be so dismal. Noticing Teacher Zhang's misfortune, Li Ming employed his skill of fortune-telling to assess Zhang's luck. However, there was no discernible change. He remained one of the individuals with the highest fortune in apartment. How peculiar. Items: rotting apples X2 grade. White description: 2 decayed and moldy apples. Items: rusty kitchen knife grade. White description: a rusty kitchen knife. Items: sturdy wooden stick grade. White description: a stick made of solid wood. Items: smooth granite stone stump X2 grade. White description: a well-crafted granite stone stump, suitable for decorating a shop, along with 2 tattered shoes. Teacher Zhang stared in disbelief at the items emerging from the canister. The rotting apples were one thing, but a rusty kitchen knife? How could a half-meter wide stone stump possibly emerge from there? This was utterly unscientific. Previously, he had merely thought that Li Ming was deceiving him with some trick, but this large granite stone stump had materialized right before his eyes. He began to believe Li Ming's words. "Brother Ming, I now believe what you say, but are these items truly worth 100,000? The most valuable here appears to be those 2 large stone stumps, but even they can't be worth that much. You aren't trying to swindle me, are you?" Teacher Zhang asked, a hint of irritation in his tone. "Teacher Zhang, opening the canister is akin to buying a lottery ticket. It is contingent upon your luck, and I cannot predict what will emerge. However, considering you managed to win 5 million, your luck should not be this poor. Therefore, the remaining item is likely to contain something valuable. Since you've already opened 9, what's one more? Just go ahead and open it," Li Ming replied. Upon hearing this, Teacher Zhang felt there was some merit to Li Ming's reasoning. "Very well, I shall open this last canister. If it does not yield anything good, I shall never purchase your canisters again." With that, Teacher Zing took up a hammer and struck the final canister. The canister shattered with a resounding crack, and a purple glow emanated from within. A petite sword materialized on the bar. Teacher Zing noticed that the light this time was purple, unlike the previous white light, and the sword appeared to be exquisitely crafted and quite valuable. Once again, he met Teacher Zhang's expectant gaze. Li Ming gazed upon the diminutive sword. Item: Qi Ming sword level. Purple description: a weapon wielded by a great cultivator during the Golden Core stage in the realm of cultivation. This sword inherently possesses sword control technique and Qi Ming Qi refinement technique. Once bonded to a master, one can learn sword control technique and Qi Ming Qi refinement technique. The Qi Ming Qi refinement technique is an advanced skill reserved for inner disciples of the Qi Ming sect, classified as Earth grade, with cultivation methods categorized into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow. I knew it. With your luck, winning 5 million is just the beginning. And look at this remarkable item that has appeared, exclaimed Teacher Zhang, visibly excited. What kind of sword is this, and what is its worth? Teacher Zhang, let us not be so mundane. This sword cannot be measured in mere currency, replied Li Ming. Ah, is it truly that precious? Let me clarify. This sword is called the Qi Ming sword, a weapon used by a powerful cultivator during their Golden Core phase in the realm of cultivation. Moreover, this weapon comes with its own sword techniques, sword control technique, and Qi Ming Qi refinement technique. Once you master these 2 arts, you will ascend to the realm of a sword immortal. Sword control technique and Qi Ming Qi refinement technique. What are those? Teacher Zing inquired, perplexed. Have you never read any novels or watched any dramas about cultivation? I've seen the temptation of returning to the village, but I rarely watch other dramas. Is this sword control technique really that impressive? I am truly at a loss for words. Teacher Zing, I suggest you broaden your viewing habits. It may help you fit in better. To put it simply, sword control technique, as the name suggests, allows one to wield a sword and even fly with it. Do you understand this? And Qi Ming Qi refinement technique is the primary cultivation method. Only after mastering the Qi refinement technique can you utilize the sword control technique. Flying with a sword? Are you saying I can soar through the skies using this sword? Teacher Zing exclaimed, astonished. Yes, Teacher Zing. You can indeed take flight with this sword. You simply need to bond with it as your master, and then you will learn both sword control technique and the fundamental Qi refinement technique. Bonding? How does one bond? Bonding is quite simple here. Anything you open is automatically considered yours. Now, just grasp this sword, and you will be able to learn both sword control technique and Qi Ming Qi refinement technique. Upon hearing this, Teacher Zing eagerly grasped the Qi Ming sword. As he lifted the sword, the techniques of sword control and Qi refining materialized in his mind. Soon, Teacher Zing adeptly mastered the essentials of both arts. However, having just begun his cultivation, the Qi refining technique merely planted a seed within him, allowing him to better absorb the spiritual energy from the air, which was currently quite sparse in his body. At this moment, he could only manage to levitate the Qi Ming sword, unable to move it further. Before long, the sword fell back down and could not rise again. Yet, Teacher Zhang was already exhilarated by the fact that he could make the Qi Ming sword float. With continued practice, flying with the sword was merely a matter of time. All right, Teacher Zhang, it is time to cease this play. The spiritual energy within you is too thin. You can only sustain the Qi Ming sword's levitation for a mere 5 seconds. Now, it is almost 5 o'clock. I suspect no one else will come to my shop. Shall we head back to the apartment together? Very well, let us return. However, what shall we do with these old shoes? If you want them, you may keep them. If not, they should be discarded. What use do I have for such things? Let us dispose of them, though I will gift you those 2 stone pedestals. However, those pedestals cannot remain on the bar indefinitely. Should we seek assistance to move them? Li Ming glanced at the stone pedestal on the bar and remarked, no need to trouble anyone. I shall manage it myself. Subsequently, Zhang Xiaoxian observed Li Ming effortlessly grasping a stone pedestal in each hand as he stepped outside. Zhang Xiaoxian was taken aback. Yet recalling the swordsmanship he had drawn from the jar, he found it unsurprising that Li Ming could easily lift the stone pedestal. After placing the stone pedestal at the entrance of the store, Li Ming returned to the apartment with Teacher Zhang. Upon their arrival, they found that most of the others had already finished work. Li Ming and Teacher Zhang settled onto the sofa, watching television as they awaited the return of the others. However, during the wait, Teacher Zhang appeared restless. Li Ming remarked, Teacher Zhang, even if you wish to showcase your swordsmanship, there is no need to be in such a hurry. Upon hearing Li Ming's words, Teacher Zhang quickly took a seat and replied, No, it is not about my swordsmanship. It is about the 5 million I won. Oh, why is that? Well, although I was initially thrilled upon receiving the money, now that I have had time to reflect, I find myself uncertain about what to do with such a large sum. I cannot simply let it sit idle. Li Ming, somewhat speechless, remarked. So you only realized the prize was too hot to handle after it was in your grasp. Why not purchase all of my jars instead? Upon hearing Li Ming's words, Teacher Xing was momentarily at a loss for words. Although the contents of Li Ming's jars were indeed exquisite, they were exorbitantly priced. If something as remarkable as the Qing Ming sword had not appeared today, it would have resulted in a substantial loss. Ha ha ha, I was just joking with you, he added, noticing how startled Li Ming appeared. Chapter 6. Acquiring the bar. Li Ming suddenly recalled that the bar downstairs seemed to be the result of a program produced by Teacher Zhang. Indeed, its owner was utterly convinced and intended to sell the bar to stockpile goods, although Li Ming could not fathom why such mindless individuals existed in this world. It must have emerged under the influence of the will of the cinematic realm. Though Li Ming had watched all 5 seasons of Love Apartment along with its movie and some spin-offs, those were memories from before becoming a dimensional traveler. While he retained these recollections, there was no need to recall every detail. Life ought to retain some mystique. Knowing everything would strip it of its charm. Thus, upon arriving in this world, Li Ming chose not to interfere with the original storyline of Love Apartment. Except for his dimensional mission, preventing Qin Yuma from getting involved with Richard. This was for the best, as Yuma would be spared the heartbreak Richard would inevitably cause. Teacher Zhang, Li Ming suddenly remarked, if I recall correctly, the bar downstairs is up for sale. Why don't we take it over? Teacher Zhang froze momentarily. Huh? By the bar? Yeah, let's acquire the bar. Come on, stop standing there. Let's head down and check it out. Without further delay, Li Ming pulled Teacher Zhang along to the bar downstairs. Upon arrival, Li Ming approached a bartender to inquire. I heard this bar is being sold? The bartender nodded. That's right. Our boss recently got wind of some supposedly valuable collectibles, a set worth tens of thousands. He plans to buy 100 sets and wait for their value to skyrocket. Hearing this, Teacher Zhang's interest was instantly piqued. What kind of collectibles? Ming. Maybe we should invest in some too. This sounds way more promising than buying a bar. The bartender eagerly added, I think they're called golden-laid jade coins. Sounds fancy, doesn't it? At the mention of the name, Teacher Zhang's expression darkened. While the bartender might be clueless about these so-called golden-laid jade coins, Zhang Xiaoxian knew all too well. He had once endorsed this very product in an advertisement. It was nothing but a gimmick, utterly worthless. And if he remembered correctly, those coins originally cost less than 100 yuan. How on earth had they inflated to tens of thousands in the bar owner's mind? Upon observing the expression on Teacher Zhang's face, Li Ming discerned that Teacher Zhang must be familiar with this matter. Hearing the name, Li Ming recalled the circumstances surrounding this item. Nevertheless, Li Ming still wished to tease Teacher Zhang. Is this golden-laid jade coin truly as remarkable as you claim, Teacher Zhang? Perhaps we should forego this wine and instead procure some of these golden-laid jade coins. Li Ming gazed meaningfully at Teacher Zhang and spoke. Upon hearing that Li Ming wished to purchase the so-called golden-laid jade coin, Teacher Zhang was taken aback. He quickly pulled Li Ming aside and said, Please, I have a feeling that this golden-laid jade coin is not worth it. Let us instead discuss the matter of acquiring this bar. All right. Then what are your thoughts on taking over this bar, Teacher Zhang? Just as Teacher Zhang was about to respond, he paused momentarily before saying, I do have some interest in this bar. However, I only possess 5 million. It seems this amount may not suffice. Wait, I actually have only 4,900,000 now. Li Ming chuckled and remarked, money is not an issue when I am around. However, it would not be prudent for just the two of us to decide. Why don't we invite Yi Fei and the others to discuss this together? After all, we often enjoy drinks here. A splendid idea. I shall contact Yi Fei and the others right away to expedite their arrival. With that, Teacher Zhang made a phone call. Before long, Yi Fei, Guanggu, and the others arrived at the bar. They deliberated and also reached out to UMO, ultimately gathering 20 million to take over the bar, although the acquisition itself cost less than 5 million. The remainder was allocated for an extravagant renovation of the establishment, while the rest served as working capital. They also seized the opportunity to acquire the foot massage parlor. Guanggu's funds were bolstered by Li Ming's influence, allowing him to work at Li Ming's company with generous compensation. A week later, the bar completed its lavish renovations and reopened. Thus, Hui Fei, UMO, and Yu officially became the bar's proprietresses. On the grand opening day, everyone congregated at the bar. Why didn't you inform me that you had acquired the bar? Lu Ziqiao only learned on the day of the opening that it had been co-owned by them, which left him somewhat flustered. Not telling me is one thing. But why impose limits on my spending? Besides, my aunt is a shareholder. Initially, due to Li Ming and the others becoming owners, they could enjoy the bar without incurring costs. However, Lu Ziqiao was a different matter. The group genuinely feared he might sell the establishment if given too much freedom. Therefore, they established a series of regulations for him while he was at the bar. For instance, Lu Ziqiao's time alone at the bar was restricted to no more than 8 hours. Additionally, he was required to pay up front for any consumption and was denied credit. Lu Ziqiao, you may take pleasure in this arrangement, but I believe a sign should be erected at the bar's entrance, prohibiting your entry. Teacher Zhang jested with a mischievous grin. You. Lu Ziqiao pointed at Teacher Zhang, momentarily rendered speechless. Li Ming calmly gazed at Ziqiao and remarked, Ziqiao, do not take offense. After all, this bar is also the fruit of our labor. We certainly do not wish to see you bring it to ruin. Indeed. Ziqiao, all of us, including UMO, have invested significantly. Li Ming contributed half, while the rest of us, Teacher Zhang, Yifei, and UMO, have collectively invested over 3 million. If you could manage to contribute a mere 500,000, we would welcome you as a partner. As a shareholder, you would be one of us, and thus, restrictions would no longer apply. Guanqua concurred with Li Ming's assertion. You are truly bullying me. 500,000 is one thing, but if you insist on that amount, you might as well just end my life, Lu Ziqiao lamented, feigning despair in hopes of eliciting sympathy from his aunt, Yu. However, this time, Yu chose not to assist Ziqiao. Instead, she gently explained, Ziqiao, you are aware that as an actor, I earn nothing without roles. Having finally secured a stable income, I too wish for nothing to jeopardize this bar. Wouldn't you agree? You are utterly heartless, Lu Ziqiao exclaimed, clutching his chest in anguish. The previously serious group erupted into hearty laughter. Haha. All right, Li Ming. Do not tease Ziqiao any further. I can hardly contain myself, Hu Yifei chuckled, playfully slapping Teacher Zhang's thigh. Perplexed by the merriment surrounding him, Lu Ziqiao inquired, what are you all laughing about? Li Ming smiled and said, all right, Ziqiao, we were just teasing you. Lu Ziqiao's face instantly lit up with joy. Really? Of course not. Lu Ziqiao's expression shifted from joy to sorrow. Well, although there are still some restrictions, it is not without its advantages. Here, take a look at this document. If you are clear-headed, just sign it. With that, Li Ming retrieved a document from his bag. This pertains to the shares of the bar. The situation is as follows. Although we have acquired the bar, we have still allocated shares for you. However, should you wish to fully control these shares, there are conditions to meet. Take your time to review it. Lu Ziqiao swiftly took the document from Li Ming and began to read. The share distribution was as follows. Li Ming 50, Zhang Shaoxian 15, Guangu 7. 5, Yu 7. 5, Qin Umo 7. 5, Hu Yifei 7. 5, Lu Ziqiao 5. I actually hold 5? That's quite a lot. Lu Ziqiao gazed in disbelief at his share percentage. This isn't excessive. It is merely calculated proportionally. Moreover, do not celebrate too soon. Currently, you can only receive dividends from these shares. They will not fully belong to you for 5 years. During this period, if you engage in any actions that harm the interests of the bar, I reserve the right to reclaim your shares. This is purely fictional, and I am not well versed in these matters. I just wrote a bit. Li Ming established such conditions out of concern that Ziqiao might impulsively make a purchase. Is this time frame not excessively long? Ziqiao immediately felt somewhat displeased and was about to retort. However, upon noticing the look in the other's eyes, he restrained himself. He then quietly inquired, aside from dividends, am I not entitled to any other benefits? For instance, if I have a valuable suggestion, may I present it? Li Ming smiled as he spoke. There are indeed other benefits, just as you mentioned in your suggestions. You may propose them to me or to Yifei and the others. As long as 3 or more individuals agree, I shall implement them. If the results are favorable, they could be transformed into bonuses added to your share of the dividends. How does that sound? It's a promise. At this, Lu Ziqiao's face lit up with joy. Moreover, since you enjoy hosting parties, you will have the opportunity to organize a party once a month. Upon hearing this, Lu Ziqiao was so exhilarated that he nearly leaped from his seat, while the others looked at Li Ming in disbelief. Li Ming, are you out of your mind? You intend to let Ziqiao host a party every month? Hu Yifei exclaimed loudly. Li Ming calmly remarked, do not rush, Yifei. I have yet to finish my thoughts. I merely suggested that there is an opportunity to hold a party each month. Just an opportunity. Each time you propose such an event, Lu Ziqiao. You are required to provide us with a detailed plan, and this plan must receive unanimous approval before you can proceed. What? Upon hearing this, Lu Ziqiao deflated like a punctured balloon, collapsing onto the sofa. Now that is more reasonable, Hu Yifei sighed in relief. Chapter 7, Mei Jiao returns. All right, Ziqiao. This is quite acceptable, Teacher Xing said, patting Ziqiao on the shoulder. Suddenly, Lu Ziqiao sat upright, his gaze fixed intently on Li Ming. Li Ming felt a shiver under the gaze of Lu Ziqiao and inquired, Ziqiao, why are you looking at me? You wouldn't happen to have some wild party ideas, would you? Not at all, Lu Ziqiao replied. I was merely pondering that since you have taken over this bar, will we be able to enjoy your fine wines here? Oh, you mean that? You startled me for a moment. I thought you were concocting some outrageous party scheme. Hearing Lu Ziqiao's question about the wine, Li Ming immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, as the proprietor of this establishment, I must certainly showcase the exquisite wines produced by my winery here. This way, you won't have to keep asking me to bring them, and drinking at the bar won't cost you anything. You can indulge freely without feeling awkward. And we have a variety of choices available. Right now, feel free to summon the bartender for your selections. Upon hearing this, Hu Yifei and the others excitedly called for the bartender, requesting the fine wines from Li Ming's winery. You should have mentioned it sooner. I've heard that your winery produces a certain amethyst wine and fairy-est delight, both of which are reputed to be exceptional. Moreover, I've heard that the amethyst wine boasts a stunning purple hue, though I have yet to see it in person. I've only glimpsed it online. Absolutely. I've also heard that fairy-est delight has beautifying properties, echoed Yu Yu with enthusiasm. Indeed. I've even heard whispers that your winery has a potent brew called Fiery Sun's Embrace that is said to enhance vitality, Lu Ziqiao added with a hint of excitement. Li Ming gazed at the exuberant crowd, somewhat at a loss for words. I previously mentioned that you can simply tell me what kind of wine you desire. I am not one to be stingy. Furthermore, the varieties of wine you mentioned are indeed present in my bedroom. During the last New Year celebration, I brought them out. And you all partook. The only exception was the amethyst wine, which I did not present. You have all savored wines such as Fairy's Intoxication and Fiery Sun's Delight. In truth, these are merely the same wines I offered you before, though I never disclosed their specific names. Hu Yifei and the others appeared somewhat anxious and exclaimed, What? The wines we had before were these? Didn't you claim they were the most ordinary wines produced by your winery? Li Ming smiled gently and remarked, These types of liquor are merely the most commonplace. The truly exquisite ones I refrain from presenting to you, not because I am unwilling, but rather due to their remarkable potency, which makes them difficult to conceal. I fear you might discover their true nature. I suspect that aside from Ziqiao, upon learning their prices, the rest of you would likely abstain from indulging, hence my initial discretion. However, now that you are all bar owners, you may freely partake in these beverages. Upon hearing this, the others felt a sense of relief. Only Lu Ziqiao, in a fit of indignation, retorted, What do you mean, aside from me? Do you think I, Lu Ziqiao, am such a miser? If that is the case, then return my shares. Li Ming cautiously replied, You can forget it. Once I have secured something, you cannot take it back. I assure you, I have signed the documents, and these shares rightfully belong to me. Hearing Li Ming's words, Lu Ziqiao swiftly scrawled his signature on the paperwork, asserting, This is mine now. Before long, the drinks ordered by Hu Yifei and the others arrived. After taking a sip, Hu Yifei remarked, Indeed. The flavor is identical to the liquor you previously offered us. You have not deceived us. This is quite generous. Indeed, though I may be a humble individual, I treat my friends with great kindness, Li Ming replied. Among these spirits, there is the amethyst wine and the fairy-est drunkenness, which are particularly suited for women. In contrast, the Fiery Sun wine and the Yellow Sun wine are more appropriate for men. However, I assure you, all these drinks can be enjoyed by both genders. Additionally, there is the revitalizing wine, known for its refreshing properties, and the strengthening wine, which, as the name suggests, is beneficial for physical health. You are all welcome to sample them. After listening to Li Ming's introduction, Hu Yifei and the others tried each one and chose according to their preferences. Observing the delighted expressions of her companions, Hu Yifei proclaimed, Ladies and gentlemen, today is a splendid day. On this joyous occasion, I wish to share another piece of good news. I am about to become a university professor. This is quite different from my previous role as a political education counselor. Yu chimed in from the side. Indeed, I plan to become an associate professor within 2 years, a full professor within 3, and within 5 years. Before Hu Yifei could finish her statement, Zhang Shaoxian interrupted with a cheeky remark, a Saint Seiya. The room erupted in laughter. Do you dare to challenge me? Hui Fei exclaimed in anger. She then observed Zhang Laoshi wearing an indifferent expression. The day's festivities came to a close amidst the playful banter of the crowd. However, unbeknownst to all, a familiar figure sat at the bar on the other side of the tavern. On that day, Li Ming languidly occupied a seat in the jar shop, which had remained desolate for several days. Originally, Hui Fei and her companions intended to visit the jar shop to open jars, but having spent all their funds on acquiring the bar, they found themselves devoid of spare money. Although Hui Fei and her friends envied Zhang Laoshi's mastery of swordplay, they had promised to return to the jar shop to open jars once the bar began to turn a profit. Li Ming's regret is profound. Although the jar shop holds little significance for him, the persistent absence of customers has rendered the experience exceedingly tedious. Alas, had he known earlier, he would have taken over the bar himself, thus sparing Yifei and others the expense. In a jar shop devoid of patrons, there is no opportunity to uncover treasures. Without such discoveries, faith wanes. Consequently, the impending transformation of the world remained shrouded in ignorance. How vexing. Li Ming sat on the sofa with a heavy sigh. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Why am I sighing? I am here to be a carefree soul, not to engage in business. How could I have forgotten? I must have been preoccupied with the bar, allowing thoughts of it to consume me. What a folly. Given this, what is there to fret about? If it's time to sleep, then sleep it shall be. If there is no one around, so be it. Li Ming had forgotten in recent days that he had come to the world of love apartment merely to be a carefree soul. As for work, he believed in letting fate decide. The upheavals of the world seemed distant and irrelevant to him. Well, perhaps not entirely irrelevant. Nevertheless, he shrugged it off. Subsequently, Li Ming reclined on the sofa and drifted into slumber. In the afternoon, he was abruptly awakened by the insistent ringing of his telephone. Li Ming picked up the phone upon noticing it was Teacher Zhang calling. Hello, Teacher Zhang. What brings you to call? Li Ming, hurry back to the bar. Mei Jia has returned. What? Mei Jia is back? I'll return immediately. Moreover, you should brace yourself. Brace for what? Mei Jia has brought along a boyfriend. And so what? Li Ming replied, somewhat exasperated. Isn't it just a boyfriend? Why the fuss? Upon hearing this, Teacher Zhang quickly responded, well, this boyfriend bears a striking resemblance to Ziqiao. A striking resemblance to Ziqiao? Could it be that Ziqiao is masquerading? Masquerading as whom is a different matter altogether. All right, I'll just head back myself and see for myself. I'll hang up now. All right, be quick about it. Li Ming felt quite delighted upon hearing that Mei Jia had returned. Soon, all the protagonists of the beloved series iPartment would be reunited. Upon further reflection, he recalled that the character resembling Ziqiao was likely named iPide, but he dismissed the thought. Li Ming swiftly closed the shop door, for there was no one around. It mattered little whether it remained open or shut. Shortly thereafter, he entered the bar, where at that moment, Lu Ziqiao and a certain iPod were exchanging bewildered glances. Observing the two strikingly similar individuals, Li Ming couldn't help but marvel at the sheer prevalence of lookalikes in Love Apartment. These two, entirely unrelated by blood, bore an uncanny resemblance to one another, differing only in height. Lu Ziqiao exclaimed, goodness, am I looking into a mirror? In such poor taste to boot. iPod, feeling the tension of encountering his doppelganger, hastily bid farewell to Mei Jia and made a swift exit. Mei Jia, I have something to attend to. Your friends are casting strange looks my way, as if they disapprove of my presence. Hey, iPod? Mei Jia called out after the fleeing figure before chasing after him. On her way, she ran into Li Ming and, upon seeing him, exclaimed, Li Ming, you're here. I apologize, but I must attend to something right now. Let's gather again when I return. After a brief exchange, Mei Jia resumed her pursuit of iPod. Li Ming, extending his hand in an attempt to greet her, found that he was too late. Mei Jia had already departed. He then approached Teacher Zhang and the others, inquiring, what has transpired? Upon hearing his question, Teacher Zhang and the others did not respond directly, but instead glared at Lu Ziqiao in fury, exclaiming, it's all your fault, Lu Ziqiao. Before Lu Ziqiao could fully comprehend the situation, he was pinned down by Teacher Zhang, while the rest surged forward to rain blows upon him. Li Ming gazed at the battered Lu Ziqiao, his mind shrouded in confusion, uncertain of the reasons behind Ziqiao's beating. Soon after the group had finished with Ziqiao, they approached Li Ming to elucidate the motives for their actions. Upon hearing the details of Ziqiao's misdeeds, Li Ming felt a sense of exasperation. Although he recognized that the situation could not be entirely attributed to Ziqiao, it was undeniable that his pretense of blindness to deceive others had led him to this predicament. And thus, he could only deem it a case of deserved consequences. Subsequently, Li Ming walked over to Ziqiao, who was attempting to rise. Li Ming, are you here to assist me? They were excessively brutal, Lu Ziqiao exclaimed, mistaking Li Ming's approach as an offer of help. Li Ming, adhering to the principle of collective engagement, addressed Lu Ziqiao, stating, I am not here to assist you. I merely observe that others have taken action against you. So my involvement would make little difference. Lu Ziqiao was momentarily taken aback by Li Ming's words. Shortly thereafter, a chorus of lamentations echoed throughout the bar. Chapter 8. The Simpleton Sister, Opening the Jar. With the return of Magia, she naturally took up residence in the love apartment. Aware that the apartment housed numerous protagonists, Li Ming discreetly acquired the entire complex. He also connected the upper units 3701 and 3702 with 3601 and 3602. This arrangement ensured that once all the main characters of the love apartment arrived, they would have ample accommodations. Magia's return brought a newfound vibrancy to the apartment. Despite her presence, the others continued with their work routines. Magia had visited my jar shop, but upon learning that a single jar cost 100,000 yuan, she dismissed the idea of making a purchase, even with the tempting offer of a 10% discount on the first 10 jars, especially after witnessing Teacher Zhang's swordsmanship. It appeared that the average person truly could not afford such jars. Once the bar began to generate revenue, it would not be long before everyone could partake in the jar opening. In a typical establishment, Lu Ziqiao's 5% stake would yield a meager return of only about 10 to 20,000 yuan monthly. However, with the introduction of Li Ming's liquor, the bar's earnings soared. While a conventional bar might see daily revenues around 70 to 80,000 yuan, Li Ming's establishment experienced a 4 to 5-fold increase in profits. Consequently, Lu Ziqiao could expect to earn at least 50 to 60,000 yuan each month. As the bar's reputation grew, so too would its revenue, alleviating any concerns about affording jars. As Li Ming languidly reclined on the sofa, contemplating his thoughts, a visitor approached the shop. Brothers, today I shall broadcast outdoors. Staying home playing games has become rather dull. Oh, how delightful. The old woman is streaming outdoors today. In truth, outdoor streaming is quite enjoyable, as current games lack excitement. And the old woman's skills are rather lacking. Hey, the last remark from upstairs is indeed the crux of the matter. Do you think the old woman will be recognized while streaming outdoors? You are overthinking it. If I encountered her outside, I wouldn't even glance her way. Upstairs. I bet when you see the old woman, you'll run faster than a dog and then fawn over her. Haha. Hey, you're mistaken. I simply grew weary of gaming. So I stepped outside to take a stroll and share some outdoor moments with you all. After making her statement, the simpleton sister began to wander along the street. Before long, she found herself in front of Li Ming's shop, where the sign above the entrance read the Celestial Jar Shop in bold characters. The Celestial Jar Shop. What exactly does this establishment offer? Dai Xiaomei gazed at the name of the shop, momentarily lost in thought. While the viewers in the live stream noticed her distraction and curiously inquired, Old woman, what do you see? Indeed, why aren't you moving? Upon regaining her composure, Dai Xiaomei noticed the barrage of questions in the comments and turned the camera around, revealing the name of Li Ming's shop to the online audience. What does this heavenly jar shop sell? With the name suggesting the sale of jars, curiosity arose. But what exactly are heavenly jars? I don't know. I've never heard of them. Who knows what kind of jars they are? Why not go in and find out? Yes, old woman, hurry inside and see what kind of jars the shop offers. Intrigued by her viewers' comments, Dai Xiaomei shared their curiosity about the jars being sold, noting that the name implied something extraordinary. All right. I shall enter to discover what kind of jars the shop sells. With that, she stepped into the jar shop. Upon entering, she found the interior quite well decorated and filled with various items. As she surveyed her surroundings, her eyes fell upon Li Ming, who was napping on the sofa. Goodness! Could this person lounging on the sofa be the owner? It seemed likely. How audacious of the owner to be sleeping at this hour. Doesn't he fear a thief might come in? Well, whether he is the owner or not, I can simply ask him. With determination, Dai Xiaomei approached Li Ming and gently tapped him, calling out, "Hey, wake up." Upon hearing someone call out, Li Ming opened his eyes. Before him stood a woman of striking beauty, her visage captivating. She was holding a mobile phone, seemingly engaged in a live broadcast. A closer inspection revealed that she appeared to be a prominent internet celebrity, known by a name that resonated with a sense of whimsy. Li Ming stretched lazily, rubbing his drowsy eyes, and said, "Miss, are you here to sell jars? Let me tell you, my jars contain everything imaginable. Would you care to purchase one and give it a try? What kind of jars is the proprietor selling?" He continued, "These jars can unleash all manner of wonders. There is nothing you can conceive of that my jars cannot produce. However, the nature of what emerges depends entirely on luck. So, dear lady, would you like to buy one and see for yourself? Daishame, hearing Li Ming's words, felt somewhat perplexed and thought to herself, could this person be a fraud? I suspect this jar contains little of value, and his claim that it can produce anything one might imagine is rather dubious. Wow, is it really that miraculous? It can supposedly bring forth anything. The person upstairs must be quite gullible to believe such childish nonsense. Indeed, I reckon this jar is filled with worthless trinkets. It would take hundreds of these jars to possibly yield something of worth. The sentiments echoed, you are right, old woman, do not fall for his trickery. Daishame glanced at the conversations among her online friends and deduced that the so-called proprietor of this jar shop was likely a charlatan. Proprietor? You claim it can produce anything. How much for one of these jars? They are not expensive, he replied. I knew it. Cheap goods are never good. It must be filled with worthless items, just a ruse. Come on, old woman, buy a jar and expose him. Yes, reveal the truth. Daishame pondered. Then I shall purchase one and see for myself. All right, I'll take one. How much is it? Each jar cost 100,000, he stated. What? How much did you say? Daishame exclaimed upon hearing the price. Goodness, has the shopkeeper lost his mind? 100,000 for a single jar. Indeed, old woman. Report him to the authorities. Yes, expose him for his shamelessness. Upon hearing the call of the naive girl, Li Ming was taken aback and promptly replied. Here's the situation. Initially, each jar cost 100,000 yuan, but there is a discount for new customers on the first 10 jars. The girl, upon hearing this, breathed a sigh of relief, utterly astonished that a jar could possibly cost 100,000 yuan. I thought as much. It's simply inconceivable for a jar to be priced at 100,000 yuan, unless the owner has truly lost his mind. Indeed, I suspect that the strategy involves quoting an exorbitant price first, only to later reveal that new customers can acquire them at a significantly reduced rate. It's an age-old tactic, he mused. It seems they are merely trying to profit from the initial 10 jars for new customers. With her composure regained, the naive girl inquired, so what is the discount? The first 10 jars for new customers are offered at a mere 10% of the original price, amounting to 10,000 yuan each. However, each individual is limited to purchasing only 10 jars per week. What? It still costs 10,000 yuan each? The naive girl remained astounded, having entirely overlooked the subsequent limitation on purchases. I must inform you, dear owner, that I am a live streamer, currently broadcasting. Your unscrupulous practices are being aired live. Live streaming? Indeed. At this moment, Li Ming recalled the identity of the female internet celebrity before him. Ah, I remember now. You are the streamer from a certain platform, known as Daishame, correct? Since the boss is aware of my presence, you must also be cognizant of the number of followers I possess. Your actions, I must say, are quite reprehensible. Do you not realize this? Li Ming gazed at the live stream featuring the adorable Xiaomei when a thought struck him. Are you still filming? He inquired. Indeed, I am. What do you wish to do? Xiaomei, startled by Li Ming's words, took a few steps back. The audience in the live stream erupted in uproar at his remark. Goodness, this boss isn't contemplating something nefarious, is he? One exclaimed. Indeed, our esteemed elder woman is a renowned influencer with millions of followers. If you intend to bully her, you'll first have to contend with us. Li Ming observed the wary expression on Daizio's face and realized she had misunderstood his intentions. He quickly clarified, you are mistaken. I merely wish for you to promote my store. What? Promote your store? How brazen of this shady establishment to request such a thing. Daizio exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. However, she soon regained her composure and added, let us set aside the matter of advertising for now. We have yet to resolve the issue regarding this jar. Pray tell, why is it so exorbitantly priced? I have already mentioned that this jar can yield anything you can imagine. It merely depends on one's luck, Li Ming replied. Just as Daizio was about to respond, a magnificent super rocket suddenly appeared in her live stream. Thank you, Brother Qifeng Wuming, for the generous super rocket. Much appreciated, she exclaimed. Qifeng Wuming replied, Daizio, I am funding your jar opening endeavor. I wish to see what treasures lie within. Wow, it's actually the esteemed Qifeng. As expected of a big shot, he makes an entrance with a super rocket. Daizio thought, glancing at Qingfeng's words. But this jar seems deceitful. Isn't purchasing it a waste of money? Not at all. If this jar is not worth its price, he will have to close his doors by tomorrow. Mark my words. Now, let us proceed with opening the jar, Qifeng declared. Upon his statement, Daizio received 100 super rockets from Chi-Feng Ming. Thank you, esteemed Chi-Feng, for your generosity. All right, I shall purchase 10 jars to see what they contain, she announced, turning to Li Ming. Boss, I would like 10 jars, and you mentioned a 10% discount for new customers, correct? Indeed, he confirmed. Very well. I shall transfer the funds now. Daizio then produced another phone and transferred 100,000 yuan. All right. You may choose freely from the jars on those 2 walls behind the bar. Following the suggestions from her viewers, Daizio selected 10 jars. After retrieving the jars, Li Ming brought out a hammer from beneath the bar. Without hesitation, Daizio swung the hammer down. As the first jar shattered, a green light erupted forth. Chapter 9. Oh my, I can fly. The jar before Daizio radiated a vibrant green glow, and as the light dissipated, the broken jar vanished, leaving only a bamboo helicopter on the bar. Daizio stared in astonishment at the missing jar fragments and pointed at the bamboo helicopter, exclaiming, boss, where did the jar go? And please do not tell me that this worthless trinket, a wooden bamboo helicopter, is the result of a jar valued at 100,000 yuan. This thing is hardly worth even 10 yuan. Viewers in the live stream expressed their dissatisfaction, stating, indeed. With such a wretched item, I wouldn't even value it at 10 yuan, not even if it were given to me for free would I desire it. They lamented that the proprietor was indeed taking advantage of them, urging, hurry, old woman, call the police. And echoed, yes, report him and have him apprehended. Li Ming gazed calmly at the somewhat irate Daixiomiai before his attention shifted to the bamboo dragonfly. In his mind, he had already surmised the nature of this peculiar object. Item, bamboo dragonfly level, green description, a high-tech product from the world of Doraemon. This anti-gravity device is worn upon the head, enabling flight at a velocity of 80 kilometers per hour for a duration of 8 hours. Once depleted of energy, it requires a 20-hour rest before it can be utilized anew. Indeed, this bamboo dragonfly is the very same as that found in the realm of Doraemon, an animated series that exists in this world. However, it was evident that no one else had considered this connection. This bamboo dragonfly is not an ordinary one. The items within this realm are categorized by levels: white, green, blue, purple, pink, orange, gold, red, and rainbow. The bamboo dragonfly you have acquired is of the green level. Daixiomiai, listening to Li Ming's explanation, felt somewhat bewildered and could not quite grasp the distinctions between these levels, nor how one might engage in gameplay within the confines of reality. Boss, please do not tell me that the items here are akin to the equipment found in games. Even if they are, what purpose does this bamboo dragonfly serve? Surely it cannot fly, can it? Li Ming chuckled and remarked, you wouldn't believe it. But this bamboo dragonfly actually can fly. He explained that it was the very bamboo dragonfly from Doraemon. What? Is that really true? Nonsense. If it can fly, I will do a live broadcast while washing my hair upside down. Upon hearing this, the viewers in the live stream erupted into a frenzy. Even the naive girl found it hard to believe that this was indeed the bamboo dragonfly from Doraemon. Boss, you can't be fooling me, can you? How could this possibly be the bamboo dragonfly from Doraemon? Whether I am deceiving you or not, why not give it a try and find out? Li Ming gazed calmly at the dazed girl before him and remarked, indeed, you should give it a try. If it's genuine, you could strike it rich. He continued, if that is truly the bamboo copter from Doraemon, it could be worth not just 100,000, but over 1 million. The girl, familiar with Doraemon, understood how to use the bamboo copter. Encouraged by the viewers in the live stream, she placed the bamboo copter atop her head. To her astonishment, it adhered firmly in place. A sense of foreboding crept over her. This bamboo copter seemed authentic. Envisioning herself soaring through the air, she found the bamboo copter began to spin. Gradually, she lifted off the ground, prompting an uproar among the viewers. Ah, I can fly. No way, the woman is actually flying, exclaimed one. Good heavens, that bamboo copter is indeed from Doraemon. Another marveled. How is this even possible? A viewer interjected. Hey, I distinctly heard you say that if it flies, you'd do a live stream of washing your hair upside down. Don't you dare back out now. Fine, I'll do it live, she replied, reveling in the extraordinary experience. Just getting a chance to witness this bamboo copter is worth it. In midair, the girl was equally astounded, never expecting to actually take flight. Moments passed as she joyfully soared around the shop. Eventually, Li Ming, observing her constant aerial antics, sighed and called out, all right, enough of the play. If you're done having fun, are you going to open the remaining jars or not? Hearing his words, the girl slowly descended from her exhilaration. She gracefully floated down and removed the bamboo copter from her head. Haha, My apologies, boss. I got a bit carried away with excitement. I'll open them now. Yes, yes. Hurry and open the jars. There might be even more remarkable items inside, the viewers urged. The girl glanced at the bamboo copter in her hand, her eyes sparkling as she looked at the 9 remaining jars, contemplating, if the first jar contained something from Doraemon, what wonders could the others hold? Li Ming gazed at the wide-eyed girl, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he refrained from saying much. He then handed her the hammer. The girl took the hammer and struck the remaining jars with determination. Crack, crack. A series of 7 brilliant flashes illuminated the scene. The first item revealed was a large panda plush toy standing over a meter tall. Item: panda plush toy level. White description: a simple plush doll. Perfect for cuddling during sleep. Li Ming stood to the side and remarked, "This is merely an ordinary cloth doll." The other items were rather unremarkable as well, though they were significantly superior to the jars previously opened by Ba and Zheng Xiaoxian, for reasons unknown. The remaining 6 items included a landscape painting, 2 gold-trimmed baseball bats, a car refrigerator, a 5-kilogram tub of ice cream, and a pair of 30-centimeter high heels. Li Ming gazed at the assortment of items before him. Aside from the final pair of high heels, which were rather garish, the rest appeared relatively normal, certainly superior to any shabby shoes or trinkets. As you can see, these objects are quite commonplace, yet some possess a certain value, such as the car refrigerator and the 2 gold-trimmed baseball bats, which are worth a decent sum. As I mentioned earlier regarding the classification system, white represents the lowest tier, primarily consisting of ordinary items, with only those above white capable of yielding treasures that do not exist in this world. Daishame, after inspecting the initial items, realized that the white tier offered little of merit. However, the preceding objects seemed quite acceptable. She pondered whether the final item was a mockery of her. 30 centimeters high. Can anyone truly wear these heels? She mused. Thank you for the reminder. No need for thanks. There are still 2 more jars. Perhaps the next one will contain something valuable, Li Ming advised, noticing how Dai Xiaomei fixated on the high heels. Let me collect myself. What is the difference among these items? Dai Xiaomei remarked, picking up a painting and then glancing at the 2 baseball bats. Although she wasn't particularly knowledgeable about art, she could discern that the painting was quite exquisite. Moreover, the gold trim on the baseball bats caught her eye. After all, she was a well-known internet celebrity worth millions and had some discernment. It was evident that the trim was indeed made of gold. As for the car refrigerator, Dai Xiaomei intended to keep it in her vehicle once plugged in. When she sampled the ice cream, her eyes widened in surprise. It was incredibly delectable, better than any ice cream she had ever tasted. Wow, boss, the ice cream from this place is exquisite, surpassing all others I've ever had. Would you care to try some? She exclaimed, pushing the ice cream towards Li Ming. Li Ming observed as the dazed girl pushed the ice cream towards him, and he did not refuse. He retrieved a small bowl and spoon from behind the bar, scooping a spoonful of the ice cream she had presented and savoring its delightful taste. In his mind, he mused that it was indeed quite good. Old woman, he thought, don't just indulge in eating. Are you selling the items you've unveiled? I wish to purchase that painting. Name your price, and as long as it is not exorbitant, I can accept it. Otherwise, I will take it at the jar's price of 100,000. Yes, indeed, that gilded baseball bat looks splendid. I would like to buy it as well. Please provide a price for that too. The dazed girl noticed that viewers in the live stream were expressing interest in purchasing the painting and the baseball bat. She immediately paused her spoon, addressing the online audience. Those who wish to buy, please message me privately, and we can negotiate the details later. As soon as she finished speaking, the screen lit up with a super chat from the renowned viewer, QNGF Ming, who had previously encouraged her to sell jars. Dazed girl, please tell me the location of your boss's shop. I wish to open jars as well. Grateful for the generous super chat from QNGF Ing, she acknowledged. The shop's location is indeed. After a while, having had her fill, the dazed girl declared, I am about to open these last 2 jars. I have a strong feeling that they will yield something remarkable. With renewed confidence, she prepared to continue. Li Ming gazed at the dazed girl without uttering much. The girl rubbed her hands together and offered a polite greeting. Then, with a swift motion, she raised her hammer and struck down. Crack, crack, with 2 consecutive blows. The jar shattered. Before her appeared 2 beams of light, one green and one blue. Instantly, a wave of joy surged within her as she recognized the level of the items revealed by the jar. The green light signified an item at least equivalent to a bamboo dragonfly. However, it was the blue light that truly captivated her, indicating a level even higher than the green. Chapter 10. Enhancement Potion, Navy 6 Style. As the radiance dissipated, only a box containing a vial of crimson liquid and a book remained atop the bar. The dazed girl looked at the items before her, her face alight with anticipation as she turned her gaze toward Li Ming. Li Ming gazed at the bottle before him. Item, Body Enhancement Potion. Grade, Green. Description: this potion can augment one's physical prowess, enhancing it to thrice that of an ordinary individual. The method of use is straightforward. Consume directly. The enhancement process requires a week, during which a substantial amount of nutrients will be consumed, necessitating timely replenishment. There are no side effects. Which of these bottles containing red liquid is the Body Enhancement Potion? Upon imbibing this elixir, your physical constitution can be elevated to 3 times that of an ordinary person. However, the enhancement will take a week, during which you will require an abundance of nutrients, and your appetite will likely increase significantly, all without any adverse effects. Dai Xiaomei. Upon hearing that this bottle could enhance one's physique to 3 times that of an ordinary person, was so elated she nearly leapt from her seat. The viewers in the live stream, upon hearing this, were consumed by jealousy. Old woman, I suggest you let me try this enhancement potion first. What if he is deceiving you? Hey, I can hear your scheming from the moon. How shameless can you be? Exactly, why should it be yours? Listen here, old woman. I'll offer you 100,000 for that enhancement potion. Hey, you have the nerve to scold me when you want the potion as well? What is the point of all this talk? Dai Xiaomei observed the bickering viewers but said nothing. Instead, she picked up the enhancement potion, uncapped it, and drank it in one go. Upon consumption, she instantly felt a warm sensation enveloping her body, an exquisite comfort that compelled her to close her eyes. The fatigue from her consecutive live streams vanished without a trace. Brothers, it truly works. I feel as though the exhaustion from my marathon streaming has dissipated entirely. I could easily continue for over 20 hours without tiring. It's absolutely miraculous. Yet, I am feeling quite famished. After saying this, Dai Xiaomei patted her stomach. Is it really that extraordinary? But as an ordinary worker, I cannot afford it, even at a discount. Sigh. Indeed, someone like us cannot possibly afford it. Old woman, could you ask the proprietor for a discount? Yes. Can we not have a reduction? Seeing the viewers' comments, Dai Xiaomei inquired with Li Ming. Currently, there will be no discounts. In the future, there will be more affordable versions. We can discuss it then. For now, let us see what the last canister reveals. That is where the real excitement lies. Right. We've been so focused on the enhancement potion, the last canister might contain something of even higher grade. Proprietor, what is the final item? Could it possibly be a martial arts manual? Li Ming smiled faintly and said, almost. May I ask, have you ever watched One Piece? Of course, I have, though I haven't seen it all, she replied. That's sufficient. Do you know about the 6 powers of the Marines? Certainly, the girl responded casually. But then her expression shifted to one of surprise. Wait, are you implying that this book is about the 6 powers? Indeed. This book contains the training methods for the 6 powers. Really? I had no idea this book was a secret manual for the 6 powers, she exclaimed. If I possess this book, does it mean I can train in the 6 powers? Yes. However, merely having the manual would not suffice for training, as the requirements for mastering the 6 powers are quite stringent. In the world of One Piece, one must surpass the limits of the human body to meet these training standards. Fortunately, the body enhancement potion you just created will enable you to meet those demands. Thus, in a week, you will be able to train in the 6 powers. Upon hearing this, the girl exclaimed excitedly, Really? That's wonderful. But is it safe for me to keep this manual? What if someone tries to steal it? Not to worry, since you are the one who obtained the manual. It is uniquely yours. Others would find it nothing more than a book of blank pages. Therefore, you need not fear. Oh, I see. Furthermore, by holding the manual and mentally reciting its purpose, you will fully comprehend the 6 powers. After hearing this, the girl grasped the manual and silently focused on its use. Suddenly, the book transformed into a beam of light and entered her mind, flooding her with unfamiliar memories. She recognized that these were the training methods for the 6 powers. My goodness, I never expected this book to be the manual for the 6 powers. The 6 powers are renowned martial arts in One Piece, and they possess comprehensive functionality, whether for offense or defense. Indeed, he affirmed. Yet I wonder, aside from the old woman, can others also train in it? Right, the old woman. Quickly, ask if others can learn the 6 powers, they urged. Noticing the questions from her viewers in the live stream, she turned to Li Ming and said, Boss, my viewers are curious whether the 6 powers I obtained can be practiced by others. Hearing the question from the naive girl, Li Ming chuckled and responded, This is certainly feasible. Anyone can cultivate the Navy's 6 styles. However, for an ordinary person, merely knowing the cultivation method is futile. Without surpassing the limits of the human body, even possessing the method of the Navy's 6 styles would be of little consequence. Even the current martial kings cannot meet the standards. Nonetheless, if you wish to, feel free to disclose the cultivation method of the Navy's 6 styles. After all, aside from you, it is unlikely anyone else will succeed in mastering it. Since the Navy's 6 styles originated from you, you have the liberty to do as you please. The naive girl pondered for a moment before saying, "All right, I shall contemplate this further. Well then, boss, I shall take my leave. Ever since I consumed the enhancement potion, my hunger has been increasing by the day." "Very well, take care. Do visit often to open the jars," Li Ming replied. "Ah, boss, visiting frequently is beyond my means. They cost 100,000 each. Even for me, managing to open 1 jar in a month would be quite an achievement." "All right then. Just remember to help me promote a bit," Li Ming remarked. "Absolutely." With that, the naive girl ended her live stream and returned home. Once she departed, Li Ming's shop reverted to its previously desolate state. After waiting for a while and seeing no customers, he locked up and headed home. Not long after Li Ming left, several luxury cars began to arrive in front of his shop. Among them was a young man named Dong Qifeng, who had sent a remarkable gift during the naive girl's livestream. He was the son of the chairman of the Qingfeng group. The others were friends of Dong Qingfeng, who had come along after hearing his words. "You all took too long. Now the shop is closed, and we can only return tomorrow to open the jars." Dong Qingfeng sighed. One of the blonde-haired friends nonchalantly replied, "Oh, come on, Qingfeng. The livestream recording you showed me might just be scripted. Don't take it so seriously." Dong Qifeng looked at the carefree blonde with exasperation, realizing that if it weren't for the time wasted by him, they wouldn't have arrived so late. "Fine. It's your fault for the delay, and yet you still make light of it," remarked the tall young man, directing his criticism at the blonde. "Indeed, it's your fault. Little blonde, you should be the last to speak," added a beautifully dressed young woman, joining in on the critique. "I say, Mu Qinghong, it's one thing for Qifeng and Long to joke, but what gives you the right? Did you not take your time to do your makeup before heading out? The time you wasted was no less than mine. I do as I please. Why should it concern you?" The two soon erupted into an argument. Dong Qingfeng interjected, "Enough. Whether it's true or not, we will find out tomorrow when we come back to open the jars." Then they boarded the vehicle and departed. Chapter 11. The great Mimi also wishes to open a can. Since the video of the little girl opening the can was uploaded online, it has stirred a tremendous uproar. Many have declared it to be scripted and questioned its authenticity. The discussion is not limited to the internet. Just a few days ago, Reba finished filming and returned to the company, cradling an Eevee. This incident also caused quite a commotion, for Eevee's appearance is simply adorable. After Reba's return, numerous inquiries flooded in about where Eevee had been acquired. "Reba, is the can story you mentioned truly that extraordinary?" "Indeed. This is the first time I've heard of a can producing such a charming pet." "Exactly. If Reba isn't deceiving us, I too wish to visit the can store." The colleagues surrounding Reba engaged in animated discussions. Several young ladies even attempted to pet Eevee, but it deftly evaded their hands, casting a disdainful glance in their direction. Nevertheless, the young ladies bore no resentment. Some even took photos to share on social media. "Of course it's real. The Eevee I hold is proof. Have you ever seen such a creature?" As word spread about the remarkable being in Reba's possession, more and more people flocked to see what made this creature so unique. Observing the lingering skepticism, Reba decided to showcase Eevee's prowess. She placed a bottle of mineral water on the table and commanded Eevee to attack it. "Eevee, unleash Shadow Ball on that bottle." Upon receiving Reba's instruction, Eevee opened its mouth and expelled a Shadow Ball, which struck the mineral water bottle, shattering it instantly. "Wow, Eevee is incredible. It's true. I believe it now. I must visit the can store when the opportunity arises." "Indeed. But I heard from Reba that each can cost 100,000. "Yes, even with a discount for newcomers, it would still amount to 10,000. Reba smiled contentedly as everyone praised Eevee. Just as they were contemplating how to save money for a can, a voice rang out from behind. "What are you all gathered here for? Have you completed your tasks?" As the crowd turned around, they beheld a woman exuding an aura of elegance, striding towards them. Upon recognizing their superior, Yangmi, the group hastily dispersed, returning to their respective workstations to attend to their duties. Yangmi observed their departure and subsequently directed her gaze towards the recently exploded bottle of mineral water, which had been the handiwork of Eevee. Intrigued by a photo in the company group chat featuring Reba holding Eevee, Yangmi had descended from her office to personally witness the spectacle. Reba, you've barely returned and already causing a stir. Are you dissatisfied with your workload? Shall I assign you additional tasks? Ah, please, sister me, it wasn't intentional. Not intentional? Yet you brought Evie to the office? Huh? Higi, you caught me. All right, back to my office. Reba nodded in agreement. And Yangmi retreated to her office. Shortly thereafter, Reba entered with Evie in tow. Yangmi watched as Reba placed Evie upon her desk, unable to resist reaching out to caress the creature. Curiously, Evie did not shy away as it had before, but instead drew closer to Yangmi. Wow, sister me. Evie actually allowed you to touch it. Previously, it wouldn't let any of us near. I am your superior. I cannot be compared to them. Yangmi replied with a proud grin. Now, tell me, what is the story with Evie? Oh, sister me, let me explain the situation. Reba, sensing Yangmi's keen interest, excitedly recounted the events that had transpired, detailing the wonders of the canister shop and showcasing the Pokeball, Pokédex, and the extraordinary storage ring she had acquired. Yangmi watched as Reba encapsulated Evie within a small sphere, illustrating the description of Evie in the Pokédex, and finally revealing the fantastical storage ring, something typically found only in novels. Had she not witnessed it firsthand, Yangmi would have found it utterly implausible. Once Reba finished, Yangmi eagerly inquired, Reba, where is the shop? Take me there. I wish to open a canister myself. Sister me, don't you see what time it is? Perhaps tomorrow. It's hardly late. However, the owner closes the shop around 5 each day. I initially didn't know and faced several disappointments. Moreover, at times, the shop doesn't open at all. Therefore, sister me, if you go now, you will surely be met with a closed door. Yangmi was left speechless upon hearing about such a peculiar individual. With no other recourse, she decided to visit again the next day. All right then. Let us return to the jar shop tomorrow, she concluded. Afterward, Yangmi resumed playing with the Eevee. One must admit, the sensation of Eevee was distinct from that of the cats and dogs she had previously interacted with. It felt exceptionally smooth and delightful to the touch. Meanwhile, after returning home, Dicom indulged in a hearty feast, astonishing even herself with her appetite. She consumed nearly 4 days' worth of food in just one sitting. Once satiated, she commenced a live stream. However, upon starting the broadcast, the chat was filled with disparaging remarks directed at her. How dare you start a stream, old woman? Do you realize that I nearly dropped my phone when you ended the last one? Indeed, we had yet to finish our questions when you boldly terminated the broadcast. Unbelievable. Exactly, we have numerous inquiries we wish to pose to the boss. How about this? If you generously share the training methods for the 6 forms of the Navy, we shall let it slide. Hey, your audacity is appalling. Why should I divulge what I have developed? Right, DIG. Perhaps you could privately share the training methods with me? How dare you accuse me? You're even more shameless. May I ask what is happening? Why are the comments filled with insults towards the old woman today? Indeed. And what exactly is the 6 forms of the Navy? Isn't that from One Piece? Having come from online videos, may I inquire if this is the live stream of the possessor of the 6 forms of the Navy? Yes. This is indeed the live stream of the woman who possesses the training methods for the 6 forms of the Navy. Seeing the barrage of comments on the screen, DICOM, I understood that the earlier abrupt cessation of the stream, coupled with someone posting about her acquiring the bamboo dragonfly and the 6 forms of the Navy online, had resulted in this uproar. Nevertheless, most were eager to learn the training methods for the 6 forms of the Navy. Everyone, please calm down. Regarding the training methods for the 6 forms of the Navy, I will clarify shortly during the stream. I shall demonstrate the bamboo dragonfly once again, and concerning the 6 forms, I will reveal it in a week once my body has been fully enhanced and I have mastered the techniques. As for whether it will cost anything, we shall discuss that later. After announcing this, DICOM, I retrieved the bamboo dragonfly from her bag and showcased it before the camera. Everyone, this is the bamboo dragonfly. Soon, I will demonstrate its flying capabilities outside. Upon hearing the lively chatter in the streaming room, the audience quickly began recording as the charming Daizio May prepared to demonstrate the capabilities of her bamboo dragonfly. She ventured outside, showcasing its extraordinary features. Instantly, gifts flooded the live stream, and the barrage of comments was incessant. To my astonishment, the bamboo dragonfly in the video truly had the ability to lift individuals into the air. Indeed, it was authentic. I witnessed it with my own eyes that afternoon. Certainly, it was merely a matter of opening a canister, which was quite affordable, costing only 100,000. How modest, I mused. The individual above must be quite affluent. Chapter 12. A terrifying encounter with a beast. That evening, after returning home, Reba took Evie for a stroll. Upon reaching an intersection, the once bright streetlights began to flicker ominously. Suddenly, Evie leapt from her arms, tensing up and assuming a battle stance, barking at a shadow lurking by the roadside. Just as Reba pondered the situation, a dark figure emerged from the shadows before her, its crimson eyes fixed intently upon her. Reba gasped in shock. My goodness, what is that? The creature slowly emerged from the darkness, revealing itself to be an enormous rat, far larger than any she had ever encountered. Standing nearly half a meter tall and almost 2 meters long, its eyes gleamed with a menacing red hue, baring its teeth in a fierce snarl directed at Reba. Its claws scraped against the ground, producing a chilling sound. As the massive rodent drew closer, Reba felt a wave of dread wash over her, goosebumps prickling her skin. What on earth is this? How can a rat be this size? What should I do? Reba stammered to herself. After all, she was merely a woman. And it was only natural to feel fear in the presence of such a terrifying creature, especially at night. She had managed to hold her composure thus far. Not succumbing to panic was already a testament to her courage. Suppressing her fear, Reba began to inch backward. The colossal rat, observing her slow retreat, did not launch an immediate attack but instead stared intently at her, a murderous intent radiating from its gaze. Despite the summer heat, Reba felt a chilling cold envelop her. Her body trembled uncontrollably, beads of sweat forming on her brow as she faced the relentless menace of the giant rat. Realizing there was no escape, Reba's gaze settled on Evie standing defiantly before her. A flicker of hope ignited within her. Although she was uncertain of Evie's true strength, it was undoubtedly more formidable than her own. With Evie by her side, she clung to the hope of overcoming this monstrous rodent. Given this context, it is prudent to take the initiative. Evie, use Shadow Ball. After the initial fear, Reba regained her composure, for she realized her only hope rested with Evie. She retrieved her tang knife from her storage ring, gripping it firmly in her hand. In a narrow confrontation, the brave emerge victorious, even if it leads to her demise. She must fight with all her might. Upon hearing Reba's command, Evie promptly unleashed a shadow ball towards the giant rat. Sensing the impending threat, the giant rat evaded the attack rather than enduring it. Observing this, Reba remained calm and continued to direct Evie's assault. Evie, approach and use Iron Tail. With a determined cry, Evie charged at the giant rat. As it drew near, a glimmer of metallic light emanated from Evie's tail. With a swift twist of its body, Evie swung its tail at the giant rat. The giant rat narrowly dodged the attack, causing Evie's tail to strike the ground with tremendous force, resulting in an explosion of earth. Enraged by this, the giant rat let out a furious cry and rushed towards Evie. Caught off guard, Evie was knocked away and landed before Reba. Heartbroken, she dashed to Evie and cradled it in her arms, tears streaming down her face. Evie, are you all right? Evie struggled to stand, resolutely facing Reba once more, letting out a reassuring cry as if to say, I am fine, do not worry. Seeing Evie seemingly unscathed, Reba's confidence surged. It appeared that Evie was not at a disadvantage against the giant rat. Perhaps victory was within reach. However, unbeknownst to Reba, if Evie were assessed in terms of game levels, it would be at level 50, capable of evolving whenever conditions permitted. How could a mere mutated giant rat possibly rival Evie? Yet, Reba lacked a full understanding of Evie's capabilities and how to command it to unleash its true potential, which led to Evie being struck by the giant rat. Had a seasoned Pokemon battler been in command, the giant rat would have been defeated in 2 turns without question. It was inconceivable that Evie would find itself in such a predicament. Moreover, if Evie had fought autonomously, the battle would likely have concluded by now. Regardless, even with Reba's less-than-ideal guidance, Evie was not destined to lose. All right, Evie, we will surely defeat it. Reba's thoughts raced as she recalled that Evie possessed skills beyond those displayed. She swiftly consulted her Pokédex, seeking new strategies. An idea sparked within her. Evie, use Double Team to confuse the opponent. Upon hearing the command, Evie swiftly approached the giant rat, conjuring several shadowy duplicates to bewilder it. The giant rat, confronted with the sudden appearance of multiple Evies, was momentarily at a loss as to which one to attack. Observing this, Reba realized that the giant rat had fallen victim to Evie's shadowy deception. Without delay, she issued another command. Well done, Evie. Now seize the opportunity to strike with quick attack. Evie, attuned to the directive, seized the moment and charged toward the giant rat, enveloped in a radiant white light as it collided forcefully with its foe. The impact sent the giant rat flying, struggling to regain its footing. EV, do not grant it a moment to recover. Use quick attack once more. EV surged forward again, sending the giant rat hurtling through the air once more. Excellent work, EV. Now, conclude this battle with Shadow Ball. EV concentrated, gathering energy to form a shadow ball within its mouth before launching it at the giant rat. Realizing it could not evade the impending attack, the giant rat let out a furious roar. Roar! The shadow ball struck true, and its power far exceeded Reba's expectations. Previously, Eevee had utilized the weakest variant of Shadow Ball against the bottled water, but this time, it unleashed its full strength. Consequently, the giant rat was utterly obliterated upon impact. Witnessing this, Reba hurriedly retreated to a corner and began to vomit. Eevee, observing Reba's distress, recognized that it had perhaps overexerted itself and felt a pang of guilt. It quickly approached Reba, gently nudging her leg in an effort to offer comfort. After a brief moment, Reba gradually composed herself. Aware of Eevee's soothing presence, she reached down to stroke it softly and murmured, "Eevee, I'm all right now. You needn't feel responsible. I had no idea your Shadow Ball possessed such incredible power." Upon hearing Reba's words, Eeboo felt a twinge of embarrassment. Observing Eeboo's demeanor, Reba seemed to grasp the underlying truth. Eeboo's prowess was undoubtedly far superior to that of the giant rat, yet due to personal reasons, he had sustained harm. Consequently, in the final moments, Eeboo had exerted himself too forcefully. Realizing this, Reba offered a wry smile, acknowledging her own role in the predicament. As she contemplated the shattered remnants of the giant rat, she found herself at a loss for what to do. After a moment's reflection, she resolved to contact the authorities. Retrieving her phone, she dialed for help. Before long, the police arrived at Reba's location. Within the precinct, there were those familiar with the unusual incidents that had transpired over the past 2 years. Thus, the nation had established anomaly investigation bureaus across various regions. Consequently, upon receiving Reba's call, the officers promptly relayed the situation to the Anomaly Investigation Bureau, which dispatched fully equipped officers to the scene. Shortly thereafter, the police reached Reba's vicinity. The officers were taken aback upon witnessing the scattered remains of the giant rat. Some of the newly recruited officers were so overwhelmed that they promptly retreated to the side to vomit. The veteran officer, observing the distress of the newcomers, couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. "You, young lad, are so easily unsettled by this sight. It appears you require further training." Turning his attention to Reba, the seasoned officer inquired, "You are the one who made the report, correct?" Upon hearing the officer's question, Reba swiftly recounted the events that had unfolded. The officers were left astounded, casting envious glances at Eeboo nestled in Reba's arms. They were well aware of the unusual circumstances enveloping the world, so they had no doubts regarding Eeboo's capabilities. "Very well. Miss Reba, we kindly ask you to accompany us to the station for a formal statement." "Of course, no problem at all." Thus, Reba followed the officers back to the precinct. Chapter 13. The Birth of the Beasts, A Sense of Dread. Upon returning to the station, Reba meticulously detailed the sequence of events. It was astonishing that such a small creature could vanquish a formidable beast like the giant rat. Indeed, it is truly remarkable. They marveled. This being known as Eeboo appears harmless in appearance, yet possesses such extraordinary strength. Even more astonishing is the shop that could have such a creature. Absolutely. The veteran officer, Director Zhao Lei, observed the lively discussion among the gathered individuals and cleared his throat. Ahem. Upon hearing the commotion, the officers turned to see Director Zhao and immediately ceased their discussion. Reba also turned her gaze towards Director Zhao. He addressed her, "Miss Reba, I sincerely appreciate your cooperation. You may now contact your family or request someone from your company to come and retrieve you." After some contemplation, Reba decided it would be best for someone from her company to come for her. Furthermore, since her parents were not nearby, she resolved to withhold this incident from them to spare them unnecessary worry. "All right, I shall call someone from the company," she affirmed. "Very well, the decision rests with you." Subsequently, Reba dialed young Mi, the colleague she was most familiar with at the company. "Sister Mi, I've encountered a bit of trouble. Could you possibly come to the police station and assist me?" "What? You're at the police station. What has transpired? Are you unharmed?" Yang Mi exclaimed in shock upon learning of Reba's situation, her mind racing with concern over potential danger that Reba might be in. "I'm fine, Sister Mi. Please come to the police station to pick me up. I will explain everything in detail when I return." Yang Mi hung up the phone and hastily drove to the police station. Reba turned to Director Zhao and inquired, "Director Zhao, are there many more creatures like the gigantic rat I encountered today?" Upon hearing her question, Zhao Lei pondered for a moment before responding. I should not ordinarily disclose this information, but as you are a victim of this incident and play a crucial role in its resolution, you deserve to know. Creatures like the gigantic rat began appearing 2 years ago, prompting our nation to establish the Anomaly Investigation Bureau, of which I am a member. Initially, their numbers were few, and they manifested globally, collectively referred to as demonic beasts. However, as time has progressed, their occurrences have increased dramatically, and their strength has escalated as well. Initially, they were merely local biological mutations, but subsequently, even more perilous beings emerged. Reba interjected, "What are these more dangerous beings?" "They are entities from other realms," Zhao Lei replied. "Otherworldly beings?" "Indeed. Some of these creatures appear abruptly, while others emerge from spatial rifts. Those that come from spatial rifts are particularly hazardous, to my knowledge. During the last occurrence of a spatial rift, we suffered the loss of thousands of soldiers before we could successfully contain the situation." "Oh, however, has there been a turning point?" Reba asked. "A turning point? Are you referring to the shop where I opened the can?" Upon hearing this, Reba recalled the shop where she had opened the jar. Zhao Lei, surprised, did not expect Reba to react so swiftly. Indeed, it was revealed that someone within our Extraordinary Investigation Bureau had discovered something with extraordinary powers, which granted us the capability to resist. So that was the case. Reba and Zhao Lei exchanged a few more simple words. Before long, Yangmi arrived at the police station. Upon seeing Reba, who appeared to be untroubled, Yangmi felt a wave of relief wash over her. However, when Reba spotted Sister Mi, her eyes brimmed with tears as she collapsed into Yangmi's embrace, weeping. Until now, Reba had been holding back her emotions, but upon seeing Yangmi, she finally let them flow. It's all right, Yangmi gently reassured. Patting Reba's back, after briefly understanding the situation, Yangmi signed some documents and took Reba away. In the car, Yangmi turned to the recovering Reba and inquired, "Tell me, what exactly happened?" Reba slowly recounted the events of that evening. "Well, Sister Mi, after I returned home, I took Evie out for a stroll in." Yangmi felt a shiver of fear at Reba's description. "Thank goodness you had Evie with you. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire." "Indeed. I shudder at the thought now," Reba admitted. "Reba, from now on, you must always take Evie with you. That way, I can rest easy." "Don't worry, Sister Mi. Even if you didn't say anything, I would always take Evie with me," Reba replied, tightening her hold on Evie. "Right, Evie?" Reba said. "Yay," Evie chimed in, assuring Reba, "Don't worry, I will protect you." Evie gently licked Reba's arm, prompting her to joyfully kiss Evie. Yangmi watched the endearing interaction between Reba and Evie, feeling a pang of envy. "Reba, after this experience, it seems our world is not as it appears. There are numerous dangers we remain oblivious to." "Indeed, Sister Mi. Had I not encountered that situation today, I would have never realized how perilous our world can be. Fortunately, I came across that jar shop and released Evie." Upon hearing Reba's words, Yangmi responded, "Yes, it's fortunate you visited the jar shop. I find myself increasingly eager for tomorrow's jar opening." Yangmi brought Reba back to her home. "Sister Mi, why have you brought me to your house?" Reba asked. "It's because of you. After everything you experienced tonight, I couldn't bear the thought of you being alone. You'll stay here for the night." "All right then." As night enveloped the world, Reba tossed and turned in restless slumber. Each time she closed her eyes, the image of the gigantic rat haunted her thoughts. Evie, perceptive to Reba's distress, gently nestled into her embrace. Sensing the warmth emanating from Evie, Reba gradually drifted into a peaceful sleep. Meanwhile, in another room, Yangmi too found herself unable to slumber, her mind preoccupied with the conversation she had shared with Reba that evening. Her resolve to open the jar tomorrow grew ever stronger. As she became acutely aware of the unfolding events in this world, a sense of impending crisis loomed larger in her heart. She understood that without the strength akin to Evie's, as possessed by Reba, survival in this changing world would be precarious. Lost in her thoughts, Yangmi too eventually succumbed to the embrace of dreams. The following day, Ming sluggishly rose from his bed, stretching his limbs and exclaiming, "Ah, another beautiful day awaits." Glancing at his phone, he noted the time was already 10 in the morning. After a brief morning routine and a light meal, he descended the stairs, making his way to his jar shop. At that moment, a vehicle idled at the entrance of the shop, harboring two striking figures within. "I say, Mijia, even if we are to open the jar, must you arrive this early?" Reba, seated in the passenger seat, remarked sleepily. "You have come here so many times. Have you not thought to ask the owner for a WeChat signal?" "Hiki, I simply forgot," Yangmi replied. "Well, I can't believe I picked you up from the police station last night, and now you can't even keep me company. I am truly heartbroken. Oh dear. I was wrong, Mijia. I was merely curious about this jar shop. Chapter 14. Youngmi opens the jar, Alolan Ninetales. Li Ming was on his way to the jar shop. Before long, he arrived at the entrance, having spotted the parked vehicle from quite a distance. Li Ming was aware that someone had arrived. Nevertheless, he ambled along leisurely, exhibiting no signs of urgency. At that moment, as Reba and Youngmi were engaged in conversation, Reba caught a glimpse of the rearview mirror and spotted Li Ming. Immediately, she turned to Youngmi and said, "Sister Mi, the boss is here." "Where?" Youngmi inquired. And upon noticing Reba's gaze fixed on the rearview mirror, she understood that Li Ming was indeed behind them. "Let us alight from the vehicle," she suggested, and with that, Youngmi was the first to step out, followed closely by Reba. Li Ming observed the radiant Reba descending from the vehicle, and cast a glance at the stunning woman on the opposite side, whose beauty surpassed even that of Reba. Li Ming speculated that the woman before him must be Youngmi, the superior of Reba. Upon reaching the entrance of the shop, he greeted Reba. "Ah, Miss Reba, back again. And this must be Miss Youngmi, correct?" "Hee, it's me again, Boss Li, here to chatter." "Indeed, this is my boss, Youngmi." Her sister Mi. "Hello, Boss Li. No need for such formality, Miss Yang. Just call me Li Ming." "Very well, Li Ming, you may call me Youngmi." Yes. And you can simply refer to me as Reba. Addressing me as Miss Reba feels overly polite. All right, since you are older than I shall call you Sister Mi then. Having lived for thousands of years, one might as well be a tad shameless. And what about me? Ah, you should still call me Reba. Youngmi gazed at the tall and handsome Li Ming, momentarily lost in thought. As she was distracted, Reba's stomach audibly growled. Youngmi snapped back to reality, realizing that they had been waiting at the shop since early morning and had forgotten to eat breakfast. Her own stomach now rumbling as well. Instantly, both Youngmi and Reba felt their faces flush with embarrassment. Li Ming heard the stomachs of Reba and Youngmi grumbling and couldn't help but chuckle. He remarked, "You two haven't had a meal yet, have you?" "I have everything here. Well, would you like to eat?" "Oh, would that be too much of an imposition?" "Not at all. Steamed buns and porridge will suffice." "That sounds wonderful. Thank you, Li Ming. I shall not be polite then." Subsequently, Li Ming instructed Reba and Youngmi to wait for a moment at the nearby table. Li Ming proceeded to the kitchen at the back, where he skillfully prepared 2 servings of steamed buns and congee. He then carried the dishes out to Haiba and Youngmi. After finishing their meal, Haiba and Youngmi assisted in tidying up the bowls and chopsticks. Li Ming addressed Reba and Youngmi, saying, "You must be here this time for you, Sister Mi, to open the jars." "Indeed, I am here to open the jars," she replied. "The procedure for opening the jars should have been explained to you by Reba, correct?" "Yes," she affirmed. "I shall refrain from elaborating further. You may simply scan the code to make the payment and then select your jars." Without hesitation, Youngmi promptly took out her phone and transferred 100,000 yuan, subsequently selecting 10 jars at her leisure. Li Ming handed the can-opening hammer to Youngmi's sister Mi. "You can simply smash it with this hammer," he said. "Come on, give it a try and see how lucky you are." My EV was the first to emerge from a can. Perhaps you too might unveil a Pokemon. Li Ming smiled at the two, knowing that summoning a spirit was not an easy feat. All right then. Youngmi lifted the hammer and struck the first jar before her. Instantly, the jar shattered, emitting a radiant green glow. As the light dissipated, a white figure emerged, accompanied by 6 tails trailing behind it. Li Ming was equally astonished, not expecting Youngmi to summon a creature from the Pokemon world, particularly an Alolan Vulpix. How fortunate. Item: Vulpix, Alolan, level, green type, ice gender, female ability, snow cloak moves, powder snow, ice beam, absolute zero, quick attack, thunderbolt, ice fang, icy wind, ice shard. Telekinesis description: a creature from the Pokemon realm, which has the potential to reach purple rank upon full maturation. Wow, how adorable. Li Ming, this is indeed a Pokemon, isn't it? Youngmi remained silent, her gaze captivated by the enchanting creature, which appeared even cuter than Reba's EV. Why not use your Pokédex to find out? Right, I have a Pokédex. With that, Reba retrieved her Pokédex from her storage ring and aimed it at Vulpix, instantly displaying the creature's information. Name: Vulpix, Alolan. Type: ice gender. Female ability: snow cloak moves, powder snow, ice beam, absolute zero, quick attack, thunderbolt, ice fang, icy wind, ice shard. Telekinesis: the information on the Pokédex mirrored what Li Ming had observed, with the exception of the quality level. Reba, Thrilled by the successful identification, exclaimed to young Mi. Sister Mi, look. This is truly a Pokemon. Sister Mi, your luck is remarkable. Indeed, Sister Mi, your fortune is quite impressive. You both are currently the only ones who have summoned items from the same world. Furthermore, Sister Mi, your Vulpix possesses a potential comparable to Reba's EV, destined to become your reliable companion in the future. Upon hearing this, young Mi gradually extended her hand to caress Vulpix's head, and the creature gently nuzzled against her palm. Excitedly, young Mi cradled Vulpix in her arms. Hee, Reba, I now have a Pokemon of my own. Li Ming gazed at the excited young Mi and said, all right. Sister Mi, you still have 9 jars left to open. Who knows, there might be something even better than Vulpix inside. Upon hearing this, young Mi, still clutching Vulpix, picked up the hammer and exclaimed, Vulpix, bless me with something extraordinary. With that, she swiftly opened all the remaining jars. Before her, 9 beams of light appeared, 3 white, 5 green, and 1 blue. Li Ming could not help but remark on Yang Mi's pleasant demeanor, which, in terms of radiance, surpassed that of Reba by a slight margin. The white items were undoubtedly commonplace necessities. Among them was a pair of black stockings, a bodycon skirt, and a set of cosmetics, albeit not from this realm. Item: Kanglin Cosmetic Set Level. White description: a masterpiece from the Kanglin Empire. This cosmetic line offers cleansing and skincare, brightening and anti-wrinkle properties, hydration, and anti-aging benefits, representing the pinnacle of the Kanglin Empire's cosmetic company. Upon seeing the first 2 items, both Yang Mi and Reba's faces flushed with embarrassment, and their gazes towards Li Ming underwent a noticeable transformation. Li Ming observed the exchanged glances between Yang Mi and Reba, and he felt a profound sense of bewilderment. The contents of the jar were entirely dependent on chance, leaving him with no control over what it would yield. Sighing inwardly, he chose not to elaborate further. The cosmetic set was indeed impressive, hailing from the esteemed Kanglin Empire, renowned for its superior quality compared to the cosmetics of their own world. Is that so? My cosmetics are nearly depleted, Yang Mi remarked. Sister Mi, do let me try this otherworldly makeup when the time comes. Certainly, we shall experiment together once we return home, she replied. Yang Mi and Reba did not dwell on the matter of stockings and figure-hugging skirts. Li Ming gazed at the remaining items and remarked, these 5 objects should be familiar to you, having seen them utilized by Hotoba. I shall refrain from excessive elaboration, focusing instead on the final item, a blue-quality object. The 5 green items include a Pokeball, a Pokédex, and 3 energy cubes, all corresponding to Vulpix. Perhaps it is fate that in these 2 instances of acquiring Pokemon, their accompanying equipment has also manifested. However, Li Ming harbored no interest in delving deeper. Chapter 15. The Chakra Cultivation System. One cannot help but marvel at Yang Mi's remarkable luck. Although the final item's rank is blue, its potential ceiling is exceedingly high. If developed adeptly, it could potentially reach pink or even orange. Of course, merely possessing chakra is insufficient. One must also acquire other elements from the Naruto world. Those in the know understand this. Yet, the endeavor is undeniably challenging. This item is the Chakra Cultivation Method. Item: Chakra Cultivation Method. Rank: blue. Description: the cultivation system of the Naruto world, encompassing chakra extraction techniques, fundamental ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu. Among the ninjutsu are the body flicker technique and various basic C and B rank techniques, while the genjutsu includes the demonic illusion, hell viewing technique, and the fox heart technique, along with taijutsu techniques such as the leaf village's fluid technique. Yang Mi gazed intently at the final item, a book inscribed with Chakra Cultivation Method. She speculated that it might be a cultivation method from another world, and this thought filled her with excitement. She then turned to Li Ming, who was fixated on her. Li Ming, does this book contain a cultivation method from another realm? Li Ming observed the gaze of Yang Mi, and an inexplicable unease washed over him. He then turned to Yang Mi and said, Sister Mi, you are indeed correct. This is a cultivation method from another world. At that moment, Reba, having overheard the mention of a cultivation method from another realm, moved closer. Upon reading the characters, she felt a strange sense of familiarity with the name. Hey, Sister Mi, don't you think the term chakra sounds remarkably familiar? It seems I've heard it somewhere before. Yang Mi pondered Reba's words and realized that she, too, had encountered the term chakra in the past, yet its origin eluded her. Indeed, it does seem familiar, but I just can't recall where I heard it. Could it be that this is not from another world, despite what the boss claimed? Yang Mi found herself in a conundrum and then turned her gaze toward Li Ming. Reba then directed her inquiry at Li Ming, asking, Li Ming, what is the meaning of this? Li Ming smiled mysteriously and suggested, "Why not look it up online?" Upon hearing this, Reba immediately took out her phone and began to search. In no time, she found the information and handed it to Yangmi. "Ah, Mijia, I found it. This chakra is a cultivation technique from a manga called Naruto. No wonder it sounds so familiar. It's the very manga that people in the company had discussed." Yangmi took the phone from Reba and after a moment of contemplation, replied, "Indeed, I remember now. I even criticized them for discussing it back then." Li Ming observed that Yangmi and Reba were already aware of the situation and remarked, "Indeed, this chakra cultivation technique is derived from the world of Naruto. This book encompasses chakra extraction methods and the three-body technique, enabling one to master basic ninjutsu. Once learned, you will be capable of unleashing ninjutsu." Although Yangmi had not specifically delved into the Naruto series, she recognized that since it originated from a comic, it must possess extraordinary qualities, hence her excitement. "Wonderful. With this knowledge, we will acquire the strength for self-defense, will we not?" "Indeed," Li Ming affirmed. Suddenly, Reba, struck by a thought, turned to Li Ming and inquired, "Li Ming, if Sister Mi can learn this, does it imply that this technique can be imparted to others?" With that, Reba gazed at Li Ming with eager anticipation. Li Ming smiled and said, "You are absolutely correct. Once Mi Jie has mastered it, she will be able to teach you the methods of chakra cultivation, thus enabling you to harness chakra as well." "Really? That's wonderful. Mi Jie, you must teach me the methods of chakra cultivation when the time comes." "Of course. Once I have learned it, I will pass it on to you immediately. You need not worry," Mi Jie replied, casting a glance at Reba. "By the way, Mi Jie, since you have acquired the methods of chakra cultivation, there are a few things I must remind you of. Although you have obtained the techniques for blue-level chakra cultivation, it does not imply that chakra lacks strength. The chakra cultivation system possesses a significantly high ceiling, if developed properly. One can reach purple or even pink levels. However, aside from special bloodlines, achieving pink is quite challenging, though not impossible, especially if one has a mentor like Uncle Snake. If fortune favors you, you might even unlock other extraordinary abilities from the world of Naruto, potentially reaching orange levels. Nevertheless, the probability remains rather low. Yet the opportunity does exist. At first, Yangmi felt a surge of excitement upon hearing that one could attain purple, pink, or even orange levels. But her enthusiasm waned slightly when she realized that she would need to unlock additional elements to do so. Nevertheless, it was still a prospect brimming with potential. And she had nothing to lose. Coming to this conclusion, she picked up the chakra cultivation methods and began to study them. Instantly, a vast amount of information flooded into Yangmi's mind, and she successfully grasped the techniques of chakra cultivation. Soon after, Yangmi and Reba resumed their light-hearted conversation in Li Ming's shop. "By the way, Li Ming, are you aware of the events transpiring in this world?" Suddenly, Reba recalled the occurrences of the previous night and thought of Li Ming, the owner of the shop that sold mystical items. Surely, he must have some insights. "Oh? Why do you ask?" Li Ming's eyes flickered slightly upon hearing Reba's question, his mind forming conjectures yet revealing nothing. "It was like this," he began. "Last night, while taking Evie out for a stroll, I encountered a demonic beast." "A demonic beast?" "Yes, a monstrous rat, standing a meter tall and stretching 2 to 3 meters in length. I was utterly startled when I saw it. If not for Evie's presence, Li Ming, you might never have seen me again." "Is that so? You actually encountered a demonic beast?" Li Ming did not anticipate that someone who had opened a can with him would encounter an incident so swiftly. This was beyond his expectations. He had thought that such occurrences would only manifest after a large-scale invasion from another world or significant mutations among local creatures. Yet, surprisingly, it happened much sooner than he had imagined. One could only say that he was indeed a person favored by fortune. Had it not been for the luck associated with the can he opened, he likely would not have experienced this at all. It seems that after she opened a can with me, her luck shifted, leading to this encounter. I never expected you would face such matters so early on. By your words, does that mean you are aware of the changes in this world? Yangmi inquired, puzzled. Indeed, had I been unaware, I would not have established a can opening shop here. The purpose of my shop is to equip people with the ability to adapt to the world's changes, as incidents similar to what Reba experienced will become increasingly frequent. By the way, Li Ming, I learned from the police station yesterday that this change emerged 2 years ago, along with the invasion from another world. However, your can shop only opened recently. Furthermore, I heard that within their abnormal investigation bureau, there are individuals possessing supernatural abilities. How did they obtain their powers? Chapter 16. The reason for the arrival of all realms since there is an invasion from another world. It would not solely involve the arrival of monsters, but would also bring treasures from those realms. It is not just within my cans that such items exist, however. Their methods of acquiring abilities are considerably arduous, relying purely on chance, unlike here where, if you have the money, you can obtain what you desire, which is far superior to their experience. Moreover, the abilities they acquire and how to utilize them must be discovered through personal exploration, unlike in my establishment, where, after you open a can, a professional like myself is available to elucidate the process. Reba and Yangmi nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Li Ming's words were indeed accurate. Were it not for his guidance and explanation, aside from resources like martial arts manuals, they would have been clueless about the purpose of other items. Creatures like Eevee and Ninetales, despite their adorable appearances, could lead to unpredictable outcomes when encountered by members of the Investigation Bureau. Yangmi then asked, Li Ming, do you know why the invasion from other realms is occurring? Li Ming's gaze flickered, surprised that Yangmi would pose such a question. In truth, the advent of the myriad realms bore some connection to him. After vanquishing the Supreme Deity, Li Ming found himself in the world of the love apartment. However, he did not immediately commence his languid existence within the love apartment. Instead, he sought to conquer the Supreme Deity's artifact, the divine space. The journey was far from smooth, as this divine space had also undergone a successful evolution. Although the Supreme Deity had perished without the infusion of power, Li Ming was unable to immediately subjugate the divine space. Li Ming engaged in a prolonged struggle with the divine space before ultimately subduing it. During this tumultuous encounter, the divine space inadvertently released its aura, which attracted the attention of other realms, prompting them to converge upon the world of Apartment. Consequently, the multiverse descended upon this realm. 2 years prior, during the first multiverse arrival, the worlds that manifested contained no living beings. The reason being that those worlds had been entirely overrun by malevolent forces. Had this world arrived in Apartment, it would have faced complete annihilation within 3 days. Therefore, just before its descent, Li Ming meticulously cleansed the entire world, allowing only the spiritual essence to permeate into Apartment. Furthermore, he instituted restrictions within Apartment to prevent formidable beings from entering, thus enabling the inhabitants of this world to develop. However, treasures from other realms were not subjected to such limitations. Returning to the present, Li Ming calmly addressed Yangmi, stating, I'm not entirely certain about this matter. As you are aware, my jar shop has only recently opened. All I can say is that this world will increasingly become tumultuous. You must prepare yourselves mentally. It would be prudent to commence your chakra training as soon as you return home. In the early stages, it proves quite beneficial, and should you encounter insurmountable challenges, having chakra may provide you with a chance to escape. Therefore, strive to strengthen yourselves. Beside him, Reba expressed her irritation, exclaiming, What? More training? Filming is already exhausting enough. When would I find the time to train? Turning to me, Jia, she suggested, how about we postpone our upcoming schedule? You've heard Li Ming's warning. The future will become increasingly perilous. We should focus on honing our skills at home. Yangmi found some merit in Reba's words, contemplating the idea of rescheduling their activities. Realizing that frequent outings for filming left little opportunity for training, Li Ming heard Reba mention postponing the upcoming schedule and ceasing filming. And he noticed Yangmi seemed to agree. Suddenly, Li Ming cleared his throat and interjected, Ahem. Have you all forgotten about my jar shop? Did I not mention that as long as there is money, I can procure anything from within? The concern of lacking time for cultivation is trivial. If you frequently open jars here, the opportunities for ascension are abundant. Within my jars, I can even summon elixirs. Once I consume a golden elixir, my fate will be in my own hands, not dictated by destiny. Reba and Yangmi quickly grasped the situation, realizing they had overlooked the jar shop's potential. Indeed, the offerings within were far superior to mere arduous cultivation. Right, Mijia, we were so focused on the idea of cultivation that we forgot about opening jars. However, Li Ming, your jars cost 100,000 each, which is rather steep. Even if one could open 10 in a week, that amounts to 4 million in a month. Li Ming cast a sidelong glance at Reba and remarked, to others, it may seem rather expensive, but for you, it should hardly be deemed so. 4 million a month amounts to merely 50 million a year. 4 stars of your caliber, 50 million should hardly be a burden. If I recall correctly, your remuneration for a single film exceeds that, not to mention the additional income from endorsements. How could it possibly be unaffordable? Reba, realizing her thoughts had been laid bare by Li Ming, chuckled softly. You've seen through me. Yet, while we can afford it, there are countless ordinary individuals around the globe. How could they possibly manage? What would you have them do? Upon hearing this, Li Ming rubbed his forehead, at a loss for words, pondering the apparent lack of intellect in Reba. However, Yang Mi seemed to have grasped the situation, addressing Reba directly. Reba, you are rather slow-witted. If you can learn the chakra cultivation method I've devised, do you think ordinary people would struggle with it? Upon hearing this, Reba experienced a moment of clarity. Indeed, if she could master the chakra technique created by Sister Mi, then others should certainly be able to learn it as well. Reflecting further, she recalled Sister Mi's comment about her lack of intelligence and quickly defended herself. Oh, it's just that I didn't grasp it right away. I'm not foolish. I am quite clever, in fact. Li Ming found it quite amusing to see Reba's defensive demeanor, and he couldn't help but chuckle aloud. Upon hearing his laughter, Yang Mi joined in, laughing heartily as well. Ha ha ha. Reba, noticing that both Li Ming and Sister Mi were jesting at her expense, immediately blushed as red as a teapot. After a brief moment of awakening, Li Ming continued, it is not merely about this. Methods of cultivation such as chakra can also be commodified, allowing you to recuperate some of your losses. Moreover, the jars I possess are not limited to just this one. There are several other varieties, albeit these are not merely priced at 100,000, but significantly more expensive, and some jars cannot be acquired with money alone. It would be prudent for you to make appropriate preparations. Upon hearing that there were indeed other, more expensive jars, Reba and Yang Mi were momentarily rendered speechless with astonishment. What? There are even pricier jars? Do those jars yield superior items? Certainly, some jars guarantee that the lowest quality item produced is pink, Li Ming replied. What? Pink? When can we procure them? How much do they cost? Reba and Yang Mi were aware that the highest tier items they had encountered thus far were merely blue, never having laid eyes on purple. However, this did not diminish their understanding of the formidable power that pink items could possess. During their conversation with Li Ming, Reba and Yang Mi gleaned insights into the power dynamics within the world of Naruto. While it may not have reached a cataclysmic level, the capability to obliterate a city was certainly within reach, and there were indeed beings with world-ending potential. Thus, they comprehended the immense value of pink items. Chapter 17. The Transformers all spark well. Even if I were to reveal this to you now, you would be unable to purchase them. Such jars cannot be acquired through ordinary currency. When the time is ripe, you will come to understand, Li Ming remarked. Upon hearing this, Reba and Yang Mi ceased their inquiries. After a while of engaging with Li Ming, they returned, enlightened about the shortcuts to power. Yet, they still had their duties to attend to, otherwise they would find themselves devoid of funds for acquiring jars. Despite the existence of shortcuts, Li Ming emphasized the importance of diligent practice, otherwise possessing power without the ability to wield it would be futile. Very well, Reba and I shall take our leave for now. We will return next week, Yang Mi stated. All right, see you next week, Li Ming replied. As they turned to depart, Yang Mi suddenly remembered that she had yet to add Li Ming on WeChat. She promptly halted and retraced her steps. Li Ming, let us exchange WeChat contacts, so we can communicate if any issues arise. As she spoke, she retrieved her phone. Li Ming, upon hearing this, took out his phone and added Reba's WeChat. This is my personal WeChat, Reba playfully remarked with a smile, shaking her phone lightly. Yang Mi approached as well to add Li Ming's WeChat, and then they drove away together. As afternoon descended, Li Ming casually snacked in the shop before reclining on the sofa, scrolling through Douyin and watching young ladies dance on his phone. Meanwhile, outside, the flashy sports cars that had appeared the previous day re-emerged near Li Ming's shop. Once Dong Qifeng completed his tasks, he promptly brought his friends to Li Ming's jar shop. The young man with yellow hair exited one of the sports cars, grumbling, Brother Qifeng, you truly go to great lengths for this jar business. You usually work a full day, yet you finished it all in just one morning. Hey, Huang Zixuan. If you don't want to come, then don't. No one is forcing you. Why are you so chatty? Mu Qihong interjected, directing her words at Huang Zixuan. Hey. My temper is short, Mu Qihong. You. Enough, Zixuan. Dong Qifeng quickly intervened, noticing the brewing argument. Upon hearing Dong Qingfeng's voice, Huang Zixuan immediately fell silent. Exactly. Huang Zixuan, just be quiet, Mu Qinghong mocked, seeing him stop speaking. You. Huang Zixuan pointed at Mu Qinghong, about to retort. Qinghong, you too, quiet down. Mu Qinghong complied. Seeing this, Huang Zixuan felt it unnecessary to continue, thinking to himself that since Brother Qifeng had spoken, he would let it go. Had it not been for her being a woman, he would have still scolded her regardless of Qi Feng's intervention. He huffed softly and walked into the shop. Humph. Dong Qifeng observed the two with a silent shake of his head before following Huang Zixuan inside, with the others trailing behind. Mu Qinghong stomped her foot in frustration before joining them. Inside the shop, Li Ming had already noticed their arrival, rising from the sofa as they entered. He approached them with a welcoming demeanor. Are you all here to open jars? The jars here can yield treasures from myriad realms. Are you interested in trying your luck? Dong Qifeng stepped forward and said, Boss, I came here after watching the live stream of the adorable girl. Oh, so you're a viewer from the adorable girl's stream? Yes. I was the one who suggested she open jars. Are you the renowned Qingfeng? Yes, Dong Qingfeng said, feeling a tad bashful as he rubbed his nose. It was one thing for people to call him that online, but hearing it in real life was a first. My name is Dong Qingfeng, and you can call me Qifeng. Greetings, I am Li Ming. Very well, Bossly. There is no need for such formality. Simply call me Li Ming. Huang Zixuan interjected. Boss, I have heard that the jars here can yield treasures from the world of pirates. Is that true? You mustn't deceive us. I must inform you that my identity as Qingfeng is rather significant, and should you. Before Huang Zixuan could finish, he was interrupted by Dong Qingfeng. Enough. Huang Zixuan, if you continue like this, you shall be asked to leave. Dong Qifeng said with a hint of irritation. Brother Qingfeng, Silence. Upon witnessing Dong Qingfeng's displeasure, Huang Zixuan recoiled and fell silent. I apologize, Li Ming. My younger brother has been rather spoiled at home. He possesses a sharp tongue. But he is not a bad person at heart. It's quite all right. I am not concerned. Li Ming had never truly regarded Huang Zixuan with much significance. Allow me to introduce my companions. They are indeed my cherished friends, Dong Qifeng remarked while gesturing towards the four individuals behind him. The young man with the yellow hair is Huang Zixuan. The girl behind him is Mu Qihong. Beside her is my childhood friend Long Wenba. And lastly, we have Lu Zihao. Greetings, Li Ming said with a warm smile as he addressed the group behind Dong Qifeng. They all accompanied me here for the can opening. That's splendid, Qifeng replied. Since you came here after watching the live stream of the adorable little sister, you must be familiar with the particulars of the can opening. Therefore, I need not elaborate further. Yes, I am aware. I introduced everything to my friends yesterday. Newcomers receive a 10% discount for the first 10 cans. Totaling 100,000, correct? Dong Qifeng concluded, promptly retrieving his phone to transfer the sum of 100,000. Li Ming, upon seeing the funds credited, turned to Dong Qifeng and said, all right, then you may choose the jars. Dong Qifeng casually selected 10 jars. Li Ming observed as Dong Qifeng completed his selection and retrieved a can-opening hammer from beneath the bar. Dong Qifeng took the hammer and struck it down upon the can before him. The first 6 cans revealed were all white, containing various household items, a robotic vacuum cleaner, a double-door refrigerator, a plush polar bear standing over a meter tall, 2 pairs of sneakers, and a basketball signed by a renowned basketball star. In the future, it will be assumed that larger items will appear on the ground rather than on the bar. As Dong Qifeng unveiled the items, the 4 individuals behind him gaped in astonishment, their mouths agape for an extended period. The initial emergence of the robotic vacuum did not elicit much surprise. Yet the subsequent appearance of the towering double-door refrigerator left them utterly flabbergasted, challenging their perceptions. By the time the plush toy made its debut, they were rendered speechless. Dong Qifeng, however, displayed no astonishment at the sudden appearance of the items, evidently having prepared himself mentally. It seems my luck is not particularly favorable, he sighed. Li Ming consoled Dong Qifeng, saying, it's not so bad. At least these items retain their value, so you haven't suffered too much of a loss. Dong Qifeng, upon hearing Li Ming's words, refrained from further comment, thinking to himself, I didn't come here for these trinkets. I have no shortage of them. He then proceeded to open the remaining cans. Crack, crack. Out came 1 white, 2 green, and 1 blue item. Upon seeing the ensuing brilliance, a smile illuminated Dong Qifeng's face. His friends, witnessing the radiance, were equally exhilarated. For they had completely embraced Dong Qifeng's earlier assertions and understood the significance of the green and blue lights. The white item was unremarkable, a large television. Among the 2 green items, one was familiar to Dong Qifeng. It was the body enhancement serum previously produced by the adorable girl. And the other was a children's air cannon. Gazing at the serum before him, Dong Qifeng recognized its resemblance but hesitated to confirm. He then turned his attention to Li Ming. You are indeed correct. This is the body enhancement serum crafted by the adorable girl. while the other is an air cannon designed for children in a technological realm. Item: Body Enhancement Serum Grade. Green description: this serum enhances the body, elevating one's physical capabilities to 3 times that of an average person. The method of use is straightforward. It must be ingested directly. The enhancement process requires 1 week, during which a substantial amount of nutrients will be consumed, necessitating timely replenishment. There are no side effects. Item: Children's Air Cannon Grade. Green description: a toy developed specifically for children within a technological empire. This air cannon inflicts minimal damage, although intended for young ones. It boasts considerable technological ingenuity, making it a delightful little gadget. Dong Qingfen felt a surge of excitement. The body enhancement serum alone represented a significant profit. Moreover, the air cannon could serve as a fascinating subject for his household's research team. This was a guaranteed win. His gaze then shifted to the blue item. For blue-grade items were superior to green ones, and Dong Qingfen was filled with anticipation. On the bar, only a cube-shaped item remained. Li Ming, not one to dilly-dally, addressed Dong Qingfen. The final item is exceptional. I know you all have a penchant for sports cars, and this item will be a veritable treasure for you. Stop teasing us, Li Ming. Just tell us already. Huang Mao, Huang Zixuan, urged eagerly. Yes, do hurry and reveal it, echoed Mu Qinghong in agreement. Li Ming no longer kept it a secret. This object is the Allspark of Transformers. What is it? The Allspark of Transformers? You must be joking. Indeed. This square item is the Allspark of Transformers, but it is a one-time use. Item: Allspark, one-time use. Level: blue description. An artifact from the world of Transformers, capable of bestowing life upon any machine, though it is only usable once. Chapter 18, Transformers, Mirage. Yes, this is indeed the Allspark from Transformers, but it is a one-time use. You can only use it once. Dong Qingfen felt a tinge of disappointment upon hearing that it could only be used once. Li Ming discerned Dong Qingfen's disappointment and subsequently remarked, Qingfen, even a single use is commendable. After all, the true matrix of leadership is invariably something of a pink hue. It is a treasure capable of creating the world of Cybertron. How could it possibly be of mere blue grade? Brother Qingfen, having just one transformer is already thrilling enough. I find myself exhilarated at the mere thought. Huang Zixuan exclaimed excitedly from the side. Upon hearing Li Ming and Huang Zixuan's words, Dong Qingfen reflected, indeed. I suppose I have been a bit greedy. Acquiring even one is already quite remarkable. I understand now. It was my own presumption. So, have you contemplated where you intend to utilize this matrix of leadership? Li Ming inquired. Dong Qingfen pondered for a moment. Recalling that Li Ming had mentioned it was an artifact cherished by enthusiasts of sports cars, a resolution began to form in his mind. He decided to utilize this ignition source for his own sports car. I intend to apply it to my vehicle. It would be splendid to have it on a sports car. It would indeed be quite striking. When the time comes, Qingfen, you must lend me your car for a spin, Huang Zixuan exclaimed joyfully. Very well, I shall lend it to you then. Upon hearing Dong Qingfen's consent, Huang Zixuan eagerly reached for the ignition source atop the bar. Just as he was about to touch it, a spark of electricity surged through the ignition source. Snap! Huang Zixuan was jolted, instantly retracting his outstretched hand. Clutching his hand, he exclaimed, Goodness, how does this ignition source still have a charge? Li Ming chuckled and remarked, The items I offer here belong exclusively to those who can open them. Anyone else who attempts to seize them forcefully shall face an electric shock. Huang Zixuan immediately protested. How can this be considered forceful? Qingfen Gu is my brother. He continued, In my understanding, any action taken without the owner's consent is deemed forceful. Upon hearing this, Huang Zixuan cast a flattering glance towards Dong Qingfen. Sensing Huang Zixuan's gaze, Dong Qingfen sighed inwardly, feeling somewhat helpless, and nodded in acknowledgement. Once Huang Zixuan saw Dong Qingfen's nod, he gradually reached out towards the source of the flame, this time without encountering any electric shock. Elated, he picked it up and pulled Dong Qingfen along as they made their way outside. Observing this, the others felt equally resigned and followed suit, exiting along with them. Li Ming followed suit and stepped outside. Upon reaching the entrance, he beheld the array of luxury sports cars, each a testament to their affluent lineage. Huang Zixuan led Dong Qingfen to a Porsche 911, evidently belonging to him. While it may not have been the finest among the 5, it certainly was not the least impressive, especially when juxtaposed with the 2 McLarens and the Pagani. Nevertheless, in the near future, prior to the emergence of another transformer, none would rival Dong Qingfen's vehicle. Huang Zishuan handed the spark source to Dong Qifeng, urging, "Brother Qifeng, quickly, let me witness your transformer." Without hesitation, Dong Qifeng accepted the spark source and placed it atop his Porsche 911. As the spark source settled on the vehicle, it began to meld into the car. Electric currents dancing across its surface. The emblem of the Autobots materialized on the front, only to be followed by an eerie stillness. Just as curiosity began to brew among the onlookers, sounds emanated from within the vehicle. With a series of mechanical clicks, Dong Qifeng's Porsche 911 transformed right before their eyes, culminating in the emergence of a towering humanoid robot standing 4 to 5 meters tall. Mirage engage. The automobile had transformed into none other than Mirage from the Transformers series, fortuitously modeled after a Porsche 911 in the films. Thus, the Porsche seamlessly transitioned into the well-known Transformer rather than an obscure automaton. The impact of Mirage's transformation was palpable. Although Li Ming's establishment was not located in a bustling area, it still resided within a commercial street, frequented by many. Witnesses to the metamorphosis of Dong Qifeng's car into a Transformer were abundant, and several individuals promptly drew their phones to capture the event. It was evident that the appearance of Mirage would undoubtedly incite a frenzy online. However, at that moment, Dong Qifeng and his companions had little time to dwell on such matters. Following his transformation, Mirage began to perform various poses, exclaiming, "Oh, how exhilarating!" Upon noticing Dong Qifeng, he lowered his head and addressed him. "You must be my master. I am the Autobot Mirage." "Greetings, Mirage. I am Dong Qifeng. It is a pleasure to meet you." Dong Qifeng replied, introducing himself. "Mirage, can you revert to your previous form? Your current appearance is rather conspicuous and may incite panic." Upon hearing this, Phantom glanced at the crowd incessantly snapping photos with their phones, struck a few more poses for them, then transformed back into vehicle form. Observing this, Dong Qifeng addressed Phantom, "I still have matters to attend to now. Stay here for a while, and when I return, we'll go back to my place where you can transform again." "Okay, go ahead with your business," came the reply. Dong Qifeng then led the others back into the shop. "Li Ming, Brother Ming, I want to open a jar," Huang Zishuan exclaimed excitedly upon re-entering the store. Li Ming chuckled and remarked, "Did you not doubt just a moment ago? Now, it seems you wish to open a can." Huang Zishuan laughed lightly and replied, "Brother Ming, you are magnanimous and should simply disregard my previous doubts. Well then, if we are to open a can, let us settle the payment and choose one." "All right, let's proceed with the payment," Li Ming agreed. Mu Qinghong promptly added, "Brother Ming, we too wish to open a can." "Very well, please make your payments," he responded. And soon the other two also paid and selected their cans. Li Ming handed them the jars they had chosen and retrieved 3 hammers from beneath the bar, presenting them to the eager group. Once they received the hammers, they eagerly commenced the task of opening their jars. In no time, all 40 jars were unsealed. Fortune smiled upon them, as none suffered losses. Each individual unveiled a blue item, while white and green items were also deemed acceptable. Among the 4, Huang Zishuan emerged as the most fortunate. While the others each accumulated at least 6 or 7 white items, this fellow only acquired 2. The remainder consisted of 7 green items and 1 blue. The white items were rather mundane, comprising merely 2 pieces of clothing, which held little significance for these affluent youths. The true treasures lay within the 7 green items and the solitary blue one. Among the green items were several notable finds, including 2 body enhancement potions, a bamboo helicopter, 2 talismans, and a design blueprint for a 1-nanometer lithography machine. Item: Talisman's level. Green description: a talisman personally drawn by the Celestial Master of Longhushan, capable of providing protection to the bearer 3 times when faced with peril. Item: 1-nanometer lithography machine design blueprint level. Green description: a product of a 3rd-grade technological civilization. This is the homework of a young student named Xiaoming, who crafted the 1-nanometer lithography machine in 2 days, resulting in this design blueprint. One cannot help but remark that while Huang Zishuan may not be particularly impressive, his luck is indeed remarkable. Mu Qinghong, observing Huang Zishuan's haul of 7 green items and 1 blue, expressed her envy. "Hiki, Mu Qinghong, as long as you are aware." "Oh," Huang Zishuan replied with an air of arrogance. "Ming Go, could you enlighten me about the 3 green items we've yet to encounter?" Li Ming smiled and said, "Those 2 identical items are talismans. Each talisman can protect the wearer 3 times in the face of danger. The stack behind is the design blueprints for a 1-nanometer lithography machine." "What? The design blueprints for a lithography machine? Is that for real?" "Oh my, Huang Zishuan. You have truly struck it rich this time. Li Ming gazed at the excited crowd, somewhat perplexed. Dong Qingfeng elucidated, Li Ming, you may not be aware, but Huang Zixuan's family patriarch is an expert in lithography machines. This time, Huang Zixuan has unveiled a design blueprint for a 1-nanometer lithography machine. You should grasp the significance of this. Understanding dawned upon him. Huang Zixuan, brimming with enthusiasm, picked up the design blueprint for the 1-nanometer lithography machine and perused it. To his astonishment, upon examining the document, he found himself momentarily dumbfounded. The inscriptions were indeed unexpected, resembling the erratic movements of a cockroach. With a furrowed brow, Huang Zixuan inquired of Li Ming, Brother Ming, is this truly the design blueprint for a 1-nanometer lithography machine? The others, having overheard Huang Zixuan's query, gathered closer to take a glance. While they may not have possessed a deep understanding of scientific research, they could comprehend the text. Though the inscriptions did not quite resemble those typical of a lithography machine's design blueprint, they too turned their puzzled gazes toward Li Ming. Li Ming gently cleared his throat and spoke, Please do not look at me in such a manner. This indeed is the design blueprint of a lithography machine. However, it is worth noting that it was created by a third-grade elementary school student. What? A third-grade elementary student? Are you jesting with me? How could a third-grade student possibly develop a 1-nanometer lithography machine? Exactly. Ming Gu, is there something amiss with your judgment? Li Ming raised his hand to calm them down. Do not rush. Please listen to me first. This indeed was written by a third-grade student. However, this student is not from our locality, but rather from a civilization of a tertiary technological level. This 1-nanometer lithography machine is merely an assignment for them. One can imagine the handwriting of a third-grade student from such an advanced civilization, right? Oh, I see. My goodness. Even third-grade students from a tertiary technological civilization are so remarkable. Well, as long as it's genuine, that's sufficient. When the time comes, we can have someone rewrite it properly. Chapter 19. Mark V. Armored Color, Soul Awakening Stone. The last item was a suitcase. This world also has a version of the Avengers, so when the suitcase appeared, the onlookers began to speculate. Brother Ming, this thing can't possibly be what I think it is, right? Huang Zixuan, feeling quite excited, set down the design drawing and gazed eagerly at the suitcase. Although he had an inkling of the answer, he still inquired of Li Ming. Indeed, it is precisely what you think. This is Iron Man's armor, the Mark V. However, unlike several other models, this one is merely portable, with significantly reduced defensive capabilities. Overall, it is still quite impressive, boasting technology far beyond our modern advancements, and it is equipped with rudimentary artificial intelligence. If your family could thoroughly research the technology contained within, its value would far exceed that of the Mark V itself. Huang Zixuan picked up the suitcase from the bar, excitedly caressing it as one would tenderly touch a beloved. Hey, Huang Zixuan, what's with that expression? Isn't that a bit disgusting? Mu Qihong remarked, looking at Huang Zixuan with disdain. Unfazed, Huang Zixuan replied, Mind your own business. I take pleasure in it. Li Ming observed Huang Zixuan for a while, unable to suppress his discontent any longer. He addressed him, Why do you merely watch? Don't you wish to try it on for yourself? Upon hearing this, Huang Zixuan promptly placed the Mark V suitcase on the ground. With a swift kick, the suitcase transformed, revealing a pair of armored gauntlets. Reminded of a scene from a movie, Huang Zixuan eagerly reached inside. He picked up the chest plate and positioned it against his chest, whereupon the armor conformed snugly to his body. After donning the Mark V, Huang Zixuan quickly acclimated to it and felt quite impressed, especially with the assistance of the artificial intelligence Friday. With Friday's guidance, he swiftly grasped the functionalities of the armor. All right, take it off now. We can play with it once we finish opening all the containers and head home, Dong Qingfeng remarked, observing Huang Zixuan flaunting the armor. Reluctantly, Huang Zixuan complied and removed the Mark V. Next came the remaining 3 individuals opening their containers. Long Wenba's turn was rather straightforward, revealing 8 white items, 1 green, and 1 blue. The white items were still rather mundane. Item, Exquisite Tang Dao level, white. Item, Multifunctional Combat Suit, level, white. Description, a specially designed combat suit. Form-fitting, breathable, insulated, fireproof, waterproof, and bulletproof, standard issue for the Gamma Empire's military. These 2 were quite satisfactory. The rest consisted of household appliances, a rice cooker, a refrigerator, 2 electric kettles, and 2 televisions. The sword was rather impressive, and the combat suit was commendable as well. As for the potion, its nature was likely apparent. so I shall refrain from elaborating. The final items, however, were of utmost importance. The last two objects included a vial of potion and a card-like substance. Long Wenba exhibited no excessive excitement upon seeing the latter items, maintaining a calm demeanor. Yet, his eyes betrayed an inner thrill. He remained silent. Turning his gaze towards Li Ming, Li Ming remarked with a hint of indifference, "This final item is indeed a remarkable one. It is a skill card for the armament hockey from the world of pirates. Item, beginner's armament hockey skill card level, blue description. One of the combat systems in the pirate world, the armament hockey is part of the 3 types of hockey. It possesses formidable offensive and defensive capabilities, and with further development, it can also enable internal destruction and other forms of attack. The individual who utilizes this skill card will directly acquire the basic armament hockey, which can be cultivated and enhanced later on." "Armament hockey," Huang Zishuan exclaimed. The others were equally astonished. In contrast, Long Wenbo remained remarkably composed and inquired, "This armament hockey is not something I can learn at present, is it? Even with this body enhancement elixir? Under normal circumstances, indeed it cannot be learned. However, yours is different from that of Daxiomii. Hers pertains to a cultivation method, while yours is a skill card." "A skill card? What distinguishes it?" Long Wenba questioned, perplexed. "There is a significant difference. A cultivation method requires gradual practice, whereas this skill card grants you immediate possession of the skill. In other words, once you utilize this skill card, you will have mastered the armament hockey." "Wow, that's incredible. Brother Long, you have struck gold." Upon understanding the potential of the skill card, Long Wenba eagerly seized it and immediately learned the armament hockey. After acquiring it, he felt a surge of energy coursing through his body. He focused this energy into his hand, which instantly transformed to a deep black hue. Long Wenba sensed an immense power within his fist, convinced he could obliterate a cow with a single blow. This was not mere illusion, it was a tangible capability. After practicing briefly, he paused to glance at the jar opened by Lu Zihao. The contents Lu Zihao had procured were quite impressive, surpassing Long Wenba's haul with 2 additional green items. The white items were the same mundane trinkets as before, lacking any particular intrigue. Ordinary items held little interest for these affluent youths. Among the remaining 3 green items, one was a strengthening elixir, while the other 2 were of notable significance. One was a foundational internal cultivation method, and the other, a celestial blue flower. Item, Wudong Basic Internal Cultivation Method Level, green description, originating from the high martial world. This foundational internal cultivation method of the Wudong school can be cultivated to the acquired realm. The Wudong internal cultivation method is classified as a medium-level technique, resulting in a tranquil internal force. Item, Celestial Blue Flower Level, green description, a rare treasure from the high martial world. The celestial blue flower enhances focus and significantly improves martial training efficiency, making it an essential plant for disciples of various sects during their training sessions. Li Ming pointed at the 2 newly emerged green items and addressed Lu Zihao, saying, "These 2 objects are quite remarkable. They possess the ability to enhance one's strength. Moreover, they complement each other perfectly. This book contains the foundational internal cultivation techniques of Wudong, enabling practitioners to cultivate their inner energy to reach the acquired realm, where one can easily contend against 100 adversaries. The flower is known as the celestial blue blossom, a rare and precious treasure from nature, which accelerates the speed of cultivation when one practices in its vicinity." Huang Zishuan then gestured towards the internal cultivation method, inquiring, "Ming, good. Can we also cultivate this internal technique? I noticed that other individuals can learn the Navy's 6 styles that Bai Xiaomei created. Indeed, items like this manual can be disseminated." Li Ming affirmed. However, skills such as the ones derived from Long Wenba's skill card are directly imparted without a specific cultivation method. Nevertheless, once Long Wenba's mastery of the armament hockey reaches a certain level, he can teach others based on his understanding. Yet, the absence of a detailed cultivation method makes the practice rather arduous. "Oh, I see. In that case, I shall open the canister myself," Huang Zishuan replied, somewhat disheartened, as he had hoped that they could also learn the armament hockey. Li Ming continued to introduce the final item. This last item is a stone, but it is no ordinary stone. It is the Soul Awakening Stone. Item, Soul Awakening Stone, single use, level, blue description, a tool used in the realm of soul to awaken one's soul. This is truly remarkable, for the Soul Awakening Stone possesses the power to awaken one's soul. What is a soul?" Lu Zihao inquired with confusion. "You don't even know what a soul is." "Zihao? It is an element from the esteemed Peanut Greats novel about the realm of souls. I never anticipated that we could possess souls as well. Well, I don't read novels much. How could I possibly know? I replied. I shall read this so-called realm of souls when I return home. Li Ming spoke to them with a hint of indifference. Although one can awaken a martial soul, this awakening stone, it is a one-time use, correct? Sighing, he added, before I could finish my sentence, you all have already deduced the answer. Brother Ming, there's no need for you to elaborate. After opening so many jars, we can infer what the situation is. Very well, since you are already aware, I shall say no more. You may use the martial soul awakening stone to awaken your martial soul. Chapter 20. Flame Lion, Slippery Fruit. Upon grasping the martial soul awakening stone, Lu Zihao mentally recited the intention to use it. Instantly, the stone emitted a soft, milky white glow, and soon flames erupted behind Lu Zihao. The sudden appearance of flames startled them momentarily. However, this was merely the beginning. Gradually, the flames morphed into the shape of a lion. This was Lu Zihao's martial soul. Judging by its appearance, it was a beast martial soul of the fire attribute. Brother Zihao, your martial soul must be a fire attribute beast martial soul, right? What is its name? Lu Zihao took a moment to sense his martial soul, recognizing it as a lion of the fire attribute. What is its name? Flame Lion. Lu Zihao concluded his statement and turned his gaze towards Li Ming. Li Ming also assessed Lu Zihao's martial soul. Martial soul, Flame Lion, level, 9th rank, innate soul power. Martial soul quality, superior. Your martial soul is quite impressive. The Flame Lion martial soul, with 9th rank innate soul power, indicates excellent talent. Once you cultivate your internal energy techniques, you will also be able to enhance your soul power. You might consider trying the martial soul embodiment to see how it benefits you. As Lu Zihao activated the martial soul embodiment, fiery red fur sprouted from his body, gradually transforming him into a beast man with lion-like features. I feel my strength surging, Lu Zihao exclaimed. Indeed, once you reach the 10th rank and acquire a soul ring, you will be able to become a soul master, Li Ming replied nonchalantly. Lu Zihao, brimming with excitement, asked, really? That's wonderful. But how do we obtain a soul ring? Yes, Ming, are there any soul beasts around here? Where can we acquire a soul ring? Huang Zishuan inquired, puzzled. When the time comes, come to me, and I will assist you in obtaining a soul ring. Li Ming spoke mysteriously. Brother Ming, could you assist me? Do you possess soul beasts here? Indeed, I have soul beasts, he replied. However, the type of soul beast you may obtain will ultimately depend on your own hunting prowess. My role is merely to guide you to the locations where soul beasts reside. Lu Zihao nodded in acknowledgement and then inquired, so, Brother Ming, is it possible to obtain a soul ring from opening a jar? You are correct. It is indeed possible to extract a soul ring from within a jar, although the probability is quite low. To acquire a desirable soul ring, you must rely on your fortune, he explained. I understand, Lu Zihao replied. When you have cultivated your internal martial arts and realize that your soul power can no longer be enhanced, you may return to me to obtain a soul ring. Thank you for the reminder, Brother Ming, Lu Zihao said. Now, only the jars of red and green remain. Li Ming turned his gaze towards the jar opened by Mu Qinghong. Among them, Mu Qinghong possessed the least fortunate outcome, with only one blue jar, while the rest were all white. Nevertheless, despite their commonality, the white items were quite suitable for her. She predominantly unveiled cosmetics, all from alternate realms, renowned for their exceptional efficacy that far surpassed those of this world. Items: Clear Essence Mask, level, white. Celestial Source Cream, level, white. Luminous Lipstick, level, white. Soft Glow Lotion, level, white. Mu Qinghong, it seems you can discern the contents of these white jars, Li Ming remarked. These cosmetics hail from alternate worlds and are far superior to our own. You might wish to experiment with them upon your return. He chose to refrain from elaborating further, focusing instead on the final item. This particular item is... I know. Huang Zishuan interjected eagerly. This is the devil fruit, isn't it? Indeed. It is the devil fruit. Do you know which type it is? Of course. While you were introducing it to Long Go, I caught a glimpse of what Mu Qinghong had opened. I immediately recognized it as a devil fruit. I even took the liberty of searching on my phone to determine its type. Huang Zishuan continued. I must say, Mu Qinghong has been exceptionally lucky. She has uncovered the slippery fruit. The slippery fruit? Mu Qinghong, not being particularly well-versed in anime, was unfamiliar with it. Item: Slippery fruit, optimized version. Level: Blue. Description: a devil fruit originating from the pirate world. The slippery fruit grants the user the ability to attain flawlessly smooth skin with zero friction, significantly enhancing their appearance while eliminating the drawbacks of being unable to touch seawater and its unpleasant taste. Huang Zixuan continued to enlighten Mu Qinghong about the capabilities of the slippery fruit. Upon hearing this, Mu Qinghong was instantly captivated. The prospect of becoming even more beautiful felt like a revelation for women. She was eager to consume the devil fruit at once. Just as Mu Qinghong was about to take a bite, Huang Zixuan interjected. However, the devil fruit does have its drawbacks. Drawbacks? What drawbacks? Mu Qinghong pressed Huang Zixuan. Enlighten me clearly about the shortcomings of the devil fruit. The devil fruit, as its name suggests, bestows demonic powers upon its consumer. Famously referred to as the embodiment of the sea demon. However, one will be loathed by the ocean, rendered incapable of swimming, and it is notoriously unpalatable. Does that mean I won't be able to swim anymore? I can never go to the beach again? However, this fruit has the ability to enhance my beauty. So, should I consume it or refrain from doing so? Upon understanding the drawbacks of the devil fruit, Mu Qinghong found herself in a state of deep contemplation. Li Ming gazed at the troubled Mu Qinghong and remarked, Huang Zixuan's assertions may not be entirely unfounded. Yet I never claimed that the devil fruits produced here possess such a flaw. Are you speaking the truth? Mu Qinghong's eyes brightened at Li Ming's words, and she exclaimed with excitement, Indeed, it is true. The devil fruit you have manifested is devoid of the drawbacks of fearing seawater and being unpalatable. However, but what? Mu Qinghong inquired, her apprehension returning. However, the fact remains that your devil fruit does indeed have a fear of sea prism stone, although this deficiency is not as pronounced as in the world of One Piece. Oh, I see. As long as it doesn't turn me into a landlubber. I can accept that, she replied, patting her chest in relief. Following a brief discussion regarding the items they had summoned, Li Ming and his companions took their leave. After they departed, Li Ming returned to the sofa and resumed scrolling through Douyin. Unbeknownst to him, an entire day had slipped away, and it was now 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Li Ming promptly closed the door and returned to his apartment. For the next 2 days, there was still a lack of visitors. In the live stream of Dai Xiaomei, only Dong Qingfeng and his group made an appearance. Others, though intrigued, merely visited the shop without making any purchases. There was also no news from Reba's side, leaving one to wonder why. As the weekend approached, Li Ming decided to grant himself a well-deserved break. He embraced a schedule of 10 to 5 on weekdays, relishing the concept of weekends off. After all, how could a laid-back individual like him work during the weekend? Thus, he resolutely closed the shop and took a holiday. On this particular day, Li Ming lounged on his sofa, engrossed in Douyin, while Chen Meijia and Hu Yifei were watching television nearby. At that moment, Tang Yuyu approached, smiling at Meijia, and said, Meijia, I'm ready. Let's head to my room. Hu Yifei, sensing something amiss, quickly interjected, Wait, what are you two planning to do? Oh, it's nothing. We'll be done shortly. Chen Meijia casually replied as she followed Tang Yuyu into the room. Once inside, Meijia inquired, Have you prepared the knives? Tang Yuyu replied nonchalantly, 2. One for each of us. That should suffice. After a moment of contemplation, Hu Yifei realized the implication and exclaimed, Wait, what's going on here? Are the two of them about to wield knives? Li Ming observed the shifting expressions on Hu Yifei's face and inquired with concern, Yifei, what troubles you? Is it that time of the month? Upon hearing his words, Hu Yifei retorted angrily, You are the one who is experiencing that. Is that how one speaks? Well, he replied with a hint of amusement, I merely noticed your pallor and wished to express my concern. If that is not the case, then what ails you? Your complexion is quite alarming. Hu Yifei, visibly anxious, responded, It is, of course, about Yuyu and Meijia. Haven't you heard? Both of them are scheduled for surgery. Li Ming gazed at Yifei in silence and remarked, Yifei, you are overthinking. How could Yuyu and Meijia possibly resort to violence? They harbor no grievances against one another. Why would they resort to such extremes? Please refrain from making wild assumptions. Rest assured, everything is fine. Yifei, feeling irritated, retorted. What if something truly happens to Yuyu and Meijia? Li Ming had just begun to persuade Hu Yifei when she interrupted him. Yifei, you. Never mind. I can't depend on you. I shall seek out Zheng Xiaoxian instead. With that, Hu Yifei made her way to Zheng's room. Chapter 21. Zheng Xiaoxian's Talent. Captivating Meijia, Hu Yifei swiftly summoned Zheng Xiaoxian. The two approached the door of Guan Gu's room with utmost caution. Zheng Xiaoxian, puzzled, inquired, Knife? Where's there a knife? Hui Fei chose not to elaborate, urging Zhang Shaoxian to remain silent, and then leaned against the door to listen intently. Zhang Shaoxian, perplexed, asked, "Why is there not a sound at all?" Hui Fei rolled her eyes in exasperation and replied, "What more do you want? Do you expect Yu and Meijia to be engaged in a fierce battle?" After a brief pause, they both chimed in, "Well, perhaps that wouldn't be impossible." In that moment, they heard commotion from within the room. Hui Fei and Zhang Shaoxian hurriedly rushed inside, only to discover that Yu and Meijia were merely in the midst of removing each other's leg hair. So, you two stood outside the door for an eternity, only to overhear Yu and Meijia engaged in a hair removal session? Haha. After hearing the two individuals' accounts, Li Ming burst into derisive laughter. "Enough already. Ha 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 ha. Stop laughing." Hui Fei and Zhang Shaoxian snapped in irritation. "All right, I'll stop," Li Ming conceded, though his amusement lingered. "But Fei, you're being rather neurotic. So what if Meijia found someone who resembles Ziqiao and speaks like Guangu? Is that really worth getting so worked up over?" After Li Ming finished laughing, he expressed a sense of disbelief. Hui Fei, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "All right, I realized that I was overly sensitive this time. It won't happen again." She then retreated to her own room, leaving Li Ming and Teacher Zhang in the living room. "Teacher Zhang, how is your cultivation progressing?" Li Ming inquired. Upon hearing the question, Teacher Zhang's excitement was palpable as he responded, "I have now reached the 6th level of Qi training, and my mastery of sword control has greatly improved. I estimate that it won't be long before I attain the 9th level of Qi training, enabling me to fly with my sword." "Wow, Teacher Zhang, how have you progressed so quickly? It's only been less than a week, right?" "Haha. Your humble friend Xian must be a genius akin to those found in cultivation novels," exclaimed Zhang Shaoxian with a hearty laugh. Li Mingxin was somewhat taken aback. Logically, this should not have happened so swiftly. Where had the issue arisen? Li Ming, filled with curiosity, proceeded to examine Teacher Zhang. To his astonishment, he discovered unexpected revelations. Previously, Li Ming had observed the physical attributes and talents of the protagonists from Apartment, noting that they were rather ordinary, with Hui Fei being the strongest among them. However, now, he found that Zhang Shaoxian's physical constitution and talent had undergone a significant transformation. Name: Zhang Shaoxian. Gender: male. Age: 30. Constitution: innate sword body ability. Qiming Qi refinement technique. Sword control technique. Innate sword body, a supreme cultivation physique. It possesses a natural affinity for swordsmanship, demonstrating an extraordinary comprehension of sword-related techniques. Li Ming had not anticipated that Zhang Shaoxian possessed the innate sword body, a fact that had eluded his prior assessments. Although his earlier evaluations had been superficial rather than profound, such a significant detail should not have been overlooked. It seemed that the world of Apartment, after being invaded by other realms, had enhanced the fortunes of this dimension, leading to remarkable transformations in its protagonists. After a brief, yet engaging conversation with Teacher Zhang, he reclined on the sofa and began to watch television. As the afternoon unfolded, Li Ming, Guangu, and Teacher Zhang formed a group to enjoy a game of foosball at the bar. Li Ming and Teacher Zhang commenced their fierce confrontation, with Teacher Zhang unleashing the full extent of his 6th-level Qi cultivation prowess, yet ultimately facing defeat. Following this, the battle between Teacher Zhang and Guangu ensued. Guangu addressed Teacher Zhang, saying, "You must refrain from utilizing your Qi abilities, otherwise, I shall not engage with you. Wait for me to retrieve the jar from Li Ming, and then we shall combat using our powers." "Very well, let us begin," responded Teacher Zhang. Subsequently, Guangu and Teacher Zhang fought with great intensity. Their struggle evenly matched until L Ziqiao arrived. Upon entering, L Ziqiao exclaimed in exasperation, "What on earth is happening here?" Guangu paused, perplexed, and inquired, "What is the matter?" Teacher Zhang, with a mischievous grin, explained, "Meijia and Yu went shopping yesterday and bought gifts for everyone. Yet they did not procure anything for Ziqiao." Li Ming took a sip of his drink and lamented, "What a sin." Naturally, Lu Ziqiu could not admit to it. He immediately fabricated a reason for bringing Meijia back with iPod, claiming it was to win the reunion challenge, thus diverting everyone's attention. What is the reunion challenge, you ask? Are you still unaware of it? Lu Ziqiao has devised countless challenges, such as the previous singles night challenge, which led to Zhang Wei missing his wedding, as well as the youth challenge with Yumuo, among others. However, I must confess, I had not heard of this one either. Li Ming said, "For Ziqiao, life is fraught with challenges." LV Ziqiao furrowed his brows and replied, "Do you not understand? After being apart for such a long time, when they suddenly meet again, Once they present their best selves to each other, only then can the other realize that leaving was a mistake. What kind of competition is this? This here is a true contest. This is a competition between men. Guanggu pointed to the foosball table. Do you not comprehend? Isn't she simply seeking a man to compete with me? Moreover, to defeat me, one must find another version of myself. Then ensued a comparison of height between Ziqiao and Guanggu, ultimately culminating in Guanggu's victory, standing 10 centimeters taller than Ziqiao. Later, Ziqiao pondered that the IP'd shoes were problematic, so he teamed up with Guanggu to visit the IP'd art exhibition for confirmation. At this moment, 3601 began to voice potential shortcomings of Guanggu and Ziqiao, raising suspicions in Meijia. Subsequently, Ziqiao and Guanggu disguised themselves as Indians and disrupted the IP'd art exhibition. The next evening, while Ming was washing up in the downstairs restroom, he overheard the voices of teacher Zhang and Hu Yifei emanating from the living room. Upon listening intently, Ming realized that the two individuals had once again engaged in a wager regarding whose photograph would be retained by Meijia. Just as the two were embroiled in their dispute, Chun Meijia returned. In an instant, the two, feeling guilty, dashed into the restroom where Ming was situated. "Oh, Ming, what are you doing here?" Ming, somewhat at a loss for words, remarked, "Is it truly so difficult to guess? Can't you see that I am here brushing my teeth and freshening up? Well, please continue. I still have questions for you. Why are the two of you entering the restroom together?" Hu Yifei quickly pulled Ming aside and whispered, "Lower your voice. Ipide and Meijia are outside. If we get discovered, it will be disastrous for us." Ming rolled his eyes in silence. He then remarked, "Why do you two insist on hiding in the restroom? There are so many places in the room where you could conceal yourselves. Why choose the toilet? It's all Zhang Xiaoxian's fault. Only he could engage in such lewd antics." "What do you mean by saying only I could do something so lewd? Last time, I didn't force you. It was you who entered the restroom on your own." Ming sighed and said, "Well, you may hide slowly, but I must take my leave." "No. If you go out, you will undoubtedly expose us. Thus you cannot leave." Ming cast a fleeting glance at Hu Yifei and Zhang Xiaoxian, remarking, "Well, I suppose it is permissible for me not to exit through the door." Zhang Xiaoxian, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Then how will you leave?" Ming offered no response and, with a swift movement, returned to his room. Left in the restroom, Hu Yifei and Zhang Xiaoqian were momentarily stunned. They had not anticipated such a decisive exit from Ming. However, they quickly regained their composure, awaiting the departure of Meijia and Ipade. Ultimately, Meijia and Ipade engaged in a fierce argument, during which they discovered Hu Yifei and teacher Zhang disguised as Indians in the restroom. Later, Yu learned from Meijia that she had deceived everyone. She had not gone to Taipei, but rather to northeast China, where she worked as a human model and incurred substantial debts. The following morning, Yu relayed Meijia's situation to the group. "What? Meijia did not go to Taipei, but instead went to northeast China and has been a human model for 8 months? Hu Yifei exclaimed in astonishment. Ming stroked his chin and remarked, "In that case, it is even less feasible to allow Meijia to return. We ought to devise a means to assist her. How about this? I will inquire about Meijia's workplace, while Yifei and you both take Meijia out for a delightful excursion, allowing her to return a bit later. I shall cover all expenses." At once, Hu Yifei and Tang Yu erupted in joyful exclamations. Ming continued, stating, "Once he hears about the place where Meijia is working, he will assist her in settling her debts. Teacher Zhang, please place the group photo of all of us in Meijia's suitcase and inscribe on the back of the photo." "All right, the task has been assigned. Let us all spring into action. Go, go, go." With that, everyone commenced their respective endeavors. Ming made a phone call from his store and quickly discovered where Meijia worked, promptly settling the debts owed. The day passed with hardly anyone visiting. As night fell, while Chen Meijia was tidying up her clothes, she stumbled upon a picture frame hidden within her suitcase. Curiously, she picked it up and discovered a photograph capturing a joyful moment with everyone when she first arrived at the love apartment. As she gazed at the smiling faces in the photo, tears welled up uncontrollably, and she held the picture close to her heart. Suddenly, she noticed an inscription on the back of the frame. Turning it over, she read the words, "Don't cry, our little Diao-chan." With red-rimmed eyes, Chun Meijia slowly turned around, only to find her friends standing together behind her. Struggling to suppress her sobs, tears continued to cascade down her cheeks. Hu Yifei smiled and said, "Meijia, you're being foolish." Meanwhile, Su Shaoxian added with a grin, "We have already repaid your debts. You need not leave anymore. Your home is right here." Ming, somewhat irked, exclaimed, "Really now? To deceive even us is utterly unacceptable. There must not be a next time, do not forget. We are the best of friends." Shin Meijia, with her hand over her mouth, tearfully responded, Did you not promise me? How could you divulge this to everyone?" Huanggu, embracing Tang Yuyu, remarked, "Meijia, let me enlighten you about Yuyu's flaw, her loose lips." Tang Yuyu, feeling a tad embarrassed, stuck out her tongue. Zheng Xiaoxian chimed in, "Meijia, welcome back." X5 following this, Hu Yifei rushed over to hug Meijia, offering her solace. Shin Meijia, wiping her tears, said, "You may not know the extent of this, but if Zichu finds out, I cannot fathom how he will mock me." Hu Yifei chuckled, Meijia, silencing Lu Zichu is not as daunting as you think. Have you forgotten the wager between you and him? Shin Meijia pondered for a moment, then enlightenment dawned upon her. Chapter 22, A Fortuitous Alliance and an Encounter with the Colossal Crocodile. The following morning, Shin Meijia accompanied Hu Yifei and Li Ming to a bar downstairs. At that moment, Lu Ziqiao was pretending to be an adept charmer, wooing other young ladies. Shin Meijia approached Lu Ziqiao and inquired, "Lu Ziqiao, are you free at the moment?" "Not really. Can't you see I am engaged in conversation with this lovely lady?" Lu Ziqiao replied softly. A mere glance from Hu Yifei was enough to send the girl flirting with Ziqiao away. Shin Meijia gently said, "It has been quite a while since we last met. How could I possibly forget to bring you a gift?" "Hee, I knew you wouldn't forget me. What is it?" He responded eagerly. "Of course. You hold immense significance in my life. I would never forget you, regardless of who else I might. The gift is the Buddha's palm." "Ah." Lu Ziqiao let out a dreadful cry as Shin Meijia's slap sent him spinning through the air in a graceful 3.5 somersault. Li Ming was equally astonished by Shin Meijia's fighting prowess. Typically gentle and mild-mannered, she exhibited a remarkable combat strength that nearly rivaled Hu Yifei during the incident involving Ziqiao. With a benevolent gesture, Shin Meijia clapped her hands and began to tally how many remained, having successfully executed a formidable move reminiscent of the Rulai Divine Palm. She proceeded to calculate the remaining instances. Raising her fingers, Shin Meijia recited her own invented multiplication rhyme, referencing International Women's Day and Labor Day, among others. Li Ming rolled his eyes in exasperation and gestured an 8 towards Meijia. Upon seeing this, Shin Meijia joyfully exclaimed, "There are still 12 left. We'll finish them in no time." Li Ming was momentarily rendered speechless. Lu Ziqiao soon reacted, shouting as he chased after Meijia. Meanwhile, Li Ming and Hu Yifei could only watch, laughing heartily. Concurrently, a few days prior, Dong Qifeng and others, with the assistance of their parents, had established a company dedicated to researching several technological blueprints obtained from Li Ming, as well as the various technologies associated with the Transformers and the Mark V. Of course, when they first returned home and revealed their newfound knowledge, they startled their families greatly. Their parents, who held connections within the government, were aware of the changes occurring in the world but never anticipated that their children would stumble upon such fortunes. They urged their children to seize this opportunity firmly and finance the establishment of a new technology company, emphasizing the importance of visiting Li Ming to continue their explorations. Huang Zixuan also presented the blueprint of the 1-nanometer lithography machine he had discovered to his grandfather. Upon seeing it, his grandfather praised him, declaring it a commendable achievement. "Grandfather, how can you say such things about your own grandson?" Huang Zixuan retorted indignantly to his grandfather, Huang Tianfang. "Are you not aware of your own shortcomings?" Huang Tianfang replied with a knowing glance. "All right, I'll take this blueprint with me. I agree with the establishment of the technology company and will discuss it with your father. Take good care of that Mark V armor. Do not damage it. And study it diligently. Understood?" "I understand, grandfather." In the newly established technology company, within the 5 Directions Group Technology Building, the 5 families had indeed purchased an entire building for their venture. Inside the laboratory, Dong Qingfeng and his companions observed the bustling researchers and felt a surge of joy. Should they successfully develop suitable innovations, it would greatly benefit their families. The more they could procure valuable items from Li Ming, the further ahead they would be compared to others. "Brother Qifeng, the team has been assembled. Now we simply await their research results. We need not remain here. Shall we go out and have some fun? After all, we can only explore with Ming Gu once a week," Huang Zixuan suggested. Dong Qingfeng glanced at the others, and realizing they were also inclined to go out, he concurred. "Very well, let us venture out. It has been quite some time since we last enjoyed an outing together. Indeed, you, Longgu, and Zaheogu are always busy with your own companies, leaving only Mu Chi Hong and me to entertain ourselves outside, which is rather dull," he continued. "Hey, Huang Zixuan, what do you mean by that? Is it not acceptable to go out with me? What do you say? Huang Zixuan cast a sidelong glance at Mu Qihong. As a man, he should not be spending every day frolicking with a woman like her. An occasional outing was acceptable. Dong Qingfeng, observing the impending quarrel, chuckled and remarked, "You too. When will you grow up?" With that, he briefed the company on matters at hand before departing with Huang Zixuan and the others. The four of them had grown up together, sharing an exceptionally close bond. However, as they matured, their respective families had begun to steer them towards their careers, resulting in fewer opportunities for leisure together. This time, due to the venture initiated at Li Ming's, they had established a technology company, granting them more time to enjoy each other's company. Huang Zixuan first selected a fine restaurant, and the five of them indulged in a hearty meal. All five had consumed body-enhancing potions, leading to remarkable appetites. Mu Qihong had acquired her potion from Huang Zixuan for a sum of 2 million. As they journeyed to their next destination, a spatial rift suddenly manifested in the sky above. Dong Qifeng and the others halted, gazing at the expanding fissure. Huang Zixuan, filled with trepidation, asked, "Qifeng, do you have any idea what that is?" Dong Qifeng shot him an exasperated glance and replied, "I suspect that is indeed a spatial rift. With all the novels you've read, you couldn't have guessed?" "Well, I was momentarily startled and couldn't think straight," Huang Zixuan responded with an awkward smile. The more composed Long Wenba interjected, "I wonder what lies within that rift. It would be prudent for us to keep our distance." Upon hearing this, Dong Qifeng called out to those still lingering near the rift, "Do not approach that thing. It appears to be a spatial rift, and we have no idea what may be inside. Keep your distance." After speaking, they led others to a distant location, witnessing the widening rift in space. Soon, the fissure ceased to expand. Just as the crowd believed all was well, a massive claw suddenly emerged from the crack. Moments later, a colossal crocodile, measuring 30 meters in length, stepped forth. Concurrently, upon noticing the spatial anomaly, someone had already alerted the authorities. Upon receiving the call, the police swiftly contacted the Anomaly Investigation Bureau. Before long, agents from the bureau hastened to join the police at the site of the rift. Dong Qifeng and his companions were utterly astonished. They had not anticipated the emergence of such a gigantic creature. The people on the street, upon witnessing this, erupted into chaos, fleeing in terror. Had Li Ming been present, he would have recognized this monstrous crocodile as the Kyra crocodile, a level 8 predator from the culinary capture. The first boss encountered by Ah Lu in the anime. Upon arriving in this unfamiliar realm, the Kyra crocodile was filled with rage, wreaking havoc in its surroundings. "Qifeng, should we intervene? This will lead to many casualties," one of them urged. Dong Qifeng hesitated. He was uncertain of the creature's strength and acutely aware that they were merely ordinary individuals. Despite having acquired extraordinary powers, their combat experience was minimal. The only one with any experience was Long Wenba, who had served in the military for several years. Dong Qifeng turned to Long Wenba and asked, "What do you think?" Long Wenba, upon hearing this, addressed the others. "Here is the plan. Qifeng, have Phantom assist me in trying to restrain the giant crocodile. Zixuan, don your battle armor and provide aerial support for Phantom and me. Zihua and Xinghong, your task is to check for those in need of assistance." Just as Long Wenba organized the strategy, agents from the Investigation Bureau and police arrived, interrupting the preparations of the group. They observed the police as they launched continuous assaults on the Kyra crocodile. "Attack. Teams 1 and 2, follow my lead. Team 3, search for those requiring aid. Go, go, go." The officers unleashed a barrage of gunfire at the Kyra crocodile. However, their efforts proved futile. Ordinary firearms were ineffectual against the creature's formidable defenses. Chapter 23. The Arrival of the Investigation Bureau. Defeat. Phantom strikes. Observing the ineffectiveness of their weapons against the Kyra crocodile, the police became increasingly anxious. "Captain, our guns are useless," one exclaimed. "What on earth is this monster?" The order was given for everyone to evacuate the civilians swiftly. The squad leader of the police force shouted at his officers. The officers retreated while attempting to fend off the enraged crowd. However, at this moment, the colossal creature known as the Kyra crocodile had been thoroughly provoked. It turned its gaze upon the retreating officers and let out a thunderous roar, which sent several individuals tumbling to the ground, illustrating the immense power it wielded. The Kyra crocodile charged swiftly towards the people before it, its massive claw striking the nearby building. Several officers below narrowly evaded the attack, yet still suffered injuries from the debris that rained down. Witnessing his injured comrades, the squad leader bellowed, Open fire! Open fire! Officers in the distance raised their weapons and began to assault the Kyra crocodile. The creature, distracted by the distant gunfire, surged towards them. Observing this, the squad leader urgently shouted, "Scatter and take cover." The officers evaded the creature's onslaught while simultaneously returning fire. Yet their efforts inflicted no significant harm upon the Kyra crocodile. "Aim for its eyes and throw grenades into its mouth," the squad leader commanded. The officers relentlessly targeted the creature's eyes, tossing grenades into its gaping maw as it roared, but the damage was minimal, only serving to further enrage the beast. In a fit of fury, the Kyra crocodile swept its tail, sending many officers flying, their fates unknown. The furious squad leader continued to fire at the beast. The Kyra crocodile, perceiving its attackers, opened its massive jaws to bite down on them. The squad leader, confronted by the gaping maw, felt a chilling sense of impending doom. Realizing his escape was unlikely, just as Dong Qifeng and his team attempted to rescue him, a figure appeared before the squad leader, guiding him away from the Kyra crocodile's deadly bite. This individual was a member of the Investigation Bureau. "Hello, you are Wang Shulin from the Anomaly Investigation Bureau. Leave this to me." Dressed in black attire with a long knife at his waist, Wang Shulin stood resolute. The squad leader, Lin Feng, breathed a sigh of relief as he recognized the agent's timely intervention. "Hello, I am Lin Feng. Thank you for saving me. However, this monstrous crocodile is no easy adversary. Are you capable of handling it alone?" Wang Shulin assured him, "Rest assured, I am quite formidable. You should retreat. The battle ahead is not one you should engage in." After safely escorting Lin Feng to a secure location, he stood before the formidable Kira alligator. Slowly, he drew the long blade from his waist. Despite his confidence in his own abilities, a sense of unease crept into his heart as he faced the colossal creature. Deep down, he doubted whether he could truly stand against it. Placing his hand on the earpiece nestled against his ear, he spoke into it. "Hello, I have arrived. The casualties are minimal, but I lack the means to contend with this creature. I require assistance." "Understood, Wang Shulin. Hold your position for now. The nearest team member will take at least 20 minutes to reach you. If necessary, and provided the safety of the civilians is assured, you may withdraw." "Received," Wang Shulin replied. With that, he boldly launched an attack against the Kira alligator. Utilizing his speed, he deftly evaded the creature's strikes while persistently slashing at it with his blade, yet his efforts yielded little effective damage. Internally, Wang Shulin lamented, "What manner of beast is this? The latest research on blades in our department is unable to penetrate its defenses? Surely, this cannot be the case." While Wang Shulin was momentarily lost in thought, he fell victim to an opportunity seized by the colossal Kyra crocodile, which struck him with a powerful claw, sending him crashing into a nearby building. Lin Feng, who had not strayed far, witnessed Wang Shulin being hurled into the structure, causing him immediate concern. He pondered the well-being of the investigators, but knew he must first escort the civilians to a safe location. Just as the Kyra crocodile prepared to charge at Lin Feng once more, it seemed to sense something, halting abruptly and gazing towards the ruins of the building. Dong Qifeng and the others, observing the crocodile's sudden pause, were filled with confusion. Uncertain about the creature's sudden change in demeanor and its fixation on the direction of the flung Wang Shulin. As their bewilderment grew, a figure erupted from the debris, delivering a kick that sent the Kyra crocodile flying several meters away. This figure was none other than Wang Shulin, though he had undergone a dramatic transformation. He now resembled a white werewolf, towering at 2 to 3 meters high. Had Li Ming been present, he would have recognized that Wang Shulin's metamorphosis into a werewolf was the result of consuming a devil fruit, specifically the Zoan type, white wolf form. With his newfound power, Wang Shulin launched a swift assault on the Kyra crocodile's neck. Initially, his strikes failed to inflict any real harm, but as he continued his relentless barrage, he ultimately breached the crocodile's defenses. Upon experiencing excruciating pain, the Kyra crocodile let out a thunderous roar that momentarily disoriented Wang Shulin. Seizing the opportunity, the crocodile lashed out with a claw, inflicting grievous wounds upon Wang Shulin's chest, leaving 3 colossal gashes. The severity of his injuries forced Wang Shulin to revert from his werewolf form back to his human shape. Struggling to rise, he found himself utterly drained of strength. As the Kyra crocodile prepared to deliver the final blow, the sound of an engine interrupted the tense standoff. The crocodile turned its head to behold a car approaching. Wang Shulin, startled by the engine noise, shared the same incredulity. Their fierce battle had scarcely lasted 10 minutes, and he doubted the investigators could arrive so swiftly. Glancing towards the source of the sound, he spotted a Porsche 911 racing towards them. Indeed, it was Dong Qingfeng's vehicle, the Phantom. Assuming the occupants were merely ordinary individuals, Wang Shulin shouted urgently, "Run! Do not come closer." The approaching sports car did not come to a halt. Instead, it surged towards the colossal Kala crocodile. As it neared the creature, the vehicle underwent a remarkable transformation before Wang Shulin's astonished gaze, morphing into a towering robot, standing 4 to 5 meters high. Goodness, a transformer. Upon completing its metamorphosis, the robot raised its hand, converting it into a cannon, while simultaneously running and launching relentless assaults on the Kala crocodile, shouting, "Phantom, engage." The Kala crocodile staggered back a few steps under the onslaught. In pain, it roared and charged towards Phantom. Undeterred, Phantom continued to attack while moving closer to the beast. As the Kala crocodile leapt toward Phantom, the latter executed a sliding maneuver beneath the creature, simultaneously striking its underbelly. "Huh, you oversized reptile, are you playing with me?" Phantom taunted, beckoning to the Kala crocodile. Frustrated by its miss, the creature turned to unleash a furious roar. Above, Huang Zixuan, donned in Mark V armor, extended his hands, firing palm-mounted cannons at the Kala crocodile. The creature, feeling the sting of the attacks, looked up and roared once more at the sky. Wang Shulin, lying on the ground, widened his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "Goodness, Iron Man." Huang Zixuan and Phantom coordinated their assaults on the Kala crocodile, with Phantom wielding a cannon in one hand and a battle blade in the other, executing a series of strikes. Meanwhile, Huang Zixuan persistently harassed the creature from above. The Kala crocodile, overwhelmed, began to retreat. Long Wenba, observing from the sidelines, sought an opportunity. Phantom slashed at the Kala crocodile, then pressed the cannon against its head, firing a projectile that sent it flying. Seizing the moment, Long Wenba charged at the creature as it landed, channeling his armed color into his fists. With all his might, he struck the Kala crocodile in the eye. The armed color proved formidable, rendering the creature's defenses ineffective. Instantly, the Kala crocodile was blinded in one eye. Chapter 24. Slaying the Kala crocodile. Long Wenba swiftly retreated, while the injured Kala crocodile writhed in agony on the ground. Thankfully, Long Wenba's quick escape spared him from the chaotic flailing of the creature's tail. Dong Qifeng, Lu Zihao, and Mu Qihong rushed to Wang Shulin's side, lifting him to safety. "Who are you?" Wang Shulin inquired, puzzled. "I am Dong Qifeng. That transformer, Phantom, belongs to me. The Iron Man in the sky is my friend. And the one who just blinded that giant crocodile is also with us. Your injuries are severe. We should take you to the hospital." Wang Shulin, upon hearing this, expressed his gratitude, stating, "No need. Thank you for saving me. My constitution is unique. These wounds are insufficient to be fatal." He spoke weakly. "My colleague will be arriving shortly. He can handle this formidable crocodile." Mu Qihong gazed at the still bleeding Wang Shulin and inquired, "Is that true? However, if you do not stop the bleeding, you might suffer from excessive blood loss." Wang Shulin glanced at his bleeding wound, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Hey, Wang Shulin, are you still alive? Please respond," came a voice from a distance. "Your captain, Bai Qinru, has heard of the creature's formidable strength and is rushing over, along with the rescue team. Can you hear me, Wang Shulin?" Dong Qifeng and the others heard the persistent voice emanating from a headset nearby. Wang Shulin, upon hearing this, addressed Dong Qifeng, "Could you please retrieve the headset for me?" Mu Qihong approached and handed him the headset. Wang Shulin spoke into it. "Hello, I'm still here." "Wonderful. You're all right. I heard your cries earlier and thought you had perished," the voice responded. "Though I'm not dead yet, I might be soon." Wang Shulin replied with a wry smile. "Don't worry, hang in there. Your captain, Bai Qinru, is already on her way, and the rescue team is following closely. Hold on." "All right, I understand." The enhanced individuals also listened intently to the conversation. One of them asked, "Can your captain really handle this giant crocodile?" "Of course. If it weren't for that roar that momentarily stunned me, this crocodile wouldn't have been able to touch me. And as for my captain's attack, there is no way I could evade it. I trust you understand my meaning." Upon hearing this, Dong Qifeng and the others sighed in relief. Although they felt confident in their ability to slay the giant crocodile, knowing that a more powerful ally was on the way eased their concerns significantly. Meanwhile, the battle with Phantom and his team continued. The loss of one eye significantly diminished the combat prowess of the Kyra giant crocodile, leaving it struggling against Huang Zixuan and his companions. Phantom once again sent the Kyra giant crocodile flying. Long Wenba attempted once more to blind the crocodile's remaining eye. unaware that the creature was feigning vulnerability, intending to eliminate one adversary before addressing the other. As Long Wenba approached with his armed fist raised, the Kyra giant crocodile lunged forward, claws aimed directly at him. Long Wenba was instantly struck with alarm. Huang Zishuan shouted, "Brother Long, watch out." With no time to react, Long Wenba crossed his arms in front of himself. During this time, he could only cover his arms with the armed color. Bang! Although Long Wenba was not injured by the Kira crocodile, he was still sent flying. Upon seeing Long Wenba in the air, Lu Zihao immediately summoned his martial spirit and rushed to catch him, thereby preventing further harm. However, Long Wenba was left devoid of combat power, his hands trembling incessantly, clearly indicating that the blow from the Kira crocodile had completely depleted his armor and left him fatigued. Wang Shulin, witnessing Lu Zihao transformed into a beastman, exclaimed in astonishment. Could it be that this fellow shares the same abilities as I do? Is it possible for both of us to become beastmen? Dong Qifeng clarified. It should not be the same. Zihao awakened his martial spirit, and that fiery lion that appeared behind him before he transformed was his martial spirit. It seems you do not possess a martial spirit, do you? A martial spirit? Indeed, I lack one. I transformed directly into a beastman. This is truly remarkable. Wang Shulin marveled. At that moment, Huang Zishuan roared furiously, "You wild beast, perish!" Concentrating all the energy of his battle armor, he unleashed a robust laser aimed at the neck of the Kira crocodile, precisely where Wang Shulin had previously breached its defenses. Upon impact, the laser exacerbated the prior wounds severfold, causing the Kira crocodile to recoil in pain. Seizing the opportunity, Phantom leaped onto the back of the Kira crocodile, straddling its neck. Grasping its scales with one hand while wielding a hand cannon with the other, Phantom relentlessly bombarded the newly opened wound. Despite the fierce thrashing of the Kira crocodile, Phantom clung tightly and continued the assault. As time passed, the creature's struggles gradually weakened, ultimately collapsing to the ground. The crocodile's neck was nearly obliterated, a testament to its tenacious vitality. Meanwhile, Huang Zishuan, having exhausted the energy of his battle armor, descended and approached Dong Qingfeng. Phantom also dismounted and joined them. "Thank you for your efforts, Phantom," Dong Qifeng expressed. "No need for thanks," Phantom replied before transforming back into a vehicle. Lu Zihao then assisted Long Wenba as he approached. The group gathered together, allowing themselves a moment of respite. Huang Zishuan remarked, "I can't fathom what species this crocodile belongs to. It was exceedingly difficult to slay." "Is that even a question? It's certainly not a crocodile from our world. Have you ever seen one this enormous?" Mu Qinghong retorted with a roll of her eyes. "All right, enough bickering. Let's all take a break. Are you not exhausted?" Long Wenba laid on the ground and stated, "I never anticipated that you all would be so formidable. Would you have any interest in joining our Anomaly Investigation Bureau?" Wang Shulin gazed at Dong Qingfeng and the other four, feeling a stirring within. "Us. Perhaps we should refrain from that. We have managed to escape the constraints of our families, and we certainly do not wish to be governed by others again." Huang Zishuan quickly concurred. "Indeed, we currently have no intentions of joining any investigative bureau." Dong Qingfeng added, "Very well." After a brief pause, an idea struck Dong Qingfeng. He took a photograph of the colossal crocodile and sent it to Li Ming. At that moment, Li Ming was lounging on the sofa, engrossed in Douyin, admiring videos of young women. Suddenly, a message popped up on his screen. Li Ming glanced at the message, realizing it was sent by Dong Qifeng. Li Ming opened it to find a photograph of a deceased crocodile. Immediately, Dong Qifeng inquired, "Li Ming, do you know what this creature is?" Li Ming examined carefully and realized this was the Kayla giant crocodile from the Toriko universe, with a capture level of 8. Name, Kayla giant crocodile capture level, 8. Description, a creature from the world of Toriko. The Kayla giant crocodile grows larger with age. Capable of living up to 150 years, this particular specimen appears to be around 300 years old. As the apex predator of the Barren Archipelago, its flesh is exceptionally tender, capable of enhancing one's constitution. Its taste rivals that of king crab in delicacy, while its succulence and richness parallel that of A9 Wagyu beef. Li Ming conveyed information about the Kyra crocodile to Dong Qifeng, informing him that this creature was relatively weak, with higher-level beings reaching levels in the tens of thousands. He advised, if possible, it would be prudent to retain some of the Kyra crocodile's flesh. Moreover, it would be best to take it with you immediately, otherwise, when the investigators arrive, you may find it unattainable. Understood, Dong Qifeng replied. Upon receiving this intelligence, he shared it with his companions. emphasizing the benefits of the Kyra crocodile's meat for enhancing physical constitution. He instructed Phantom to carve up the creature, securing around 500 to 600 pounds of meat into their vehicle. Addressing Wang Shulin, he stated, I have relayed to you the information regarding the Kyra crocodile and its world, and you are aware of the meat's efficacy. Once your team arrives, we may not be able to procure any. Thus, we shall take some with us now. We have also bandaged your wounds and stopped the bleeding. So we shall take our leave. Thank you, Wang Shulin responded. All right, goodbye. Subsequently, Dong Qifeng and his group departed with the meat. Shortly after their exit, Wang Shulin's captain and reinforcements from other regions arrived in succession. Chapter 25. The Abnormal Investigation Bureau by Qingru approached Wang Shulin, inquiring, Are you all right? Captain, I am fine. I won't die just yet. That's good. Bai Qingru sighed with relief. She surveyed the devastated battlefield and the fallen Kyra crocodile. Have those who saved you and vanquished this beast already left? Yes, Captain. Moreover, this creature, known as the Kyra crocodile, is a being from a world called Gourmet Captives. In that realm, it is merely a low-level creature, with its capture level reported to be only level 8, while the highest can reach tens of thousands. Tens of thousands? Is that true? Whether it is true or false, I cannot ascertain. That is what they told me. And I was equally astounded upon hearing it, Wang Shulin replied uncertainly. The revelation that the Kyra crocodile was merely level 8 while the highest could ascend to tens of thousands was indeed shocking. If beings of such high levels were to arrive in Blue Star, there would be no means to contend with them. Bai Qingru pondered for a moment, dismissing the notion as an exaggeration and choosing not to dwell on it. Very well, you should rest adequately. The medical team is on their way. We shall discuss the abilities they acquired from the jar shop upon our return to the bureau. Understood, Captain. Wang Shulin closed his eyes, awaiting the arrival of the medical team. Before long, the personnel arrived. Observing Wang Shulin lying on the ground with 3 gaping wounds across his chest, one of the team members remarked, You truly are fortunate to be alive after sustaining such grave injuries. Hearing the team's banter, Wang Shulin managed a bitter smile and replied, Please refrain from making light of the situation and assist me with my treatment, Chen. If you continue to linger, I may very well perish. Chen, glancing at Wang Shulin who was still able to converse, chuckled, Oh, come now. The fact that you can still speak indicates that your injuries are not as dire as you claim. You'll likely only require hospitalization for a week or 2 at most. I envy your remarkable abilities. Not only can you transform, but your vitality is astonishingly resilient. Wang Shulin smiled wryly, choosing not to elaborate further. Chen extended his hand towards Wang Shulin, and a green light emanated from it, visibly mending Wang Shulin's wounds. In a short while, his injuries improved significantly. Gradually, Chen's complexion turned pale, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Once the light faded, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, All right, your injuries are nearly healed. Just ensure you rest for a while. Wang Shulin opened his eyes and propped himself up. He expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you, Chen. Chen replied, No need for thanks between us. He then instructed the team members tending to the injured, Please tally the number of casualties. Reporting, Chen, 12 minor injuries, 7 severe injuries, and no fatalities. All are police officers. There were no civilian casualties. Good. Tend to the minor injuries, and bring the severely injured to me, quickly. Wang Shulin inquired, Chen, are you feeling all right? There are quite a few seriously injured individuals. It's nothing. The exertion is not significant for an ordinary person. I estimate that the strain on the 7 of them is less than what you've endured. Chen shot Wang Shulin a sidelong glance. Wang Shulin scratched his head and chuckled. Well, I do possess a unique constitution. Indeed, it is fortunate for you that your physique is exceptional. Otherwise, a normal person sustaining such injuries would have succumbed long ago. Before long, the medical team brought in the severely injured. Chen efficiently revived each of them, while the other team members watched in envy as he showcased his abilities. Wang Shulin shared their admiration. Chen's skills were a treasure for their investigative bureau. Since his arrival, the bureau had experienced a significant reduction in casualties. All right. Let's wrap it up. After treating the last patient, Chen led his team away. Upon returning to the bureau, the director, Yi Jiangwo, visited Wang Shulin's recovery room, whereby Qingru was also present. Director Yi, you have arrived. Indeed. After greeting, Yi Jiangwo began to inquire about the matters concerning Dong Qifeng and the others. Wang Shulin, please share everything you know. Certainly, Director Yi. Subsequently, Wang Shulin recounted the information he had gathered from Dong Qifeng and his companions. Upon hearing this, Yi Jiangwo was taken aback, as it mirrored the situation surrounding the celebrity Hiba. At that time, they had not paid it much heed, but now, the emergence of 5 extraordinary individuals indicated that this jar shop was far from ordinary. If what you say is true, we must visit this jar shop without delay. Indeed. Director, if it is authentic, it would expedite our search for items with extraordinary powers significantly. We could acquire abilities simply by spending money, Bai Qingru interjected. Yes. Seeking items with extraordinary powers relies solely on luck, and we must discover their specific abilities through trial and error. However, the abilities they have acquired come with clear origins and usage methods, and their combat prowess is commendable. Since the invasion of the otherworld began, our warriors have sacrificed far too many lives. If this jar shop is genuine, our comrades' survival rates would increase. Our advanced combat capabilities would likely see an enhancement, allowing us to adopt a less passive stance, perhaps even paving the way for a counteroffensive. Exactly, Qingru. Please initiate an investigation into this jar shop. The individual capable of providing such information must possess significant standing, and we must avoid any conflict with them. Qingru understood. Wait for me. Once I finish my current tasks, I shall visit the jar shop. Bai Qingru affirmed. All right, I now comprehend the situation. I shall take my leave. Safe travels, Director. Wang Shilin, take your time recovering. By the way, Qingru, you'll be attending the meeting shortly. Understood, Director. Once Yi Jiangwo departed, Wang Shilin turned to Bai Qingru, asking, Captain, when do you plan to visit the jar shop? Please take me along. What? Is your injury healed? Nearly. After Qin's treatment, only minor wounds remain. A few days of rest should suffice. All right, once I complete my current work, I will take you with me. Thank you, Captain. Now, take your time to recover. I must be on my way. Goodbye, Captain. Bai Qingru also departed from Wang Shilin's room to address the incident that had transpired. Although there were no casualties among the public, the repercussions were significant. They needed to mitigate public panic. Previously, information could be contained. However, now that the matter had surfaced so blatantly before the public, it seemed impossible to conceal it any longer. Within an office of the Investigation Bureau, Director Yi, alongside Team Leader Chun, Bai Qingru, and several other team leaders, convened. Bai Qingru was the captain of Team 1, accompanied by Team 2's leader, Yuan Hong, and Team 3's leader, Qin Ziyuan. At this moment, Yi Jiangwo spoke. Well, now that everyone is present, let us discuss the events of today. What are your thoughts? Team 2's leader, Yuan Hong, remarked, I feel that this matter can no longer be concealed. We should disclose the occurrences of the past 2 years. Team 3's leader, Qin Ziyuan, concurred, indeed, Director. With hundreds of witnesses to this incident, it is futile to hide the truth. We must release a statement before panic ensues, in order to alleviate public fear. After listening, Yi Jiangwo turned to team leader Qin from the medical team and inquired, What is your perspective, Qin Jie? Qin Jie replied, Director, I share the same sentiment. All right, it appears that your opinions align with those from above. However, we still need to deliberate on how to issue the announcement. Let us adjourn. Chapter 26, Issuing the Announcement. Dea Xiaomei arrives with her team following extensive discussion among the senior officials of the Investigation Bureau. It was resolved to make public the events of the past 2 years, as well as to actively recruit individuals with extraordinary abilities. Those who possessed such abilities but did not wish to be recruited were required to report to the Bureau. Failure to do so would result in the Bureau having the authority to arrest them for any illegal activities conducted using their powers, with severe cases subject to immediate execution. The announcement triggered a considerable uproar on the internet. Goodness, is our world truly this perilous? What should we do? Will we encounter monsters as well? I can't believe that blue deer I saw that night was just a figment of my imagination. My family and friends didn't believe me and insisted I see a doctor. What is going on upstairs? What did you see? Well, my home is in the countryside, and the road back requires passing through a mountainous forest with a lake. That night, after having a drink, I spotted a blue deer standing by the lake. My mind was a bit hazy from the alcohol, but I assure you, I saw it clearly. However, when I took out my phone, the blue deer had already vanished into the woods. Buddy, maybe it really was just your imagination? Exactly. You can't take what you see while drunk seriously, man. No, what I have witnessed is undeniably true. The lake, although referred to as such, has merely been a foul drainage ditch for decades. However, after I beheld the ethereal blue deer that fateful night, the waters of that lake transformed into crystal clarity. Should you doubt my words, I possess photographic evidence. Below, this individual has shared 2 images, showcasing a before and after comparison of the lake, coinciding with the appearance of the blue deer. Even our provincial governor has come to witness this phenomenon, and it seems it was once featured in the news. You may verify this, indeed. Astonishingly, the assertion made by the individual above holds merit. The lake incident has indeed captured media attention. What? This revelation is genuine. Thus, it implies that the blue deer cited by the individual above possesses the remarkable ability to purify water. It must be so, otherwise one cannot fathom how a fetid drainage ditch could have become so pristine. Li Ming, who was resting in the shop, has also seen the official announcement from the government, and he noted the comments below corroborating the claims made by this person. Li Ming has also deduced the identity of the creature that this person has encountered. It is none other than Suicune, the legendary beast from the Pokemon universe, renowned for its ability to purify bodies of water. However, Li Ming finds himself perplexed, for it is not customary for legendary Pokemon to manifest at this time. Li Ming stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before arriving at a conclusion. It must be that the individuals in this world have acquired items or abilities corresponding to their respective realms, which has enabled one world to perceive another, thus accelerating the pace of invasion. However, he had never encountered any extraordinary creatures online, except for, well, what I have summoned here. Wait, does what I have conjured from this jar count as well? Li Ming quietly expressed his dissatisfaction, pondering the futility of overthinking. He decided to embrace his leisurely existence as a salted fish. After several experiences with the mysterious jars, he realized that others invariably relied on him to elucidate the contents of the jars, thus encroaching upon his cherished leisure time. Consequently, he took it upon himself to clarify the nature of the items extracted from the jars, allowing the openers to access this information independently. Thereby, he would not need to introduce each item individually, except for those that required his assistance due to their obscurity. Moreover, upon payment, the jars and hammers would materialize on the bar counter autonomously. Simultaneously, on the other side of the city, 3 individuals arrived at the residence of the delightful girl, known as Daisa, who were fellow streamers from the same platform, Sister Zhou, Mosey, and Tunton. Upon noticing the announcement, they hastily sought out Daisa. Although Daisa had previously garnered attention after her first jar opening, the limitation of once a week had led them to contemplate attending her second attempt based on circumstances. However, the recent government declaration regarding the existence of extraordinary items and abilities had spurred them into action, prompting an urgent visit to Daiseo's home to persuade her to open more jars. Honestly, is there really a need for such haste to open jars? The jar shop isn't going anywhere, Daiseo remarked, exasperated by the trio's enthusiasm. You speak as if you've already acquired abilities from opening jars. We, however, have nothing. Sister Zhou shot Daiseo an incredulous look, responding, have you not seen how perilous the world has become? How can one navigate without any abilities? This sentiment was echoed by Mosey. Hurry up, Daiseo. I suspect many are currently searching for the jar shop. Your private messages must be overflowing, and there are likely others en route to your home as we speak. After all, this jar shop is the only relatively stable source for acquiring abilities, Tunton urged. What? Dai Xiaomei promptly retrieved her phone to check the private messages in her live streaming room, and as expected, it was inundated with notifications. Not only were her viewers reaching out, but prominent streamers were also trying to contact her. Additionally, there were countless missed calls, as she typically kept her phone on silent, and thus had not heard them. Only her close friends, like Sister Zhou, managed to come over directly. Some viewers were even watching the replay of Dai Xiaomei's stream to find out where to go. However, those who had been there before refrained from disclosing the location of the jar shop, as self-interest prevailed, a perfectly natural behavior. After reviewing her messages, Dai Xiaomei swiftly got dressed and freshened up with a quick wash. Accompanied by Mosey and the others, she set off towards the jar shop. Dai Xiaomei understood that if they delayed, the shop would likely be overwhelmed by eager patrons. Despite the jars being quite expensive, there remained a plethora of affluent individuals willing to purchase them. A while later, Dai Xiaomei and her companions arrived at Li Ming's jar shop. To her surprise, the store was relatively empty upon their arrival. She then activated her live stream, which instantly attracted tens of thousands of viewers, with the numbers continuing to rise. Oh my goodness, finally, the old woman has started her broadcast. Do you have any idea about the announcement online? Quickly, reveal the address of the jar shop. We want to come and open jars. Prominent streamers such as Shu Shu Baby, Sao Pig, and Teacher Ma also made appearances in Dai Xiaomei's live stream, showering her with virtual rockets. Dai Xiaomei, please tell us the shop's address. Hurry, we need the address. They all clamored for the location of the jar shop. Observing the escalating excitement in her live stream, Dai Xiaomei felt an immense surge of joy. She then turned to Mosey and the others and said, "Hello everyone. Today, I am here with my sisters to open some jars. Once we finish, I will share the address of the jar shop, so please be patient." Those mischievous sisters Zhou, Mosey, and Tunin just whisked Dai Xiaomei away. I arrived at her house only to find it empty, thanks to the three of you. A viewer who knew Dai Xiaomei's address exclaimed. Ha ha ha, so sorry. After greeting the audience in Dai Xiaomei's live stream, Sister Zhou and her friends also began their own broadcast on their phones. They couldn't let Dai Xiaomei take all the traffic. They needed to capitalize on it as well. Before long, several thousand viewers flooded into all four of their streams. Upon arriving at the shop, Dai Xiaomei spotted Li Ming lounging on the sofa and called out, "Li Ming, I've brought my sisters to open jars." Li Ming looked up and indeed saw that the naive little sister had come with three others. They were all prominent streamers from Shark, namely Sister Zhou, Mosey, and Tuntin. Li Ming sat up and remarked, "You are all familiar with the process of opening the jars, correct?" "Indeed," came the reply. "That's splendid. I have upgraded the jars. The information about the items within will be evident to you with just a touch. Should you encounter any confusion, feel free to seek my assistance." He continued, "You may scan the QR code at the bar, complete the payment, and the jars along with the hammer will automatically appear on the counter. No need for selection, as it will all be random." Dai Xiaomei was astonished at how intelligent everything had become in just a week since her last visit. "All right, Li Ming. I shall take them to open the jars. You can take a rest for now." With that, Dai Xiaomei led Mosey and the others to the bar to pay and open the jars. Chapter 27. Shue Fruit. Young Sakura template, allow me to go first. After all, I have experience in opening jars, she announced. Dai Xiaomei took out her phone and scanned a payment of 1 million. "Now, watch closely," she instructed Mosey and the others. Once she completed the transaction, 10 jars and a hammer materialized on the counter. This spectacle filled Mosey and her companions with wonder. It was truly magical to see the jars and hammer appear upon payment. Dai Xiaomei, too, gazed curiously at the suddenly manifested items. Previously, she would choose the jars herself, but now they were selected at random. However, Dai Xiaomei was well aware of Li Ming's nature. He was, without a doubt, the epitome of lethargy, or as I like to call him, the king of laziness. After a brief internal monologue, she wasted no time and picked up the hammer to commence her jar-opening journey for the week. "Watch as I deliver something extraordinary today. Let's aim for blue." With that, she swung the hammer down. In the anticipation of Dai Xiaomei's gaze, a beam of white light appeared. "Dai Mei, your luck seems to be lacking." Zhou Jie chimed in from the side. "You said you wanted blue, but you ended up with white, not even a green." "Indeed," Dai Xiaomei replied, a bit embarrassed. "No worries. The next one will surely be better." She then examined the white item, which turned out to be a tracksuit. Item, tracksuit grade. White. Dai Xiaomei picked up the hammer once more and struck it down 5 consecutive times. Unsurprisingly, each result was white. "Haha, Dai Mei, your luck is truly unparalleled." Zhou Jie laughed. Tun Tun also stifled laughter beside her. "I assure you, the real treasures lie ahead. The earlier white items are merely accumulating luck for the better ones to come. You simply do not understand." Dai Xiaomei forced herself to speak, and then opened 3 more containers. However, it seemed that her luck was akin to the last time. These 3 also yielded white items. "Ha ha ha, Dai Mei. Look at what you've obtained, all clothing and even cosplay outfits. You needn't purchase new garments anymore," Tuan Tuan remarked with a laugh. Dai Xiaomei gazed at the 9 white containers, feeling a twinge of anxiety within her. 1 million, this was indeed 1 million, not merely 100. Surely she could not be left with just these clothing items. Earning 1 million was no trivial feat for her. Dai Xiaomei refrained from responding to Tuan Tuan's comments. As she focused on the final container, she picked up the hammer, closed her eyes, and whispered, "Taishang Lao Jun, Guanyin Bodhisattva, God, Jesus, bless me with something wonderful." With her eyes still shut, she struck the last container. Li Ming, reclining on the sofa, listened to Dai Xiaomei's incantations and chuckled softly, shaking his head. It was more effective to seek favor from oneself than to rely on such deities. The viewers in the live stream couldn't help but mock Dai Xiaomei's words. The old woman has resorted to superstitions now. How could she not be superstitious? Did you not see that all 9 items were white? She's clearly panicking. Laughter erupted. Can you blame her? It's 1 million. She has only unearthed 9 pieces of clothing, which are hardly worth a fraction of that sum. Indeed, it was evident that the old woman was fearful of losing her 1 million. At that moment, Dai Xiaomei remained oblivious to the viewers' comments, her eyes still closed. Suddenly, with a crash, The last container shattered, and a blue light emerged. The online audience erupted in excitement. What luck for the old woman! The last item turned her fortunes around. I refuse to accept this. I came to see the old woman fail. Yet, the final item she unveiled was indeed remarkable. How could it not be? It's a devil fruit. Regardless of its type, it's a prophet. Oh, dear. You're mistaken. If she had drawn the human fruit in its ordinary form, she would be at a loss. Surely not that unfortunate. One can never tell. Did you not see that all her previous 9 items were white? True enough. At that moment, Sister Zhou, seated beside Dai Xiaomei, was exhilarated by the appearance of the item and shook Dai Xiaomei's arm, exclaiming, Dai Xiaomei, you've truly drawn something remarkable this time. Indeed, indeed, Dai Mei. You've struck gold. Upon hearing the words of Sister Zhou and her companions, the naive girl opened her eyes. She was filled with excitement upon seeing the object before her, even though she was unaware of its specific nature. Nevertheless, it was undeniably a devil fruit. With great enthusiasm, she reached out to touch the devil fruit. Instantly, information regarding the fruit flooded her mind. Item: devil fruit, Logia type, snow fruit, optimized version, level, blue description, originating from the world of pirates. The snow fruit allows the user to transform any part of their body into snow and create snow at will. The user can manipulate it freely and is immune to most physical attacks due to elementalization. The fruit has also eliminated the drawbacks of being unable to touch seawater and its unpleasant taste. Goodness, it's actually a Logia-type devil fruit. The naive girl exclaimed with exhilaration. What? It's truly a Logia-type devil fruit. How can that old woman have such remarkable luck? I'm so envious. Ah. I'm filled with admiration. Sister Zhou also expressed her astonishment. Naive girl, what specific abilities does your devil fruit possess? This is the Logia-type snow fruit. Quite impressive. Isn't it? Indeed, indeed, Mosey and Tunnen chimed in with envy. Haha, my investment of 1 million is truly worthwhile. The naive girl chuckled joyously. All right, enough laughter. Step aside. I'm about to open the cans, Sister Zhou remarked, slightly exasperated, as she nudged the naive girl aside. Hey, why do you get to open the cans first? Mosey protested from the side. Hiki, you're too late. By the time the naive girl opened the last can, I had already scanned my code and completed the payment, Sister Zhou replied, showing Mosey and Tunton the completed transaction on her device. Mosey and Tunton peered closely, seeing a successful payment of 100,000. Sister Zhou is quite cunning, they remarked. Humph. Sister Zhou chuckled, gazing at the 10 cans that appeared after her payment. She picked up a hammer and began her journey of opening cans. Without hesitation, she opened them all at once. 6 white, 3 green, and 1 blue. Hee. It seems my luck is quite favorable, Sister Zhou said, smiling at the naive girl. Humph, it's not that impressive. I had a similar experience during my first opening. What is there to be proud of? The naive girl replied, rolling her eyes at Sister Zhou. That is not the same. At that time, you only got 2 greens while I secured 1 more than you, Sister Zhou retorted, her pride evident. You. Humph. Sister Zhou gazed at the irate Daixiomi, her heart brimming with delight. She turned her attention to the items she had procured. The white items were unremarkable. 3 garments, 2 shuriken, and a soldier's pill. Item, shuriken level, white description, a fundamental tool utilized by ninjas in the world of Naruto. Item, soldier's pill level, white description, a basic item in the Naruto universe. Capable of restoring one's stamina. Not too shabby, quite useful indeed. These shuriken can serve as a means of defense, and the soldier's pill will certainly come in handy in the future. Next, Sister Zhou focused on the remaining items. 3 green items, also from the Naruto realm, appeared before her. Item, storage scroll level, green description, a scroll used for storage in the world of Naruto. Item, explosive tag X10 X2 level, green description, items from the Naruto universe that, when activated, will detonate after a brief period, yielding immense power. Huh? Why are all the items I've obtained from the Naruto world? Sister Zhou pondered aloud. What is the matter? This simply signifies your affinity with the Naruto realm, replied Mosey. The abilities within Naruto are quite commendable, comparable to the strength found in the world of pirates. Moreover, the ninjutsu is rather splendid. I suspect your final item will also be from the Naruto universe, added Tunton from the side. Sister Zhou shared the same sentiment and turned her gaze to the last item. This final piece was merely a card, featuring a young girl with pink hair. As Sister Zhou picked up the card, its information manifested in her mind. Item, Youth Sakura template level, Blue description, a template of Haruno Sakura from Team 7 in the Naruto universe. Utilizing this template grants one the abilities of a youthful Sakura. Oh, what is a template? Sister Zhou inquired, somewhat perplexed. Upon hearing this, Daixiomi was equally unclear and called out to Li Ming, saying, Li Ming, could you please elucidate this? Li Ming stood up upon hearing this and walked over. Chapter 28, The Soul Cutter, Shadow Cat Martial Soul. The meaning of this template has been elucidated clearly above. A template enables one to acquire the abilities of the individual depicted within it. Upon utilizing this template, you will gradually gain the strength of Sakura, rather than receiving all her powers instantaneously. It is a process of incremental acquisition, ultimately culminating in complete mastery. However, this method surpasses the mere acquisition of specific ninjutsu. It is akin to possessing Sakura-esque experiences, which will significantly expedite your learning of ninjutsu and similar skills. Sister Zhou suddenly comprehended. So this is how it works. It is indeed far superior to the 6 styles of the Navy that the simple-minded girl obtained. As it does not require an extensive period of arduous training, truly remarkable. That being said, you may continue your discussion. I shall recline on the sofa. Do summon me if needed. After Li Ming finished speaking, he returned to the sofa and continued to recline. Mosey quickly interjected, Tunton, let me go first. Before Tunton could respond, she had already scanned the code. Observing Mosey scanning the code, Tunton sighed and shook her head, choosing to remain silent. There was nothing left for her to say. Mosey had already initiated the process. Well, since you've scanned the code, what more can I say? Hee, thank you, Tunton. After Mosey completed the scan and payment, the canister appeared on the bar. Filled with excitement, Mosey picked up a hammer and struck the canister. The first canister yielded its contents. Wow, how is this possible? Mosey, your luck is incredible. You got a blue-tier item right off the bat, exclaimed Daizio, astonished. Well, you should consider who I am, Mosey declared proudly, hands on her hips. The blue item she first revealed was a long sword, but it was no ordinary blade. Upon grasping the sword, its information materialized in her mind. Item, Shallow Strike Tier. Blue description, Shallow Strike, the weapon wielded by Soul Reapers in the Realm of Death. Is the name of the Zanpakuto before its initial release. The form of each Zanpakuto is determined by the unique characteristics of its owner's soul, a growth weapon that evolves with the owner's increasing spiritual strength. I recognize this. The Zanpakuto is the primary weapon in the Soul Reaper universe. However, based on the description, it seems unlike any I've seen in the anime, Mosey remarked. Perplexed by the Zanpakuto's description. Indeed, the initial release and final release of the Shallow Strike are both determined by the characteristics of your soul. Li Ming sat on the sofa, gazing at his phone, and addressed Mosey. Upon hearing this, Mosey replied, Why is that? In the anime Bleach, aren't the true names of the Zanpakuto always bestowed by a grand monk? You mentioned that this is in the world of Bleach, and moreover, this sword is merely a shurikai, lacking a true name, thus it cannot be considered a Zanpakuto. A shurikai, by its very nature, is a tool that guides the soul of the Soul Reaper, and it is only upon invoking its true name that it is deemed a Zanpakuto. Therefore, the shurikai you currently possess will ultimately reveal its true name based on the characteristics of your soul, and will eventually transform into a genuine Zanpakuto. If you consistently meditate with your shurikai resting upon your lap, there will come a day when you can unveil its true name and awaken your authentic Zanpakuto. Mosey, upon hearing this, remarked, I am aware of that. I believe it is called Blade Zen. I shall strive to meditate diligently henceforth. After speaking, Mosey set aside the shurikai and resumed her task of opening cans with a hammer. The subsequent cans failed to yield any blue items. However, 4 green cans and 5 white cans emerged. All the white items were garments, among which was one Soul Reaper's outfit. The green items were all artifacts from the Soul Society, specifically the Shunpa technique. Item, Basic Swordsmanship Level. Green description, the foundational sword techniques studied by Soul Reapers at the Central Spirit Academy within the Soul Society. Item, Basic Hand-to-Hand Combat Level. Green description, the foundational martial arts studied by Soul Reapers at the Central Spirit Academy within the Soul Society. Item, Shunpa Level. Green description, the footwork techniques studied by Soul Reapers at the Central Spirit Academy within the Soul Society. Item, Heido, 1-33, Level. Green description, the first 33 spells of Heido studied by Soul Reapers at the Central Spirit Academy within the Soul Society. Wow, Mosey, I'm truly envious. You seem to have opened nearly everything from the Bleach universe. Daisuke observed with a tinge of jealousy at the 4 items Mosey had unveiled. Ha ha. I never anticipated my luck would be so fortuitous, Mosey exclaimed joyfully. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream expressed their envy, remarking on Mosey's extraordinary fortune. Indeed, who would have thought Mosey would collect items from an entire world? Yes, hurry and finish opening them. Tell us the location. We wish to open cans too. Tunton scanned the code and said, all right, it's really my turn now. Quickly, Tunton, let us see what you can unveil. I suppose you are eager to see if my luck can surpass the items you initially opened, Tunton replied. Indeed. Sister Zhou conversed with Mosey. Tunton, not being a member of Moji, also expressed her excitement. It must be said that Tunton's fortune was indeed remarkable, 6 whites, 3 greens, and 1 blue. The value of the white items was the highest among the treasures they had unveiled. All were exquisite pieces of gold and silver jewelry. Judging by their design, these alone would recoup their expenses. A pair of gold bangles, a diamond ring, a sapphire necklace, and 2 jade pendants. All were quite valuable possessions. Truly, Tunton, these jewels must be worth over 1 million, without a doubt. Indeed, merely these 6 white items justify your endeavor. Not to mention, you still have 3 greens and 1 blue remaining. Tunton was elated. The 3 green items were relatively straightforward. 3 body enhancement potions. Item, body enhancement potion level. Green description. Enhances the body, increasing physical attributes to 3 times that of an average person. The method of use is straightforward, consumed directly. The enhancement process requires 1 week. A substantial amount of nutrients will be consumed during the enhancement, necessitating timely replenishment. No side effects. I had obtained 3 body enhancement potions, perfectly allowing each of the 3 of us to have one. Tunton handed 2 of them to Mosey and Sister Zhou. We cannot accept your generosity without recompense. How about we each contribute 500,000 to purchase them? Mosey and Sister Zhou hurriedly suggested. Tunton regarded Mosey and Sister Zhou and replied, that seems fair. 500,000 will suffice. No need for more. She understood the rarity of such items, and she knew that they could not accept them for free. After accepting the transfer from Mosey and Sister Zhou, her gaze shifted to the final stone. This stone was akin to the item Lu Zihao had unveiled, a martial soul awakening stone. Item, martial soul awakening stone, single use. Level, blue description, a tool used in the martial soul realm to awaken individuals' martial souls. Tunton called out to Li Ming. What is this martial soul? Li Ming, upon hearing this, sat up and remarked, the martial soul is actually quite similar to the Zanpakuto. Both are manifestations of the soul. A Zanpakuto is the product of invoking its true name, while a martial soul is the embodiment of one's spirit. However, the limitations of a martial soul are more pronounced than those of a Zanpakuto. To advance a martial soul, one must acquire an additional soul ring every 10 levels. After attaching 9 soul rings and reaching the 100th level, one can ascend to divinity. Divinity? Exclaimed Tunton and the others in astonishment. Ah. This divinity merely refers to a god within the realm of martial souls. The realm of martial souls? Indeed. The martial soul is a concept from a novel entitled Martial Soul World. If you wish to understand more about martial souls, you might consider reading this novel. Upon hearing this, Tunton replied, all right, I understand. I will read Martial Soul World as soon as I get home. No, I shall read it shortly. Very well. You may now use the awakening stone to awaken your martial soul. After Li Ming's explanation, Tunton picked up the martial soul awakening stone. As the awakening process commenced, it radiated light, revealing a dark creature behind Tunton. Following the awakening, Tunton realized her martial soul was Shadow Cat, Soul Power, Level 9, Rank, Advanced. Then, she reiterated the information she had previously discussed with Lu Zihao. Tunton also experimented with the martial soul embodiment and found it to be remarkably effective. Her strength had increased significantly, and, most importantly, her speed had become exceptionally swift. All right, you all have completed your awakening. Now return and take your time to study your newfound abilities. Great. We shall take our leave now, said Dui Xiaomei, leading Mosey and the others towards the exit. As they reached the door, Dui Xiaomei suddenly turned and said, Li Ming, I will soon announce the location of your shop during my live stream. I anticipate a substantial influx of visitors thereafter. My promotion will be quite effective, wouldn't you agree? With that, she departed. Upon hearing this, Li Ming instantly sat up. Goodness. Had this been before, such actions would have posed no issue. However, now that the nation had issued an announcement confirming the existence of extraordinary powers, and considering that his shop could grant such abilities for a price, it would surely attract throngs of eager patrons. No, I must cast a protective barrier around my establishment. permitting only those deemed worthy to enter. With that thought, Li Ming cast a spell over the shop. Chapter 29. Li Ming's identity. After the little sister and her friends revealed the location of Li Ming's shop to online users, a multitude of individuals, including prominent streamers, began to rush towards his store. However, by 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Li Ming had closed the doors, leaving many disappointed. Numerous early arrivals were bewildered, unable to comprehend why they could not enter despite having located the shop's whereabouts. Eventually, as time passed, they all departed in frustration. Li Ming has also returned to the love apartment. At this moment, within the Anomaly Investigation Bureau, his profile had already landed on the desks of various regional directors. From the time Li Ming was aware of his circumstances in the orphanage until now, every experience has been meticulously documented. Yu Jiangwo, the director of the Shanghai Anomaly Investigation Bureau, gazed contemplatively at Li Ming's information. It was undeniable that the details of Li Ming's life were astonishing. Though he had encountered many prodigies, none had been as extraordinary as Li Ming. The document detailed: name, Li Ming, gender, male, age, 26. Background: abandoned by his biological parents at the orphanage. He, at the age of 8, utilized his acquired knowledge to assemble a computer, collaborating with manufacturers. He earned his first fortune, significantly enhancing the economic conditions of the orphanage. After entering junior high, he accelerated his studies and advanced to high school within a year. He completed 3 years of high school and, at the age of 16, gained admission to Shanghai University. During his university years, he began to write novels, pioneering various genres such as fantasy, science fiction, and martial arts, establishing himself as a figure of unparalleled influence. To this day, no one has surpassed him. At the age of 18, he founded his first company, Longting Technology, which ascended to the pinnacle of the industry in less than a year. Through his innovative technologies, Longting Technology expanded continuously, investing in various sectors and acquiring stakes in leading enterprises such as Tencent and Alibaba. Under his leadership, the company produced world-class brands in mobile phones, computers, and automobiles. His animation company has created iconic works, including Naruto and Bleach, with the abilities depicted in Naruto already manifesting in reality. Many chart-topping songs are penned by Li Ming, along with numerous acclaimed films and television productions. Recently, the wildly popular Douyin also belongs to Li Ming's company. Yu Jiangwo was taken aback upon reading this. Good heavens, one could assert that a significant portion of the GDP of Longhua is generated by Li Ming's company. To say that Li Ming is as wealthy as a nation would be an understatement. However, Li Ming's jar shop was established 2 years ago but did not open immediately. It has only recently commenced operations. The reason for this delay remains unclear. Yet, it is evident that Li Ming was aware of the impending interdimensional invasion 2 years prior and had even opened a jar shop, suggesting a deep knowledge of the situation regarding the otherworld. Li Ming should not be a villain, otherwise, he would not have opened a jar shop. Nevertheless, it is futile to dwell on such thoughts now. All that matters is the ability one can acquire from Li Ming's establishment. In recent days, due to the barriers set by Li Ming, few individuals have been able to enter and open jars. Those who managed to enter found that the jars yielded rather mundane items. Most were white and green, resembling explosive talismans and ninja scrolls, ordinary objects lacking significant lethality. There were also some special potions capable of curing ailments that this world cannot resolve. However, the losses were considerable. A few ventured in hopes of luck, but very few managed to break even. The sole exception was a rare antique blue and white porcelain piece, which a wealthy individual purchased for a staggering 100 million. After acquiring wealth, that person continued to open jars, all yielding white items, yet still containing valuable treasures. Ultimately, they amassed nearly 300 million at Li Ming's shop. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the apartment had become quite ordinary, with Guanggu and Yu Yu immersed in the throes of romance, constantly displaying their affection. One wonders if it is a surge of hormones. During this time, Li Ming also recommended various potent tonics, such as Tiger Whip, but not the ordinary kind. Rather, it was from another realm. Ultimately, under the combined efforts of Guanggu and Yu Yu, the matter was left unresolved, and the Tiger Whip ended up being used by Ziqiao to infuse liquor. Additionally, Hui Fei has taken on the role of a teacher, with Zhang's suggestions being guessed correctly by Chen Meijia. Now, Li Ming observes from above as Chen Meijia and Lu Ziqiao lock the 4 of them in their respective rooms. I question them, is this truly effective? It feels as though you're engaging in some nefarious activity. Li Ming reclined on the sofa, sipping cola as he observed Ziqiao and Meijia huddled in the corner. Ziqiao turned his head and implored, Li Ming, for heaven's sake, do not let them out. It took Meijia and me considerable effort to arrange for them to be alone together. Even if it does not lead to success, at least it won't harm their relationship, rest assured. Moreover, in my experience, it is only under such circumstances that Guangu and Yu can truly open up. Otherwise, who knows when they will have that conversation themselves. Chen Meijia, meanwhile, was busy unscrewing bolts and chimed in, furthermore, regarding Teacher Xing and Yifei. I have been away for so long, yet have seen no progress between them. This is exceedingly slow. I won't even mention Yifei. But Teacher Xing's indecisiveness is quite unbecoming of a man. I must take action to assist them. At that moment, Teacher Zhang's call came through. Shin Meijia urged him. Teacher Zhang, do not falter at such a splendid opportunity. Boldly confess your feelings. In a hushed tone from his room, Teacher Zhang replied, Meijia, please do not tease me. Right now, Yifei is repairing the washing machine's wrench. If I don't go out, what will I do without the wrench? If Yifei ends up using me to fix the washing machine, you all better be ready to collect my remains. Do not worry, Meijia reassured him. I anticipated you would need the wrench, so I placed it beneath the bookshelf in advance. There is also a surprise I prepared for you. Additionally, I must mention that if you follow my advice, you can only speak of the washing machine issue, which you will handle entirely. The primary aim is to prevent her from attending the party. How do you think Yifei will react to you? Rest assured, we will support you, she added. Teacher Zhang, puzzled, inquired, you all? What do you mean by that? Ziqiu took the phone and said, this was my idea. You need not thank me. Li Ming also concurs. Li Ming was somewhat bewildered, wondering why he was included. Chen Meijia hung up the phone and began playing Angry Birds beside him. Li Ming continued to recline on the sofa, engrossed in videos. Ever since he launched Douyin, its popularity has surged, attracting an increasing number of captivating young women. Moreover, due to the absence of beauty filters on Li Ming's Douyin, the platform currently showcases purely natural beauties. Its popularity rivals the peak of Li Ming's previous world. However, eventually, Li Ming decided to incorporate beauty-enhancing technologies, as the user base of Douyin had become somewhat saturated, and such enhancements promised to elevate engagement to new heights. After a while, Lu Ziqiu finally leaned against the door. Li Ming inquired, Ziqiu, why are you still lying there? Chen Meijia turned around, noticing Lu Ziqiu still positioned by the door, and asked, what are you doing? Lu Ziqiu replied quietly, I must keep an eye on Teacher Zhang. I fear he might flee at the last moment, and I can also offer him some suggestions. Chen Meijia, filled with confidence, declared, oh, rest assured. I am fully prepared. This time, Teacher Zhang will undoubtedly succeed in his confession. That's impressive, Meijia. What exactly have you prepared? Li Ming inquired with curiosity. Lu Ziqiu, with a sly grin, retorted, heh, you wouldn't have, perhaps, put that thing inside, would you? To which Li Ming responded, what are you thinking? How could I possibly insert such an item? I merely placed it inside. When Teacher Zhang managed to confess to Sister Yifei, it was because you all had him intoxicated with copious amounts of alcohol. This time, I am only here once. Lu Ziqiu rolled his eyes and replied, are you foolish? Teacher Zhang is such a timid person. Without some provocation, how could he possibly get himself drunk? Chen Meijia, with a self-satisfied smile, interjected. Am I unaware of Teacher Zhang's circumstances? I took an entirely different approach. The bottle isn't filled with liquor at all. Rather, the bottle of red tea contains a concoction of Li Ming's aphrodisiacal beverages mixed with some alcoholic drinks. I've tested it. It's akin to a regular drink. And Teacher Zhang will undoubtedly not detect it. Furthermore, with a hint of mischief, she added, I made a slight modification using Xiaohei downstairs. By the time we're done, the device will transform into a speaker. Just imagine that scene, ha ha ha. Chen Meijia erupted into laughter, feeling that her plan was flawless. Lu Ziqiu also gave her a thumbs up, exclaiming, impressive, truly remarkable. At that moment, Li Ming doused the two of them with a bucket of cold water. What if Teacher Zhang mustered the courage to drink that bottle of liquor? Chen Meijia and LV Ziqiu were instantly taken aback. Indeed, what if Teacher Zhang consumed that bottle of alcohol? It would all be over. Oh no. I completely forgot about that. Chen Meijia lamented, slapping her forehead in frustration. Chapter 30, A World for Two Inside the Room. Teacher Zhang gazed at the drinks and beverages that Chen Meijia had prepared for him, as well as the large wrench that Hu Yifei had requested, momentarily taken aback. Is this it? A bottle of liquor hardly seems surprising. I expected something more, though even if it were that something more, I would still have no need for it. Ahaha. Soon after, the dual personas of Zhang Xiaoxian emerged. The mischievous persona remarked, "Isn't it sufficient to have a drink? What else is needed?" "But no. If I drink too much, Hui Fei will surely thrash me." The mischievous persona retorted, "What are you afraid of? You have already mastered your qi. And Hui Fei is no match for you. This iced tea is merely a ruse. They assume you are too timid to drink alcohol, which is precisely why it is here. You must understand, a tipsy Zhang Xiaoxian is undeniably charming. 99k pure charm." Zhang Xiaoxian pondered this notion, recognizing that he was not the same person he once was. "Very well, I shall proceed." With that, Zhang Xiaoxian gulped down half of the drink in one go, then smacked his lips in confusion, exclaiming, "Is this really alcohol? It tastes more like plain water to me." At that moment, Hui Fei noticed Zhang Xiaoxian drinking with fervor and asked, "Zhang Xiaoxian, what are you drinking? I want some too." "Here you go." Zhang Xiaoxian tossed the bottle of iced tea to Hui Fei. After catching it, she took large swigs, and soon enough, her cheeks flushed with color. Li Ming's tolerance for alcohol was already considerable, and with Chen Meijia mixing drinks, it escalated even more rapidly. On the balcony, Lu Ziqiao and Chen Meijia clinked their glasses together, laughing as they proclaimed, "Here's to the success of our plan." Then, addressing Li Ming on the sofa, Lu Ziqiao called out, "Li Ming, join us. Forget it. You two can celebrate your own good deeds." "I shall refrain from joining," Li Ming replied. "Very well." Lu Ziqiao turned back to Meijia with a sense of pride, saying, "Isn't my plan flawless? Are you impressed?" Chen Meijia shot him a glance of disdain, retorting, "Uft. Half of that plan was mine. I conceived the idea in the study. Come on, how could you possibly think to put them together?" Chen Meijia puffed out her cheeks and glared at Lu Ziqiao. Feeling intimidated by her fierce gaze, Lu Ziqiao patted her head and conceded, all right, you're the clever one. I just didn't expect that after being away for so long, your mind would be even sharper," he added. Chen Meijia swatted his hand away, declaring, Fool. Is it just my mind? Everything about me has changed, you know?" "What?" Chen Meijia gestured animatedly, asking, "Do you know the difference between an apple and a pineapple?" Lu Ziqiao clearly misunderstood, responding, "You haven't gained weight, have you? You're the one who has gained weight. What are your eyes for?" Li Ming, observing the banter between the two, shook his head, bemused by the antics of this comical duo. With a wave of his hand, he closed the door to the balcony. Bang! Lu Ziqiao turned to see the door had shut. "What happened? Didn't I prop the door open with a stick?" Chen Meijia questioned, perplexed. Lu Ziqiao tugged at the doorknob, only for it to come off in his hand. Staring blankly at Chen Meijia, he exclaimed, "What is going on?" I used this door for an experiment earlier and forgot to fix it," she admitted, "but I distinctly remember propping it open." After searching around, Chen Meijia noticed that the stick was missing. Lu Ziqiao, upon hearing this, joined in the search and eventually spotted a stick next to Li Ming's sofa. "Check if that's the stick you used to prop the door," he said, pointing towards the sofa. Chen Meijia looked and confirmed that it was indeed her stick. "How did it end up there? Need you ask?" "It must be Li Ming's doing," Lu Ziqiao replied, exasperated. Upon hearing this, Chen Meijia angrily shouted, "Li Ming, what are you doing? Why did you close the door?" Li Ming turned his head and remarked, "It seems that you two also need to be confined together. Just look at how Teacher Zeng and Guanggu have been locked up by you. Therefore, it is I who shall confine you." L. Ziqiao, infuriated, wished to retort, but upon considering Li Ming's formidable prowess, he swallowed his words. Instead, he pleaded, "Minggu, please let us go. I beg you, would you be so kind?" Without a moment's hesitation, Li Ming replied, "There's no need to deliberate. You two should remain on the balcony. I shall return to my room now." With that, he departed without casting a glance back. Although Chen Meijia was also irate, she recalled that the balcony had more than one door. She nonchalantly stated, "It's fine. After all, there is another door." L. Ziqiao, hearing this, sighed in resignation. "I had conducted an experiment with that other door in front of Guanggu's room, and I forgot to fix it." Chen Meijia, undeterred, yanked down the handle of the door to room 3601. "Oh no, how dare you tamper with this door lock?" she exclaimed. "You have no right to blame me. Had you not dismantled the lock of room 3602, we wouldn't be stuck here, thanks to Li Ming." After a moment of contemplation, they both sighed in unison. It's all Li Ming's fault. Meanwhile, Guanggu and Yu were engrossed in an intense gaming session. On the other side, Zhang Xiaoxian, after finishing his drink, lamented, "What kind of liquor is this? I've consumed it all and still remain sober. Could it be that I've developed an immunity to alcohol?" Noticing some commotion from Hui Fei's direction, he wandered over, only to find her cheeks flushed. Ife. What s with your face? It resembles a monkey's backside. You're the monkey's backside. I'm simply invigorated. Huafei retorted, tipsily patting the washing machine, stumbling over her words. She added, after all this effort, I've finally repaired this spaceship. Zhang Xiaoxian was momentarily taken aback, pointing at the washing machine. Are you inebriated? That SA washing machine? Have you forgotten? Huifei swayed slightly. Is it? Then what is this alien I'm holding? An alien? Surely. Ife has been possessed by a malevolent spirit. He mused, but then dismissed the thought, considering Li Ming's presence. No evil spirit would dare enter. Hastening to Huifei's side, he steadied her and inquired, Ife, could it be that you truly have overindulged? How could I possibly be drunk? This is extraterrestrial yogurt. And it's delightful, she explained, her gaze lingering on Zhang Xiaoxian as she flirtatiously said, Appa. It was evident that Huafei was indeed quite drunk. Otherwise, how could she view Zhang Xiaoxian as a Korean Appa? Suddenly, she lunged towards him, startling Zhang Xiaoxian, who quickly pushed her away. He then seized a bottle of iced tea, perplexed, and pondered aloud. Extraterrestrial yogurt? ISN T Kong Shui Fu iced tea supposed to be invigorating? What on earth is happening? Zhang Xiaoxian leaned closer to the mouth of the red tea bottle and took a whiff, only to be instantly overwhelmed by a potent aroma of fermented alcohol that surged into his mind. What on earth is happening? He murmured in confusion. Friends, the spaceship is about to launch. Let us commence the countdown. 10, 6, 8, 2, 1, liftoff. With that, Huifei pressed the button on the washing machine, which unexpectedly burst into song. Good heavens! I must be intoxicated. How could this be? Help! Zhang Xiaoxian exclaimed, slapping his own face in disbelief, clutching his head in terror. After a spell of singing and dancing, Zhang Xiaoxian finally summoned the courage to confess his feelings to Huifei. At that moment, a cockroach mouse suddenly darted out, causing Zhang Xiaoxian to tumble to the ground. Gazing at the creature, he pondered, I knew it. Today has been riddled with too many surprises. Surely, something has interfered with our plans. Naturally, this was merely Zhang Xiaoxian's convoluted reasoning, as he unjustly laid the blame on the cockroach mouse. In an instant, Teacher Zhang assumed a martial pose, intent on vanquishing the vermin. However, fate took an unexpected turn when Huifei, witnessing the commotion, picked up a large wrench from the floor and swung it, inadvertently knocking Zhang Xiaoxian unconscious. In the ensuing chaos, she too collapsed. Eventually, Guanggu and Yuyu, exhausted from their antics, succumbed to slumber as well. On the balcony, El Ziqiao and Qin Meijiao were contemplating a call for help when a torrential downpour began. Under the influence of Qin Meijiao's mighty palm strike, they too fell into a deep sleep. The following morning dawned. Li Ming descended and opened the door for Guanggu. As soon as the door swung open, Guanggu, with an air of pretentiousness, proclaimed, Yo-yo, the door is now ajar. Li Ming entered and said, It was I who opened the door. What is the matter? Guanggu felt somewhat awkward and replied, It's nothing. I am exceedingly grateful to you, Li Ming, for coming to our rescue. It's no trouble at all. Not only do I intend to save you, but I also must go to rescue Xing Laoshi, Ifei, Ziqiao, and Mei Jia as well. Li Ming waved his hand and said, Tang Yuyu asked with confusion, Save Teacher Xing and Ifei, Ziqiao, and Mei Jia? What exactly happened yesterday? You'll know if you come with me. Then he led Guanggu and Yuyu to the room where Teacher Zhang was. Upon opening the door, they saw Teacher Zhang and Ifei lying on the floor, embracing each other, prompting an amused exchange of glances. Tang Yuyu chuckled and inquired, What on earth did they do last night? Why are they in such a position? Who knows? We'd better wake them up quickly. Lying on the floor for too long might make them catch a cold, Guanggu hastily suggested. Li Ming gently patted Teacher Zhang's face, rousing him from slumber. Huifei was also awakened by Yuyu, and the five of them made their way to the living room. Guanggu, supporting Ifei, wrinkled his brow as he caught a whiff of the alcohol on her. Teacher Zhang, did you all indulge in drinking last night? He inquired. Zhang Xiaoxian shook his head in confusion. Drinking? I have no recollection of that. Huifei sank onto the sofa, cradling her head as she lamented, Oh my heavens. My head aches terribly. Your head can't possibly hurt as much as mine, Zhang retorted. Wait, why is there a bump on my head? He exclaimed, wincing in pain. Li Ming smiled and said, You all should think carefully. All I know is that I saw an enormous cockroach. Teacher Zhang pondered for a moment, gesturing exaggeratedly. Huifei retorted, What are you talking about? It was a gigantic mouse. I even swatted it away with a wrench. Guanggu spoke in astonishment. Isn't it the cockroach mouse we were discussing earlier? Tang Yuyu inquired in surprise. Teacher Zhang, Is your object of imagination the cockroach mouse that Guangu mentioned? Guangu then asked, what about Ziqiao and Meijia? Oh, I locked them out on the balcony, came the reply, as the first rays of morning sunlight graced the scene. The group caught sight of a corner of the balcony where Lu Ziqiao was peacefully cradling Meijia. Both of them sleeping soundly, if only Ziqiao's face had not borne a vivid red handprint. Chapter 31. Payday. The group opens the jars. A month had elapsed. During this time, Daisy Maid and her companions, along with Dong Qifeng, had attempted to open jars, yet their fortunes had not been particularly favorable, as most yielded only white items. Nothing of significant value emerged, merely some explosive talismans, shurikens, katanas, and military rations. Though these items were rather commonplace, they still held some monetary worth. The bar had now been in operation for a month, and it was time for the monthly salary distribution. The month's revenue amounted to approximately 30 million, with a net profit of about 20 million. This is merely a casual estimate, not to be taken seriously, when it came time to divide the earnings. This day was the most exhilarating for Lu Ziqiao. Ming, how much can you give me this month? He eagerly rubbed his hands together. Ziqiao, why the rush? You want to be short-changed. Tang Yu shot him a glance. Li Ming smiled faintly and remarked, do not be anxious, Ziqiao. We must allow the finance department to calculate the figures. Rest assured, your money will not be diminished. If my calculations are accurate, you should be entitled to 1 million. 1 million? Lu Ziqiao exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Smack. Hu Yifei, seated beside Lu Ziqiao, was jolted by his outburst, causing her ears to ring. She then chastised him, have you not considered the bustling business of our bar? Our daily revenue consistently reaches 1 million, which totals 30 million over a month. After deducting costs and wages, the net profit is still around 20 million. Given your 5 share, how could you not receive 1 million? Lu Ziqiao, overwhelmed with exhilaration, stammered. It's just that I've never encountered such a sum before. I never imagined that I, Lu Ziqiao, would one day earn over 10,000 a month. Qin Meijia, astonished, interjected, what? That rascal Lu Ziqiao can actually earn such a staggering amount each month? Is there no justice in the world? Soon, you all will become wealthy. While I remain the poorest. Qin Meijia felt a pang of imbalance within her heart. Li Ming, upon seeing this, consoled, do not worry, Meijia. I have actually prepared a share transfer agreement for you as well, also amounting to 5. However, the conditions are the same as Ziqiao's, for 5 years. You may only receive dividends, and the shares will belong entirely to you after that. What do you think? Huh? What about my share? Qin Meijia was somewhat perplexed. But soon her excitement surged, realizing this meant she too would become a millionaire. Yet, she quickly regained her composure, pondering whether it was fair to receive 5 of the shares without having contributed anything. Is it really appropriate for me to take your shares without doing anything? She remarked, feeling a bit embarrassed. Hu Yifei understood that, like Ziqiao, Meijia, despite her usual unreliability, was genuinely caring towards her friends. Thus, Hu Yifei embraced Meijia warmly and said, what is the big deal? Ziqiao also obtained 5 without lifting a finger. And your shares are derived from Li Ming's portion, which remains unchanged. You should know that a super wealthy individual like him is not concerned about a trivial sum. So do not feel hesitant, accept it with gratitude. Qin Meijia glanced at Li Ming, who nodded in affirmation. She then took the share transfer agreement and inscribed her name upon it. She understood that this represented a security that would alleviate her worries about sustenance for a lifetime. Carefully placing the contract into her bag. Before long, the finance department completed the profit statistics for the month, and on that very afternoon, the funds were deposited into each person's bank account. As Lu Ziqiao gazed at the balance in his account, an overwhelming sense of unreality washed over him. Li Ming approached and patted Ziqiao on the shoulder, saying, all right, Ziqiao, the money has been credited. What more are you waiting for? I simply feel that it is somewhat unrealistic. Now, do not forget, you all promised me that after receiving your salaries, you would patronize my shop. Lu Ziqiao quickly replied, rest assured, even if you hadn't mentioned it, we would be visiting your shop tomorrow to open cans. Although we have never explicitly stated it, we have long envied Teacher Zeng wielding his sword. Tomorrow, I shall certainly unveil items of greater capability than those acquired by Teacher Zeng. Just wait and see. With that, Lu Ziqiao tightly gripped his phone and returned to his room. Soon, the next day arrived. Li Ming was roused from his slumber early by Lu Ziqiao and his companions. Li Ming rubbed his eyes and exclaimed, is this really necessary? Waking me up so early? I usually rise at 9 and open my door by 10. He then glanced at his watch, his eyes widening in disbelief. Goodness, it is only 6 in the morning. Have you all lost your minds? Brother Ming, you must hurry and get up. We can hardly wait. And not to mention that Ife and the others have to go to work. The morning is our only available time, Lu Ziqiao urged quickly. Li Ming cast a glance behind Zhao Ziqiao, noticing Hu Yifei and the others standing at the door, all of them except for Li Ming already on their feet, waiting at his entrance. All right, let me freshen up a bit, and we shall set off, he declared. Sounds good, replied Lu Ziqiao, who promptly stepped outside. Moments later, Li Ming heard Lu Ziqiao exclaiming. Li Ming mentioned that he will be ready to depart shortly after his grooming. Very well. Then we shall wait for him a little while longer, Hu Yifei responded. Li Ming reluctantly rose to his feet and made his way to the restroom to freshen up. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the shop with Hu Yifei and the others by car. Although Li Ming had initially intended to walk, they deemed it too slow and insisted on driving. With no other choice, he acquiesced to their wishes and traveled in Teacher Zhang's vehicle. Wow, Li Ming, your shop is quite beautifully decorated. It has everything, Chen Meijia exclaimed, her eyes wide with wonder. This was her first visit to Li Ming's establishment, and she was thoroughly enchanted by it. My shop is indeed quite splendid. If you all find yourselves with some free time in the future, feel free to come and visit. Furthermore, aside from the jars, everything else here is complimentary. Li Ming smiled at Mei Jia and said, Really? Chen Meijia exclaimed with excitement. Of course. Then I shall frequently visit you, as it incurs no cost, right? We wish to come as well. Hu Yifei lamented about the rules of Li Ming's establishment. However, we are occupied with our jobs, while this one has weekends off, leaving us little time to frequent his shop. Oh, is that so? I wondered why you hadn't brought me to Li Ming's shop despite my prolonged return. Hu Yifei mused. It seems it is solely due to your schedule, Li Ming. With weekends off, you are left with no one to accompany you. Haha. Thank you for the compliment, Li Ming replied, rolling his eyes at him. Chen Meijia silently shot him a glare, wondering how he had overheard her praise. All right. Let us hasten to open the jar, Zhang Shaoxian interjected, for Yifei and Guangu still have work to attend to. Let us make the most of our time, he continued. Though Lu Ziqiao also wished to proceed quickly, he turned to Zhang Shaoxian and said, Teacher Zhang, since you have opened it once, why don't you demonstrate for us? Indeed, Zhang Shaoxian, you have done it before. Show us how it's done. Hu Yifei chimed in. All right, let your esteemed brother demonstrate the art of the chosen one. Zhang Shaoxian proclaimed with a hearty laugh as he made his way to the bar. However, upon reaching the bar, he found himself somewhat perplexed. The jars had been sealed within a cabinet since Li Ming revamped the opening process. Gazing at the sealed jars, Zhang Shaoxian queried, Li Ming, it was tea like this when I opened the jar last time. Oh, indeed. I have streamlined the process. Once you scan the code and complete the payment, the jar will automatically appear on the bar counter. There is no need for me to fetch the tube for you, which was quite cumbersome, Li Ming explained. Moreover, once the item is opened, merely touching it will reveal its information. Wow, has your shop become this advanced? Zhang Shaoxian exclaimed in astonishment. Advanced? It's sheer laziness. Hu Yifei retorted, exasperated. Li Ming, upon hearing that he had been exposed by Hu Yifei, chuckled softly. All right, Teacher Zhang. You may as well pay to open the jar. I shall take a nap on the sofa. Should there be anything unclear, do call me. Li Ming, having spoken, reclined on the sofa and promptly fell asleep. Wow, can one really fall asleep so swiftly? Tang Yuyu exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 32. The Sacred Spirit Sword Technique. Teacher Zhang took out his phone, scanned the code, and completed the payment. Moments later, 10 jars and a hammer materialized atop the bar counter. Aside from Zhang Shaoxian, who exhibited a fleeting surprise, the rest were captivated. Gazing in wonder at the suddenly appeared jars, Zhang Shaoxian, unfazed by their curiosity, seized the hammer and began to open the jars. Having learned from his previous experience, Zhang Shaoxian anticipated that the jars before him would yield nothing of value. His skepticism was not unfounded, considering that in his last attempt, all 9 jars had contained mere trifles, including a pair of tattered shoes. After returning home, Li Ming had recounted the tale of his misfortune, becoming the subject of mockery from Hu Yifei and the others for quite some time. This time, he was determined not to unearth any more worn-out footwear. He had heard tales of others discovering treasures worth millions. While he did not aspire to such grandeur, he hoped merely to break even. Zhang Shaoxian opened the first 5 jars, and fortune smiled upon him. Perhaps his previous misadventures were simply a result of exceedingly bad luck. Yet, one could not dismiss the possibility of some whimsical trickery at play in this realm. Nevertheless, the items he unearthed this time proved useful, All 5 were white, including a 1 kilogram gold ingot, a Cartier watch, a laptop, and 2 ordinary long swords. Teacher Zeng, what luck you have. Just this gold ingot alone must offset your expenses, remarked LZ Qiao, envy evident in his voice as he beheld the shiny ingot. Ha ha ha, it's not too shabby. It's like recovering half of what I spent. Zhang Xiaoxian replied. LZ Qiao gazed intently at the gold ingot, stating, that's sufficient for me. Observing LZ Qiao's enthusiasm, Zhang Xiaoxian quipped, if you fancy it so much, feel free to take it. However, consider it a temporary loan, do not sell it. LZ Qiao excitedly approached, cradling the gold ingot tightly in his arms. Grinning as he reassured, rest assured, Teacher Zhang, I'm not in need of money at the moment. I want to part with your gold ingot. I merely wish to flaunt it to others. Hui Fei, watching LZ Qiao nearly drooling, sighed, look at you, all foolish. Perhaps the items you uncover will surpass this gold ingot. LZ Qiao, clutching the ingot, responded, indeed, perhaps I might discover something even more valuable. He glanced down at the gold ingot in his embrace, adding, but just in case, I shall hold on to this ingot until I find something better. Zhang Xiaoxian surveyed the other items and remarked, perfect. I've been wanting to buy a new computer, so now I need to make that purchase. And this watch isn't half bad. Don't you think it looks quite appealing on me? After speaking, he showed off his watch to others, which indeed looked splendid. Teacher Zhang, let me borrow it when the time comes, said Lu Ziqiao from the side. Lu Ziqi was all about taking advantage of others. Why not? If it's free, I'll take it. Zhang Xiaoxian glanced disdainfully at the 2 swords beside him, remarking, these 2 swords pale in comparison to my Qing Ming's sword. I shall set them aside for now. He then proceeded to open the remaining jars, 3 green, 1 blue, and 1 purple. His luck had indeed improved. Item, inferior spirit stone grade, green description, a universally utilized resource in the realm of cultivation, vital for practitioners during their training. 100 inferior spirit stones are equivalent to 1 medium spirit stone, 100 medium stones equal 1 superior stone, and 100 superior stones equal 1 exquisite stone. However, exquisite spirit stones are rare and often unsellable. The 3 green items were all spirit stones. Item, spatial ring grade, blue description, a storage treasure in the cultivation world. It contains 30 cubic meters of space, capable of storing items excluding living beings. Ah, this spatial ring is quite nice. Now I have a place for my Qiming sword. I can keep it close at hand rather than stowing it away in the trunk daily, which not only risks discovery but is also quite troublesome. Item, sacred spirit sword technique grade, purple description, the ultimate technique of the old sword saint from the wind and cloud realm. This sword technique includes the last moment's insight of the sword saint, capable of imprisoning space with the devastating sword 23. Good heavens, I've drawn a purple item. I must say my luck is truly extraordinary. Haha, Zhang Xiaoxian exclaimed, gazing at the sacred spirit sword technique in his hands. And the final move of this technique can actually imprison space. I feel invincible already. Haha. As Zhang Xiaoxian reveled in laughter, Hui Fei approached him from behind, causing an unexpected chill to run through him. Without warning, she seized Zhang Xiaoxian's hair and yanked him backward, saying, now that you are done, get lost. Ah! Zhang Xiaoxian protested as he retreated, covering his head and glaring at Hui Fei with indignation. Yet, he dared not voice his anger. Although he was no longer afraid of her, the psychological shadow she cast loomed large in his mind. Moreover, who could say if Hui Fei would become stronger than him after opening Li Ming's jars? Zhang Xiaoxian felt an intense premonition. After scanning the codes, Hui Fei picked up a hammer and decisively smashed open all 10 jars before her in one go. There was no other way. That's just how decisive Hui Fei was. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that she was undoubtedly the strongest among them in the love apartment, and her luck was astonishingly good. All the items from Hui Fei's jars were of green grade or above, leaving the others wide-eyed in shock. Li Ming was indeed taken aback. In reality, he had not fallen asleep. He merely closed his eyes to rest. He was quite curious about what others would unveil. However, he could hardly have anticipated that Hui Fei would possess such extraordinary luck. 6 green, 3 blue, and 1 purple item. Item, Body Enhancement Potion X3 level. Green description, this potion enhances the body, elevating one's physical capabilities to 3 times that of an ordinary person. The method of use is straightforward, consume it directly. The enhancement process requires a week, during which a significant amount of nutrients will be consumed, necessitating timely replenishment. No side effects are present. Item, Vitality Amulet level. Green description, this amulet can slightly increase the wearer's vitality and energy. thereby improving their physical condition. Item: Spirit Gathering Herb Level. Green description. This herb can gradually accumulate the spiritual energy from the surroundings. If gathered in sufficient quantities, it can create a sanctified space for cultivation, a primary spiritual resource for disciples of the cultivation sect in the realm of immortality. Item: Solid Spirit Flower Level. Green description. This flower can concentrate spiritual energy within a radius of 300 square meters, preventing any from spilling out. It is also a fundamental spiritual resource for disciples of the cultivation sect. The initial items were indeed useful to me, yet the latter two seemed of little relevance. Hehe. Ife, while you may find them useless, they can certainly benefit me. Ever since I reached the pinnacle of chi refinement, the spiritual energy in the air has been insufficient for my cultivation. It's exceedingly difficult to advance to the foundation establishment stage. With these two items, my training should progress more swiftly. Moreover, spiritual energy is beneficial for all. Being in a spiritually rich environment is advantageous for the human body. Chapter 33. The Bloodline of the Nine-Tailed Fox. Hu Yifei, reassured by Zhang Shaoxin's playful remarks, decided, all right, we shall place these two items in our suite upon our return. Her gaze then shifted to the final four items. Among the three blue items, one was a spatial ring identical to the one Zhang Shaoxin had obtained. The other two were a Bloodline Awakening Stone and a martial arts manual. Item: Bloodline Awakening Stone Level. Blue description. This stone can awaken the user's inherent bloodline powers. Item: Hunyuan Taiji Skill. Upper Volume. Level. Blue description. This is a top-tier martial arts technique in the realm of divine combat. Practicing this skill cultivates Hunyuan internal energy, which balances yin and yang, perpetuates life, and renders one immune to toxins. The skill is divided into upper and lower volumes, with the upper volume capable of reaching the celestial realm. The complete technique is a purple item. Indeed, it appears my fortune far surpasses that of that scoundrel Zhang Shaoxin, Hu Yifei declared, casting a triumphant glance at him. She understood the significance of the manual, recognizing its suitability for someone of her martial prowess. Yet, she pondered the purpose of the Bloodline Awakening Stone. Could our bloodlines truly be awakened? Could it be that there are other components within the blood coursing through our veins? Hu Yifei inquired with a hint of perplexity. Perhaps we should awaken Li Ming. He ought to possess the knowledge regarding this matter, suggested Tang Yuyu, gesturing towards Li Ming, who lay sprawled on the sofa. Hu Yifei, in agreement, joined Tang Yuyu in rousing Li Ming. The others, equally curious, followed suit. Tang Yuyu approached Li Ming, shaking him gently as she called out, Li Ming, Li Ming. Li Ming opened his eyes and inquired, "What's the matter?" Hu Yifei then presented the Bloodline Awakening Stone she had obtained to Li Ming, posing her question. "Oh, this," he replied. "You should have seen the description of the Bloodline Awakening Stone. It is indeed the key to awakening your bloodline." Hu Yifei shot him a glance and remarked, "I am aware of that. My question pertains to what bloodlines we might possess. Are we not merely ordinary individuals? Could it be that we belong to another species?" Li Ming smiled and said, "Please allow me to finish my thoughts. Although we are all human, our veins run with the essence of other entities. It is merely that we, as humans, have yet to awaken this latent potential within us, much like the remarkable abilities observed in other creatures, such as the gecko, which can regenerate its tail when severed. In our infancy, we too possessed such capabilities, but they were concealed from us upon our birth. The purpose of the Bloodline Awakening Stone is to unleash the dormant power hidden within our beings. Furthermore, as you are aware, our world has undergone a profound transformation, one that defies conventional reasoning. Have we not often proclaimed ourselves as descendants of dragons? By utilizing the Bloodline Awakening Stone, one might even transform into a dragon." Hu Yifei, recalling the government announcement, recognized that the world had indeed changed and remarked, "I see, but I do not believe I possess any extraordinary lineage." Li Ming remarked, "Since you have obtained it, how can you know unless you give it a try? Perhaps there lies a unique lineage within you." "Indeed, Sister Yifei, do give it a shot. It is quite possible that there are other bloodlines coursing through your veins," Tang Yuyu encouraged from the side. "Yes, after all, there is no risk involved. You should utilize it. We are quite curious as well," Shin Meijia added. Upon hearing this, Hu Yifei contemplated and agreed. She then grasped the Bloodline Awakening Stone and silently chanted for it to activate. Instantly, the stone emitted a dazzling radiance, enveloping Hu Yifei entirely. She felt as though something within her was striving to emerge, causing her great discomfort. "Ah!" Zhang Shaoxian, hearing Hu Yifei's exclamation, became alarmed and turned to Li Ming, asking, "Li Ming, Brother Ming, what is happening to Hu Yifei?" Tang Yuyu hurriedly inquired, "Yes, is Sister Yifei in any danger?" Li Ming calmly remarked. It's nothing to worry about. This is a perfectly normal occurrence. In a moment, Yifei will be just fine. Before long, the cries of Hu Yifei ceased, and a fox appeared within the luminous orb she occupied. This fox initially possessed a solitary tail, which gradually multiplied to 2, then 3. However, when it came to the 4th tail, only half manifested, and no further change occurred. Why did Yifei's fox tail only appear halfway? Chen Mei Jiao inquired with evident confusion. Li Ming squinted, aware that the cause lay in the insufficiency of spiritual energy. At that moment, Zhang Shaoxian also discerned the reason and promptly exclaimed, I understand now. It is due to the lack of spiritual energy. When the first tail of that fox emerged, I sensed a surge of spiritual energy entering its body. The current predicament is indeed a consequence of this energy deficiency. If only we had an ample supply of spiritual energy. But where could we possibly find such an abundance? Tang Yu suddenly interjected, Teacher Zhang, don't you possess spiritual energy? Please assist Yifei. Zhang Xiaoxian's eyes brightened, and he swiftly directed his own spiritual energy towards Hu Yifei. Soon, the 4th tail materialized, followed closely by the 5th and 6th. However, the 7th tail only manifested a small segment before ceasing to appear. Chen Meijia turned to Zhang Shaoxian and inquired, Teacher Zhang, why has it stopped again? At this juncture, Zhang Shaoxian collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, and replied, I have exhausted my spiritual energy. There is nothing more I can do. What shall we do? Sister Yifei's fox tail is still incomplete. You must think of a solution. Chen Meijia urged. I truly have no means left. Zhang Shaoxian shook his head in resignation. At this moment, Li Ming stood up and declared, All right, leave the rest to me. With a grand gesture, he summoned the surrounding spiritual energy, which began to converge frantically. Initially, in Zhang Shaoxian's eyes, it appeared as a mere trickle, but it gradually swelled to the size of a barrel, slowly materializing into a tangible form. Even Mei Jia and Yu were able to perceive it. Above Li Ming's establishment, a funnel-shaped vortex materialized in the sky, astonishing the pedestrians on the street, who speculated that a treasure had emerged, prompting many to investigate. Some even recorded videos and shared them online. The authorities received reports as well. Director, a massive vortex has appeared above Happiness North Road. Isn't Happiness North Road near the jar shop? Indeed, Director. Then let it be. Everyone should tend to their own affairs. Meanwhile, those searching for treasures near the shop returned empty-handed. Within the shop, Hu Yifei's fox tail reached the 8th segment, yet the 9th segment remained elusive. Li Ming also discerned that Hu Yifei's lineage was extraordinary. She likely possessed the bloodline of the 9-tailed fox. The awakening required an immense amount of spiritual energy. Merely the spiritual energy available in Magic City was insufficient. Thus, Li Ming had no choice but to assist her himself. Li Ming extended his hand. A stream of milky white spiritual energy continuously flowing into Hu Yifei's body. Soon, the 9th tail emerged. The radiance surrounding Hu Yifei dissipated, leaving only the 9-tailed celestial fox behind her. After receiving the information regarding her awakened bloodline, Hu Yifei stored the 9-tailed celestial fox away. She could hardly fathom that she was a descendant of the 9-tailed celestial fox, and that her bloodline had undergone a retrogressive awakening. Li Ming conducted an assessment of Hu Yifei. Name: Hu Yifei. Gender: female. Age: 28. Bloodline: 9-tailed celestial fox. Ancestral reversion. Talent: martial arts prodigy. Abilities: Taekwondo black belt. Thunderbolt fist, flickering flash, primordial tai chi, not yet learned. Chapter 34. Dragon elephant fist technique. Lu Bu's martial soul. Impressive, Yifei. The 9-tailed celestial fox is indeed a remarkable bloodline. Li Ming smiled at Hu Yifei and remarked, of course, you should consider who Hu Yifei is. How could her bloodline possibly be inferior? Hu Yifei, filled with pride, responded. She then took a moment to assess her inner strength, feeling as though she could easily vanquish 10 versions of her former self. Moreover, with the awakening of her 9-tailed celestial fox bloodline and innate abilities, she recognized that she was currently only a single-tailed fox. Each tail possesses distinct powers. Her first tail is associated with the fire element, granting her abilities such as the Celestial Fox's Eye, Celestial Fox Clone, Celestial Fox Fire, and Celestial Fox Body. Celestial Fox's Eye perceives illusions and reveals weaknesses. Celestial Fox Clone. Each tail generates a clone, with each possessing 80 of the original strength. Celestial Fox Fire. The flames of the Celestial Fox can incinerate all, though she can currently unleash only a single flame. Celestial Fox Body. An exceptional cultivation physique that doubles her cultivation speed with each tail, and when she develops 9 tails, Her speed will increase by 256 times, along with immunity to most mental attacks. Although she sensed that she may not yet be able to defeat Zhang Xiaoxian, she was confident that given some time, she could easily overpower him. Well then, you should first take a look at your final item, she suggested. Li Ming spoke calmly. And upon hearing this, Hu Fei also composed herself. She turned her attention to the final item, which was yet another manual. Item: Dragon Elephant Fist Level. Purple description: The Dragon Elephant Fist comprises 9 tiers. Upon successfully cultivating each tier, one gains the strength of 1 dragon and 1 elephant. After reading through the description, Hu Fei felt a surge of joy. With this martial art in addition to her previous techniques, she believed it would not be long before she could easily overpower Zhang Xiaoxian. Once Hu Fei concluded her matters, L Ziqiao stepped forward to scan and open a can. Apologies, everyone, but I shall open the can first, he announced. Chen Meijia, visibly irritated, confronted L Ziqiao. Do you have no shame? Did you even seek our consent before proceeding? You just go ahead. Regardless, I have already scanned the code and completed the payment, so there is no turning back. She retorted, pointing an accusatory finger at him. Tang Yu hurriedly intervened. All right, Meijia, let him open it first. We can wait a moment. It's no trouble. L Ziqiao cast a smug glance at Chen Meijia, who huffed and turned away. He then focused on the can before him, carefully picking up a hammer to begin the opening. The first can revealed a pristine white suit. The second contained a solid gold watch. The third unveiled a limited edition tie. The fourth housed a pair of exclusive leather shoes. The fifth can yielded a fuel card valued at 200,000. Well done, Ziqiao. You've unearthed a golden watch that far exceeds the worth of Teacher Zhang's, one remarked. Indeed, my luck surely surpasses that of Teacher Zhang, L Ziqiao boasted gleefully. Proceeding to open the next can, the sixth can revealed a green capsule containing a BMW M8 valued at over 2 million. Item: BMW M8 capsule level. Green description: a versatile capsule developed by the Universal Capsule Group in the Dragon Ball world, conveniently containing a BMW M8. Next, he discovered a body enhancement serum. The remaining items included a spatial soul guide device and a martial soul awakening stone. Item: spatial soul guide device level. Blue description: a spatial storage artifact from the martial soul world, encompassing 30 cubic meters of space, but it cannot store living beings. Item: martial soul awakening stone level. Blue description: a tool used in the martial soul world to awaken one's martial soul. Hey, Li Ming. Isn't this similar to the bloodline awakening stone that Ifei possesses? L Ziqiao exclaimed excitedly. Yes, it is quite similar. One pertains to martial souls while the other relates to bloodlines. However, martial souls are generally more common, albeit the awakened martial soul may not always be formidable. In contrast, bloodlines are not something everyone can awaken. Moreover, martial souls come with restrictions. Every 10 levels, an additional soul ring is required. Nevertheless, martial souls offer significant advantages, including the potential to ascend to godhood at level 100, which is simpler than developing a bloodline. Li Ming spoke slowly. Oh, I see now. I am certain that I can awaken a powerful martial soul. After Lu Ziqiao finished speaking, he picked up the martial soul awakening stone and activated it. Instantly, a radiant light emerged, and Lu Ziqiao felt a surge of power welling up within him. Behind him, a towering figure materialized, a person clad in ancient battle armor, wielding a Feng Tian Huaji. At this point, one could easily discern who it was. Indeed, it was the god of war, Elbu. Martial soul, ghostly god Elbu level, innate soul power level 10 martial soul quality. Divine Lu Ziqiao gazed in excitement at the martial soul behind him and exclaimed, I told you I am a descendant of Elbu. Look at the martial soul I have awakened. It is Elbu, and not just any Elbu, but the divine martial soul, ghostly god Elbu. Ha ha ha. The final jar was purple. Item: God-given soul ring card level. Purple description: in the realm of martial souls, the soul ring bestowed by the divine allows one to obtain a soul ring of any level, dependent solely on oneself. Li Ming. Now that I possess this God-given soul ring, can I not attach a soul ring to my martial soul? Indeed. Lu Ziqiao replied joyfully. Wonderful. Let me see what level of soul ring I can acquire. He eagerly took the God-given soul ring card, ready to use it. Upon witnessing this, Li Ming hastily intervened. Stop. Lu Ziqiao, taken aback by the sudden exclamation, gazed at Li Ming in confusion. What is it? Li Ming explained that the age of the soul rings dated back to 10,000 years ago. As long as one's body was sufficiently strong, they could successfully absorb higher-age soul rings. Therefore, I suggest that after you have utilized the body-enhancing potion, you wait until your physique has been further strengthened before using it. Striving to obtain a soul ring of even greater age. Suddenly, Li Ming recalled that he had not informed them about Zhang Xiaxin's Qi Ming refining Qi technique, which they could also learn. A bit sheepishly, Li Ming added, moreover, you can learn the Hunyuan Taijiquan from Yifei, as well as Zheng Laoshir's Qi Ming refining Qi technique. Both of these can enhance your physical strength. Huafei generously responded, oh, really? Then I will teach Zichu the Hunyuan Taijiquan shortly. Then, recalling something, she turned to Li Ming and asked, Qi Ming refining Qi technique? Ah, yes. Why didn't you tell us sooner that we could learn it? Hu Yifei exclaimed in sudden anger. It had troubled her for quite some time that she was no match for Zhang Xiaoxian after he practiced the Qi Ming refining Qi technique. Now that she learned she could also study it, her frustration surged. Hiki, I forgot. My apologies. Li Ming scratched his head and chuckled lightly. Heh, your sister. Huafei, feeling quite irate, was eager to unleash her frustration. Her gaze then turned to the chuckling Zheng Xiaoxian, who suddenly sensed a chilling aura emanating from her. He soon caught sight of Hu Yifei's eyes, filled with an intent to harm. In Chapter 35, the class template, Shadow Assassin. Lu Ziqiao inserted the Divine Gift Soul Ring card into the Soul Guide device and stepped aside, allowing others to open their cans. Guanku inquired, Yu, Magia. Who will go first? Tang Yu suggested, Magia, why don't you go ahead? No, you two go first. I shall open mine last, Chen Magia replied. Guanku and Yu exchanged glances and agreed, very well, we shall proceed. Guanku, you go first. I will follow after you, one said. All right, I shall begin, Guanku stated, and then proceeded to scan and pay to open the cans. He opened all 10 cans in one go, yielding quite a remarkable array of items, 4 white, 2 green, 3 blue, and 1 purple. Among them were 2 shuriken, 1 katana, 1 blanket, and 2 rations. Items: katana, white, blanket, white, a kitchen knife, a pot, a ring, and a card. Item: Eternal Spirit Blade, blue. Description: one of the legendary kitchen tools from the world of Chinese cooking master. It can restore the lost flavor of ingredients. Item: Transforming Dragon Pot, blue. Description: another legendary kitchen tool from Chinese cooking master. It can swiftly transform added ingredients into sauces. The ring was a spatial ring, and the final item was a template card. Item: Uchiha Madara Template, Edo Tensei Period, purple. Description: a top-tier powerhouse from the world of Naruto, the only man capable of standing alongside the god of ninja. Utilizing this template grants the user the abilities of Uchiha Madara from the Edo Tensei period. Guanku, the items you obtained are truly fitting for you. Tang Yu joyfully exclaimed beside him. Indeed, Yu, having items from Naruto and legendary kitchen tools from Chinese cooking master is remarkably suitable for me. Guanku replied as he placed the remaining items into his spatial ring. He then approached Li Ming, holding the template card, and asked, Li Ming, can this template truly grant me the power of Uchiha Madara? Li Ming replied nonchalantly, of course, how could there be any counterfeit goods here? Moreover, do not misunderstand. This template will only grant you the power of Uchiha Madara, but it will not be bestowed upon you all at once. You must unlock Madara's abilities gradually. I see. Guangu said with a hint of disappointment, I thought I would receive Madara's complete power directly, but it seems I was mistaken. Li Ming cast a sidelong glance at him and remarked, this is quite commendable. If you manage to unlock 10 tails, you will ascend to the level of the 6 paths, which embodies a power of the pink grade. Moreover, you are well aware that both Naruto and the Chinese cooking master are creations of your own, and you should be quite familiar with their abilities. Guangu proudly replied. Of course. Following this, Guangu utilized the template of the class. Upon completion, he closed his eyes, sensing the presence of chakra, and also inherited the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. When Guangu opened his eyes, they had transformed into a 3-tomo Sharingan, significantly enhancing his perceptive abilities. He felt that once he mastered the techniques of Yifei and this teacher, the powers of the template would soon be within his grasp. Guangu then closed his eyes again and said to Yu, it is now your turn to open the can. All right. Tang Yu also took out her phone to scan the code and pay to open the can. Like Guangu, she opened all at once. To her delight, her luck mirrored Guangu's with 4 whites, 2 greens, 3 blues, and 1 purple. It was no surprise that they were a perfect pair. Among the items, there was a dark-colored outfit, a book titled The Actor's Self-Cultivation, and 2 pieces of jewelry. Items: Assassin Set Grade, white. The Actor's Self-Cultivation Grade, white. A green enhancement potion, a pair of scissors item, Scissors grade. Green description. From the world of assassin Wu Liuqi. These scissors are incredibly sharp. The remainder consisted of a shattered longsword, a manual, a ring, and a card. Item. Demon Blade Thousand Edges grade. Blue description. Originating from the world of assassin Wu Liuqi, this divine weapon excels in offense without defense, unparalleled in the realm. Item. Manipulating objects with Qi grade. Blue description. From the world of assassin Wu Liuqi, this is the manual practiced by Wu Liuqi, enabling the manipulation of objects. The ring was a spatial ring. The final item was also a template, that of the Shadow Assassin. Item. Shadow Assassin Template Grade. Purple description. The mightiest assassin in the world of assassins, adept at lurking in the shadows, with an impeccable record since debuting, ultimately shattering the void and departing. Tang Yuyu was quite familiar with the world of assassin Wu Liuqi, as Guanggu had not only illustrated Naruto and the Cooking Master, but had also portrayed Wu Liuqi. However, she was taken aback by the last template. Upon hearing the name Shadow Assassin, she initially assumed it referred to Wu Liuqi's predecessor, the Shadow Assassin. Yet, it turned out to be from a world she had never heard of. According to the description, this Shadow Assassin seemed even stronger than Wu Liuqi. With a sense of curiosity, she once again sought out Li Ming. Li Ming did not withhold any information and informed Tang Yuyu. This Shadow Assassin is indeed more formidable than the Shadow Assassins from the world of assassin Wu Liuqi. It originates from a realm of advanced martial arts. Its combat prowess is on par with that of the Guanggu class. However, your template's strength has not yet reached the realm of breaking the void. All right, I understand. Tang Yuyu replied, and then she activated the template. Instantly, she felt an extraordinary transformation within herself. A surge of internal energy coursed through her, and her comprehension of acting seemed significantly deepened. She recognized that this was a gift from the template. As an assassin, one must not only excel in the art of killing, but also in the art of disguise. Hence, the Shadow Assassin within her template possessed a diverse range of skills. At this point, everyone except for Meijia had completed opening their cans. Chen Meijia also finished scanning the code and began to open her can. Her fortune was fairly decent. All the white items were plush toys. She received 5 plush toys, along with a set of 3 Pokemon items, a Pokeball, an Energy Cube, and a Pokédex. Item. Pokeball level. Green description. An item used to capture Pokemon in the Pokemon world. Item. Energy Cube level. Green description. The primary food for Pokemon in the Pokemon world, containing 30 energy cubes sufficient for a Pokemon sustenance for a month. Item. Pokédex. Upgraded version. Level. Green description. The principal tool for recording Pokemon in the Pokemon world, providing insights into their level, skills, and status. Upgraded version. This Pokédex can integrate with smartphones, smartwatches, and other devices, amalgamating the advantages of both items. Chapter 36, Shinado. Mega Evolution set remaining was a Pokemon standing on the ground, alongside 2 stones on the bar. This Pokemon was a female creature. Upon seeing it, Chen Meijia gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Wow, how beautiful! What kind of creature is she? Is she a Pokemon?" In Chen Meijia's eyes, the shape of hearts began to materialize. She extended her hand, and the sprite, upon witnessing her gesture, reached out in response. As their hands clasped, a surge of information regarding the sprite flooded Chen Meijia's mind. Li Ming, observing the scene, immediately recognized the sprite's identity. Clad in a flowing green gown and resembling a human, this sprite was one whom many in Li Ming's world affectionately referred to as their beloved. Indeed, it was none other than Shinado. Item. Shinado level. Blue gender. Female type. Psychic fairy ability. Telepathy skills. Telekinesis. Teleportation. Magical shine. Moonlight power. Life dew. Healing wave. Misty terrain. Try again. Wish. Meditation. Psychic force. Shadow ball. Description. A sprite hailing from the Pokemon world, which, if nurtured properly, has the potential to evolve into the purple tier. Upon Mega Evolution, it may ascend to this coveted level. "Wow, Shinado is so powerful!" exclaimed Chen Meijia, her astonishment palpable upon absorbing the information. Li Ming remarked, "Meijia, this Shinado is truly suited for you. Indeed, she is exceptionally beautiful and possesses an array of skills." Chen Meijia replied with a smile. She then picked up the 2 stones that had just been unveiled. Item. Mega Evolution Stone Evolution Keystone Level. Blue description. An essential item for Pokemon in the realm of evolution. However, not all Pokemon possess the capability to undergo Mega Evolution. Chen Meijia expressed her delight, saying, "This is a tool for Pokemon Mega Evolution. Upon noticing that Chen Meijia's jar did not emit a purple glow, Ziqiao immediately teased, Meijia, your luck is rather mediocre. Everyone except you has unveiled purple items. Chen Meijia pointed at Ziqiao and retorted, you. What's so impressive about that? It's merely the absence of a purple item. I will certainly obtain one next time. Tang Yuyu, comforting Meijia, remarked, it's all right, Meijia. It's just that you didn't unveil a purple item. You will surely get one next time. Huifei added, exactly. Ziqiao, what do you have to flaunt? Meijia, if he brings this up again, just let me know. And I will handle him. Yes, Meijia, it's all right. No worries, Meijia. Guangu and Zheng Xiaoxian also offered their reassurances. Li Ming gazed at the crowd comforting Meijia and promptly said, there is no need for such pessimism. When viewed individually, what Meijia has produced appears blue. However, when combined, they manifest as purple. Don't you agree, Meijia? Huh? Chen Meijia, upon hearing Li Ming's words, felt a flicker of confusion. Then, a thought struck her as she glanced at the recently revealed Mega Evolution Stone. She inquired, are you suggesting that Shinado can undergo Mega Evolution? Precisely, Li Ming affirmed. Shinado can indeed evolve. You simply need to keep the Mega Evolution Stone close to Shinado while holding on to the evolution key. When the bond between you and Shinado reaches a sufficient level, it will be able to undergo Mega Evolution, Li Ming said. He continued, although Ziqiao and the others have all acquired purple items, it is not so simple to unleash the full potential of these purple treasures. Except for Ziqiao. Hearing his name mentioned, Lu Ziqiao expressed his astonishment. What do you mean, except for me? Why am I the exception? Don't you know in your heart? He added, your purple item is merely a divine soul ring, an accessory for your soul ring, with its only distinction being its purple grade, which signifies the lowest effectiveness. Li Ming remarked casually. Damn it. Lu Ziqiao exclaimed in irritation. Haha. With your kind, you still dare to mock me, Chen Meijia laughed in response. You. Lu Ziqiao pointed at Chen Meijia, stating, even my least valuable purple item surpasses your lack of any purple ones. You. Chen Meijia retorted vehemently at Lu Ziqiao. Enough, Meijia, Ziqiao is merely envious. Let us not pay him any mind. Tang Yuyu interjected, pulling the increasingly irate Meijia away. Li Ming remarked from the side, indeed, Meijia. Ziqiao is simply envious. Moreover, Meijia, the Pokemon I have nurtured for you possess a high intimacy level with their trainers. It is likely that in just a few days, you will be able to achieve the Mega Evolution of your Shinado. At that point, you shall be the strongest in the apartment. I estimate that only Yifei and Teacher Zhang will be able to contend with you. Chen Meijia exclaimed excitedly. Really? That is wonderful. When the time comes, if Lu Ziqiao annoys me, I shall have Shinado teach him a lesson. Humph. Chen Meijia cast a mischievous glance at Lu Ziqiao. Upon sensing her gaze, Lu Ziqiao immediately shivered. He looked at Chen Meijia with a pleading expression and said, Hee, Meijia, just consider what I said earlier as mere nonsense. Do not take it to heart. Chen Meijia, delighted by Lu Ziqiao's plea for mercy, smiled and replied, then it will depend on your performance from here on out. I understand, Lu Ziqiao said, rubbing his hands with a grin. Everyone had finished their cans. Hu Yifei and the others returned to work, leaving only Ziqiao and Meijia without fixed employment at the moment. Even Tang Yuyu, the supporting actress, had numerous roles to shoot recently. After acquiring the Shadow Assassin template, she felt her acting skills had soared. She could hardly wait to showcase her talent, excitedly pulling Guanku along as she discussed her upcoming performances. However, upon hearing this, Li Ming felt uncertain. Tang Yuyu's acting had always been commendable. It was merely her unconventional acting style that had drawn the ire of many production teams. It wasn't due to a lack of skill. She simply could not restrain herself from deviating from the script. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. Now that she held shares in the bar, Tang Yuyu was financially secure, so she could indulge herself as she pleased. Li Ming turned back to Ziqiao and Meijia, who had not yet left, and inquired, what are your plans moving forward? Would you consider keeping me company in my shop? Upon hearing this, Meijia and Ziqiao exchanged glances and replied, perhaps not. Being with you is less appealing than venturing outside. Indeed, your daily routine consists solely of gaming or sleeping, which is rather dull. We would rather not linger here. If there were more people, it might be different, but given the current solitude of your establishment, we shall pass. Li Ming, rendered speechless, remarked, very well. If you have nothing else to do, you may leave. I am in need of rest. Subsequently, Meijia and Ziqiao departed together. Chapter 37. Accidental entry into another realm. In recent days, few patrons had visited Li Ming's establishment to open cans. On a Saturday evening, a group of friends gathered at a bar, indulging in drinks and conversation. As they made their way home, they traversed a narrow alley. Ming suddenly sensed a distortion in the surrounding space. Before long, the environment around them transformed dramatically. The seven of them found themselves in a dilapidated village. Apart from Fei, the others displayed expressions of sheer terror. Guangu was somewhat steadier. After a brief moment of panic, he shielded Tang Yuyu, Meijia, and Zichu behind him. Lu Ziqiu clung tightly to Guangu's leg. Fei, however, assumed a combat stance, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Over the past few days, she had nearly perfected the cultivation of the martial arts techniques she had learned. Although her own strength limited her ability to execute many of the moves, she could feel her power had significantly increased. The instructors and students from the Taekwondo studios she had previously visited no longer piqued her interest. Moreover, she feared inadvertently causing harm to others. After all, she had successfully mastered the first level of the Dragon Elephant Fist, harnessing the power of both the dragon and the elephant. Her strength had surged to an extraordinary level, had it not been for her practice of the primordial Taiji, which harmonized yin and yang, allowing her to perfectly control her own power. She might have inadvertently destroyed her own home while mastering the first level of the Dragon Elephant Fist. At that moment, her hands itched for action. She lamented the lack of anyone to spar with. Since mastering her skills in the apartment, she had sought to test herself against Zhang Xiaoxian. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaoxian, that hapless individual, had collapsed after only a few exchanges. She had hoped for a more extended bout, only to be disheartened by Zhang Xiaoxian's weakness. In truth, Zhang Xiaoxian was not inherently weak. Rather, he lacked any practical combat experience. Under normal circumstances, even a fully cultivated Zhang Xiaoxian would have been able to hold his ground against Fei, but he faltered far too quickly. Later, Fei encouraged Zhang Xiaoxian to use his strongest move against her. To her surprise, Zhang Xiaoxian proved to be quite formidable. Fei had to exert nearly all her strength to defeat him. This demonstrated that Zhang Xiaoxian was not weak per se, but rather lacked the experience that someone like Fei, seasoned in battle, possessed. Once Fei closed the distance, Zhang Xiaoxian had no moves left. Even if he attempted to flee using sword flight, it would be futile. Lacking the strength to match Fei, he could only run, and once his energy was depleted, he would be vulnerable to defeat. As for the others, their strength paled in comparison to Fei's. Only Qin Meijia's Sanda could potentially engage Fei in a contest. But while a few sparring sessions might be feasible, it was not something one could seek out casually. Moreover, Sanda's myriad techniques would prove challenging for Fei to counter effectively in a short time, resulting in a stalemate. However, if Sanda were capable of a super evolution, it might stand a chance against Fei. Li Ming, Fei, what is happening? How did we end up in this place? Ziqiu hid behind Guangu and clutched his thigh in a state of panic, inquiring anxiously. Fei, vigilant, surveyed their surroundings and remarked, I'm also unclear how we found ourselves in this place. However, rest assured, with my presence, you shall be safe. Guangu swiftly pushed Ziqiu aside, exclaiming, Oh, Ziqiu, what are you doing? As a man, embracing and clinging is quite unbecoming. Moreover, do you not possess the martial spirit of the legendary Elbu? What is there to fear? Realizing his folly, Ziqiu felt a wave of embarrassment yet mustered the courage to assert, I was merely affording you an opportunity to shine before my aunt. Despite his bravado, he instinctively retreated further back. Qin Meijia, observing Ziqiu's retreat, couldn't help but mock. Oh, Eldasha, if you're unafraid, why do you cower at the back? The others turned to see Ziqiu had indeed retreated to the rear. Upon being discovered by Qin Meijia, Ziqiu's awkwardness intensified. Zhang Xiaoxian chuckled, Ziqiu, what are you afraid of? Your Xian Good is here. After all, in times of peril, Xian Gu will protect you, so rest easy. Zhang Xiaoxian gazed at Ziqiu with a smug expression, prompting the others to roll their eyes in silent exasperation. Yet, they could not rebuke him, for he was indeed the most formidable among them, aside from Fei and Meijia as Shinado. Enough, teacher Zhang. Cease your arrogance and consider how we might escape this place. We are still unaware of where we are, Guangu interjected, observing Zhang's boastfulness. Tang Yu chimed in, Indeed. Teacher Zhang, do you have any idea how to get out? Caught off guard by Guangu and Yu's inquiries, Teacher Zhang coughed awkwardly, I do not know. Ziqiu quickly added, Then what is the point of your bravado? We must rely on Fei and Li Ming. Teacher Zhang pointed accusingly at Ziqiu. Fei, noting the apparent lack of awareness among the group regarding potential dangers, interjected, All right, everyone, calm down. We still do not know if there is any threat here. She then turned to Li Ming and asked, Li Ming, do you know where we are? Li Ming heard the dog say, we must have inadvertently wandered into another dimension. The specifics of this place remain rather unclear to me. Li Ming scanned the area with his spiritual perception and determined that even the most formidable creatures posed no threat to Yi Fei and the others. However, there was no need for alarm. Although this place bore some dangers, it was entirely manageable for them. Lu Ziqiao exclaimed in terror, what? There really is danger? Tang Yuyu, exasperated, replied, Ziqiao, didn't you hear what Li Ming just said? The dangers here are well within our capability to handle. Chen Meijiao shot a disapproving glance at Lu Ziqiao and remarked, coward. Hey, who are you calling a coward? He retorted. You, of course. All of us girls are unafraid. Yet you tremble. If you're not a coward, who is? Just wait and see, Lu Ziqiao responded immediately upon being labeled a coward. To prove his bravery, he boldly stepped ahead of the group. Seeing Lu Ziqiao move to the front to avoid being called a coward, Teacher Zhang and the others shook their heads and chuckled. After walking for quite some time, they still had not exited the confines of the village, indicating its vastness. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of a grand standalone villa. Li Ming gazed at the villa and remarked to the others, shall we spend the night here? Tang Yuyu exclaimed with excitement, are we really staying here? That's wonderful. I've never stayed in such a grand villa before. Guangu expressed his concerns, saying, Yuyu, we have no idea if anyone is inside. There could be other things here as well. Tang Yuyu reassured him, oh, Guangu, there's nothing to worry about. Li Ming has already said we can stay here. So it must be perfectly safe, right, Li Ming? Li Ming smiled and said, it's all right, Guangu, there is no problem here. Chapter 38, The Emergence of the Monster. However, Guangu still wanted to say something, but was pulled inside the villa by Tang Yuyu. All right, Guangu, stop dawdling, let's hurry inside. By the time she finished speaking, Tang Yuyu had already ushered Guangu in. Seeing this, Chen Meijia quickly called out, Yuyu, wait for me, and hurriedly followed. Hu Yifei, feeling somewhat puzzled, asked Li Ming, is everything truly fine? Li Ming smiled and said, it's all right. Yifei, let us also enter. With that, he walked towards the villa. He chuckled inwardly. Knowing that this villa was no ordinary dwelling, on the contrary, it served as the lair of an otherworldly creature. If he hadn't made that remark, it was likely that, apart from Hu Yifei, no one else would have ventured inside. He hoped they would refrain from chastising him once they uncovered the truth. Zhang Shaoxian and Lu Ziqiao exchanged glances, and Lu Ziqiao quickly urged, what are you waiting for? Let's go in. He then stepped inside first. Hey? Zhang Shaoxian, noticing that Lu Ziqiao had already entered, reached out in an attempt to stop him. However, seeing that everyone else had gone in, he glanced around at the enveloping darkness and felt a twinge of fear. He hastily followed suit. Within the grand villa, the group surveyed their surroundings. Intrigued by the vintage ambience of the place, Tang Yuyu pulled Guangu along as they explored, eventually making their way upstairs. Look, Guan, this villa seems remarkably clean, she remarked. Guangu, though internally bemused, was equally puzzled by the spotless condition of the villa. He called down to Li Ming and the others, you all see this? The villa is exceptionally clean. It doesn't appear to be uninhabited at all. Upon hearing Guangu's words, Chen Meijia and the others below examined their surroundings more closely and confirmed that it indeed looked pristine. It certainly did not seem like a place devoid of occupants. The group then turned their gaze towards Li Ming, their expressions suggesting that unless he provided a reasonable explanation, they would hold him accountable for their predicament. Li Ming observed the expressions of those around him, which suggested they were ready to resort to violence if he failed to provide a satisfactory explanation. He promptly cleared his throat. Ahem. This is an alternate space, is it not? Although this villa appears unoccupied, it stands to reason that it was inhabited prior to our entrance into this realm. It is merely that its former occupants seem to have vanished without a trace. Thus, the villa remains impeccably clean and pristine. Upon hearing Li Ming's elucidation, Hu Yifei and the others found it reasonably plausible and opted not to press further. Hu Yifei addressed the group, Guangu and Yuyu, you are tasked with inspecting the rooms on the second floor. Meijia and I shall explore the rear of the villa, while Ziqiu and Shaoxian, you will be responsible for the first floor. Turning to Li Ming, she pondered what task to assign him, just as Lu Ziqiao interjected, Yifei, there is a staircase leading downwards here. Hu Yifei, having been contemplating a suitable assignment for Li Ming, saw this as a fortuitous opportunity. She instructed Li Ming, please investigate whether there are any issues in the basement. Upon hearing this, Li Ming replied, all right, No problem. He thoroughly inspected the entire villa and found no suspicious elements. Thus, they could reside here with peace of mind. Come quickly. The rooms inside are quite spacious. 2 people can easily share a room. After Tang Yuyu and Guangu thoroughly examined the rooms, they immediately called out to everyone. Upon hearing this, Hu Yifei also went to take a look at the rooms and subsequently assigned them. How about this? I will share a room with Meijia. Guangu and Yuyu will have one. Ziqiao and Xiaoxian will have another. And Li Ming, you will have a room to yourself. Does that work for everyone? Okay. No problem. With that, they each returned to their respective rooms. Upon entering the room, Li Ming found it quite satisfactory, spacious and comfortable. He lay upon the bed, succumbing to a peaceful slumber, unperturbed by the fates of others. Although the creatures here posed a certain danger, Hu Yifei, Zhang Xiaoxian, and Mei Jia Shanai Duo rendered them inconsequential. This was merely an opportunity to hone their practical skills. Meanwhile, Hu Yifei and Qin Meijia were engaged in conversation. Sister Yifei, I have a lingering suspicion that Li Ming is not being entirely truthful, Qin Meijia remarked, her brow furrowed in contemplation. Hu Yifei, surprised, regarded her with a newfound respect. Indeed, Meijia, I did not expect you to perceive that. Sister Yifei, while I may not be exceptionally bright, I am not foolish. With so many houses available, why would he choose this particular villa unless there was something amiss? Qin Meijia declared with a sense of pride. Precisely, there is undoubtedly something wrong with this villa. However, after our thorough inspection, we could not pinpoint any issues. I even explored the basement Li Ming checked and found nothing amiss. Therefore, do not sleep too soundly, understood? Hu Yifei cautioned. Understood, Sister Yifei. Qin Meijia promptly nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Hu Yifei secured the door and settled down to rest. Guangu and Yuyu shared similar sentiments, with Guangu also sensing something amiss about the villa. He advised Yuyu to be cautious and not to sleep too deeply. Only Ziqiao and Xiaoxian, under Zheng Xiaoxian's carefree remarks, drifted into a heavy slumber. Although Lu Ziqiao felt a twinge of doubt listening to Zheng Xiaoxian, he nevertheless locked the door with care. By 2 o'clock in the early morning, all had succumbed to rest. Yet, unbeknownst to them, in the depths of the villa's basement, a group of creatures stirred awake. Astonishingly, the basement concealed a second level, which Hu Yifei had overlooked during her inspection. Although Li Ming was aware of their presence, he chose not to disclose it to them. Soon, this group of creatures emerged from the second underground level, a rather peculiar place devoid of any doors. These beings could meld into shadows, slipping through the narrow crevice connecting the second and first underground levels. Upon awakening, they discovered that intruders had entered their abode, gradually approaching Hu Yifei and her companions. As this group neared the door to Yifei's room, they were already detected by her. Hu Yifei immediately roused Qin Meijia. Meijia, wake up. There's trouble. Qin Meijia, still groggy, opened her eyes and inquired, what's wrong, Yifei? Shoo. Hu Yifei urged her to lower her voice. Meijia, noticing the tension, whispered, what is happening? Is there something behind the door? Hu Yifei pointed to the entrance. Meijia glanced towards the door, where she perceived a shadow flickering in the gap. Her eyes widened. And just as she was about to scream, Hu Yifei covered her mouth. At that moment, the creature had already slipped through the door's crack. A tall, humanoid monster materialized before Hu Yifei and Qin Meijia, launching an immediate assault without uttering a word. Upon witnessing the creature's attack, Hu Yifei swiftly guided Qin Meijia to take refuge in a corner. With a single swipe, the monster cleaved the bed in two. Chapter 39. The shadow evil spirit. The tremendous noise startled the occupants of the other rooms awake. In truth, Tang Yuyu had been awake since early morning. Having merged with the shadow assassin, she was acutely sensitive to shadowy forces. The moment these creatures appeared, she had already roused herself and awakened Guangu. However, before they could alert Yifei and the others, the monsters had arrived at the door. Hearing the commotion from Yifei's room, Guangu and Yuyu decided to take action against the monsters at the entrance. Tang Yuyu drew forth the demon blade Shanren, while Guangu brandished a kunai. He formed a hand seal and unleashed the fire style, great fireball technique. A massive fireball obliterated the door, catching the monster off guard and sending it flying. Simultaneously, the creature in Hu Yifei's room was also sent reeling by a powerful punch from her. Guangu and Yuyu reached the door just in time to lock eyes with Hu Yifei and Meijia, who had just emerged. Hu Yifei remarked, "This villa is indeed suspicious. Once this matter is resolved, I will make sure to deal with Li Ming." Tang Yuyu whispered from the side, "Yifei, it seems you might not be a match for Li Ming, so how do you plan to deal with him?" Hu Yifei was momentarily rendered speechless. Indeed, she was no match for Li Ming. However, she stubbornly asserted, even if I am not his opponent, so what? For this matter today, I can give him a few blows, and he will just have to endure. Guanggu spoke up, exactly. Ife, count me in when you confront him. I was startled when Yu mentioned a monster earlier. Li Ming truly was insufferable. Hu Yifei surveyed their surroundings and asked, why are only the four of us here? What about Xing Shaoxian and LV Ziqiao? Tang Yu quickly glanced towards the rooms of LV Ziqiao and Xing Shaoxian, which were eerily quiet. Qin Meijia expressed her concern. Could it be that LV Ziqiao has already, as she slid her hand across her neck? Hu Yifei reassured her, do not worry, they will be fine. After all, Zhang Shaoxian possesses the strength of a fully realized Qi practitioner, making him the strongest after me. With such a formidable being, how could Xing Shaoxian and the others be in danger? Qin Meijia's concern was somewhat different, as she hastily responded, aside from you? No, that can't be right, my. Hu Yifei interjected, I am speaking of people, your Shinado does not count. All right, Guanggu said to Hu Yifei and the others, let us go check on them. Yes. Let us take a look. Tang Yu agreed. Hu Yifei then approached the door of Zhang Shaoxian's room, knocked, and called out, Teacher Xing, LV Ziqiao, how are you? After a few calls with no response, she promptly kicked the door open. Inside the room, there was no sign of LV Ziqiao or Zhang Shaoxian. Meanwhile, LV Ziqiao and Zheng Shaoxian were hiding in Li Ming's room. Li Ming gazed speechlessly at Lu Ziqiao and Xing Shaoxian, who had just entered, and remarked, I must inquire. Why did you two seek refuge in my room amidst such peril? Zheng Shaoxian, brimming with excitement, replied, it is precisely because of you. You are the one who insisted we reside in this villa. He continued, had it not been for you, we would never have encountered such an oddity. Lu Ziqiao clung to Li Ming's leg, pleading, indeed, you must protect us. Li Ming, in exasperation, smacked his forehead and exclaimed, I must say, Teacher Zheng, you are a person of complete Qi refinement, your strength only slightly inferior to that of Hu Yifei. Outside, she can easily dispatch foes with a mere kick. You all must have heard. Even Guanggu can handle one. You two cowards, hurry and get out. With that, Li Ming seized both Lu Ziqiao and Zhang Shaoxian and unceremoniously tossed them outside. Within the room, as Hu Yifei and the others anxiously searched for Lu Ziqiao, they suddenly heard Teacher Zheng's voice. Upon stepping outside, they were greeted by the sight of Lu Ziqiao and Zheng Shaoxian, unceremoniously flung out by Li Ming. Hu Yifei, momentarily at a loss for words, remarked, I told you they would be fine. I didn't expect them to end up in Li Ming's room. She then turned to Li Ming and demanded, Li Ming, do explain the situation regarding this villa. Li Ming chuckled and said, haha, you have discovered my intentions. Indeed. I deliberately brought you here. My original aim was to provide you with some practice. Upon entering this alternate realm, I quickly realized that the monsters within are not particularly formidable. It is an ideal setting for honing your skills, which is why I guided you here. Qin Meijia, visibly irritated, retorted, could you not have informed us beforehand? If I had disclosed that information, you might not have returned, Li Ming replied. Just look at Teacher Zheng and Ziqiao. Do they seem capable of making it back? Hu Yifei and Gua, gazing at Teacher Zheng and Ziqiao sprawled on the ground, were momentarily at a loss for words. Hu Yifei remarked, you have a point, yet you should not have kept this from us. We shall settle this matter upon our return. Li Ming realized that he had not managed to evade the situation, and then remarked, well, let us discuss this matter after it's over. Your practice targets have arrived. Upon hearing this, Hu Yifei glanced downstairs. To her astonishment, the creature they had just sent flying was back on its feet, accompanied by an additional throng of monsters, at least 30 in number. Hu Yifei turned to Li Ming and inquired, what are these creatures? Name, Shadow Wraith level, green abilities, Shadow Evasion. Shadow Claw description, Shadow Wraiths are dark entities forged from the living by malevolent spirits. Li Ming conveyed the information regarding the shadow evil spirit to Hu Yifei and the others. Upon hearing this, Hu Yifei kicked the still prone L Ziqiao and Zhang Shaoxian. Hey, stop playing dead. Get up quickly. Weren't you formidable when we were fighting before? Why the sudden weakness now? Zhang Shaoxian, upon hearing Hu Yifei's words, immediately stood up and declared, who says I'm weak? Just watch me slay. Hu Yifei then turned to L Ziqiao and remarked, and you? You absorbed your first soul ring yesterday, a millennium soul ring at that, which is quite powerful. You can't possibly be weak too. L Ziqiao promptly stood up, summoning his martial soul, with a dark purple soul ring encircling him. His soul ring was a remarkable 9,900 years old, just shy of reaching the coveted 10,000 years. Moreover, his first soul skill was formidable, Battle Soul. This skill gradually enhances his strength during combat, with a maximum increase of 100, rising by 20 for every 10 levels. It is indeed an exceptionally powerful skill. Shinmeijia also summoned Shinado, while Guangu opened his Sharingan. Observing the readiness of her companions, Huafei was the first to charge forward. Chapter 40. The Night Battle. Huafei rushed downstairs, launching an attack on the shadow evil spirit that had been troubling her recently. With a swift side kick, she sent the spirit before her flying, crashing into a cluster of other spirits behind it. Without hesitation, Huafei plunged into the throng of evil spirits. Truly, she was the most formidable warrior in the apartment. Aside from refraining from using the dragon elephant fist, she unleashed her taekwondo and blink techniques relentlessly, ensuring that not a single evil spirit could approach her. The others, witnessing Huafei's rampage, followed suit into the fray. Leading the charge were Zhang Shaoxian and El Zichio, with Zhang Shaoxian summoning the Qiming sword to combat the foes, while El Zichio activated his martial spirit, wielding the Fangtian Huaji as he joined the assault on the spirits. Guangu, positioned upstairs, seized the opportunity to launch continuous ninjutsu attacks, while Tang Yuyu concealed herself in the shadows, seeking an opportunity for a surprise attack. However, her stealthy endeavors proved futile, as the shadow evil spirits were able to sense her presence, evading her strikes time and again. This left Yuyu feeling quite vexed. Li Ming looked down with a sense of frustration and said to Yuyu, "You must abandon any thoughts of ambushing them. These creatures possess shadow abilities, rendering your stealth efforts futile. It would be more prudent to engage them head-on, as this will also enhance your practical combat experience." Upon hearing this, Tang Yuyu relinquished her plan for a surprise attack and began to confront the shadow spirits directly with her longsword. On the other hand, Shinmeijia found herself in a considerably more advantageous position. With the assistance of Shinado, no spirit could approach within 5 meters of her. Shinmeijia enthusiastically directed Shinado's attacks, commanding Shinado, use telekinesis. Shana. Shinado, Shadow Ball. Shana. She reveled in her role as commander. Li Ming observed Shinmeijia's performance and nodded, then turned his gaze towards Guangu. He noticed Guangu ceaselessly maneuvering around Huafei and the others, employing ninjutsu to combat the malevolent spirits with each movement. Li Ming acknowledged Guangu's proficiency. It was evident that as a producer of the Naruto manga, he possessed a profound understanding of ninjutsu. Shifting his attention to Teacher Zhang, Li Ming saw him slyly hiding behind others, wielding his sword in a defensive manner, which left him somewhat speechless as he rubbed his forehead in exasperation. He addressed Teacher Zhang, saying, "Teacher Zhang, you shouldn't linger at the back. What about the Holy Spirit sword technique you learned? Why aren't you using it?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Shaoxian stepped out from behind Zi Chao and remarked, "Why should I employ the Holy Spirit sword technique when I can utilize swordsmanship? Do you take me for a fool?" Upon hearing this, Li Ming's gaze flickered as he addressed Teacher Zhang. "Teacher Zhang, I present you with 2 choices. Either you wield the Sacred Spirit sword technique yourself, or I shall prohibit your sword control technique, compelling you to employ the Sacred Spirit sword technique instead. Choose wisely." Zhang Shaoxian, feeling a shiver run down his spine at the intensity of the gaze, recoiled slightly and hastily replied, "I shall use it right away. Please do not disable my sword control technique." He recalled the previous instance in the apartment when he had boasted about his sword control technique, only for Li Ming, irritated by his arrogance, to render it unusable. This prohibition extended beyond the apartment. Even at the radio station, he found himself powerless. The sensation was profoundly uncomfortable, and he wished to avoid enduring it again. Thus, he summoned the Qiming sword back to his hand and, wielding it against the nearest malevolent spirit, unleashed the Sacred Spirit sword technique. Sword 1. Sword 2. Sword 3. Sword 8. With a swift sequence of strikes, Zhang Shaoxian vanquished the malevolent spirit before him. With each successive blow, his confidence swelled. Although he had previously slain a few spirits using sword control, those encounters had felt distant and lacked impact. Sword 11. Sword 12. Sword 18. Zhang Shaoxian grew increasingly adept with the Sacred Spirit sword technique. The enhancement of his sword control technique relied solely on continuous practice. However, mastery of the Sacred Spirit sword technique necessitated real combat experience. Conversely, on the side of El Zichio, ever since his martial soul had manifested, he had acquired the battle instincts of Elbu. In combat, he exhibited extraordinary ferocity, bolstered further by his first soul skill, Battle Soul, which enhanced his capabilities. Currently, he was the second most prolific slayer of malevolent spirits, surpassed only by Huafei. Meanwhile, Tang Yuyu relentlessly wielded her long knife against the malevolent spirits before her. With the combat experience of the Shadow Assassin augmenting her skills, she transitioned from a state of initial chaos to one of graceful proficiency. The integration of her template steadily improved. As she deftly evaded the claws of the Shadow Evil Spirit, she instinctively grasped the Shadow Assassin's technique, the Extreme Malice Slash. Infused with shadow energy, her weapon cleaved through the air towards her adversary. With a single execution of the Extreme Malice Slash, Tang Yuyu bisected the malevolent spirit before her. Li Ming observed that everyone had already entered the zone, sensing that this experience would significantly enhance their abilities. Soon, only one malevolent spirit remained. And just as Hu Yifei was about to vanquish it, Li Ming hurriedly intervened, saying, "Wait a moment, Yifei. Let us pause before dealing with this final one." Hu Yifei halted her actions and cast a puzzled glance at Li Ming. Li Ming did not respond to Hu Yifei immediately. Instead, he turned to Chen Meijia and said, "Meijia, how about you try to confront a malevolent spirit on your own?" Chen Meijia was momentarily taken aback by Li Ming's suggestion, pointing at herself in disbelief. "Me? Really? Indeed, Meijia. There will be times when the spirit is not by your side, or when it is obstructed, and you must face the adversary alone. Thus, it is essential for you to confront the enemy independently. So, would you like to attempt to resolve this final malevolent spirit by yourself?" Chen Meijia quickly shook her head, exclaiming, "Oh, I can't do that. I lack the abilities that Yifei and the others possess. I certainly cannot manage it alone." Upon hearing Li Ming's words, Hu Yifei recognized the validity of his point. Chen Meijia would inevitably encounter situations where she had to face adversaries alone. However, Meijia currently lacked the means to enhance her own strength. Hu Yifei promptly interjected, "Li Ming, let's reconsider this. Although Meijia has learned some techniques alongside us, the time has been too brief for her to master the offensive maneuvers adequately. Allowing her to face this alone feels premature. How about I oversee Meijia's training and provide her with one-on-one guidance to enhance her practical experience?" Li Ming observed the trepidation in Chen Meijia and Hu Yifei's expressions and felt that perhaps it was a bit premature. He remarked, "Very well. If Meijia is reluctant to give it a try, then so be it. However, I shall handle the matter of practical experience. As for supervising Meijia's training, that responsibility shall fall to you, Yifei." "All right, but Li, are you truly going to assist Meijia personally?" Hu Yifei questioned, gazing at Li Ming with curiosity. For based on her understanding of him, it seemed improbable that he would directly teach Meijia. Li Ming smiled faintly and remarked, "Teaching in person is, of course, out of the question. However, I possess a virtual combat gaming chamber that will undoubtedly enhance your practical experience." Hu Yifei murmured to herself, "Virtual combat? Could it be virtual reality technology?" "Indeed," Li Ming confirmed. "You will all have access to it." "That sounds promising," Hu Yifei replied, effortlessly dispatching the last of the malevolent spirits. Chapter 41. The Giant Shadow Demon. Just when everyone thought it was over, Li Ming suddenly interjected, "Not yet." Hu Yifei and the others looked at him in confusion. Li Ming continued, "What you are dealing with now are merely minor adversaries. The true mastermind has yet to arrive." Tang Yuyu, astonished, replied, "So, you mean there exists an even more formidable evil spirit?" "Yes, let us wait a moment. That individual should emerge shortly. Once we defeat him, we shall be able to return." Upon hearing this, Zhang Shaoxian and the others instinctively found a place to sit. Zhang Shaoxian turned to his companion, El Ziqiao, and inquired, "Ziqiao, how many evil spirits did you vanquish?" With a hint of pride, he declared, "I managed to slay 4. Upon announcing his count, Zhang Shaoxian raised an eyebrow. El Ziqiao, wearing a self-satisfied grin, gazed back at him. Zhang Shaoxian felt an unsettling premonition at El Ziqiao's expression. Shortly after, El Ziqiao chimed in, "Hee, Teacher Zhang. You only managed to eliminate 4. Coincidentally, I've slain 1 more than you." Chen Meijia, who was upstairs, immediately interjected, "Together, your kills don't even surpass the number that Yifei Jie has taken down." El Ziqiao, feeling challenged, retorted, "Then tell me, how many did Hu Yifei slay?" Chen Meijia promptly raised her hand to count. 1, 2, 3, 7, 4, 8, 3. Women este. El Ziqiao, exasperated, protested. "Enough already. At this rate, how long will it take you to finish counting?" Wangu spoke up from the side. Teacher Zing had 4, Ziqiao 5, Yuyu 3, Meijia 2. And I defeated 3. Therefore, the remainder must have been vanquished by Yifei. There were approximately 30 evil spirits earlier, which means Yifei eliminated 13. Chen Meijia exclaimed excitedly, "Wow! Yifei Jie, you are incredible. You managed to kill so many." Hua Fei quickly waved her hand in modesty. It was nothing extraordinary. Zhang Xiaoxian, unwilling to concede, asserted. Had Li Ming not prohibited me from using my sword technique, I would have undoubtedly been the one with the highest count. Tang Yuyu regarded Zhang Xiaoxian and remarked. Come now, Teacher Zhang. Even if you had employed your sword technique, you might not have surpassed Yifei's tally. She hasn't even utilized her boxing skills yet. Li Ming remarked, Indeed, Teacher Zhang, if Yifei were to employ her dragon elephant fist, your group would stand no chance. The initial stance of Yifei's dragon elephant fist boasts an extensive attack range, rendering the 30 malevolent spirits utterly incapable of withstanding even 2 of her strikes. As Li Ming and his companions awaited the last of the malevolent spirits, the Anomalous Investigation Bureau was in a state of turmoil. At the moment they entered the alternate space, the devices designed to detect otherworldly beings within the Bureau emitted a resounding alarm. This was their first encounter with such intense spatial fluctuations. Typically, even the appearance of formidable interdimensional entities did not provoke such a response, which paled in comparison to this instance. When the captain of a squad, armed to the teeth, arrived at the location where Li Ming and his companions had vanished, they found no trace of any otherworldly beings. Nevertheless, the detection apparatus continued to register significant spatial disturbances. The detection team reported to Captain Bai Qingru, Captain Qingru. There are still considerable spatial fluctuations here, yet we have found no signs of otherworldly entities. Bai Qingru was momentarily perplexed by the situation, but she knew that unusual events often heralded something sinister. Although we have not identified any traces of otherworldly beings, we must remain vigilant. Immediately seal off this street and monitor it closely. We cannot allow any interdimensional beings the opportunity to exploit this situation. Acknowledging her orders, the Bureau personnel swiftly cordoned off the street, maintaining real-time surveillance of the area. In truth, Bai Qingru and her team could have entered. They simply failed to locate the spatial passage. Concealed upon the wall of the street was an inconspicuous white line, which marked the entrance to the spatial portal. If the detection personnel were to utilize their instruments to identify the location of the greatest spatial disturbance, they would uncover this passage. However, having never encountered such an event before, they lacked the requisite experience. They returned to the villa. Li Ming and his companions did not wait long before a resounding tremor echoed through the air. Li Ming addressed Hua Fei and the others. They have arrived. Instantly, Hua Fei and her companions assumed a state of readiness for battle. As the tremors intensified, the ground before them began to crumble. An extraordinarily immense shadowy malevolent spirit materialized before Hua Fei and her group. Hua Fei, taken aback, exclaimed, Could it be that the shadowy malevolent spirit resides beneath this villa? Yet, we did not uncover any signs of it during our previous inspection. Li Ming explained calmly, I previously mentioned that the shadow demon possesses a skill called shadow slip, allowing it to meld into the shadows and traverse through narrow crevices. Thus, you were unable to detect its presence. Hua Fei suddenly comprehended and exclaimed, Indeed. That particular shadow demon entered the room through the crack in the door. How could I have forgotten? She then inquired, But what about this enormous shadow demon? Li Ming continued, Because you have slaughtered all his subordinates, he became enraged and thus forcefully rushed up here. Tang Yuyu nodded in understanding, I see. So that is how it is. Li Ming promptly shared the information regarding the shadow demon with them. Name, Giant Shadow Demon level, blue abilities, Shadow Evasion, Shadow Claw. Shadow Cannon, Eye of the Undead description, a unique breed among the shadow demons, inherently colossal in size, imbued with a greater reservoir of shadow energy. Upon hearing that the demon's level was categorized as blue, Hua Fei expressed her excitement, exclaiming, So, this demon must be quite resilient, right? Li Ming gazed at the exhilarated Hua Fei and remarked, Well, your assertion holds merit. This malevolent spirit indeed possesses considerable resilience. Hua Fei flexed her wrists and declared, Then it is settled. This malevolent spirit is mine to confront. You all shall not intervene. Tang Yuyu, filled with concern, suggested, Sister Yifei, perhaps we should tackle this together. Hua Fei reassured her, Do not worry. If I find myself truly unable to contend, I will summon you. With that, she charged towards the colossal shadow specter. The gigantic shadow spirit, noticing Hua Fei's advance, showed no hesitation and unleashed a shadow cannon aimed directly at her. The shadow cannon resembled an oversized shadow sphere. Sensing the imminent threat, Hua Fei harnessed her full strength to channel the mixed Yuan Taiji technique, striking out at the shadow cannon with a powerful palm. Thunderous Fist, a technique previously employed by Hua Fei when Xian was trapped in an elevator during Season 3. The immense shadow cannon was sent hurtling into space by Hua Fei's palm. prompting Li Ming to urgently call out to the others. Quickly, we must flee. This villa is about to collapse. With that, he dashed towards a nearby window, shattering it and leaping outside. The others promptly followed suit. Shinmeijia, witnessing this, called out to Huifei, Sister Ifei, hurry. This place is collapsing. However, Huifei, fixated on the towering shadow specter before her, did not budge. Instead, she urged Meijia, do not concern yourself with me. You must escape first. Understanding Huifei's resolve, Shinmeijia did not press the matter further. She turned to Shinai and implored, Shinai, use your teleportation to take me away. Shinai nodded, stepping forward to grasp her hand. Shinai. And in an instant, both vanished from sight. Chapter 42. The mighty elephant shakes the earth soon. Everyone gathered outside the villa, witnessing its gradual collapse in the explosion of the shadow cannon above. Shinmeijia reappeared before the group. Inside the villa, the sounds of a fierce battle echoed, followed by Huifei's thunderous roar. Blast. Flash. The colossal shadow spirit was propelled out of the villa by Huifei, carving a deep trench in the courtyard. The gigantic shadow specter rose, roaring at Huifei, roar, and charged at her with its massive claws flailing. Huifei adeptly dodged each attack. The shadow spirit, in its relentless assault, could not land a blow on her. Gradually, it succumbed to madness, howling incessantly. Observing the irrationality of the giant shadow spirit, Huifei's expression shifted to one of disappointment. Have you attacked enough? Now it is my turn. Upon finishing her words, Huifei extended her hand and seized the claw of the colossal shadow demon that was lunging towards her. The giant shadow demon, taken aback, found itself at a loss as it had not anticipated its attack to be so effortlessly thwarted. A gentle smile graced Huifei's lips as she released her grip on the claw and approached the creature, leaping to deliver a powerful kick to its abdomen. Without pause, Huifei unleashed a flurry of strikes upon the giant shadow demon, leaving it no opportunity to retaliate. Frustrated, the colossal shadow demon forcefully shook Huifei off and let out a deafening roar. With a resounding growl, it unleashed the shadow cannon once more, this time even larger than before. However, Huifei did not resort to her previous technique, the Thunder Fist, to deflect the attack. Instead, she braced herself to meet the shadow cannon head-on. Suddenly, ethereal images of a dragon and an elephant manifested around her. With unwavering determination, she struck the shadow cannon with her fist, invoking the dragon and elephant power. This marked the first occasion Huifei unleashed her full strength. The shadow cannon faltered against her fist, dissipating within mere seconds. Observing from the sidelines, Guanku and the others erupted in excitement, cheering, Ifei, so cool. Absolutely magnificent, Sister Ifei. Go for it again and finish it off. Enthusiastically, they waved their arms, rallying behind Huifei, undeterred by their cheers. Huifei raised her hand and charged once more at the giant shadow demon, leaping towards it with the intent to deliver a decisive blow to its head. Li Ming exclaimed, this is not good. Ifei is in danger. Upon hearing this, Shinmeijia and others surrounding Li Ming quickly inquired, what happened? Li Ming had previously informed them about the colossal shadow specter's information, and at that moment, it still possessed an unused ability. Guangu shouted urgently to Huifei, Ifei, be cautious. It has yet to unleash one of its powers. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Huifei attempted to act, but it was already too late. She had ascended into the air above the enormous shadow specter when its eyes emitted a beam of black light directed at her. In midair, Huifei found herself unable to evade the attack and could only raise her hand defensively, enveloping her entire being with the essence of Hunyuan. Consequently, she was struck high into the sky by the colossal shadow specter. Observing this, Shinmeijia urgently called out to Shinado, use teleportation to rescue Sister Ifei. Meanwhile, Zhang Shaoxian positioned the Qiming sword beneath his feet, preparing to ascend and save Huifei. Just as Shinado was about to activate her ability, Li Ming hurriedly interjected, wait, Ifei is fine. Shinmeijia and the others turned to Li Ming, inquiring, is Sister Ifei all right? However, Li Ming offered no reply, his gaze fixed upon the sky. Following his line of sight, they beheld a figure plummeting rapidly from above. It was unmistakably Huifei. Although she had been struck into the air by the deathly gaze of the colossal shadow demon, she had sustained no injuries. Now, leveraging the force of her descent, Huifei swiftly approached the giant shadow demon. Just as she drew within 20 meters of it, the demon unleashed its deathly gaze once more. Dark radiance surged forth toward Huifei. Upon witnessing the incoming assault, Huifei bellowed, Dragon Elephant Quake. With a powerful fist, she struck at the black light, To the astonishment of all, a massive elephant materialized behind her, raising its mighty legs to stomp down upon the dark energy. In an instant, the black light shattered. Yet, Hui Fei's momentum remained unabated as she advanced toward the giant shadow demon once again. Under the force of her dragon elephant quake, the demon was obliterated into ash. A thunderous roar echoed, followed by a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Hui Fei emerged before everyone, standing at the center of a vast crater. The group rushed toward her. Chen Meijia called out, "Sister Fei, are you all right?" Hui Fei lifted her head and assured them, "I'm fine." However, she then collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Witnessing this, Chen Meijia turned to Shanai and commanded, "Shanai, please bring Sister Fei back." With a swift incantation, Shanai vanished, only to reappear moments later, carrying Hui Fei. Chen Meijia and Tang Yuyu hurriedly assisted in lifting her up, anxiously asking Li Ming, "Is Sister Fei truly unscathed?" Li Ming hurriedly reassured, "Fei merely fainted from exhaustion. There is nothing serious. You can rest easy, she will awaken shortly." Upon hearing this, Chen Meijia and Tang Yuyu felt a wave of relief. They then settled under a nearby tree to keep Fei company as she rested. Before long, Hui Fei regained consciousness. Rubbing her sore arms, she inquired, "How long have I been asleep?" Upon seeing Fei awake, Chen Meijia rushed over to help her sit up, saying, "Sister Fei, Li Ming mentioned you just fainted from fatigue. You've only been asleep for about 10 minutes. Are you feeling all right?" Hui Fei shook her arms to assess her condition and replied, "I'm fine." She then turned to Li Ming and asked, "Now that this colossal shadowy specter has been dealt with, can we finally leave?" Li Ming addressed Hui Fei, saying, "Indeed, we shall retrace our steps. Upon reaching the entrance, we shall find our way out." Tang Yuyu chimed in joyfully, "That's wonderful. I can't wait to return and indulge in a refreshing bath. Today's battle has left me drenched in sweat." "Indeed, Yuyu, I too am quite perspired. How about we bathe together?" Chen Meijia remarked, clutching Tang Yuyu's arm. Lu Ziqiao interjected, "You must be joking. Throughout the entire ordeal, you were merely directing the battle against Shinai Duo. You hardly moved at all, so where did this sweat come from?" Chen Meijia shot a glare at Lu Ziqiao, retorting, "It's my choice, and it's none of your business." Tang Yuyu smiled at Meijia and said, "Sounds good." Chapter 43, Conflict. Before long, Li Ming and his companions arrived at the entry point, where they were greeted by a radiant portal. "Is this the gateway to exit the alternate dimension?" Lu Ziqiao inquired, gazing curiously at the luminous threshold. Li Ming nodded and said, "Indeed." Subsequently, Lu Ziqiao extended his hand into the luminous portal. At that moment, a radiant gateway suddenly materialized on a wall in the otherwise sealed-off street, revealing traces of spatial disturbance. The personnel from the Investigation Bureau immediately detected the emergence of the portal, and their monitoring devices emitted urgent alarms. Observing the rapidly escalating spatial fluctuations, the detection team promptly alerted Captain Bai Qingru. "Captain Bai, we have an emergency. A luminous portal has appeared here, and the spatial disturbances are intensifying swiftly. This portal must be the source of the fluctuations." Captain Bai Qingru swiftly gathered her team and proceeded to the location of the portal. Upon their arrival, they beheld the portal quietly standing against the wall, with no other occurrences transpiring. Suddenly, a figure emerged from within the portal. It was Lu Ziqiao. Moments earlier, while exploring the otherworldly space, he discovered that he could traverse the portal, and upon hearing Li Ming's affirmation, he stepped through. As Lu Ziqiao emerged from the portal, he was immediately confronted by agents from the Investigation Bureau, guns drawn. Upon opening his eyes, he was startled to find multiple firearms aimed at him. Instinctively, he summoned his martial spirit, enveloping himself in ancient armor and wielding a formidable halberd, ready to confront those pointing their weapons at him. "What do you want?" Lu Ziqiao exclaimed, gripping his halberd tightly. Bai Qingru, observing the sudden appearance of Lu Ziqiao, inquired, "We are from the Anomaly Investigation Bureau. Who are you?" Though unfamiliar with the Bureau, Lu Ziqiao inferred it to be a specialized department. Nervously, he replied, "I am Lu Xiaobu, and I reside in the nearby Love Apartment." The agents were taken aback, and Bai Qingru, noting the armor and halberd, surmised that he too must possess extraordinary powers, perhaps acquired from a canister. She questioned him, "How did you obtain your abilities?" Lu Ziqiao looked at Bai Qingru and retorted, "Why should I tell you?" Before Bai could respond, a nearby agent interjected, "Captain Bai, this individual is not listed in our records." He then addressed Lu Ziqiao. "Are you unaware that individuals with extraordinary powers must register with the Bureau? If you use your abilities without registration, we have the authority to detain you. Now, please lower your weapon and do not resist." As he spoke, the agent produced handcuffs, intending to restrain Lu Ziqiao. Caught off guard, Lu Ziqiao instinctively reacted and sent the approaching agent sprawling. Seeing the agent he had struck, Lu Ziqiao hastily exclaimed, "Huh? I apologize. It was not my intention." When the others witnessed L. Ziqiao's defiance, they hastily raised their weapons to shoot. Bai Qingru attempted to intervene, but was a moment too late. Although L. Ziqiao had grown considerably stronger, his body remained incapable of withstanding gunfire. He stared in terror at the bullets hurtling towards him. At a critical moment, a figure suddenly emerged from the light portal. Shinado, with a halved reflection. Shana. Instantly, a circular shield appeared before L. Ziqiao, intercepting the bullets. Shenmeijia and Shinado stood protectively in front of L. Ziqiao, expressing their anger. "What are you trying to do?" Then, with concern, they turned to L. Ziqiao and asked, "Ziqiao, are you all right?" Moments later, several figures emerged from the light portal. Hui Fei and her companions followed suit. Observing the armed individuals around them and the shield before L. Ziqiao, as well as the bullets strewn on the ground, Hui Fei quickly deduced what had transpired. She dashed toward the nearest assailant, prompting Guanko and Yu Yu to follow her lead. Bai Qingru, seeing Hui Fei and her companions charging at her team, hurriedly explained, "Wait. This is a misunderstanding." Unfortunately, Hui Fei and her group refused to listen, and the investigation bureau agents retaliated. They swiftly counterattacked. Hui Fei refrained from delivering lethal blows, merely incapacitating her opponents. Guanko began to form hand seals. Shadow clone technique. A cloud of white smoke enveloped him, and 7 or 8 clones of Guanko materialized, surging forward, leaving the investigation bureau agents bewildered as they struggled to discern the real Guanko. They began to attack indiscriminately. Tang Yu seized the opportunity to slip into the shadows, stunning several agents amid their distraction. Bai Qingru's teammates rushed forward, but were swiftly intercepted by Hui Fei, who thwarted each of their attempts with ease. One by one, they fell. Among them was Wang Shulin, who had transformed into his beastly form, yet he remained no match for Hui Fei. Seizing the perfect moment, Hui Fei delivered a decisive strike, bringing Wang Shulin down. Witnessing her team members fall one after another, Bai Qingru realized she could no longer remain passive. She exhaled a breath of icy air. Hui Fei sensed a threat emanating from Bai Qingru. She understood that this individual was even more formidable than the colossal shadow wraith they had encountered in the alternate dimension. Hui Fei immediately summoned the power of the dragon and elephant, their ethereal forms manifesting around her. Bai Qingru, perceiving the spectral figures surrounding Hui Fei, recognized the danger and knew she could not allow Hui Fei to close the distance. Others, witnessing the standoff between Hui Fei and Bai Qingru, quickly gathered behind Hui Fei. Bai Qingru, unfazed by the presence of Hui Fei's allies, remained composed. Hui Fei led the charge towards Bai Qingru, who coolly uttered 2 words, "I seal." In an instant, including Hui Fei, everyone was frozen in place. Hui Fei's expression was one of sheer terror. She had not anticipated Bai Qingru's formidable power. In the blink of an eye, they had been encased in ice. Although this ice could not fully restrain Hui Fei, she dared not act recklessly. While she herself was unafraid, the safety of the others was at stake. Wang Shulin rose and remarked, "Truly worthy of being the captain. You are indeed powerful." Despite having defeated Hui Fei, he recognized that his captain was even stronger. Crack, crack. The ice imprisoning Hui Fei began to fracture. With a resounding pop, she broke free from Bai Qingru's icy grasp. Cautiously eyeing her adversary, Wang Shulin gazed at Hui Fei in astonishment, unable to believe how effortlessly she had escaped. It was noteworthy that even the captains of their other 2 teams would struggle to break such a seal. This could only imply that this woman was on par with his captain in terms of strength. Chapter 44. Misunderstanding resolved. Hui Fei anxiously observed as a colossal phantom of a mammoth materialized behind her. Bai Qingru, noticing the looming figure, felt a surge of alarm within her. She sensed that this entity posed a significant threat to her, even though she was not particularly fearful due to her own abilities. The personnel around her would undoubtedly suffer severe harm. Gradually, Bai Qingru's body began to crystallize into ice. As both women prepared for confrontation, another figure emerged from the light portal. Bai Qingru was taken aback to realize that there was yet another person. She quickly called out to Wang Shulin, "Wang Shulin, take the others and get away from here." Wang Shulin, standing resolutely beside Bai Qingru, inquired, "Captain, what about you?" "Do not worry about me. Just leave at once." "Understood." Li Ming stepped out and, upon surveying the scene before him, instantly grasped the unfolding situation. He promptly reassured, "There's no need to be so anxious. Upon seeing Li Ming emerge, Hui Fei felt a wave of relief wash over her. She urged him, "Li Ming, please hurry and rescue Mei Jia and the others." Li Ming gazed at the frozen Mei Jia and her companions, assuring them, "No problem." With that, he snapped his fingers. With a resounding crack, the ice encasing Mei Jia and the others shattered completely. They emerged unscathed. "Thank you, Li Ming." "Thank you, Brother Ming." Li Ming smiled faintly, then turned his gaze towards Bai Qingru. At that moment, Bai Qingru was astonished, observing someone effortlessly shatter her ice. Instantly, she felt a sense of impending danger. Yet she found Li Ming's face oddly familiar. Li Ming gazed at the anxious Bai Qingru and remarked, "You must be from the Anomaly Investigation Bureau, correct?" Upon hearing Li Ming's acknowledgement of their affiliation, Bai Qingru sensed that he might be more amenable to conversation. Li Ming glanced around and then remarked, "You must have detected the spatial fluctuations in this area to have sealed it off." Bai Qingru replied, "Indeed, we came here precisely because we detected the intense spatial disturbances. Initially, we suspected the arrival of a formidable interdimensional creature, but we saw nothing of the sort. Then, the portal appeared, followed by your emergence from within it." Li Ming elucidated, "You have not witnessed the creatures from another realm because what has descended is not the direct arrival of these beings, but rather an alternate space manifesting here. It is the very space within the luminous portal behind us. We were drawn into this otherworldly dimension when we passed through here at midnight last night. All the otherworldly creatures within this alternate space have been dealt with. If you remain apprehensive, you may send individuals to investigate." After Li Ming spoke, he led Hu Yifei and others to his side. Upon seeing this, Bai Qingru immediately instructed Wang Shulin to go in and investigate. "Wang Shulin, please enter and assess the situation. If there is any danger, retreat immediately." "Understood." Wang Shulin replied before stepping inside and closing the door. After a short while, he emerged, reporting, "Captain, all the otherworldly creatures inside are deceased. It is entirely safe." This person's claims are indeed accurate. Upon entering, Wang Shulin conducted a swift examination of the entire space. He was taken aback when he beheld the severely damaged villa. For outside lay a deep pit several meters in depth, at the center of which a colossal otherworldly creature lay lifeless. After hearing Wang Shulin's report, Bai Qingru also came to trust Li Ming's words. She addressed him, saying, "What you said is true. Furthermore, I apologize for the earlier incident. My subordinates were overly sensitive." Li Ming quickly waved his hand, saying, "It's all right. We are fine now." El Zichio interjected loudly, "How can you say that? They nearly killed me just moments ago." Chen Meijia added, "Indeed, if it weren't for my Shinado, Zichio might have already perished." Li Ming spoke softly, "Well, isn't everything fine now? Even if Zichio were truly deceased, I possess the ability to resurrect him. Let us put this matter to rest. Furthermore, I presume that when Zichio emerges, the investigators must have inquired about his information, correct?" Lu Zichio replied somewhat sheepishly, "Why yes, they did ask. But they cannot shoot at me, can they?" Li Ming said with a smile, "I assume you have not disclosed your real name, have you?" Lu Zichi replied awkwardly, "Well, isn't this just a reflex?" Upon hearing this, Hu Fei and the others immediately covered their faces. They then turned to Lu Zichio and remarked, "You truly deserve this. It's a stroke of luck that you haven't faced dire consequences yet. Perhaps you should experience a moment of peril, then you might finally rectify your penchant for deception." Hu Fei subsequently addressed Bai Qingru and the others, saying, "I apologize. We were mistaken." Bai Qingru and her companions appeared somewhat bewildered, unsure of the situation, yet they replied, It's all right." Li Ming continued, "In fact, they have all filed reports with the relevant authorities. The first one to emerge is named Lu Zichio. You may wish to look him up, as his information should be available." The investigators promptly conducted another search for Lu Zichio's details. Indeed, this time his information appeared on their screens. They had not anticipated that this would turn out to be such a blunder, although they had not suffered any harm. The fact that they had been beaten left them quite vexed. They remarked to Lu Zichio, "Had you simply revealed your real name from the outset, we wouldn't have encountered this predicament. Why resort to using an alias?" Lu Zichio, aware of his fault, could only offer an awkward smile and replied, "I apologize. It won't happen again. Since it was merely a misunderstanding, it was best to resolve it amicably." Hu Yifei, with her characteristic boldness, strolled over to Bai Qingru, draping an arm around her shoulder. "I'm Hu Yifei. What is your name? Your prowess is impressive. Perhaps we could engage in a friendly sparring match sometime. Earlier, we held back. Next time, we can unleash our full potential." Bai Qingru, smiling at Hu Yifei's embrace, responded, "Sure, I'm Bai Qingru. I look forward to our duel when the opportunity arises. Previously, during her tenure at the Bureau, Bai Qingru had not encountered anyone as formidable as Hui Fei. With Hui Fei's presence, she anticipated her own strength would surely grow. Li Ming gazed upon the two individuals who resembled close friends, a smile of contentment gracing his lips. Then, Bai Qingru, pondering something, addressed Juzi and Hui Fei, saying, "Yifei, would you be interested in joining our extraordinary investigation bureau?" Hui Fei promptly waved her hand and replied, "Let's not. We considered joining during our previous registration, but after careful contemplation, we decided against it. We prefer to cherish our current way of life. However, should you require assistance in the future, we would be more than willing to lend a hand." Upon hearing this, Bai Qingru quickly suggested, "What if you became our external personnel?" "External personnel?" They echoed. "Indeed, our bureau understands that not all capable individuals will choose to join us. Hence the establishment of the external personnel position. This role is unrestricted, akin to that of bounty hunters. We will assist you in registering an external account, allowing you to view tasks we publish on our specialized app. There will be certain rewards involved." Chapter 45, Virtual Combat Games soon. Hui Fei and her companions grasped the concept. Essentially, it was merely a part-time opportunity. Whether referred to as bounty hunters or not, tasks would be posted on the app. If accepted and completed, monetary rewards would follow. In case of danger, they could withdraw at any time. This arrangement appeared quite favorable for Hui Fei and her companions. Li Ming promptly remarked, "This external staff member is quite commendable. Don't you agree? It offers the dual benefits of earning income while gaining practical experience, a perfect balance. Wouldn't you say?" After a moment of contemplation, Hui Fei and the others nodded in agreement. Bai Qingru, upon hearing this, felt a surge of joy. Although she had not officially joined the investigation bureau, this arrangement seemed quite satisfactory. Bai Qingru then said, "Let us proceed this way. Please share your contact information with me. Once your accounts are registered, I will notify you." Hui Fei responded with a smile, "Sure, why don't you add my WeChat? This way, we can stay in touch effortlessly." "That works," Bai Qingru agreed. With that, Hui Fei and Bai Qingru exchanged WeChat contacts. After completing this exchange, Bai Qingru approached Li Ming and stated, "If I am not mistaken, you must be the owner of the Zhutian Guanzi store, correct?" Li Ming smiled and said, "Indeed. That is my establishment. Does Miss Bai wish to open a can?" Bai Qingru replied, "I will certainly go, but not at this moment. I must return shortly to report on the situation here." Li Ming raised his hands in a gesture of resignation and said, "You won't be able to open it today. It's the weekend, and I am taking a break." Bai Qingru gazed at Li Ming in disbelief, unable to fathom how a shopkeeper could afford to have 2 days off. "Very well, I shall return next week to open the jar." Soon after, Li Ming and Hui Fei made their way back to the apartment, while Bai Qingru and her team returned to the investigation bureau. Once back at the apartment, the group promptly collapsed onto the sofa. "Oh my goodness. I never wished to relive the events of last night," one exclaimed. "Indeed, I hardly had any rest," another added. Hui Fei interjected, "Enough of the complaints. Just look at your sorry state. Do you still consider yourselves men? Is it really necessary to make such a fuss over this? Unlike you, we are not battle-hardened. The fact that we are still standing here is quite remarkable." "Exactly," they echoed in agreement. Li Ming gazed at them and remarked, "Well, today's events were indeed rather unexpected. But you must adapt, as such occurrences will become increasingly frequent. You need to enhance your abilities swiftly. Soon, I shall place the virtual combat simulation pod upstairs. When you have the time, do take the opportunity to experiment with it and augment your practical experience." Hui Fei exclaimed with excitement, "I must be the first to try it." Tang Yu tugged at Guangu's sleeve and said, "Yifei, aren't you all tired? Perhaps we should wash up and rest." "Yes?" Shin Meijia quickly interjected, pulling Tang Yu along. "Yu, you promised me we would wash together." "Of course, let us go then." No sooner had Tang Yu spoken than she was led away by Chun Meijia to room 3602 for a shower. Hui Fei also headed off to bathe. The remaining boys exchanged glances, each one looking at the other. Li Ming hurriedly remarked, "The upstairs bathroom is available as well. You all should take a shower." He then rose and returned to the upper floor, followed by L Ziqiao and the others. The upper level contained 4 bathrooms, sufficient for their needs. After a brief wash, everyone retired to their respective rooms for rest. As night fell, they gathered once more at Li Ming's place upstairs, for he had informed them that the virtual combat game pod was ready. Soon, they beheld the true form of the game pod, a massive structure occupying the room. Measuring 3 meters in length, 1 meter in width and 1 meter in height. El Ziqiao, intrigued, reached out to touch the game pod and inquired, Brother Ming, how does this contraption work? Li Ming gazed at the intrigued crowd and remarked, this is not intended for your use. Lu Ziqiu widened his eyes in astonishment and exclaimed, ah, if it is not for us, then what is it? Li Ming smiled and said, this is the main console of the gaming warehouse. Where do you use yours? After speaking, he gestured towards a nearby table. Upon the table lay several helmets. Guangu's eyes lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, could this be a virtual gaming helmet? Indeed, it is a virtual gaming helmet. Once you don this helmet, you will be all set. As soon as Li Ming finished speaking, everyone eagerly rushed to select their helmets. Subsequently, Li Ming instructed them on how to utilize the device. Once they grasped the usage, they returned to their respective rooms. Hu Yifei, holding her helmet, contemplated the methods Li Ming had described. She donned the helmet and powered it on. The screen went dark, followed by an electronic voice announcing the commencement of a body scan. Scan complete. Instantly, Hu Yifei found herself in a pristine white space. She pinched her arm. Realizing it mirrored her physical form perfectly, it was truly astonishing. Hu Yifei tested her abilities, discovering they functioned identically to those in the real world, operating seamlessly. At that moment, a small winged figure appeared before her. Perplexed, Hu Yifei inquired, who are you? The diminutive being replied, I am a virtual combat sprite, tasked with guiding you through the virtual battle game. Curious, Hu Yifei asked, do you have a name? You may call me Xiaoling, the sprite responded. All right, Xiaoling. What shall I do next? Hu Yifei questioned. Please select a combat mode, Xiaoling instructed. What modes are available? Hu Yifei queried. There are the hunting mode and the teaching mode. Is there a difference? The teaching mode involves various instructors providing personal guidance, such as your dragon elephant fist technique, where we will find a master of that discipline to teach you directly. In contrast, the hunting mode places you within the hunting tower, where each level contains 100 otherworldly creatures. You must defeat them all to ascend to the next level. I recommend starting with the teaching mode for a better experience. With a dismissive wave, Hu Yifei declared, what is the point of the teaching mode? I want to go to the hunting tower. Xiaoling gazed at Hu Yifei's obstinate determination without uttering a word, silently thinking that she would obediently switch to tutorial mode after being thoroughly humbled. Soon enough, Hu Yifei was teleported by Xiaoling to the first floor of the slaughter tower. The first level of the slaughter tower randomly spawned 100 interdimensional creatures, all of them green-tiered. Hu Yifei surveyed the dense swarm of various beasts before her, a shiver of trepidation running down her spine. This time, she faced a horde of 100 goblins. As the goblins charged toward her, Hu Yifei launched her counterattack. Though the goblins were not particularly formidable, their cunning and underhanded tactics proved infuriating. Hu Yifei, thoroughly vexed by their harassment, finally unleashed multiple consecutive strikes of savage elephant tremors, annihilating them all. The second floor presented 100 dragonkin, all blue-tiered. Hu Yifei fought desperately, managing to slay only a dozen before meeting her demise. Even after exhausting the divine abilities of her nine-tailed heavenly fox bloodline, she could only eliminate a handful. Upon death, she was ejected from the slaughter tower, collapsing onto the floor of the White Chamber. Xiaoling looked down at the prone Hu Yifei and remarked, I did advise you to start with the tutorial mode. Panting heavily, Hu Yifei replied, it was acceptable. Difficult, yes, but I haven't felt this exhilarated in a long time. Xiaoling stared at her, speechless, never expecting such a response. Hu Yifei then added, now, let me see what the tutorial mode is like. Let us begin with the Dragon Elephant Fist. Very well. Chapter 46. Bai Qingru opens the canister. Hai Renmaru in an instant, Hu Yifei found herself standing on a vast plain, face to face with a burly man, the master of the Dragon Elephant Fist. My name is Nyodaji, the man declared. From this moment onward, I shall instruct you in the ways of the Dragon Elephant Fist. Hu Yifei bowed respectfully. Let us begin. Nyodaji nodded. Attack me with your Dragon Elephant Fist. Hu Yifei was quite unrestrained, launching a powerful attack with the mighty Elephant Earthquake. Nyodaji, witnessing her assault, felt a twinge of disappointment and effortlessly sent Hu Yifei flying with a casual slap. Stunned, she gazed at Nyodaji, unable to fathom her swift defeat. Undeterred, she charged at him once more, leading to a scene of utter brutality. Hu Yifei was mercilessly battered by Nyodaji, who taunted her relentlessly. Infuriated, Hu Yifei felt as if she might explode with rage. An hour later, she was expelled from the virtual realm. After a brief moment to regain her composure, she stormed off to seek out Li Ming. It was not just Hu Yifei. Lu Ziqiao and Su Shaoxian also ascended the stairs to confront Li Ming. Not everyone wished to endure relentless torment. Yet Li Ming had imposed a peculiar rule that prevented them from exiting before 2 hours had passed. During this time, they had suffered immensely, harboring deep resentment towards Li Ming. Upon reaching Li Ming's door, Hui Fei noticed the presence of everyone else and realized just how wicked Li Ming truly was. They collectively pounded on his door. Li Ming, get out here. What kind of perverse rules have you set? We can't leave until we've endured 2 full hours? How could you even conceive of such a thing? Hurry up and come out. Li Ming, upon hearing the commotion outside, discerned that they had presumably completed their experience. Approaching the door, he opened it and, with a smile, addressed the 6 visibly irate individuals. Please do not be angry. My intentions were solely for your benefit. Chen Meijia, gritting her teeth, retorted. How can you claim it was for our good? The others may endure it, but as someone lacking any combat skills, I had to endure an hour of being mercilessly beaten inside. Do you consider that fair? Indeed, it was true that Chen Meijia had also suffered greatly within. Li Ming awkwardly remarked, I apologize, Meijia. I completely forgot about you. Chen Meijia, taken aback with frustration, could only gesture towards Li Ming in silence. Li Ming quickly replied, how about this? This month, I will cover all expenses except for the cost of opening the can. Chen Meijia's eyes immediately brightened as she exclaimed, really? Li Ming nodded and said, indeed. Let this matter rest. I forgive you. El Zichu quickly responded, on what grounds? Li Ming remarked, you are no different. Lu Ziqiao joyfully replied, hee, this is what you said, so you cannot backtrack. I will not retract my words. Thus, Hu Yifei and the others forgave Li Ming. Li Ming remarked, this instance is unique. How you proceed thereafter is entirely up to you. After receiving an affirmative response, everyone returned to their respective rooms. The following day arrived. Li Ming, feeling bored in the jar shop, was scrolling through his phone. At that moment, Bai Qingru entered the jar shop, accompanied by Wang Shulin. Li Ming's eyes brightened upon seeing her, and he exclaimed, oh, Miss Bai, have you come to open the jar? Bai Qingru nodded in affirmation and replied, indeed. Li Ming remarked, in that case, Miss Bai should be familiar with the procedures. Bai Qingru and her companions have long since investigated the process of opening cans in Li Ming's establishment. Bai Qingru replied, we are all well aware. You need not keep addressing me as Miss Bai. Simply call me Bai Qingru. Li Ming pondered for a moment and said, then how about I call you Captain Bai? That works. It's up to you. Bai Qingru replied nonchalantly. She then approached the bar and, using her phone, transferred 100,000 yuan. Instantly, 10 jars and a hammer for opening them appeared on the counter. Bai Qingru picked up the hammer and opened the first jar, unleashing a beam of purple light. Li Ming was somewhat taken aback upon witnessing the event, yet he refrained from uttering any words. One who could procure the ice fruit surely possessed exceptional fortune. Following a flash of violet light, a longsword materialized upon the bar counter. Wang Shulin, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, Captain Bai's luck is astonishing. She is the first to unveil a purple item. Bai Qingru nodded gently, her face still adorned with an expression of exhilaration, as she too had not anticipated such fortuitousness. As she grasped the long sword, the information regarding the item flooded her mind. Item, Zanpakuto, Ice Wheel Maru level. Purple description, the Zanpakuto of Toshiro Hitsugaya. The captain of the 10th Division in the Soul Society, renowned as the most formidable ice-type Zanpakuto. It boasts a vast attack range, capable of freezing moisture in the air to manifest an ice dragon, and can even manipulate the weather. Its Shirkai is S10 in Izace, High Rinmaru, and its Bankai is Dagurin High Rinmaru. Upon realizing that the long sword in her possession was Ice Wheel Maru, Bai Qingru was rendered speechless with excitement. Wang Shulin, observing her fervor, eagerly inquired, Captain, what is this item? What abilities does it possess? Bai Qingru took a moment to steady her racing heart and replied softly, this sword is called Ice Wheel Maru. With each syllable, Wang Shulin erupted, Ice Wheel Maru. Is this not the most powerful ice-type Zanpakuto in the world of Bleach? Captain, your luck is truly remarkable. With Ice Wheel Maru, coupled with your ice fruit, your strength will undoubtedly experience a substantial enhancement. It's a clear case of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. This is simply splendid. Bai Qingru then turned her gaze toward the remaining 9 jars, wondering what treasures they might yield. She proceeded to open the rest of the jars, though none revealed any more purple items. Nevertheless, she was met with 7 green and 2 blue items, which were still quite fortuitous, all aimed at augmenting her abilities. The green items were bodily enhancement potions, while the blue items included a spatial ring and the 6 styles of the Navy. Item, 6 styles manual level, Blue description: a powerful martial arts technique in the world of pirates, comprising 6 techniques: shave, iron body, paper drawing, moonwalk, storm leg, and finger pistol, collectively known as the 6 styles. This is the secret manual previously published by the clever girl. However, she did not make it public, but rather sold it to a few familiar friends. Bai Qingru examined the items that were revealed, although they were not as exceptional as the Ice Wheel Blade. They were all essential for their investigation bureau. The body enhancement elixirs need no elaboration. If they could decipher the formula for the enhancement potion, the strength of the bureau's personnel would see a rapid escalation. As for the spatial ring, it had already been bound to Bai Qingru, rendering any research into it unlikely. Nevertheless, the emergence of the Navy 6 Forms manual significantly addressed the issue of insufficient combat capabilities among the Bureau's members. Chapter 47. The 8 Gates of Duanjia. Bai Qingru placed all the revealed items into the spatial ring and descended from the bar. She then addressed Wang Shulin, saying, "It's your turn to open the jars now." Upon hearing this, Wang Shulin excitedly approached. Originally, he would not have been able to open 10 jars, as he lacked the requisite 100,000 yuan. His ability to partake in this endeavor was entirely due to Bai Qingru's support. The Bureau had provided him with the funds to open the jars. After scanning the code and making the payment, 10 jars appeared before him. With exhilaration, he grasped the hammer and began to open the jars. After 2 strikes, he succeeded in opening 2 jars, but his luck did not hold. The first 2 jars yielded only white items, which were not particularly valuable: a glove and a military knife. Item: alloy gloves grade. White description: gloves crafted from a new type of alloy, offering strong defense while remaining lightweight. Item: standard military knife grade. White description: a military knife uniformly used within the army, made from high-strength alloy, exceptionally sharp. Seeing his lackluster fortune left Wang Shulin somewhat disappointed. However, upon reviewing the information of the items he had opened, he found them to be acceptable. The gloves and knife were of a new alloy, unprecedented in this world. Thus, he could only conclude that he had not suffered a significant loss. After feeling somewhat underwhelmed by his luck, he continued to open 6 more jars, resulting in 3 white and 3 green items. The white items included a new type of drone, a combat suit, and a diamond necklace. Item: Wind God Drone Grade. White description: the latest model of drone from Wind God Company, featuring a battery life of 19 hours, a weight capacity of 20 kilograms, and a maximum speed of 80 kilometers per hour. Item: Combat Suit Grade. White description: a multifunctional combat suit utilized by the Black Dragon Empire's military. Item: Diamond Necklace Grade. White description: a magnificent necklace adorned with a 40-carat diamond. The green items hold no remarkable novelty. A recipe for a strengthening potion. A recipe for military rations. Item: Recipe for military rations grade. Green description: a method for crafting military rations, which replenish the stamina of ninjas during battles in the world of Naruto. Item: Recipe for explosive tags grade. Green description: the crafting method for the most basic form of attack tags, known as explosive tags, within the Naruto universe. Wang Shulin gazed at the latter 2 items with great excitement. Bai Qingru, upon noticing his enthusiasm, inquired about their nature. After Wang Shulin elucidated their significance, her delight was palpable. This would significantly enhance their combat prowess. Lastly, Wang Shulin's attention shifted to the final 2 jars. With a decisive strike, a pair of azure lights illuminated the space, revealing 2 ancient tomes before him. As he grasped them, knowledge surged into his mind. Elated, he turned to Bai Qingru and proclaimed, "Captain, what I have uncovered is a method of cultivation, distinct from the Marine 6 styles. This is a system of energy cultivation, alongside another form of martial arts." Indeed, Wang Shulin had unearthed the method for chakra cultivation. Item: Chakra Cultivation Method Grade. Blue description: a cultivation system from the Naruto realm, encompassing chakra extraction techniques, the fundamental 3 arts: ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu. Among the ninjutsu are the body flicker technique, along with various C and B grade basic ninjutsu. The jinjutsu includes the nightmare technique and the fox's heart technique, while the taijutsu features the leaf-style fluid technique. Item: 8 gates, first 6 gates, grade. Blue description: the pinnacle of taijutsu within the Naruto universe, which temporarily unlocks immense power by releasing the constraints of chakra channels within the body. When all 8 gates are opened, one can attain strength surpassing that of the 5 Kage by several magnitudes. The 8 gates are the Open Gate, Rest Gate, Life Gate, Injury Gate, Death Gate, and Shock Gate. This only contains the methods for the first 6 gates. The complete 8 gates technique is categorized as a purple item. Bai Qinru was exceedingly delighted. For the strength of our investigation bureau would experience rapid enhancement. Soon, Bai Qingru and Wang Shulin returned to the bureau with the items they had acquired. Upon learning of their discoveries, Yi Jiangwo was filled with excitement and promptly disseminated the chakra cultivation method in the Navy's 6 styles. However, the rigorous secret technique of the 8 gates of Duanjia was reserved solely for the principal combat personnel. Furthermore, the methods for producing body enhancement potions, alloy gloves, military sabers, and explosive talismans were entrusted to the Research Institute of the Anomaly Investigation Bureau, urging them to commence their studies without delay. It was paramount to swiftly provide these resources to every warrior, as they significantly bolstered their chances of survival. Currently, aside from He Ba and Yang Mi, who often visited him for conversation, the only other visitors were Dong Qifeng and his companions, inquiring about various matters. Lu Zihao had also begun to absorb soul rings and came to Li Ming to assimilate a millennium-old soul ring, which proved to be quite capable. The likes of Dai Xiaomei only appeared during the moments of unboxing and had brought along new individuals, primarily streamers such as Shushu Baby, Saju, and Teacher Ma, to partake in the unboxing. The items they uncovered were rather commendable, consisting of various formidable artifacts. As months swiftly passed, the emergence of otherworldly creatures became increasingly prevalent. Hui Fei and her team had accepted numerous tasks from external personnel, executing each one flawlessly. They were no longer the individuals they once were. They had become seasoned veterans. Yet, for reasons unknown, their luck in unboxing had dwindled, and they were now only able to procure mundane goods. Hui Fei and her crew had not engaged in unboxing for a month, nor had Dai Xiaomei and her companions. Only He Ba, Yang Mi, and a few affluent second-generation heirs like Dong Qifeng persevered. During this span, He Ba's EV had evolved into a Sylvian, while Yang Mi's Ice Ninetails had transformed into an Ice Ninetails after acquiring the Ice Stone. New Pokemon also made their debut. Meanwhile, Chen Meijia had sought employment at Hui Fei's school, though her tenure was short-lived due to her own mismanagement. She was persuaded to leave after only a few days. It must be said that Chen Meijia's professional capabilities left much to be desired. However, her character shone brightly, having saved a student on the verge of suicide. In gratitude, the student arranged for her to work at his father's pet shop. This proved fortuitous, as Chen Meijia's talents aligned well with animal care, allowing her to interact harmoniously with the pets. At that moment, Hui Fei called. Li Ming, hurry back. We must discuss the arrangements for the welcome party for Zhanbua and Wan Yu. Li Ming, rendered speechless, replied, All right, Fei, I shall return at once. Li Ming sighed and remarked, This is already the umpteenth time Fei has mentioned that they are returning. It truly gives me a headache. I remember that they are supposed to come back on Saturday. It's utterly exasperating. Well, I might as well head back for now. Chapter 48. Zhang Bo and Wan Yu have returned. At this moment, aboard a flight to the bustling metropolis, a pair of individuals occupied a seat. The gentleman exhibited a look of palpable tension, while the lady beside him was peacefully napping. These two were none other than Lu Zhangbua and Lin Wanyu, who had been away from the love apartment for quite some time. They were now concluding their globe-trotting adventure and were en route home. As Zhangbua grappled with his nerves, a flight attendant approached, pushing a drinks cart. He smiled and inquired, Excuse me, do you have any water? The flight attendant courteously replied, Yes, we do. Just as she was about to pour him a glass of mineral water, Zhangbua suddenly asked, Do you have any soft drinks? Momentarily taken aback, the attendant paused and politely responded, Yes, we have orange juice and peach juice. Which would you like? After a brief contemplation, Zhangbua replied, Then I'll have a glass of cola, please. The flight attendant took a deep breath to steady herself, smiling as she nodded, Certainly. Would you like ice with that? Zhangbua hesitated again, then said, Actually, I prefer a bottle of beer. Do you have any ice beer? The attendant's earlier smile faded, and with a curt tone, she replied, I'm sorry, we do not serve alcohol. Taken aback, Zhangbua quickly responded, Then I'll just have a glass of water. The attendant's demeanor grew cold, and she turned away without another word. After this minor episode, Zhangbua felt his anxiety dissipate considerably. He turned his head to glance at Lin Wanyu, and slowly opened the small box in his hand. As he gazed at the ring inside, he closed his eyes and murmured to himself, Stay calm, you can do this, Zhangbua. He produced the ring and presented it before Wanyu, saying, This ring is for you. I have no ulterior motives, I simply wish to propose to you. If you accept, please wear it. Heh. However, Zhangbua's smile quickly faded as he realized how foolish his earlier words had been. A rational person would likely decline. Just then, by a stroke of serendipity, Wan Yu awoke, her eyes widening as she spotted the ring in Zhangbua's hand. Zhangbua, what are you planning? She exclaimed in surprise. Zhangbua was momentarily stunned, hastily retrieving the ring and asking her, Wan Yu, will you marry me? Wan Yu inhaled deeply, bewildered. What is going on? Is Zhangbua proposing to me? At that moment, a flurry of possible scenarios raced through Zhangbua's mind. One possibility was Wan Yu saying, no. Another was her exclaiming, oh, how could you? Of course. That is out of the question. One day, Wan Yu said, do you truly wish to marry me? If so, let us play rock, paper, scissors. Should you win, I shall accept your proposal. On another occasion, she remarked, I apologize, Zhangbua, but I am the saintess of the sacred fire sect, and I currently possess the sacred fire, which prevents me from marrying you. In Lu Zhanbua's mind, all he could envision were scenarios of Lin Wanyu's rejections, amplifying his insecurities. As he regained his composure, he observed Lin Wanyu still peacefully asleep. Drawing a deep breath, he endeavored to erase the troubling thoughts from his mind. Placing his hand over his heart, he felt the rhythm of his pulse, then held the ring before Lin Wanyu, saying, Wanyu, I wonder if you could. Just at that critical moment, the airplane jolted. Lu Zhangbua collided with the seat in front of him, causing the ring to vanish. Fortunately, it landed inside a fallen glasses case. The sudden turbulence startled all the passengers awake, including Lin Wanyu. Lu Zhangbua, clutching his head, realized the impact had been quite painful. As Lin Wanyu stirred from her slumber, confused, she inquired, what just happened? Amid the traveler's panic, the airplane's intercom crackled to life. Ding ding, dear passengers, this is your captain speaking. Due to weather conditions, the plane experienced some turbulence. However, there is no cause for concern. Oh my goodness. The captain's sudden exclamation reignited the traveler's anxieties, akin to the thrills of a roller coaster. Lin Wanyu, feeling apprehensive, asked, is something truly wrong? Zhangbua? Still disoriented from the earlier collision, Lu Zhangbua replied uncertainly, I don't think so. The passengers were still processing the situation when the intercom chimed again. Ding ding, esteemed travelers, I must apologize. I spilled coffee on myself, which has caused some alarm. I sincerely regret the confusion. Upon hearing this, the passengers collectively exhaled in relief, grateful that it was merely a false alarm. At that moment, a disgruntled passenger from the row behind shouted, what does spilling on your clothes matter? I spilled on my pants. This individual had ordered a drink, which had unfortunately splattered due to the turbulence, landing precisely on his lap. Lu Zhangbua and the others turned to glance at the commotion, deeming it trivial, and returned their attention to the matter at hand. However, noticing the absence of the ring in his hand, Lu Zhangbua immediately panicked. He could not afford to lose it. He hurriedly bent down, searching beneath his seat. Seeing Lu Zhangbua seemingly in search of something, Lin Wanyu assumed it was an item that had fallen due to the earlier turbulence and joined in the search. Just then, she spotted the glasses case at her feet. Picking it up, she presented it to Lu Zhangbua with a smile and asked, this glasses case fell on the floor. Are you looking for it? As Lu Zhangbua lifted his gaze and spotted the sunglasses case, he initially intended to remark that it was not a glasses case. However, upon considering the possibility that it might contain an engagement ring, he felt a twinge of embarrassment and decided against voicing his thoughts. Ultimately, Lu Zhangbua mustered a smile and said, indeed, I am looking for this glasses case. Heh. He cradled the case in his hands, fervently praying that his engagement ring remained safe. While Lu Zhangbua cautiously searched for the ring, the plane had already reached its destination. As he organized his luggage, he continued his quest for the ring, glancing around in a state of disarray. Lin Wanyu, filled with curiosity, inquired, Zhangbua, what are you looking for? Huh? Lu Zhangbua paused momentarily, quickly responding, it's nothing. I'm just checking to see if I've left anything behind. After Lin Wanyu finished organizing her belongings, she stated, I've checked thoroughly. There's nothing left behind. Let us disembark. All right. With a hint of reluctance, Lu Zhangbua followed Lin Wanyu outside, frequently glancing back, pondering the whereabouts of his ring. Eventually, he had no choice but to enlist the help of the airport staff in locating his missing ring. Upon exiting the airport terminal, Lin Wanyu surveyed the surroundings and asked, Zhangbua, I haven't seen your sister. Should we call Feifei? Huh. Lu Zhangbua shook off his worries and replied, no need, Wanyu. Based on my understanding of my sister, she has undoubtedly forgotten our return date. Let us just take a taxi home. Lin Wanyu found his reasoning sound. acknowledging that Hu Yifei was indeed capable of such lapses. Fei can be unreliable at times. Let us go, she agreed. Subsequently, Lu Zhanghua hailed a taxi, and together they headed back to the apartment. Chapter 49. Has Zhang Wei transcended time? That evening, upon returning home, Li Ming was greeted by the sight of everyone in room 3601 engrossed in a television drama, except for Hu Yifei. The show in question was a remake of the classic New Princess Returning Pearl. Despite being a remake, it had garnered a significant viewership, with characters from iPartment avidly following the series. Oh, everyone's here. Li Ming greeted the people inside. Chen Meijia, munching on popcorn, turned her head and said, Li Ming, you're back. Tang Yuyu, leaning against Guanggu, also inquired, why did you return so early today? Li Ming sat beside Ziqiao, exasperatedly remarking, it's still Hu Yifei. She called me to say that the broadcast team is returning, urging me to hurry back. This marks the 4th time this week. Zheng Xiaoxian, scooping up watermelon with a spoon, replied, it's normal. Hu Yifei mentioned this to me the day before yesterday. Guanggu, clad in a panda costume, embraced Yu and Zheng Laoshi, saying, she spoke to me about this matter yesterday as well. Tang Yu waved her hand dismissively and suggested, let us not dwell on it. Let us watch some television instead. With that, the group settled down to enjoy a show. Zheng Xiaoxian, gazing at the character Erkong on screen, asked in astonishment, do you think this guy is actually Zhang Wei? I always find myself infusing Zhang Wei's personality into him without any sense of incongruity. Guanggu shrugged indifferently. What is the big deal? Ziqiao has a half-brother. After all, Lu Ziqiao sighed and responded helplessly. Let me reiterate, he is not my brother. Li Ming, adorned in a light blue short-sleeved shirt adorned with white clouds, softly remarked, there are countless coincidences in this world. There has long been a legend about doppelgangers, and now, with the resurgence of spiritual energy and the arrival of myriad realms, perhaps the character Erkong from this television drama could truly manifest in our reality. He continued, however, I must admit, the resemblance is uncanny. While physical appearance can be explained, the similarity in temperament is truly remarkable. Tang Yuyu, astonished by Guanggu's mischief, exclaimed, oh my goodness! If this Erkong were to appear in our world, it would certainly be amusing for Zhang Wei to meet him. Yet, I find myself constantly distracted by this portrayal. Lu Ziqiao, speaking in a thick Sichuan dialect, disdainfully interjected, Andy, your distractions are no less than Zhang Wei's. Your every performance is merely a series of interruptions. Chen Meijia, ceaselessly indulging in popcorn, chimed in between mouthfuls, I find it quite delightful. The idea of Zhang Wei traversing into that realm and engaging in palace intrigues excites me. Lu Ziqiao, with a mischievous intent, stealthily reached for Chen Meijia's popcorn, only to be caught and swiftly rebuffed as she retracted her hand. Li Ming, rendered speechless, remarked, well, Meijia, perhaps you have indulged too much in time travel dramas? Everything you see seems to fall into that category, but this is clearly not one. Chen Meijia, momentarily taken aback, scrutinized the television anew and responded, Isn't this a time travel drama? Zhang Wei has even traversed time. At that moment, Zhang Wei was sneezing in an unknown location. Suddenly, Hu Yifei swiftly entered the room, and upon seeing everyone engrossed and watching the numerous remakes of My Fair Princess, she exclaimed in irritation, why are you all still watching television? It's yet another remake of My Fair Princess. Don't you realize that Zhanghua and Wanyu are returning the day after tomorrow? Zheng Xiaoxian, astonished, asked, oh my goodness. Are you certain it's the day after tomorrow? Guanggu spoke up in agreement. This time, I shall heed teacher Zheng. Just yesterday, you told me it was the day after tomorrow. I thought Zhanghua and Wanyu were coming back today. Li Ming shrugged and said, indeed, she called me 4 days ago, and it's been 4 consecutive days. Tang Yuyu, bewildered, inquired, so many days have passed, I'm at a loss. Allow me a moment to think. Hu Yifei stood there, pondering. If one could see her, wisps of smoke would likely be rising from her head as she irritably remarked, I've forgotten which day it was. As long as it wasn't yesterday, that's all that matters. Chen Meijia exclaimed in astonishment. Isn't that rather careless? What about picking them up from the airport? Did I ever mention going to pick them up? Hu Yifei bent down and quickly outlined her plan. If we don't pick them up, Zhanghua and Wanyu will surely be upset. Once they arrive at the apartment, we can welcome them and give them a belated surprise. Sounds good, right? A belated surprise? An ordinary surprise is already quite alarming. After saying this, Ziqiao turned to the television, addressing Erkong. Did you not see that Zhang Wei was so frightened he crossed over to a palace drama? Hu Yifei mysteriously replied, what do you all understand? This is what I call a surprise. What sentiment is there in picking them up at the airport? My unexpected approach is the best surprise. Guanggu understood immediately and said, I get it. Yifei wants Zhanbo and Wan Yu to experience the ill intentions of others, right? Li Ming chuckled and remarked, Wow, your skill in sarcasm is truly remarkable, Guanggu. You're quite impressive. Hearing Li Ming's words, Guanggu offered a somewhat awkward smile. Tang Yuyu, feeling exasperated, interjected, Guanggu, we are here to pick up Zhanbo and Wan Yu. Not to cause trouble. With that, Hu Yifei switched off the television and began to pull everyone up. We must first conduct a thorough cleaning and prepare some food and drinks. Guanggu and Yuyu, you shall take care of that. Ziqiao, please assist me in preparing some decorations. Li Ming, could you bring some of your fine wine? Hu Yifei then turned her gaze to Zhang Xiaoxian, surveying him from head to toe, and said, You should change your clothes. Just look at what you're wearing. Zhang Xiaoxian, taking a bite of watermelon, exclaimed in surprise, Did I hear you correctly? Why are we preparing so early? To which Hu Yifei confidently replied, Of course we must prepare now. Zhanbo and Wan Yu are returning tomorrow. If we don't prepare now, when will we? The group was momentarily stunned, pondering whether Zhanbo and Wan Yu's flight schedule adhered to Hu Yifei's timeline, as none of their arrivals ever seemed to align. Tang Yuyu, perplexed, inquired, Yifei, have you forgotten? You explicitly stated it would be the day after tomorrow. Li Ming gazed at the somewhat bewildered Hu Yifei and inquired, Yifei, would you like me to prepare some brain-boosting beverages for you? Hu Yifei, equally perplexed by Tang Yuyu's questions, found herself in a state of confusion. Just as Hu Yifei grappled with whether it was tomorrow or the day after, Zhanbo and Wan Yu entered, wheeling their suitcases. Lin Wan Yu smiled at the group and announced, Fei Fei. We're back. Lu Zhanbo joyfully spread his arms and exclaimed, Sister, everyone, we have returned. Upon the unexpected arrival of Zhanbo and Wan Yu, the group stood momentarily stunned before erupting into cheers and rushing towards them. Hu Yifei dashed forward, disregarding Lu Zhanbo's outstretched arms, and embraced Lin Wan Yu directly. Zhang Xiaoxian quickly followed suit, sharing a hug with Lin Wan Yu as well. Lu Zhanbo remained standing with his arms wide open, appearing somewhat foolish until Li Ming intervened, alleviating his awkwardness with a warm embrace. Zhanbo, Wan Yu, it's been ages. Chen Meijia greeted Lu Zhanbo before promptly ignoring him, opting instead to approach Lin Wan Yu for a hug, engaging her in conversation. Hu Yifei, overwhelmed with joy, seemed a bit lost, but then recalled something and tapped Lu Zhanbo's arm, asking in confusion, Are you truly on today's flight? I thought it wasn't he until later. Does that mean my surprise is ruined? Lu Zhanbo chuckled, looking at the delighted crowd. It is indeed today, sister. I confirmed with you multiple times. You must have forgotten. Hu Yifei averted her gaze momentarily and nonchalantly replied, Well, this flight has never been on time, so I hardly keep track. The others exchanged silent glances, choosing to refrain from teasing her for the time being. Zhang Xiaoxian offered a spoonful of watermelon to Lu Zhanbo before embracing him. Meanwhile, Tang Yuyu wandered back and forth between Lu Zhanbo and Lin Wan Yu. Guanko first hugged Lu Zhanbo and Lin Wan Yu, then proceeded to introduce his girlfriend, Tang Yuyu. Li Ming gazed upon the current scene with great delight. All that remained was for Zhang Wei to be absent. And then the principal characters from the first 4 seasons of iPartment would be complete. Chapter 50, a delayed plan the following day, within the confines of a bar. Hu Yifei cast a murderous glare at the 3 individuals seated across from her and declared, Listen closely. What transpired yesterday shall be regarded as if it never occurred. Otherwise. As she spoke, her fist clenched, revealing a dragon and an elephant atop her knuckles. Chen Meijia swallowed hard and whispered, Sister Yifei, even if we choose not to speak of it, based on Zhanbo's understanding of you, he could very well return to the apartment, which surely indicates something, does it not? Li Ming was engrossed in his phone, nodding as he said, Yifei, there's no need to be so anxious. Whether we say anything or not is inconsequential. Zhanbo and the others have likely already guessed. You should just relax. Hu Yifei, maintaining her composure, replied, I'm not anxious. I merely wish to throw them a surprise party. Although the preparations are not yet complete, under my astute guidance, it will be accomplished in no time. Zhang Xiaoxian rolled his eyes at Hu Yifei, remarking, Come on. You can't even figure out when Zhanbo is coming back, let alone the party. Hu Yifei shot him a disapproving glance, her aura growing more intense. Zhang Xiaoxian instinctively recoiled. Chen Meijia expressed her skepticism about Hu Yifei's plan, saying, I think it's best to let it go, Yifei. They've already returned. Hu Yifei retorted with displeasure, No way. I must throw them a surprise party, otherwise, my image in their eyes will vanish. Zhang Xiaoxian chuckled. What image do you even have left? A belated surprise is pointless. It's already too late, and your image no longer matters. Hu Yifei sat down beside Zhang Xiaoxian, pointing at his nose. Is a late surprise not a surprise anymore? Zhang Xiaoxian, noticing the intensity of Hu Yifei's demeanor, shivered and quickly distanced himself, fearing retribution. Hu Yifei declared, I've made up my mind. I will bake a grand cake. They will surely be thrilled upon seeing it. Zhang Xiaoxian leaned closer to Hu Yifei, mischievously asking, when do you plan to give this cake to Zhanbo and Wanyu? Next year? Upon hearing this, Hu Yifei swiftly slapped Zhang Xiaoxian, sending him sprawling onto the couch. You're really asking for trouble. Zhang Xiaoxian, scrambling back to his feet, returned to his seat just as Zhanbo and Wanyu entered the bar. Li Ming called out to the two who were glancing around, Zhanbo, Wanyu, come sit here. Upon hearing his voice and noticing Hu Yifei and the others present, Lu Zhanbo and Lin Wanyu immediately approached with smiles. Lu Zhanbo took a seat nearby. Gazing in astonishment at the opulently decorated bar, he remarked, Li Ming, this bar is rather extravagantly furnished, isn't it? Lin Wanyu settled beside Zhanbo and expressed her admiration. Indeed. The decor rivals that of my own home. I never anticipated this was merely a bar. Haha, isn't it beautiful? I invested a substantial sum in its decoration. And the design suggestions were a collaborative effort from everyone. Li Ming smiled and waved to the bartender, then addressed Zhanbo and Wanyu, asking, what would you two like to drink? He continued, I'll have a glass of orange juice, and please bring me a bottle of your finest wine. After a moment, he specified, make it a bottle of. Certainly, sir, the bartender replied with a bow before retreating to prepare the order. On the side, Zhang Xiaoxian grinned at Zhanbo and Wanyu, saying, this is merely the beginning. There are even more explosive surprises ahead. Upon hearing this, Hu Yifei quickly swatted Zhang Xiaoxian aside and produced a bag from seemingly nowhere, revealing two identical outfits. She presented them to Zhanbo and Wanyu, asking, what do you think of these garments? Do they fit well? Lin Wanyu expressed her astonishment. Why are you suddenly gifting us clothes? These are even couple outfits. Lu Zhanbo inquired with confusion, sister, what does this mean? Hu Yifei, speaking without thinking, quickly responded, if you don't wear something special, how will anyone know who holds the central position? Caught off guard by her own words, Hu Yifei realized she had let something slip. Li Ming and the others looked equally stunned, realizing that after all her cautions, she had inadvertently revealed the surprise. Lu Zhanbo, puzzled, asked, what do you mean by central position? Hu Yifei stammered, well, I saw a particularly attractive outfit for the central position in a group, and I thought to get you something similar. She hastily stowed away the clothes, then reconsidered, pulling them out again to hand to Lu Zhanbo, excitedly exclaiming, you surely have no idea what the surprise truly is. However, as she spoke, Hu Yifei's expression changed, realizing her blunder. The bartender approached with a tray, and Li Ming took it, distributing the drinks to Zhanbo and Wanyu, who each received their respective orders. Lin Wanyu, aware of Hu Yifei's misstep, laughed and said, oh, Fei, we're back now. You can let that go. We appreciate the sentiment. Hu Yifei insisted, no way. I didn't prepare anything at all. You're overthinking it. She denied it while patting her legs, then asked, what flavor of cake do you like? Fruit or? The sudden shift in conversation left Lu Zhanbo and Lin Wanyu momentarily bewildered. Realizing she had misspoken again, Hu Yifei clarified, I was merely conducting a survey on cake flavors. Lin Wanyu chuckled, well, you can decide. We're fine with anything. Understood. Hu Yifei then added, I have some matters to attend to lately, so please don't look for me. Even if you do, I want to have time. After speaking, Hu Yifei staggered away. Watching her depart, Lu Zhanbo, with a headache, inquired, why is my sister acting like this again? I already told her no, yet she persists. Su Xiaoxian chuckled and replied, do you not understand your sister? Once she has decided on something, she is resolute in seeing it through. Li Ming chuckled and remarked, however, you need not worry for the time being. The preparations for this party have yet to commence, and it is uncertain when they will be finalized. You are quite aware of your sister's nature, aren't you? Who knows when she will be ready? Rest assured. Lu Zhanbo could only nod helplessly. Chen Meijia, filled with curiosity, inquired, let us not dwell on your sister. Let us talk about you instead. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhanbo became animated and joyfully exclaimed, since you mention it, there's much to share. We embarked on a grand journey around the globe, traversing numerous countries and cities. Lin Wanyu chimed in, recounting the countries and cities she had visited, flowing with words like a well-rehearsed rhyme, continuously spilling forth her experiences. Unable to endure any longer, Zheng Shaoxian interjected. All right. Wan Yu, could you possibly simplify your tales? Li Ming paused, momentarily bewildered, gazing at the two individuals before him, and inquired, Wan Yu, when did you learn to perform crosstalk? Chen Meijia concurred, adding, aside from this, is there anything particularly intriguing that has transpired? Li Ming eagerly inquired, have you encountered any gang conflicts or otherworldly creatures? Chen Meijia shot him a disapproving glance and retorted, could you not wish for the well-being of Zhanbua and Wan Yu? If we had encountered such events, would we still be able to see them? When Shaoxian concurred, indeed, stop diverting the conversation, Li Ming. Let us continue to listen to Wan Yu. Wan Yu reflected for a moment before smiling and replied, we have not come across the matters you mentioned, but we did meet a couple who, like us, are traveling around the globe. Li Ming, Zheng Shaoxian, and Mei Jia were momentarily taken aback. Chen Meijia, in a state of disbelief, inquired, what is so amusing about this? There are plenty of people in the same profession. Zheng Shaoxian furrowed his brow and asked, are they not earthlings? Wan Yu cheerfully interjected, no. They are also from Longhua. Their names bear a striking resemblance to a film titled Jiming and Chunjiao. What? Zheng Shaoxian and Chen Meijia were left utterly perplexed. Li Ming exclaimed in astonishment, can an ordinary person truly come up with a movie title? Surely, you haven't been deceived, have you? How is that even possible? Wan Yu, slightly irritated, responded, we've explored numerous places together, and we had such a wonderful time. We've even exchanged WeChat contacts. Lu Zhanbua excitedly continued, their story is quite fascinating. You would never imagine it. Speaking of which, wait, hold on, perhaps it's best to leave that for another time. Li Ming and his companions hurriedly interrupted Lu Zhanbua from continuing his speech. Wan Yu cheerfully exclaimed, when two people from the same country travel together, you cannot imagine the joy it brings. They were the ones who assisted me while I was purchasing gifts for you at the airport. What? Are you even human? Zheng Shaoxian and Chen Meijia stood speechless, their expressions filled with disbelief. Chen Meijia, in utter disdain, shouted, what are you talking about? Immediately after, Zheng Shaoxian echoed her sentiments with a loud, incredulous, the airport? Li Ming helplessly remarked, if you've forgotten, then so be it. There is no need to buy anything at the airport. At that moment, Wan Yu realized she had misspoken. Chapter 51, Unexpected Gift. Seeing her slip of the tongue, Wan Yu felt a twinge of embarrassment and decided not to linger in the bar. Although Li Ming and the others said nothing, a hint of disappointment lingered in their eyes. Wan Yu concocted a casual excuse to return to her apartment, where she began to organize the gift she had prepared. Just then, Lu Ziqiu sauntered over. Wan Yu? Wan Yu looked up and smiled. Ziqiao, what brings you here? Lu Ziqiao's eyes twinkled as he cheekily inquired. You must have prepared gifts for us, right? What is my gift? How could I possibly forget to bring you gifts? Wan Yu replied with a smile. Lu Ziqiao's eyes brightened immediately. Realizing that his assumption had been correct, Wan Yu had indeed prepared a gift. He then eagerly asked, what is my gift? Is it something particularly valuable? Wan Yu paused, contemplating before answering. It's somewhat valuable, but I heard from Li Ming and the others that you have shares in the bar, and your monthly dividends must be quite substantial. Are you in need of money? Absolutely not. It's simply that this gift is from you, and its significance is different. Where is it? Show me. Lu Ziqiu responded, momentarily taken aback by Wan Yu's words, then excitedly gazed at her suitcase. If it were in Zhanbua's hands, there wouldn't be so much fuss. He would have simply snatched it away. All right. At the airport, Wan Yu, somewhat puzzled, began rummaging through her suitcase while speaking. The moment she mentioned the airport, realization struck her, and she quickly corrected herself. No, it's from Jeep Dynamo. A hat I specifically chose for you. From her suitcase, she produced a whimsical hat resembling a caterpillar with a long tail. Placing it atop Lu Ziqiao's head and tugging at the lengthy tail. What do you think? Isn't it charming? As for the price, it's a token of my affection and cannot be measured in monetary terms. Lu Ziqiu stared blankly at the drooping tail of the hat atop his head. What? This is what you're giving me? Upon hearing Lu Ziqiao's words, Wan Yu felt a bit embarrassed and realized that she could not simply brush it off. Thus, she decided to speak candidly. I'm sorry, Ziqiao. Although I had intended to bring some money, we overspent during our travels, so I could only afford something inexpensive. Lu Ziqiao, momentarily stunned, had initially hoped for something more substantial from Wan Yu, only to discover that even the first female tycoon of the apartment was not as reliable as he had thought. He then inquired, have you given gifts to Teacher Zheng and the others? I haven't had the chance to organize their gifts yet. You arrived just as I was about to, she replied. Really? That's wonderful. Can I exchange mine for someone else's? Lu Ziqiao pondered that this hat was rather inadequate. Yet perhaps he could select a similar item from the gifts of others. Although Lin Wanyu was unaware of Lu Ziqiao's intentions, she remarked, they are all here. Take a look for yourself. After all, they were all purchased at the airport and are quite comparable. Among the gifts were a pump, a Mario toy, a pillow, a teddy bear, a cushion, and a salted fish statue, each one intended as a present. Lin Wanyu meticulously retrieved the gifts bought at the airport, displaying them for Ziqiao. The last one, however, was the most amusing, a squawking battle chicken. With a sense of pride, Lin Wanyu held up a toy rooster and squeezed it vigorously. Suddenly, a cacophony of tragic squawks erupted. Lu Ziqiao stared blankly at the assortment of gifts, then glanced at the hat in his hand, remarking, It seems that mine is the only acceptable gift. What on earth are the others? In resignation, Lu Ziqiao decided to be forthright. Wanyu, the primary purpose of my gift is for a new girlfriend I recently met. She is actually the girl Ziqiao has been pursuing lately, whose birthday is approaching. Despite my substantial monthly earnings from the bar, the extravagant prices at Li Ming's shop make it difficult to purchase a decent gift. Even the most valuable items have been sold at exorbitant rates. Currently, I find myself without a suitable gift to offer. She is gravely ill, and I promised her a present, but I am utterly broke and cannot afford anything of quality. Although I receive over $1 million each month from bar profits, all my money has gone to extravagant expenditures, leaving me with nothing appropriate. Thus, I sought your assistance in finding something special. In that moment, Lu Ziqiao adopted a dramatic expression that could lead one to believe a tragedy had befallen his family. Oh, I have another idea. Lin Wanyu thought that since she was ill, finding something to bring her joy would suffice, and she indeed had an appropriate item in mind. Lu Ziqiao's eyes brightened with anticipation as he looked at Lin Wanyu. What about this plush toy? Lin Wanyu produced a dog-shaped stuffed animal and playfully pulled its ears, saying, Doesn't it resemble Teacher Zeng? Lu Ziqiao gazed at the gift in Lin Wanyu's hand, speechless. Isn't there anything smaller? These are simply two. Although the dog does bear a striking resemblance to Teacher Zeng. Lin Wanyu glanced at the suitcase, realizing there were no other items. Suddenly, Lu Ziqiao spotted something and pointed at it, exclaiming, This pair of sunglasses will do. Please give them to me. Lin Wanyu responded in surprise, But those are mine. I've used them for quite some time. Perhaps it's best to leave them. Oh, what does it matter that they've been used? Nowadays, everything has a second-hand option. This should be perfectly acceptable, L. Ziqiao nonchalantly remarked. Lin Wanyu, puzzled, responded, Is it really appropriate to give this gift to a seriously ill patient? Upon hearing this, L. Ziqiao pondered for a moment and then, with feigned sorrow, replied, You don't understand. Her illness has now spread to her eyes, and she desperately needs a pair of sunglasses. Oh, although Lin Wanyu did not comprehend how a grave illness could manifest in the eyes, she nonetheless handed the sunglasses case to L. Ziqiao, saying, In that case, this sunglasses is yours. Since her return, Lin Wanyu had never opened the sunglasses case. Thus she remained unaware that Lu Zhanbua's engagement ring was concealed within. Even if she had known, she would have simply assumed it belonged to someone else, never suspecting it to be Lu Zhanbua's engagement ring. After receiving the sunglasses case, L. Ziqiao expressed his gratitude, saying, I represent my girlfriend in thanking you. He thought to himself that at last, he had procured a decent gift, which was no small feat. Turning to Lin Wanyu, he added, They will certainly not anticipate the gift you have prepared. It will surely astonish them. I must take my leave now. Eager to deliver the sunglasses case, L. Ziqiao quickly departed. After bidding farewell to L. Ziqiao, Lin Wanyu felt a surge of joy, thinking, How wonderful. I've been wanting to change my sunglasses, and this is just perfect. Chapter 52. Couples Weekend. With the unexpected turn of events involving L. Ziqiao, Lin Wanyu promptly called Lu Zhanbua, and they distributed their carefully prepared gifts one by one. With everyone else's gifts delivered, only Li Ming and Teacher Zeng remained at the bar. Lin Wanyu and Lu Zhanbua proceeded to the bar to present the remaining gifts. Oh, Teacher Zeng, clutching a rubber chicken, suddenly heard a tragic squawk. Instantly, his spirits lifted considerably. Ha ha ha, this duck is truly amusing. Teacher Zeng, are your eyes all right? Clearly, this is a chicken. Li Ming spoke in silence. Teacher Zeng remarked nonchalantly, Whether it is a chicken or a duck, it is undeniably entertaining. Li Ming gazed somewhat speechlessly at the salted fish statue in his hand, an inexplicable urge stirring within him. He felt compelled to utter something, yet ultimately swallowed his words. Li Ming, Do you not fancy this statue? Lin Wanyu inquired, her large eyes sparkling with a glimmer that suggested she might weep if he dared to express any discontent. Li Ming gazed into Lin Wanyu's eyes and quickly replied, "Of course I like it. I feel a strong connection with this, truly, haha." However, within the depths of his heart, he silently lamented. Yet he decided to respect Lin Wanyu's sentiments and let it be. Zhang Xiaoxian, after toying with the gift for a moment, curiously inquired, "What is their gift? Is mine truly the most interesting?" "Yours is undoubtedly the most intriguing. As for Ziqiao, he merely requested my old sunglasses," Lin Wanyu affirmed. "Your sunglasses have always been with me. Do you still possess another pair?" Lu Zhanbo exclaimed in surprise, then bent down to retrieve a pair of sunglasses from his bag. "What?" Lin Wanyu questioned, taking the sunglasses and regretfully stating, "So, that means Ziqiao only took the box. Does that imply I cannot purchase a new pair?" A hint of disappointment flickered in Lin Wanyu's heart, realizing she could not acquire a new one. "I must say," Teacher Zhang exclaimed in astonishment, "you all have done exceedingly well, ha ha ha." Li Ming smiled as well. At that moment, Lu Zhanbo's phone rang. Ding ding ding. Lu Zhanbo answered. It was a call from Guangu. "Zhanbo, we truly appreciate the gift you sent us. As a token of our gratitude, we would like to invite you and Wanyu to join us for our couples weekend. What do you think?" Guangu's voice resonated through Zhanbo's phone. "What is a couples weekend?" Lu Zhanbo inquired, perplexed. "Couples weekend? Nanny?" Teacher Zhang, who was playing with a fighting chicken, paused for a moment, exchanging a glance with Li Ming, both contemplating something rather unsavory. Tang Yuyu cheerfully interjected, "It's a series of games for couples, much like the ones you played with Ximing and Chunjiao before. It's quite entertaining." "Really? Then we shall definitely attend." Lin Wanyu responded positively, nodding in agreement. Lu Zhanbo lowered the phone slightly, addressing Li Ming and Teacher Zhang. "Li Ming, Teacher Zhang, would you like to join us? The more, the merrier." Teacher Zhang, with a hint of trepidation in his gaze, replied, No. I am quite preoccupied at the moment." Li Ming remarked, "As a solitary soul, what business do I have in such matters? It is best for you to proceed without me." Guangu conveyed his voice through the phone, assuring, "No worries, Zhanbo. We never intended to invite them in the first place." Thus, it was settled. Tomorrow at 36:02, our two couples game would commence at 7 in the evening. With that, Lu Zhanbo ended the call. Teacher Zhang pondered for a moment before cautioning Zhanbo and Wanyu. "Zhanbo, I am not trying to dampen your spirits, but it might be wise for you to refrain from attending this couple's weekend." Lin Wanyu, perplexed, inquired, "What do you mean by that? What is the issue?" Teacher Zhang glanced at Li Ming, who subtly gestured, indicating his reluctance to elaborate. "The truth is, prior to your return, Guangu and Yuyu were the only ones here who enjoyed a 50% discount on rent and free utilities." Zhanbo and Wanyu nodded in vague understanding. They were aware of this, but what was the concern? Thanks to Li Ming's generosity, coupled with Guangu's newfound employment at Li Ming's company, their financial situation had greatly improved, leading them to seek amusement, thus giving rise to this couple's weekend program. While the concept of their program seemed delightful, our experience revealed it to be quite dreadful. Subsequently, Teacher Zhang recounted his and Yifei's, as well as Ziqiao's and Meijia's, experiences during the couple's weekend, detailing peculiarities such as mountainous sushi, excruciatingly tedious card games, awkward karaoke sessions, and cringeworthy selfies, among other things, all with an insistence that no one could decline participation. "Oh my heavens!" exclaimed Lu Zhanbo and Lin Wanyu, shivering at the thought. Teacher Zhang sighed. "Initially, after we ceased our involvement, they had given up, but now, ha ha ha." Lin Wanyu, still incredulous, questioned, "Surely not? Guangu and Yuyu are that unbearable?" Teacher Zhang chuckled, "Indeed, it is as dreadful as I say. You must proceed with caution." Under Teacher Zhang's vivid descriptions, Lu Zhanbo and Lin Wanyu found themselves in a dilemma about attending the following evening's event. The next morning unfolded. Li Ming was enjoying his breakfast while Teacher Zhang was engrossed in a game nearby. Hui Fei stirred the contents of the container in her hand and inquired, "Zhang Xiaoxian, why isn't the liquid in my hand solidifying? I saw in a video that it turns solid quite quickly." Without lifting his gaze from the screen, Teacher Zhang replied, "Did you truly pay attention to the video? If you did, you would know that you need to add yeast." Hui Fei, puzzled, asked, "Yeast? Don't be ridiculous. Why would I put a person in there?" Li Ming was so astonished that he nearly spewed the bread from his mouth. Cough, cough. Hui Fei cast a sideways glance at Li Ming. Li Ming hurriedly remarked, "You all carry on. I've finished my meal. I shall head to the shop now." With that, he rose and walked away. After taking a few steps, Lu Zhanbo, still bleary-eyed, approached and inquired, "Sister, what are we having for breakfast? Is there chocolate milk?" Noticing Lu Zhanbo's intention to fetch it himself, Hui Fei quickly intervened, gently stating, "Allow me." She opened a small gap, concealing the contents from Lu Zhanbo's view, and handed him something else, saying, "You might prefer this." After taking a glance at the item, Lu Zhanbo asked, "Is there nothing to eat?" As he proceeded to another spot, Hui Fei once again stopped him, saying, "I'll get it for you." She repeated her earlier maneuver, retrieving a biscuit from the nearby cupboard. Upon examining the biscuit in his hand, Lu Zhanbo expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, "Is there really nothing else?" Hui Fei firmly pressed him down onto a chair, declaring, "This is all there is, take it or leave it." Suddenly, Lu Zhanbo exclaimed, "I saw eggs and cream in the refrigerator, why can't I have those?" Hui Fei was momentarily taken aback. Had Lu Zhanbo developed some sort of clairvoyance? She quickly retorted, "You must be mistaken. There is no way those items are in the refrigerator." Li Ming couldn't help but burst into laughter upon hearing this. Haha. Hui Fei, upon hearing Li Ming's laughter, was immediately filled with indignation and shouted, "Li Ming, weren't you supposed to be heading to the store? What are you still doing standing here?" Li Ming immediately fled upon witnessing Hui Fei's outburst. Chapter 53, Zhanbo and Wan Yu opened the jars, having returned for several days now. After their romantic weekend, Hui Fei's Western-style dinner, and the engagement ring slipping onto Lin Wan Yu's finger, Zhanbo was utterly overwhelmed. After all this time back, the only place they hadn't visited was Li Ming's jar shop. Hand in hand, Lu Zhanbo and Lin Wan Yu stepped into Li Ming's store. Spotting Li Ming sprawled on the sofa, they announced, "Li Ming, we're here to open the jars today." Li Ming looked up and saw Zhanbo and Wan Yu arriving. He immediately stood up and said, "Oh, so you finally have the time to come and open a can with me today?" Lu Zhanbo replied with a wry smile. "Indeed, after enduring the couple's weekend with Guan Gu and Yu Yu, along with my sister's Western cuisine, we finally managed to find some time to visit you." Lin Wan Yu also affirmed, "That's right. We have been through so much these past few days. Now we can only come here to open a can and ease our minds." Li Ming smiled as he looked at Zhanbo and Wan Yu, saying, "In my opinion, you should have arrived much earlier. This is undoubtedly the first place you ought to visit upon your return. What could be more enticing than a venue that offers an array of treasures and abilities from across the myriad realms? Had you delayed your arrival by just one more day, you would have had to wait until next week to partake in the opening of the jars." Lu Zhanbo, puzzled, inquired, "Why is that?" "Because I have a day off tomorrow," Li Ming replied. Lin Wan Yu paused for a moment, then awkwardly added, "Well, the truth is, we intended to come earlier, but we discovered that the expenses involved in opening jars here were rather substantial, and we were unable to gather the necessary funds in time." Li Ming, filled with confusion, remarked, "Oh, not only is Zhanbo unable to produce it, but you too?" Lin Wan Yu responded with a wry smile, "I initially had some, but we overspent during our travels around the world. The funds for opening the jar were only granted after I pleaded with my father." Lu Zhanbo echoed her sentiment with a rueful grin. "Indeed, I too borrowed my money from my elder sister." Li Ming, upon hearing this, expressed his understanding, acknowledging that both Zhanbo and Wan Yu had been away for quite some time. The money in his possession was indeed limited. "Well then, who among you shall be the first to open the can?" Li Ming turned to Zhanbo and Wan Yu and inquired. Lu Zhanbo and Lin Wan Yu exchanged glances. Subsequently, Lin Wan Yu remarked, "Let Zhanbo go first. I shall observe from the sidelines." Li Ming nodded and said, "That works. Let's have Zhanbo go first." Lu Zhanbo responded, "All right, I'll take the lead then. Your sister, Hui Fei, must have explained the process of opening the cans to you, right?" "She did," Lu Zhanbo affirmed with a nod. He then approached the bar, opened his phone, and scanned the QR code to make the payment. Immediately, tin cans and a hammer appeared on the bar. Both Zhanbo and Wan Yu, already familiar with the procedure, were momentarily taken aback before regaining their composure. Lu Zhanbo picked up the hammer and struck the first can. A flash of white light erupted. Before Lu Zhanbo stood a transformer figurine. Item, Transformer, Optimus Prime figurine, pure gold, level, white description, a transformer figurine crafted from pure gold, possessing significant value. Seeing that the first item he had opened was his favorite transformer figurine, and it was made of pure gold, Lu Zhanbo's heart swelled with joy. He held the figurine up and exclaimed to Lin Wan Yu, "Wan Yu, look, I just opened this pure gold Optimus Prime figurine from the first can." Lin Wan Yu smiled and remarked, "Wow, Zhanbo, your luck is incredible. This pure gold figurine must be worth quite a sum, right?" Lu Zhanbo, slightly displeased, replied, "Wan Yu, I've told you countless times. This is a work of art. It is a marvel of human design history. Lin Wanyu promptly echoed his sentiment. It's a marvel indeed. She then added with exasperation, Zhanbua, can't you find a different word to use? Li Ming interjected to ease the tension, saying, all right, Zhanbua, please continue with the cans. The subsequent cans contained identical items, all of which were exquisite figurines of Transformers, crafted entirely from pure gold. In addition to the initial Optimus Prime, there were Bumblebee, Ironhide, Jazz, and Ratchet, 5 magnificent Transformers figurines in total. This delightful surprise brought immense joy to Lu Zhanbua, who had never anticipated uncovering so many golden Transformers figurines. Li Ming and Lin Wanyu gazed in silence at Lu Zhanbua, who was standing at the bar, grinning foolishly. Lin Wanyu quickly exclaimed, Zhanbua, are you going to open it or not? If you're not, step aside. I'll do it. Oh, I'm opening it right away, Lu Zhanbua replied, hastily wiping his drool while eyeing the remaining cans with gleaming eyes. Even if he only managed to open 5, it would already be a substantial gain. Who knows what treasures the remaining 5 might hold? Perhaps even rarer Transformers figurines or even Saint Seiya collectibles. At that moment, Lu Zhanbua was entirely absorbed in the thrill of unboxing the figurines. If Hu Yifei were to discover his current thoughts, she would undoubtedly break his legs. Suddenly, Lu Zhanbua felt a chill behind him, jolting him back to reality. He turned around, scanning the area, but found nothing amiss. Resolutely, he picked up the hammer and began to open the cans. He cracked open 2 more, and this time, instead of white figurines, he uncovered 2 green items, 2 body enhancement potions. Disappointment washed over him as he realized they were not the figurines he had hoped for. However, upon reflecting on the information in his mind, he felt it wasn't a total loss. He proceeded to open 2 more cans, this time yielding even higher tier items, 2 blue objects, one being a space ring and the other a disposable energon source. Item: Transformers energon source, disposable, level, blue description, a divine artifact from the Transformers universe, capable of bestowing life upon any machine, albeit in a single-use form. Lu Zhanbua's reaction to the first ring was subdued. He had already encountered it through his sister, Hu Yifei. Nonetheless, possessing one was still a commendable feat, however. Upon reading the details of the second item, Lu Zhanbua leaped with excitement. He never expected to unearth an energon source. Though it was a disposable item, it was still an artifact from the Transformers realm. Look, Wanyu, Lu Zhanbua shouted, this is the energon source from the Transformers universe. With this, I can have my very own Transformer. Lin Wanyu shared in his joy over the items he had uncovered. Yet, after a moment of exhilaration, Lu Zhanbua's spirits dampened as he realized he had no vehicle. But without a car, how can I utilize this? He lamented. Li Ming smiled and said, Zhanbua, do not panic. You have already acquired 5 pure gold Transformers figurines. Once you sell them, you will be able to purchase a car of your own. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhanbua's spirits lifted instantly. Indeed, I possessed genuine Transformers. These figurines are now superfluous. He chuckled and replied, exactly. I shall soon own my own Transformers. And I will find a reliable buyer for these figurines. Chapter 54, Pegasus Bronze Cloth, by Diao. Realizing that he was on the verge of owning a Transformers of his own, Lu Zhanbua became indifferent to what might emerge from the final container. Regardless of the outcome, he felt immensely satisfied. With determination, he grasped the hammer and struck the last container. In that instant, a violet light burst forth. Initially, Lu Zhanbua harbored little expectation for the final container, yet upon witnessing the violet glow, he could not suppress his excitement. His sister had informed him that the highest grade of items they had encountered thus far was indeed purple. He had not anticipated that his last container would yield a purple item. He had thought that simply unearthing a blue core was already an extraordinary stroke of luck, only to be met with an unexpected boon. As the violet light dissipated, a large square box materialized before Lu Zhanbua. The sight of the box made his breath quicken noticeably. Upon seeing it, he had already formed a conjecture in his mind. Yet he stifled his enthusiasm and reached out with trembling hands to touch the box. The moment his fingers made contact, the information regarding the item flooded into his consciousness. Item: Pegasus Bronze Cloth Grade. Purple description: the battle armor worn by the saints tasked with protecting Athena in the world of Saint Seiya. This armor is not merely a protective gear forged from mysterious metals. It possesses the ability to transcend space and safeguard its bearer through its own will. The armor is sentient and alive. It carries the legacy of Saint Seiya and can ignite the user's cosmos, evolving as the owner's strength increases. Lu Zhanbua exclaimed with fervor. This is a genuine saint cloth. I never imagined that I would possess elements from my two favorite worlds all at once. It is truly astonishing. At that moment, tears of joy streamed down Lu Zhanbo's face. Li Ming gazed at Lu Zhanbo at that moment, reflecting on how remarkably fortunate Zhanbo was. The source of the spark could bestow upon him his own transformer. Moreover, the holy garment was not of paramount importance, rather. It was the ability to ignite the small universe contained within the garment that held true significance, a potential that could be cultivated to the level of the multiverse. The inherent value of this was truly rare. Li Ming turned to Lu Zhanbo and said, "Zhanbo, don't just revel in excitement. You should try on the holy garment." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhanbo wiped his eyes, and his mood gradually calmed as he replied, "You are right. I shall don it and see." With that, Lu Zhanbo followed the instructions in his mind and adorned himself with the Pegasus bronze armor before him. Although Lu Zhanbo's inherent strength was not formidable, the armor had the capacity to awaken his small universe. Even though this universe was still nascent and frail, it could still unleash a fragment of the armor's potential. Observing himself clad in the armor, he joyfully punched and kicked, exuberantly bouncing around. Li Ming, addressing Lu Zhanbo, who was still engaged with his Saint cloth, said, "All right, Zhanbo. Once Wanyu has finished with her capsules, we can play back at the apartment. Besides, I hardly possess a virtual combat gaming helmet at the moment. There will be ample time for you to indulge later." Reluctantly, Lu Zhanbo removed the Saint cloth and stored it within his spatial ring. He then turned to Lin Wanyu, stating, "Wanyu, it's your turn to open the capsules." Upon realizing it was her turn, Lin Wanyu felt a surge of excitement. Having witnessed the impressive items Lu Zhanbo had unveiled moments earlier, she too was eager. As Lu Zhanbo spoke to her, she quickly retrieved her phone to scan and complete the payment. Before her lay 10 capsules, igniting a thrill within her, uncertain of the quality of items she might unveil. She recalled Fei Fei and the others mentioning that they had not encountered anything remarkable in the past month. Yet, they also noted that initial attempts usually yielded satisfactory results. Given that Zhanbo had already revealed something commendable, her anticipation grew. With determination, Lin Wanyu grasped the hammer, embarking on her own capsule opening adventure. Despite her exhilaration, she opted to open 2 capsules at once. The first 2 yielded, as expected, 2 white items, an LV handbag and a small wristwatch. While these were certainly valuable, they held little allure for Lin Wanyu, the affluent daughter of the Lin family. She regarded the 2 items with indifference and proceeded to open 2 more capsules. This time, fortune smiled upon her with 2 green items, 2 enhancement potions, to be precise. Her expression remained nonchalant. However, Lu Zhanbo, witnessing her fortune, exclaimed, "Wanyu, you possess remarkable luck. You've already unveiled green items after just a few capsules. Surely, the next 2 will be blue ones, right? Your luck surpasses mine. You are bound to unveil purple items, or perhaps even something superior." Lin Wanyu smiled gently in response. "Thank you for your kind wishes, Zhanbo." She then opened 2 additional capsules, revealing 2 beams of blue light. Lu Zhanbo's eyes widened in astonishment. He had merely speculated, yet the subsequent 2 items were indeed blue. One was a spatial ring, a standard accessory among the protagonists in their apartment, and the other was a Pokemon, an avian creature towering over 2 meters, a Fiero. I still find the name Fiero more appealing. Lin Wanyu gazed at the majestic bird Pokemon, her heart brimming with excitement as she tentatively reached out to touch it. Upon sensing her presence, the Pokemon leaned in, affectionately brushing its head against her hand. Instantly, a wealth of information flooded Lin Wanyu's mind. Item: Bird Pokemon level, blue attribute, normal flying gender, female ability, keen eye move set, hurricane, quick attack, wing attack, agility, solar beam, self-destruct, shadow clone, sand attack, spin attack, tornado, air slash, storm, steel wing, feather dance, among others. Description: a Pokemon hailing from the enchanting world of Pokemon. This avian creature can soar at speeds reaching 2 Mach and is capable of carrying a person aloft. Upon full maturation, it possesses the potential to attain purple level and can undergo mega evolution. Li Ming smiled warmly at Lin Wanyu and remarked, "Wanyu, your Pokemon is truly remarkable. While it may not rival Meijia's Gardevoir in strength, it remains an excellent companion. Moreover, Pidgeot possesses the ability to carry passengers during flight." Lin Wanyu responded with evident delight. "I've been admiring Meijia's Gardevoir for days, longing for a Pokemon of my own. And I absolutely adore Pidgeot." Upon hearing her affectionate words, Pidgeot chirped joyfully, "Pidgeot." After playing with Pidgeot for a while, they proceeded to open another capsule. Chapter 55, The 12 Talisman Bracelet. Li Ming pondered thoughtfully. stroking his chin as he gazed at the items Lin Wanyu had unveiled from the gacha, already forming some conjectures about what she might extract next. As Lin Wanyu opened 2 more capsules, it was no surprise that she revealed 2 green items, both related to Pokemon, a Pokeball and a Pokédex. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Li Ming pondered, as expected, opening a Pokemon capsule would indeed yield a Pokeball and a Pokédex. It is only reasonable. For within the realm of Pokemon, there exists a plethora of colossal creatures. Without Pokeballs, those towering beings, some measuring dozens of meters, could not casually roam the streets. Lin Wanyu, however, felt no disappointment upon uncovering 2 green items. Seeing the Pokeball and the Pokédex brought her great joy, especially since she had been troubled by the lack of space for her Pidgeot. Yet, Lu Zhanbo held a different sentiment, expressing his disappointment with a sigh. Why isn't it purple? Lin Wanyu replied with a smile. I think it's wonderful. Now my Pidgeot has a place to stay. With that, she proceeded to open another capsule. After unveiling the remaining 2 capsules, a green light and a purple light emerged. Lin Wanyu felt a surge of excitement upon seeing the purple glow, but before she could voice her thoughts, Lu Zhanbo exclaimed first, Wanyu, it's purple. I was right. Wasn't I? You're bound to unveil a purple item. Initially thrilled, Lin Wanyu's excitement waned upon hearing Lu Zhanbo's shout, and she cast him a subtle glare. She then turned her attention to the green item, which was a box of energy cubes, the sustenance for her Pidgeot. Upon realizing this, Lin Wanyu retrieved 1 energy cube and fed it to her Pidgeot. The Pidgeot chirped happily after consuming it. Pidgeot? Watching her Pidgeot's joy filled Lin Wanyu with elation, and she stored the remaining energy cubes in her spatial ring. With a heart full of anticipation, she gazed at the final purple item. It was a bracelet adorned with 12 octagonal stones, each engraved with a zodiac sign. As Lin Wanyu picked up the bracelet, its information flooded her mind. Item: 12 charm bracelet level. Purple description: the 12 charms possessed by the Fire Demon Lord from Jackie Chan Adventures. Each charm holds a distinct ability. The rat transforms stillness into motion, the ox embodies immense strength, the tiger maintains balance between yin and yang, the rabbit enables swift teleportation. The dragon unleashes fiery explosions, the snake employs methods of concealment, the horse heals all ailments, the goat projects the soul outside the body, the monkey morphs into various forms. The rooster levitates effortlessly, the dog grants immortality, and the pig possesses an electrifying gaze. Dual enhancement of physical and magical attacks. Simultaneous execution of multiple strikes in both special attack and defense. Lin Wanyu's eyes widened in exhilaration. She had not anticipated the myriad of abilities contained within this seemingly simple bracelet. Noticing Lin Wanyu's astonishment, Lu Zhanbo inquired, Wanyu, what capabilities does your purple item possess? Lin Wanyu, roused from her reverie by Lu Zhanbo's voice, replied with a hint of confusion, Zhanbo, what did you just say? I was lost in thought. Lu Zhanbo was somewhat at a loss for words, and then recounted the earlier question to Lin Wanyu. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanyu briefly explained the capabilities of the 12 talismans. Lu Zhanbo was taken aback, astonished that Wanyu possessed an item with 12 distinct abilities, each more remarkable than the last. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he exclaimed, Wait, Wanyu, with the 12 talismans, can't you fly on your own now? That would render the use of Pidgeot rather insignificant. Lin Wanyu, realizing the implications, acknowledged that indeed, with the 12 talismans, Pidgeot's ability to carry people into the skies seemed rather redundant. Upon overhearing Lu Zhanbo's remarks, Pidgeot became irate and swiftly darted towards him, pecking at his head incessantly. In pain, Lu Zhanbo scurried around the shop owned by Li Ming. However, Pidgeot was determined not to spare him. How dare he suggest that she was of little use? Though unable to inflict serious harm, she was more than capable of teaching Lu Zhanbo a lesson. In a desperate bid, Lu Zhanbo even summoned his battle armor. Yet he remained no match for Pidgeot's relentless assault. Ultimately, he could endure no more and cried out, I was wrong. I will never say you were useless again. Wanyu, help me. Lin Wanyu, witnessing Lu Zhanbo's pitiful state, felt a pang of sympathy and addressed Pidgeot, saying, Pidgeot, he has already apologized. Please let him go. Upon hearing Lin Wanyu's plea, Pidgeot relented, albeit with a warning directed at Lu Zhanbo. Pidgeot, pitch. The meaning was clear. This time she would spare him. But should he utter another disparaging remark, he would not be so fortunate next time. After delivering this message with a disdainful glance, Pidgeot returned to Lin Wanyu's side. Before her, Pidgeot, a bit crestfallen, softly called out, Pidgeot. Lin Wanyu understood that Pidgeot felt a tinge of sadness, realizing that she could fly independently and no longer needed her assistance. With a smile, She gently patted Pidgeot's head and reassured, Pidgeot, it's all right. I will still need you to take me flying. What joy is there in soaring alone? It is far better when you lead the way. Upon hearing this, Pidgeot's spirits lifted, and it nuzzled against Lin Wanyu, joyfully exclaiming, Pidgeot. Li Ming gazed at Lin Wanyu, smiling as he spoke. The Pidgeot remains exceedingly formidable. Even though you, Wanyu, have now harnessed the power of 12 talismans, your own strength is still somewhat lacking, preventing you from unleashing their full potential. While you may possess the ability to fly, your duration in the air is limited, and your speed leaves much to be desired. Here, the premise is that utilizing such artifacts requires considerable physical exertion. Thus, until you become sufficiently powerful, you will still have to rely on Pidgeot. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanyu nodded in understanding and then addressed Pidgeot, saying, I look forward to your guidance in the future. Pidgeot responded joyfully with a cheerful cry, Pidgeot. Subsequently, Lin Wanyu and Lu Zhanbo familiarized themselves with the abilities of the items they had acquired, along with some necessary precautions, before returning to their apartment. Later that evening, Li Ming returned to the apartment. The following morning, in the living room of 3602, he chanced upon Teacher Zhang searching for a lost ring, revealing that after Lin Wanyu's departure the previous afternoon, she had encountered a suitor who noticed the engagement ring she was wearing. Ultimately, Teacher Zhang had chased the suitor away. Unlike his former self, he was no longer a pushover and had managed to repel the individual instead of being overpowered. Lin Wanyu, believing the ring to belong to someone else, had asked Teacher Zhang to assist in locating its rightful owner. Li Ming felt utterly speechless. Only the pair of feuding adversaries, Lu Zhanbo and Lin Wanyu, could conjure such a situation. Chapter 56. The fool who lost the ring. Tang Yuyu gazed at the tablet in Zhang Xiaoxian's hands and remarked, a fool who lost a ring? Is it possible that people still lose rings in this day and age? Zhang Xiaoxian explained, in this era, all sorts of people exist. Losing a ring is hardly remarkable. Everyone should lend a hand. At that moment, Wanyu asked me to locate the owner. Hearing this, Guanggu remarked sarcastically, if you post that online, you will surely receive a multitude of responses from the owners. Zhang Xiaoxian cast a proud glance at Guanggu and declared, Heh. Do you think I am unprepared? I have meticulously crafted an entire set of questions. Missing even one is not an option. Li Ming, upon hearing this, remarked, that is a splendid idea. What questions have you prepared? Just as Teacher Zhang had spoken a few words, Lu Ziqiao hurriedly pushed open the door and rushed in, flustered. The first thing he did was to address Teacher Zhang, exclaiming, Teacher Zhang, you are truly my benefactor. Zhang Xiaoxian, perplexed, inquired, what? The ring you posted online? Lu Ziqiao then spoke in a local dialect. That ring is a family heirloom. A few days ago, while I was out having fun, I lost it. I was nearly frantic. Thankfully, you were there. Tang Yuyu, upon hearing this, widened her eyes in shock and said, what are you saying? You have a family heirloom ring? I had no idea. Shen Meijia, well acquainted with Lu Ziqiao, rolled her eyes at him and remarked, I told you there would be a bunch of fraudsters. And here we are. Zhang Xiaoxian smiled slightly and swiftly asked, not allowing Lu Ziqiao a moment to respond, I wouldn't mind giving it to you. But you must answer the questions I have prepared correctly. With that, he proceeded to list his questions. Lu Ziqiao was left speechless, caught off guard, and then lamented, but it's a family heirloom. How could it possibly contain the things you mentioned? Shen Meijia, somewhat exasperated, retorted, I knew you wouldn't know. Someone like you wanting a ring? Teacher Zhang delivered a fatal blow. Zhang Xiaoxian declared loudly, listen closely. I found this information online as well. I am not certain either. Li Ming helplessly remarked. After all this time, you still don't know? How will you find the owner? Tang Yuyu suggested, let us examine the ring for any possible clues. She then proceeded to inspect the ring alongside Guanggu. Li Ming approached with a keen eye, scrutinizing the ring before addressing Guanggu and Yuyu. This ring must be the new engagement design from Tiffany this year, which completely undermines L. Ziqiao's claims. Guanggu nodded in agreement, then shifted his gaze to the inner side of the ring, noticing an inscription of letters. He exclaimed, look, there are some letters engraved on the inside of this ring. L. Ziqiao, eager to insert himself into the conversation, immediately interjected, I know, it says made in Longhua. Shen Meijia shot him a disdainful glance, retorting, you know nothing. Guanggu examined it closely and stated, it reads W.I. marry me. Tang Yuyu gasped in delight. Could it be that this is the ring lost by Mary? Shen Meijia and Zhang Xiaoxian simultaneously banged their heads on the table in frustration. Guanggu, exasperated, clarified, Yuyu, where are you getting this from? Clearly, It's the first two letters that matter. Zhang Shaoxian glanced at L Ziqiao and remarked, L Ziqiao, step aside. Those initial letters have nothing to do with you. Unfazed. L Ziqiao replied shamelessly, actually, I go by WY. Enough. Qin Meijia retrieved a large yellow stick from her spatial ring and swiftly knocked L Ziqiao to the ground. My head. L Ziqiao yelped as he collapsed. The others stared in astonishment at the sight of L Ziqiao and Qin Meijia, puzzled by the presence of such a large stick in her spatial ring. However, they soon returned to discussing the ring. At that moment, Guangu cupped his hands around his mouth, transforming into a detective persona. The crafty frog has been simulating a belly. Allow me to deduce the true name of WY. He is, speechless, a thing, a hoodie, property management. Are you sure these are all names? Tang Yuyu inquired, perplexed. Guangu, realizing that what he had said did not sound like actual names, awkwardly added. Also, I mentioned, webpage, Mayday, netizen, dark clouds, NetEase, Wang Yuan. Qin Meijia exclaimed with delight. That sounds familiar. It seems like a person's name. Li Ming, speechless, remarked, please spare me. What on earth is this? Surely, a proposal should bear the name of a woman, right? Whatever the name, it shouldn't be something like this. Tang Yuyu, suddenly enlightened, responded, that's true. Just as she was about to say more, Lu Zhanbo unexpectedly entered, addressing the group. No need to guess. Instantly, everyone's gaze shifted to Lu Zhanbo. He then calmly declared, I am the owner of this ring. At that moment, L Ziqiao stood up, disdainfully retorting, oh, come on, how are you any different from me? Mei Jia. Take him down. Lu Zhanbo remained unruffled, stating, Wan Yu, her name begins with these two letters, does it not? At that instant, the group realized he was referring to Wan Yu, and their expressions shifted to surprise, not anticipating that Zhanbo had proposed. Then, Zheng Shaoxian, undeterred, posed a question to L Ziqiao once more, only to receive an immediate and confident answer from Lu Zhanbo, leaving Zheng Shaoxian utterly bewildered. He had not expected Lu Zhanbo to respond so swiftly, exclaiming in shock, goodness, I was merely asking casually, and you truly know. Suddenly, Guangu spoke up at an inopportune moment. I've just thought of another one, Wei Yin. The group. Li Ming patted Guangu on the shoulder, speechless, and said, Guangu, did you not hear a single word I just said? Wei Yin, is that a girl's name? Moreover, Zhanbo has already mentioned that it belongs to Wan Yu. Guangu, feeling somewhat awkward, placed his hand over his mouth and replied, it is indeed not a girl's name. My apologies. Upon seeing that everyone had caught on, Lu Zhanbo, dejected, sank onto the sofa. Qin Meijia, noticing Lu Zhanbo's gloomy expression, hurried over to console him, saying, what's wrong, Zhanbo? Why do you look so unhappy? You are the one proposing. After all, this is not good. Lu Zhanbo's expression grew even more forlorn as he replied, but this ring has already been worn by Wan Yu, and it seems I did not actually propose. At this moment, Lu Zhanbo's memories were in disarray, leaving him utterly bewildered about what had transpired. He could only rely on his friends to help him decipher the situation. Otherwise, he would surely crumble under the weight of confusion. Chapter 57. The emergence of the Sea King. Tang Yuyu poured a glass of water and placed it before Zhanbo, remarking, since Wan Yu has already worn it, that means you must have proposed. Zheng Shaoxian furrowed his brow and countered, that's not right. It seems Wan Yu has no idea that this is Zhanbo's engagement ring. Once again, Guangu interjected at an inopportune moment. Shall I help you deduce this? Lu Ziqiao showed no regard for Guangu, promptly pushing him aside and retorting, do not even begin to theorize. You just referred to Wan Yu as a man. Step aside. Tang Yuyu gestured at Guangu, urging him to remain silent. Recognizing that his girlfriend had spoken, Guangu had no choice but to close his mouth. Lu Zhanbo hesitantly inquired, did I really propose? At that moment, Guangu, unable to restrain himself, chimed in, perhaps Wan Yu has had second thoughts. The others glared at Guangu in irritation. Unable to contain herself, Tang Yuyu approached and pinched Guangu's ear, saying, could you please refrain from speaking? Guangu winced in pain, repeatedly agreeing. Tang Yuyu released him, offering a brief word of comfort before turning to Lu Zhanbo. Zhanbo, please recount the events as they unfolded, and we shall assist you with some ideas. The others nodded in agreement. Lu Zhanbo recollected, well, I intended to propose on the plane, but when the plane jolted, the ring vanished, and now, for some reason, it has ended up in Wan Yu's possession. Li Ming nodded, saying, I believe there must be some undisclosed matters at play here. By the way, I recall you mentioning a few days ago that Wan Yu's little ornament was lost on the plane. This must pertain to the same incident. Liu Zhanbo quickly interjected, "No. It was not one used ornament, it was my ring." At that moment, El Zichio, filled with sorrow, remarked, "There are too many strange occurrences. I was inexplicably beaten up not long ago, and to this day, I remain unaware of the reason." Chen Meijia, feeling somewhat guilty, dared not meet El Zichio's gaze. However, Xian Shaoxian, ever carefree, remarked, "It's all right. After all, the ring is not lost. We can discuss it further later." Tang Yuyu concurred, "Indeed, with us around, there's nothing preventing you from proposing again." Liu Zhanbo expressed his distress, but the key issue is that Wan Yu has already worn this ring. It feels inappropriate to use it again. Chen Meijia reassured Liu Zhanbo, "It's perfectly fine. The ring is merely a symbol. Even if it were a paper ring, Wan Yu would still accept your proposal." Guangu, with unwavering conviction, declared, "Absolutely. You should hasten to arrange the second proposal. Delaying it could lead to complications." "What?" The group looked at Guangu in confusion. "What are you saying? We don't understand." True to her role as Guangu's girlfriend, Tang Yuyu promptly clarified, "Guangu means a second proposal. As in proposing again. 2 proposals amount to a second marriage." "Oh, I see." The group nodded in understanding after the explanation. After a moment of contemplation, Liu Zhanbo resolved, "All right, I know what I need to do, but you must all keep this a secret. If my sister finds out, who knows what kind of trouble might ensue." Rest assured, everyone nodded in agreement. Subsequently, they all dispersed. Li Ming was aware of the events that would unfold, yet he chose not to intervene, allowing things to progress naturally. He then returned to the jar shop. Meanwhile, at a seaside in the magical city, Daisaw and her companions had arrived for an outdoor live broadcast. The 4 of them, clad in bikinis, strolled along the beach. Daisaw addressed the viewers in the live stream. "How's it going, my friends? Today's surprise is quite delightful, isn't it?" The audience in the live stream erupted with excitement. "Old woman, you've finally done something commendable. You Haven Tea let us down," they exclaimed. "Indeed." "Quickly, old woman, move aside. I just spotted a stunning beauty. Go take a picture of her for us." Angered by their remarks, Daisaw retorted, "Why are you only focused on others? Can't you see this beautiful woman right here? No way. We're not interested in your pole-like figure. Hurry, we want to see the other beauties on the beach." Daisaw was left speechless. At this moment, Sister Zhou stepped in to ease the tension, saying, "All right, Daisaw, don't be upset. Let us go have some fun on the water. Our rented yacht has arrived." Mosey and Tunton also approached, leading Daisaw and Sister Zhou towards the yacht they had rented. On the shimmering sea, a lavish yacht sailed gracefully, carrying Daisaw and her friends. With a selfie stick in hand, Daisaw continuously captured the breathtaking scenery around them. "How do you like it, brothers? Isn't the view splendid?" She enthusiastically addressed the viewers. "Indeed, it's quite lovely. If it weren't for the old woman, it would be even better," came a response. Daisaw, upon seeing this, furiously remarked, "Do you have no conscience? I brought you here to see swimsuit beauties, and yet you say this about me. Old woman, to be frank, your swimsuit isn't appealing at all. You should focus the camera on Mosey and Tunton instead." Just then, Sister Zhou happened to walk up behind Daisaw and caught sight of the comment. She immediately expressed her displeasure, saying, "What do you mean? Why should we only look at Mosey and Tunton? What about me?" The viewers, upon noticing Sister Zhou, quickly responded, "Come on, why would we want to see you? You and the old woman are equally unremarkable. Mosey and Tunton have much better figures." "Exactly, Sister Zhou. What are you even doing here?" Sister Zhou gazed at the barrage of comments, her frustration mounting. However, as a streamer, she had no choice but to appease her audience. She then directed the camera towards Mosey and Tunton. The viewers erupted with excitement at the sight of Mosey and Tunton on the screen, showering them with compliments about their impressive figures. Meanwhile, the expressions of Daizio and Sister Zhou were filled with displeasure. Suddenly, the viewers noticed a large dark object approaching their yacht from a distance. They quickly alerted, "Old woman, look at that dark spot in the distance. It's getting closer to your yacht." Indeed, the object was rapidly nearing them. "It looks like a fish, but a rather large one," they speculated. Could it possibly be the otherworldly creature mentioned by the authorities? Yes, it must be. Someone warn the old woman and tell her to flee. The barrage filled with urgent messages urging Daizio to escape. Upon seeing the comments, Daizio turned her gaze in the indicated direction and was astonished to confirm that a massive fish was indeed approaching them swiftly. She quickly notified Sister Zhou, Mosey, and Tunton. "You all need to see this. There's a giant fish rapidly approaching our yacht." Hearing this, Sister Zhou and the others looked towards the direction Daizio pointed, and to their astonishment, they too spotted the large fish drawing near. Before long, the creature was close enough for them to discern its appearance. It resembled a large ribbon fish, though not as elongated, and boasted a massive mouth filled with sharp teeth. The viewers in Daizio's live stream also managed to identify the creature. A particularly observant viewer exclaimed, "Isn't that the Sea King from One Piece, the Nearshore King?" Indeed, the comment above is correct. This is the Nearshore King from the world of pirates. It is the very creature that caused Shanks to lose an arm. Could the old women stand a chance against the Nearshore King? They should be fine, right? After all, this Nearshore King has a fearsome reputation, but in reality, its strength is rather lacking. Even Luffy, when he first set sail, was able to defeat it. Exactly, it's merely a renowned but ineffective creature. The old women should have no trouble. Chapter 58. The collaborative battle against the Sea King. Dai Xiaomei learned the name and strength of this creature from her online friends, which instantly soothed her concerns. After all, they were individuals who had opened jars with Ming, and their abilities were not to be underestimated. A mere figure with a formidable title like the Sea King of the Nearshore should be manageable for them. As the Sea King approached, they realized they could not engage in combat aboard the rented yacht. Consequently, they summoned Mosey and the others for a discussion. Deciding to confront the Sea King out at sea, Dai Xiaomei then called upon her assistant, handing her the phone. Addressing her online friends, she proclaimed, "Brothers, we intend to seek out the Sea King for a battle. Since acquiring our abilities from the jars, we have yet to experience genuine combat. The appearance of the Sea King provides us with an excellent opportunity to enhance our practical experience. Typically, our practice sessions consist merely of friendly sparring among ourselves, where we refrain from employing our full strength, which hardly contributes to our combat experience. We appreciate your support." Without waiting for further responses from her friends, Dai Xiaomei and Sister Zhou proceeded to the edge of the yacht and leaped into the water. "Wait, are they really going?" exclaimed a bystander. "Do they truly intend to take such a risk?" Although the Sea King may not be overwhelmingly powerful, it still possesses considerable strength. Indeed. But surely those old women can handle it. Even if they encounter difficulties, they should be able to retreat safely. True. Although the quality of what they have obtained from the jars has diminished over time, they still possess many commendable abilities. Dai Xiaomei and her companions advanced across the surface of the sea. Despite the passage of time and the varying treasures they had acquired, they had learned from Sister Zhou the art of chakra extraction and the technique of treading water. Thus, traversing the ocean's surface proved to be a simple task for them. Dai Xiaomei had also mastered the Marine 6 styles alongside Sister Zhou. As they swiftly approached the Sea King, it noticed their presence and promptly submerged beneath the waves. When Dai Xiaomei and her group arrived at the location where the Sea King had vanished, it had already eluded their sight. Dai Xiaomei, puzzled, remarked, "Where has the Sea King disappeared to?" In her heart, Daizio pondered whether the sight of them had frightened the creature into retreating. With this thought, a subtle smile graced her lips. However, Mosey remained vigilant despite not spotting the near Sea King. Although she could not see, she sensed a formidable spiritual pressure lurking beneath the ocean's surface. Ever since acquiring her Zanpakuto, she had engaged in daily meditation, significantly enhancing her own spiritual pressure. Yet she remained ignorant of her sword's true name. Nonetheless, her awareness of spiritual pressure had sharpened considerably. Every individual possesses spiritual pressure, though that of ordinary people is often feeble. Mosey could distinctly perceive the strong spiritual pressure emanating from Daizio and her companions. While the pressure from the creature below was not as potent as theirs, it did not imply that the near Sea King was weak. After all, the manifestation of strength varies across different realms and beings. A lack of overwhelming pressure does not equate to weakness, nor does robust pressure guarantee strength. Having watched One Piece, Mosey understood that the near Sea King, being a sea creature, must possess considerable power. Turning to her companions, she cautioned, "Do not let your guard down. I can sense the near Sea King's spiritual pressure right beneath us." Upon hearing this, Daizio and the others knew Mosey would not deceive them and immediately heightened their vigilance. Suddenly, Mosey sensed the near Sea King rapidly ascending towards the surface, its trajectory aimed directly at Daizio. She shouted urgently, "Daizio, be careful. The near Sea King is beneath you. Get out of the way." Responding instantly, Daizio vanished from her spot. In the next moment, a massive plume of water erupted where she had stood, accompanied by a deafening roar. At that moment, the live stream was witnessing an influx of viewers, and the count had surged to 20 million. The comments flooded in, discussing the impending battle between Daizio and her companions against the near Sea King. Is it true that they are challenging the near Sea King? Where is it? All we see are those 4 women standing on the surface. Don't worry. The Near Sea King must have retreated beneath the waves. We'll see it soon. Wow, the Near Sea King has appeared. It was a sight far less appealing than depicted in the anime. A colossal eel with crimson eyes and azure gills emerged at the ocean's surface. Truly, it was the Near Sea King, possessing a size that was undeniably impressive. How could it be over 10 meters? Are you blind? That must be at least 30 or 40 meters long. Can the old woman prevail? At this moment, the live stream room was in an uproar. Although the assistant on the yacht was somewhat fearful, she reassured, "Rest assured, Deity and the others will surely triumph." Meanwhile, Ming learned about Deity Xiaomei and her trio's challenge against the Sea King and joined the live stream. What a close call. Fortunately, Mosey, you alerted me in time. Otherwise, I would have been sent flying by this guy. Deity Xiaomei stood beside Mosey, patting her on the chest. The Sea King, noticing that Deity Xiaomei had evaded his attack, charged at her once again. With a fierce roar, the Sea King opened his massive jaws and lunged toward Deity Xiaomei. Watch out, old woman. It's all right. The old woman's strength is commendable. After all, she wields the abilities of the snow fruit. At that moment, Deity Xiaomei thought to herself, "You only caught me off guard before. Now that I'm prepared, how could I fear you?" Mosey swiftly dodged to the side as Deity Xiaomei spread her arms, which transformed into wings, lifting her into the sky. With a powerful sweep of her arms, a blizzard surged towards the Sea King. Blizzard. After being struck by Deity Xiaomei's storm, the Sea King found his body in the ocean surface gradually encased in ice and snow, significantly slowing his pace. Seizing the opportunity, Mosey and Tunton swiftly approached the Sea King. Mosey drew her Zampicut and charged forward, raising her hand as she declared, "Head number 31, Shaka." A fireball hurtled towards the King of the Near Seas. Tunton summoned her martial spirit, enveloping herself in its power. At this moment, her martial spirit bore 2 soul rings, one over 800 years old and the other exceeding 1,000 years. These were acquired with the assistance of Dong Qifeng and others, as they had once collaborated to slay soul beasts under Ming's guidance to obtain soul rings. Her first soul skill, Shadow Thrust, and second soul skill, Shadow Claw, activated simultaneously. In an instant, Tunton closed the gap to the King of the Near Seas, leaving 3 dark claw marks upon its body. Shadow Thrust enhances her speed by 50%, enabling a rapid approach to the target while augmenting the damage of her next attack by 15%, scaling with her level, up to a maximum of 150%. Shadow Claw unleashes a colossal claw strike. The King of the Near Seas let out a pained roar, just as Mosey's crimson fire cannon struck, propelling the beast back a considerable distance. Sister Zhou seized the moment, hurling over a dozen explosive kunai at the King of the Near Seas. Chapter 59, Slaying the King of the Near Seas. The recently risen King of the Near Seas was once again battered by Zhou's explosive kunai, leaving it grievously wounded. It was indeed a dire situation for the creature, especially considering that the group had yet to unleash their full potential. Viewers in the livestream chat were applauding in admiration. Wow, the coordination of the older women is impressive. Indeed, they have control, assassins, mages, and archers. All that's missing is a tank for a perfect team. Truly, the King of the Near Seas is rather unfortunate to encounter them. I suspect they practiced this synergy countless times in private. Hey, you may be onto something. Perhaps they started strategizing as soon as they acquired their abilities. Observing their remarkable synergy, one could tell that they had rehearsed extensively. Dai Xiaomei's assistant chuckled at the barrage of comments in the live stream. Haha, you're absolutely right. They've been coordinating for quite some time. Little did Dai Xiaomei know that their secret practice had been divulged by her own assistant. Dai Xiaomei descended gracefully beside Sister Zhou, her excitement palpable as she exclaimed, "The strategies we've practiced for so long are yielding splendid results." Sister Zhou smiled in agreement. Indeed, our dedication to training has truly paid off. Mosey and Tunton approached, equally exhilarated as they admired their handiwork. Mosey joyously declared, "This King of the Near Seas is no match for us at all." Indeed, they all echoed in unison. As the cheerful moments unfolded for the group, the Sea King had regained his composure. He could scarcely believe that, as a sovereign of the ocean, he had been bested by a mere quartet of humans. With this thought, the Sea King unleashed another thunderous roar, charging toward them with his Magape. Upon hearing his ferocious bellow, the group turned to face him, and one of them remarked, "We should deal with him. It appears his strength pales in comparison to that of the soul beast encountered by Ming." Indeed, they echoed in unison. With that, the girl soared into the sky once more, while her companion swiftly evaded the Sea King's onslaught. In midair, she flapped her wings vigorously, sending a flurry of snowflakes cascading toward him. Everlasting snow. Gradually, the Sea King found himself ensnared in her icy embrace. Meanwhile, another member of the group leaped into the air, forming a hand seal. Wind release, pressure damage. At the same time, another began to chant, O Lord of Sovereignty. Flesh and blood mask, myriad manifestations, winged combat, crowned in the name of humanity. Truth and restraint, unaware of the wall of sinful dreams, stand only upon it. Destruction of the 33rd pathway, crimson flame fall. The Sea King was hurled away by the joint assault of her companions. The fourth member activated her martial spirit, retrieving a pair of claws forged from Edmund alloy from her ring. Seizing the moment, she charged at the Sea King. First soul technique, shadow lunge. Second soul technique, shadow claw. 3 dark claw marks slashed through the Sea King, cleaving him into 4 segments. Wow, the older women have vanquished the Sea King. Truly impressive. One exclaimed. Indeed, it makes me want to try my luck at the jar shop myself. In that case, why don't we all go together one day? Forget it. I have no funds for such endeavors. If you're not going, I shall. I'm on the verge of saving up 100,000 coins. I will soon be able to try my luck. Congratulations. I wish you fortune in your pursuits. Amidst the fervent discussion among the viewers, the group had already returned to their yacht. The girl enthusiastically shouted to her online audience, Brothers, we are back. Haha, wasn't our tactical coordination simply splendid? She reveled in showcasing their teamwork in the live stream. However, the audience's reaction was unexpectedly mixed. Rather than lavishing praise, many commented on their apparent secret practice sessions. Perplexed, she inquired, How did you know? Your little assistant let it slip. You all have been practicing in secret quite frequently. Upon realizing the situation, Dai Xiaomei fixed her gaze intently on her assistant, who seemed to have inadvertently caused a mishap. In a hushed tone, the assistant apologized. I'm truly sorry, Dai. It was unintentional. With her face flushed, Dai Xiaomei exclaimed loudly, Assistant, you are in big trouble. She then chased after her assistant in a playful manner. Observing the commotion, Mosey quickly interjected, All right, Dai, perhaps you should let your assistant off the hook. It was not her intention. Upon hearing this, Dai Xiaomei ceased her pursuit and returned to the live stream, stating, Well, initially, I had intended to showcase something before you all, but that plan has now been thwarted. Let's move on. As you witnessed, we have successfully defeated the Sea King. You all know that the flesh of the Sea King can enhance physical strength. So today we have a little surprise for our fans. With a total of 200 participants online and 100 offline, we will be holding a lottery with a chance to win some Sea King meat. Upon hearing this, the entire livestream chat erupted with excitement. After slaying the Sea King, they had decided to store the meat in a spatial ring for the event. Wow, a lottery. I absolutely adore you, old woman. With only 300 slots available, but over 20 million viewers in the live stream, how can we possibly win? They fervently prayed to the Jade Emperor, Buddha, Jesus, and the 3 pure ones for luck. Dai Xiaomei, seeing the enthusiastic crowd in the chat, smiled and explained the lottery rules. Listen up, everyone. We will have 100 winners online and 20 offline, and these cannot overlap. This means that those who win offline will not be eligible for the online draw. Moreover, only residents of Modu can participate in the offline draw, which has limited slots. I will first draw the offline winners, and the location will be designated in Modu. Those from other regions will not be considered. If you win offline, please come to the seaside where I am, and I will arrange for a chef to prepare dishes from the Sea King. The specific quantity of meat that the winners will receive will be determined after I find someone to process it by the sea. After Daixiomiai concluded her speech, she initiated a local lottery in Magic City. Subsequently, she instructed the yacht captain to return to shore and began to arrange for the cutting of the nearshore king. This colossal creature weighed approximately 80 tons, and after being processed, yielded about 20 tons of meat, equating to an impressive 40,000 pounds. Once the precise weight was determined, the 4 of them conferred and decided to award each lucky winner among the online participants 100 pounds of this exquisite catch. Upon hearing this, the online audience became even more exhilarated, for it was indeed a substantial prize. Soon enough, the 20 winners who had secured their fortunes offline arrived at Daixiomiai's location. Furthermore, Daixiomiai enlisted the help of 3 renowned chefs, offering each of them 100 pounds of the oceanic delicacy as compensation. At that moment, Daixiomiai's phone rang. Upon checking, she discovered it was a call from Ming. Without hesitation, she answered, playfully teasing, Hello, Manager Li. What brings you to call me today? Ming, upon hearing the teasing tone of Dai Xiaomei, replied with exasperation, "It's nothing, merely a reminder." Curiously, Dai Xiaomei inquired, "A reminder about what?" While the meat from the Sea King can enhance one's physique, it is imperative for ordinary individuals to refrain from excessive consumption, lest they overdo it. It is best to inform them to consume only half a pound at a time, complemented by exercise for digestion. That is all I wish to convey. Remember it well. I'm hanging up now. Hello? Hello? How quickly they hang up. Dai Xiaomei sighed, gazing at her phone in frustration. Mosey asked, "Who called?" "It was Li Ming. He came to share some precautions with me." Subsequently, Dai Xiaomei relayed Li Ming's words verbatim to the viewers in her live stream. Thus, the day concluded amidst the seaside festivities of Dai Xiaomei and her companions. Chapter 60, The Dragon Sword, the Dragon God. The battle degree. Several days had elapsed since Dai Xiaomei and her friends had streamed their close encounters with the Sea King. During this interval, numerous patrons had visited Li Ming's shop to open cans. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the apartment grew increasingly tense. As Hu Yifei learned from the ever-loquacious Tang Yuyu about Lu Zhanbu's intention to propose to Lin Wanyu, Hu Yifei's mother, Yuan Chuanli, visited the love apartment. Not only to assist Lu Zhanbu with his proposal, but also to help Hu Yifei find a partner. Upon seeing Hu Yifei's mother, Zhang Xiaoxian showered her with attentiveness, while Lu Ziqiao interjected, disrupting Zhang Xiaoxian's plans and inciting a desire for revenge against Lu Ziqiao. During this time, Li Ming also had an encounter with Hu Yifei's mother, who, since meeting him, frequently attempted to matchmake between Li Ming and Hu Yifei, leaving Li Ming hesitant to return to the apartment in recent days. However, after persistent insistence from Hu Yifei, he was ultimately granted reprieve. Li Ming languidly lingered within the confines of the jar shop, and as time elapsed, the items that emerged were rather mundane. The majority of individuals unveiled artifacts from the realm of technology, which, while not exceptionally remarkable, still held considerable value in this world. This segment of the populace managed to sell their possessions without incurring losses. However, there remained a faction plagued by misfortune, left with naught but tattered remnants. Some even contemplated causing a ruckus, yet were swiftly dispatched home by Li Ming with a mere gesture. Witnessing his formidable presence, no one dared to stir trouble thereafter. At this moment, Li Ming was engrossed in playing the newly released game, Black Myth, Wukong, within his shop. A boy, around 11 or 12 years of age, entered the store. His name was Zhang Jidu, and upon his arrival, he noticed the absence of Li Ming. As Zhang Jidu pondered this, a voice resonated from within the store. "Wow, this Erling Shun truly possesses some skills. He has managed to make me lose twice." Intrigued by the sound, Zhang Jidu ventured further inside, only to find Li Ming comfortably seated on a sofa, immersed in the game. Observing the level Li Ming was tackling, Zhang Jidu felt a surge of astonishment. He too played Black Myth, yet he had only recently reached the second boss, acknowledging the game's considerable difficulty. At that moment, Li Ming also noticed Zhang Jidu. He pressed the pause button and approached Zhang Jidu with a smile, saying, "Little one, why are you all alone? Where are your guardians?" Zhang Jidu replied, "It's just me. I have no adults with me." Li Ming was somewhat taken aback and inquired, "What brings you here?" Zhang Jidu cast a silent glance at Li Ming and replied, "Of course I have come here to open the can. What else could it possibly be?" Although Li Ming was somewhat taken aback, he still inquired, "Do you have any money?" "Of course." Zhang Jidu produced his phone and displayed the balance of his WeChat account to Li Ming. Li Ming did not anticipate that this child was quite affluent. He must be the scion of a wealthy family. Li Ming smiled and said, "Although you possess wealth, how young are you? You spend so much money? Can your family manage this?" "It's fine. I earned all this myself, and my family has no say in it." "All right then, since you have the means, do as you wish. You are aware of the precautions for opening the cans, I presume?" Zhang Jidu chuckled. "Of course, I have watched them open cans before, so I am quite familiar with the procedure." With that, Zhang Jidu approached the bar and scanned his phone to make the payment. The 10 cans displayed on the bar did not surprise him, as he had seen many similar items in the live stream. He was merely curious. Without further thought, Zhang Jidu picked up the hammer and began to open the cans. The first 4 cans contained white items, all of which were toys, including a Barbie doll. Upon seeing this, Zhang Jidu's expression darkened. While the previous toys were somewhat acceptable, this Barbie doll was incomprehensible, as he was a boy. Reluctantly, Zhang Jidu opened another can, revealing 3 more toys. His mood soured further, for these were also Barbie dolls. Gazing at the last 3 cans, Zhang Jidu closed his eyes and struck them open. 2 were green, and 1 was purple. One of the green items was a reinforcement potion, while the other was a set of equipment labeled Little Savior Combat Set. Item: Little Savior Combat Set Level. Green description: the combat set of the Savior, Xiaodu, from Super Magical Hero Legend, featuring self-cleaning properties and impervious to water and fire. The final purple item was a sword, adorned with a red handle. Upon opening his eyes and seeing the purple item, Zhang Jidu leaped with excitement. Haha! I too have acquired a purple item, now I can boast to my classmates. He eagerly picked up the sword to inspect its details. Item: Dragon Ascend Sword Level. Purple description: equipment used by the Savior, Xiaodu, in Super Magical Hero Legend, to summon the Dragon God. When the wielder draws the Dragon Ascend Sword and raises it above their head, shouting Dragon God, they can summon the Dragon God itself. Zhang Jidu was astounded. Rendered speechless by the revelation that this sword could indeed summon the Dragon God, a colossal battle mech, according to the information he had gathered. How much cooler could it get? With determination, Zhang Jidu grasped the sword, eager to summon the Dragon God. Upon witnessing the scene, Ming chose not to intervene, for he understood that at this moment, Zhang Jidu's battle intensity had yet to reach the requisite level for summoning the Dragon God. Consequently, it was impossible for him to invoke the Dragon God at this juncture. Zhang Jidu raised his sword high above his head and exclaimed, "Dragon God!" After his fervent call, he eagerly surveyed his surroundings, yearning to behold the true form of the Dragon God. However, after an extended wait, there was still no sign of its emergence. Puzzled, Zhang Jidu turned to Ming and inquired, "Shopkeeper, could it be that what you have conjured from this jar is merely a sham?" Ming smiled and said, "Of course not. It is merely that you have yet to meet the requirements to summon the Dragon God." Huh? Zhang Ji exclaimed in astonishment. There are prerequisites for summoning the Dragon God? What are the conditions required to summon the Dragon God? Ming smiled faintly and said, "The conditions for summoning can only be fulfilled once you have truly gained the recognition of the Ascending Dragon Sword. At that time, the sword will provide you with a prompt." Zhang Ji, slightly disheartened, replied, "Very well." He then asked Ming a few more questions before taking his leave. Ming gazed at Zhang Jidu with a smile, astonished not only by the similarity in their names but also by the emergence of the Ascending Dragon Sword. It appears that this Zhang Jidu is indeed a small savior. In this light, it stands to reason that the Creation Mountain should soon make its descent. Moreover, atop the Creation Mountain, there are 7 sacred beings capable of transforming the Dragon God vessel. Chapter 61. The Descent of Creation Mountain. Just a few days after Zhang Jidu revealed the Ascending Dragon Sword, a colossal 7-tiered mountain peak manifested over a range in the magical city. This was the Creation Mountain. The appearance of the Creation Mountain sparked tremendous excitement. At its base, a throng of curious onlookers gathered, all eager to learn more about this magnificent formation. The Anomaly Investigation Bureau also established a branch at the foot of the Creation Mountain, intent on promptly assessing the situation. Initially, the Bureau intended to cordon off the Creation Mountain, yet its immense size rendered such efforts futile. Furthermore, the mountain floated in midair, making it impossible to enclose. Thus, the Creation Mountain fully descended upon the magical city, albeit without any extraordinary occurrences. Members of the Anomaly Investigation Bureau, along with those endowed with powers from Ming and individuals who had acquired treasures from the myriad realms, all endeavored to ascend the Creation Mountain. However, regardless of their attempts, none could reach its summit. I had also ventured forth, attempting to soar upwards, yet she could not draw near. The military had dispatched fighter jets to approach the Creation Mountain, but each time they were thwarted at a distance. I and her companions visited Ming's shop, inquiring whether he was aware of the situation surrounding the Creation Mountain. Ming, do you know what the circumstances are regarding that 7-tiered mountain in the magical city? Ming, munching on sunflower seeds, remarked, "Of course I know. But why should I share that with you?" Day's little sister immediately retorted, "Why are you being like this? Sharing a bit of information wouldn't cost you anything. You're so stingy." Just as Ming was about to respond, a voice echoed from the entrance. "Manager Li, our investigation bureau is also eager to learn about the sudden emergence of the mountain. We hope you can share the information with us." Entering was none other than Bai Qingru from the investigation bureau. "Indeed, Mingge, why not enlighten us?" Following Bai Qingru, Dong Qifeng and others arrived, with Huang Mao Huang Zixuan being the one to speak. Ming observed the multitude of inquiries regarding the origins of Mount Chuangjie and decided to divulge the information without further hesitation. He briefly elucidated the history of Mount Chuangjie and the prerequisites for ascending it. Upon hearing this, the crowd experienced a moment of enlightenment, realizing why they had been unable to reach the summit. Indeed, certain conditions were required. At that moment, Mount Chuangjie remained sealed, accessible only after the awakening of the Savior. It would only be when the battle master could summon the dragon god that outsiders would be permitted to ascend the mountain. Once they learned that only upon the Savior's awakening could one embark on the ascent, they chose to depart. Having already opened their jars that week, they decided not to linger any longer. After gaining the necessary understanding, they left. By the time they exited, night had fallen. Li Ming returned to the apartment first. Upon his arrival, he learned that Lu Zhanbo and Lin Wanyu had gone to watch the film, The Legendary Peach Blossom Hero versus the Chrysanthemum Monster. However, this time it was not Lu Zhanbo proposing. Later that evening, as Li Ming lay in bed, he was startled by a series of loud knocks at the door, accompanied by the boisterous voice of Hui Fei. Bang, bang, bang. Li Ming, Li Xinyu, open the door quickly. Li Ming was jolted awake by the sound of a knock at the door. Dressed in his sleepwear, he groggily made his way to the entrance, only to find Hui Fei standing there. Before Li Ming could utter a word, he was swiftly pulled away by Hui Fei. Li Ming, observing the flustered and anxious Hui Fei, inquired, Yifei, what is the matter? It is quite late. Zhanbo and Wanyu are being held for not bringing money to pay for their meal. You, Meijia, and I must go to rescue them. Li Ming, bewildered, inquired. Is that all? Can't you go by yourself? Why drag me into this? Hui Fei shot him a disdainful glance and retorted, how can you, a grown man, be so petty? We simply ask you, a man, to accompany us, and yet you show such reluctance. Li Ming said in exasperation, hey, what you just said is quite something. Whoever you wish to invite, feel free. If there were other men around at this late hour, we wouldn't even bother looking for you. Li Ming contemplated for a moment and realized that tonight, he was indeed the only one left in the apartment. Guanggu and Ziqiao had gone to a restaurant for a competition, where the last person to leave would enjoy a complimentary meal. Zhanbo was held back, and Zheng Xiaoxian was still at the radio station, leaving him all alone. Li Ming wearily sighed. All right, I shall accompany you on this journey. Arriving at 3601, he led Qin Meijia downstairs to Zhang Xiaoxian's new car, and they drove towards the restaurant where Lu Zhanbo and Lin Wanyu awaited. As Hui Fei drove, she commented, Zheng Xiaoxian's new car is rather impressive, quite exhilarating. Qin Meijia produced the manual from the side and began to read aloud, clearly detailing all the car's specifications, concluding with a thumbs up for the vehicle. Hui Fei, taken aback by Qin Meijia's knowledge, inquired, impressive, Meijia, how do you know all this? Qin Meijia waved the manual and replied, I'm clever, aren't I? I specifically brought the manual after you mentioned you couldn't drive. Now there's no issue. Hui Fei, feeling exasperated, explained, you know whether I can drive or not, right? It's just that I'm unsure of which route to take. Qin Meijia, puzzled, responded. But didn't Zhanbo provide you with the address? How can you not know the way? Hui Fei glanced around and said, I'm not too certain about that location, so I'm a bit lost. Ah, which road was it again? I wonder if the manual contains anything useful. With that, Qin Meijia began flipping through the manual. Seeing this, Hui Fei asked, what could possibly be in the manual? Check if there's a map. Qin Meijia looked and replied, there's no map. Hui Fei immediately covered her head and exclaimed, what are we going to do? We can't possibly get lost, can we? Then she turned to Li Ming in the back seat, asking, hey, Li Ming, do you know where that road is? After a moment of silence with no response from Li Ming, she pressed further, Li Ming, do you even know or not? Speak up. Hearing this, Qin Meijia glanced back only to discover Li Ming had already fallen asleep in the rear seat. Qin Meijia gasped, wow, he can actually sleep through this? Hui Fei scoffed, great, men are utterly unreliable. We must figure this out ourselves. Qin Meijia returned to her study of the manual and suddenly exclaimed, this car has OnStar. It should be able to assist us. Hui Fei, not catching the term, asked, what is that? Qin Meijia read from the manual, OnStar can connect us to customer service, providing remote assistance to solve our problems. This should resolve our dilemma. Hui Fei, impatient, interrupted, all right, fine, just hurry up and activate that whatever it is. Qin Meijia looked through the manual, trying to find it, and said, I can't seem to locate this OnStar. Hui Fei, exasperated, replied, goodness, how long will it take you to find it? At this rate, I'll have driven us overseas. Qin Meijia casually suggested, then just find somewhere to stop and listen to it. Hui Fei gazed at the highway they were traversing and remarked, we cannot stop on the expressway. Meijia, should we exit at the next junction to wait for you to find whatever it is you're searching for? Qin Meijia promptly replied, why exit? You must trust me. Hui Fei assumed that Qin Meijia had located the OnStar service and eagerly inquired, "Is that so, Meijia? Have you found that star?" Qin Meijia, flipping through the manual, confidently stated, "Not at all." Hui Fei's heart sank, and in disbelief, she exclaimed, "Then what were you just saying?" Qin Meijia, grinning, replied, "Exiting would be so dull. It's far better to cruise above without red lights or any hindrances." Hui Fei, feeling somewhat despondent, persisted, "What if we can't reach Zhanbua?" Qin Meijia, her smile fading, nonchalantly replied, "What's the worry? Once I activate OnStar, locating the restaurant will be a breeze." She added, "Besides, this is Teacher Xing's car. What is there to fear?" After a moment's reflection, Hui Fei concurred, "Indeed. Why should I be afraid of Teacher Xing's car? Heh." At that moment, Ming had drifted into slumber. Otherwise, he would have certainly intervened. Chapter 62, The 2:30 Club? The Extraordinary Club. Meanwhile, Lu Zhanbua and Lin Wanyu were left waiting, their patience seemingly growing moss. Lin Wanyu sighed, 3 years ago, I arrived here, and despite my father hiring dozens of bodyguards, they could do nothing. Now, I find myself stranded here for lack of funds." Lu Zhanbua hesitated before asking, "Wanyu, where do you think we will be in 3 years?" Lin Wanyu smiled at Zhanbua and inquired, "3 years from now, where do you envision us?" Lu Zhanbua, filled with hope, replied, "I've thought about it. In 3 years, we will undoubtedly be married, and we'll have the fruits of our love. I'll share tales of the Saint Seiya with them while you impart knowledge." "Really? That sounds wonderful." Lin Wanyu marveled at the future Lu Zhanbua painted. "Wanyu, our time together has been filled with joy. I wish for it to continue." Shun Ti Wei. At this juncture, Lu Zhanbua found himself at a loss as to whether he should express his feelings to Lin Wanyu. Lin Wanyu, smiling, asked, "What do you wish to say, Zhanbua?" Noticing her lack of response to his earlier question, Lu Zhanbua quickly added, "I believe we should embark on a new life together, just the two of us. I'm not joking. I have been contemplating this for quite some time. What do you think, Wanyu?" "You're asking me?" Lin Wanyu pointed to herself. After a moment's reflection, she replied, "In 3 years, I likely won't be in Longhua. I might be elsewhere." Lu Zhanbua, taken aback, asked why. Lin Wanyu smiled and said, "In this new chapter of my life, I wish to no longer remain stagnant. I yearn to venture out and explore." As she spoke, Lu Zhanbua's cheerful demeanor gradually turned solemn. With a stiff expression, he inquired, "Is that truly the case?" Lin Wanyu, filled with longing, continued, "During our journey around the world, we witnessed a myriad of wonders. This is the kind of life I aspire to, a life of freedom and spontaneity." Lu Zhanbua, in a state of agitation, replied, "But don't you think our life together is fulfilling? I have already made plans." With a serious countenance, Lin Wanyu responded, "I, too, am prepared. I have applied to a foreign fashion design academy. I wish to embark on a new life." After a moment of contemplation, Lu Zhanbua furrowed his brow and asked, "Fashion design? When did this happen? Why have you never mentioned it to me?" He recalled how he had always admired others' designs and pondered, "Why not create something of my own?" Then, Lin Wanyu's face lit up with joy as she exclaimed, "I believe this is the new life I desire. One that allows me to realize my true potential." Lu Zhanbua quietly asked, "Why tell me only now?" With a smile, Lin Wanyu replied, "I have mentioned this before during our travels." Lu Zhanbua, uncertain, questioned, "Did you?" "I don't remember." He was baffled that he had overlooked her words. Lin Wanyu chuckled softly, saying, "We were having such a good time that perhaps it slipped our minds. Moreover, our time was limited, leaving little room for such discussions." Lu Zhanbua, insistent, stated, "If that is the case, let us clarify this matter today. Otherwise, I shall feel troubled about the future." "The future? What does that even mean?" Lin Wanyu deliberately evaded. "We need not rush into discussing this. After all, I have not yet been accepted, have I? And you have not proposed to me, correct?" Lu Zhanbua looked at her, wide-eyed, and asked, "Wanyu, have you never considered marriage?" Lin Wanyu hinted, "No, Zhanbua, I simply wish to find myself first before settling down." Lu Zhanbua, perplexed, questioned, "But you are right here, what else do you seek?" Lin Wanyu gazed at him earnestly and pleaded, "Zhanbua, let us not dwell on this any longer. Let it pass." Furrowing his brow in confusion, Lu Zhanbua asked, "But we are trapped here, unable to go anywhere. What can we do?" Lin Wanyu shifted the topic, saying, "Then tell me about the Saint Seiya you mentioned before." Lu Zhanbua, lacking the mood for storytelling, replied casually, "Once upon a time, there was a villain named Hades, who was ultimately defeated by the righteous Seiya. That is the gist of the tale." Lin Wanyu sensed Lu Zhanbua's sorrow and gently advised, "Zhanbua, Let us refrain from discussing this any further. Once Fei arrives, we shall return home, rest, and resume our conversation tomorrow, shall we? Lu Zhanbo replied earnestly, very well. Let us head home now. Lin Wanyu expressed her surprise. Now? Lu Zhanbo nodded and solemnly declared, let us attempt to escape once more. This time, we shall surely succeed. However, once again, Lu Zhanbo and Wanyu found themselves lost. Ultimately, they had no choice but to leave Lu Zhanbo's engagement ring at the restaurant. Meanwhile, Guanggu and Tang Yuyu, along with El Ziqiao, had arrived at the 2:30 Club. Previously, they had been denied a complimentary meal at a restaurant due to being intercepted at the last moment. Thus, they had ventured to the 2:30 Club, located at the enigmatic Shifa Road, number 28. El Ziqiao approached the entrance with Guanggu and Yuyu in tow. Just as he was about to enter, a burly man blocked his path and stated impassively, sorry, we're at full capacity. El Ziqiao turned to Guanggu and Yuyu, saying, see, I told you this place is different. He then embraced the burly man and asked amiably, brother, could you do me a favor? I've brought 2 friends today. Let us in to support the place. The burly man scrutinized El Ziqiao and asked flatly, are you a celebrity? El Ziqiao replied, no, not at all. The burly man scoffed and retorted, if you're not a celebrity, you're not worth my consideration. Please queue at the back. Tang Yuyu, puzzled, inquired, what is going on? To preserve his dignity, El Ziqiao could only force a smile and explained helplessly, it appears there are quite a few people today. We cannot cut in line. So let us wait outside for a moment. Tang Yuyu rolled her eyes at El Ziqiao, disdainfully remarking, is that all you can do? I'll handle this. Just as she was about to approach the burly man, an individual descended from above, adorned with a pair of white wings. Upon landing, the wings were retracted. This person walked to the entrance, and the burly man did not stop him, but instead entered a code to open the door. El Ziqiao, taken aback, exclaimed, what is the meaning of this? Aren't we supposed to wait in line? Why does he get to enter? The burly man replied nonchalantly, in addition to the capacity limit, I have another task, to allow those with abilities to enter while leaving the ordinary behind. Upon hearing this, El Ziqiao shouted, why didn't you say so earlier? With that, he summoned his martial spirit. The burly man's eyes widened in surprise. He had not anticipated that this seemingly foolish individual was, in fact, an ability user. Immediately, the burly man bowed and said, I didn't realize you were also an ability user. Please, do come in. Upon concluding his statement, the burly man promptly opened the door, gesturing for Lu Ziqiao to enter. With a proud demeanor, Lu Ziqiao strode inside, turning back at the threshold to address Guanggu and Yuyu, declaring, I shall await your arrival within. Guanggu and Yuyu exchanged a glance, their expressions laden with unspoken thoughts. Subsequently, they each showcased their abilities. The burly man, witnessing their powers, was taken aback, realizing they too were endowed with extraordinary capabilities, and thus permitted Guanggu and Yuyu entry. Once inside, they soon discovered that the club was a haven for the affluent and the extraordinary. 2:30 Club? No, it ought to be named the Extraordinary Club. Moreover, the esteemed patrons frequently posted bounties, which the gifted could undertake in exchange for monetary rewards. Chapter 63, The Underground Arena of the Club Within the Club. A world of wonders unfolded. Its exterior exuded a futuristic aura, undeniably dazzling, complemented by an exhilarating atmosphere. The sacred golden lights cast a euphoric glow, transporting one to a realm of bliss. A myriad of individuals graced the space, celebrities, directors, business magnates, affluent tycoons, and even uniquely formed extraordinary beings. These gifted individuals were likely fortuitous souls who had stumbled upon treasures that bestowed them with their abilities. Many appeared to lack a comprehensive understanding of their powers, resulting in some exhibiting peculiar appearances. It seemed that those with oddities were survivors navigating this club, as the outside world may not currently be conducive to their presence. Lu Ziqiao curiously perused the bounties offered by the wealthy patrons, most of which pertained to cures for terminal illnesses or extensions of life. This was perhaps unsurprising, considering that a significant portion of the affluent clientele were of advanced age and in poor health. Although they had previously visited Li Ming's establishment, their fortune had not favored them, yielding little of value. Some were also in search of enhancement elixirs. Upon noticing this, Lu Ziqiao could not suppress his joy. The enhancement elixirs he had previously sold to the Investigation Bureau had fetched a modest price of 500,000 each. However, within this 2:30 Club, the elixirs commanded an astonishing price of 2 million per bottle. Coincidentally, Lu Ziqiao possessed an extra bottle of enhancement elixir, which he had retained due to his disdain for the Bureau's undervaluation. He had been unable to find a suitable buyer until now. Approaching the bounty listing, Lu Ziqiao noted the contact number displayed beneath it. With determination, he picked up his phone and dialed the number. Moments later, the call connected. "Hello? Who is this?" came the voice on the other end. With a hint of excitement, Lu Ziqiao replied, "I saw your bounty at the 2:30 club. Do you still require enhancement elixirs?" Without hesitation, the voice responded, "Of course. Do you have enhancement elixirs available?" "Of course," replied L. Ziqiao swiftly, then inquired hesitantly, "Is the price truly 2 million per bottle?" "Absolutely," came the assured response. "Would the G family ever deceive you?" Overjoyed, L. Ziqiao exclaimed, "Excellent. How shall we proceed with the transaction?" "The G family has connections at the 2:30 club. Wait a moment, and someone will contact you shortly." Very well, L. Ziqiao agreed eagerly. Lu Ziqiao promptly agreed. Before long, members of the G family arrived at his side. After confirming the enhancement potion in Lu Ziqiao's possession, they transferred the money into his account. Before departing, they left Lu Ziqiao a phone number, stating that he could contact them for future enhancement potions. Still at the price of 2 million per bottle, Lu Ziqiao gazed at the 2 million in his account, his heart brimming with joy, contemplating selling any surplus enhancement potions to the G family. Meanwhile, Tang Yuyu found herself amidst a throng of celebrities and directors, eagerly pushing forward to introduce herself and showcase her skills. Though somewhat zealous in her acting pursuits, she was not naive enough to reveal all her cards. Nevertheless, upon witnessing Tang Yuyu's eagerness to act and recognizing her as an ability user, the directors extended their invitations to her. Guanggu originally trailed behind Tang Yuyu, but in the blink of an eye, she vanished from sight. When he eventually located her, she was conversing with a slightly plump man wearing a hat and vest, who turned out to be a director inviting Tang Yuyu to be their leading lady. Initially, Guanggu felt a surge of happiness upon seeing Tang Yuyu, but his demeanor shifted upon realizing the rather revealing attire of the leading role. Infuriated, his brows furrowed as his three-tomo Sharingan morphed into a kaleidoscope pattern. Approaching Tang Yuyu, he cast a glance at the director, who promptly fled in terror. Once the director had departed, Guanggu engaged in a heated debate with Tang Yuyu, pulling her away. However, not long after, she spotted another director and, before Guanggu could react, rushed over to promote herself again. With no choice, Guanggu repeated the process of reining her in. Yet, this tactic proved ineffective. Whenever an opportunity arose, Tang Yuyu was quick to seize it and market herself. This back and forth continued numerous times. On Lu Ziqiao's end, having acquired the 2 million, he began to revel in his newfound social prowess, boasting to others. During a conversation with another ability user, he learned of an underground boxing ring beneath the club that hosted matches once a month, exclusively for ability users. A 10-game winning streak would earn a reward of 50 million from the club. Hearing of such a lucrative opportunity, Lu Ziqiao inquired about the location and how to access the underground boxing ring. The individual then led him down below. The atmosphere of the underground boxing arena was far more deafening than that above, filled with a cacophony of cheers, roars, and screams, resounding in a tumultuous symphony. In this underground arena, the space is divided into 9 distinct zones, with a colossal screen above showcasing the most exhilarating moments. The fervent crowd exuberantly cheers, their voices echoing with excitement, likely fueled by substantial wagers placed. On the stage, a man with fiery hands unleashes fireballs to assault a striking woman adorned with thorns. The Baron of Explosions conjures a massive fireball, hurling it towards the Crimson Rose. Gigantic explosive fireball, he bellows. Yet, the Crimson Rose remains unfazed, calmly uttering, "Thorn shield." A formidable shield constructed of thorns materializes before her. As the enormous fireball collides with the thorn shield, a brilliant flash of light erupts. Just when the spectators believe the Baron of Explosions has secured victory, a thorny tendril suddenly lashes out, ensnaring his ankle and pulling him down. Emerging from the blaze is the Crimson Rose, skillfully manipulating more thorny tendrils to ensnare the Baron further. With a light chuckle, she declares, "I am the victor this time." The Baron, in terror, exclaims, "Impossible. Have you truly broken through?" The Crimson Rose replies, "Indeed, I broke through yesterday. Your massive fireball cannot penetrate my thorn shield." An increasing number of thorns constrict around the Baron, inflicting wounds upon him. The Crimson Rose coolly states, "So, surrender." Gazing at the ever-growing thorns, the Baron, unwilling to concede, shouts, "I admit defeat." The referee, hearing his resignation, announces loudly, "The victor is the Crimson Rose." Outside the ring, those who had wagered on the Baron vent their frustrations, cursing him for being vanquished by a woman, labeling him the epitome of worthlessness. In Chapter 64, El Zichio takes the stage. The Crimson Rose continues her dominance, winning 4 additional matches with relative ease due to her newfound strength. However, during the 4th battle, she finds herself challenged significantly. In the 5th match, she faces a towering figure, nearly 3 meters tall. The screen above reveals her opponent, the Great Wild Bull, standing confidently on the platform. The Great Wild Bull addresses the Crimson Rose, asserting, "Rose, you are no match for me. Even with your enhanced abilities, you remain inferior." The Blood Rose gazed at the formidable bison before her, acknowledging his correctness. She was still no match for him. Nonetheless, she resolutely declared, "I did not anticipate encountering you in the 5th round. I am aware that I am not your equal, yet I must endeavor to ascertain the extent of our disparity." With that, Blood Rose gestured, and several thorny vines surged towards the bison. The bison regarded the approaching tendrils without flinching, allowing them to ensnare him. Observing the bison's dismissive attitude towards her attack ignited a flame of indignation within Blood Rose. "How dare you underestimate me?" she exclaimed. The bison, listening to her words, replied calmly, "I merely wish to gauge the extent of your improvement. It is not my intention to belittle you." "Humph," Blood Rose retorted. Though she felt a twinge of displeasure, she refrained from further comment. She maintained her focus, tightening the vines around the bison. He felt the prick of the thorns and remarked, "Your strength has indeed increased significantly. Your vines can now inflict harm upon me. However, to best me, you still have a long journey ahead." With that, the bison exerted a slight force, shattering the vines with ease. Blood Rose watched in disbelief as her thorns were effortlessly broken, and though she felt a pang of resentment, she conceded defeat. The crowd erupted in cheers. "Bison! Bison! Truly impressive. Rose, do not be disheartened. Next time, you shall prevail." It was evident that some were mere sycophants. El Zichao observed the might of Blood Rose as she succumbed so swiftly, pondering the strength of her opponents in subsequent rounds. If the 5th round features such formidable contenders, how powerful must those in the 10th round be? He mused, unable to restrain his curiosity. Turning to his companion, he inquired, "My friend, if the 5th round's contestants are this strong, what can we expect from the 10th? His companion explained, "The contestants in the 10th round will not surpass the bison by much. As far as I know, only 2 individuals are stronger than him. The bison ranks 3rd among the strongest here." He continued, "He is the first to achieve 10 consecutive victories, and 2 others have since matched this feat presently. There are only 3 individuals with 10 consecutive victories." El Zichio's eyes widened in realization. "I see. Then, where might I register for a challenge?" he asked eagerly. His companion, astonished by El Zichio's ambition to compete, exclaimed, "Could it be that you 2 possess abilities?" El Zichio replied proudly, "Indeed." His companion then led him to the registration area. At the counter, El Zichio announced, "I wish to register for the arena." "Very well, sir. Please hold on a moment," the attendant replied. The young lady behind the counter spoke as she detailed the registration specifics to Lu Zichio. She then asked him to demonstrate his abilities for confirmation. Upon hearing this, Lu Zichio revealed his martial spirit. "Excellent," exclaimed the young lady, who then requested his identification card. After obtaining it, she commenced the necessary procedures. Every participant in the 230 Club's arena is required to establish a 230 account, into which the prize money earned in battles will be deposited. During the registration, the young lady inquired, "Will you be using your real name or a nickname?" After a moment of contemplation, Lu Zichio replied, "A nickname, then. I shall be known as the God of War, Elbu." This was indeed the name of his martial spirit. The young lady promptly completed the account setup, handing Lu Zichio a black bank card adorned with the 230 insignia along with his identification. She then instructed him to wait in the backstage area. Standing there, Lu Zichio felt a flutter of nerves. Soon, his alias, God of War, Elbu, flashed across the large screen above. "Wow, a newcomer," someone exclaimed. "It has been ages since we had a fresh face. I wonder what this newcomer's prowess is like." Another voice chimed in, "God of War? Elbu? Quite an imposing nickname, but I'm curious about his true capabilities." Lu Zichio's opponent was a rather unsavory-looking short man, nicknamed Eel, known for his slippery nature and his ability to produce a slick, lubricating slime. Eel, noticing Lu Zichio's nervous demeanor, taunted, "You're a newcomer, huh? Just give up. The prize money in this arena isn't easily won." Upon finishing his statement, he did not afford Lu Zichio any opportunity to respond. swiftly charging towards him while continuously scattering a viscous substance onto the arena. As he approached Lu Ziqiao, he executed a whip kick aimed directly at Lu Ziqiao's neck. Clearly, this slippery opponent had no intention of allowing Lu Ziqiao to concede. The audience watched in exhilaration, eager to see how Lu Ziqiao would react. The arena was coated in the slippery substance. Even if one managed to evade, they would inevitably become entangled in it. Once ensnared, they would undoubtedly prove to be even less of a match for the slippery foe, promising a captivating spectacle ahead. However, the scene the audience had envisioned did not materialize. Just as the slippery opponent's kick was about to connect with Lu Ziqiao, he countered with a swift kick to the slippery opponent's face, rendering him unconscious. The crowd fell into a stunned silence, utterly unprepared for the abrupt conclusion of the battle. Despite Lu Ziqiao's limited real-world combat experience, he had endured relentless torment in Li Ming's virtual fighting game. The flaws in the slippery opponent's attacks were glaringly apparent, allowing Lu Ziqiao to dispatch him with ease. The silence was short-lived as the arena erupted into an uproar. Wow, this ghostly figure, Lu Bu, possesses remarkable skill. The slippery opponent's prowess was not insignificant this time. He had evidently underestimated his rival. How could he lose? I wagered 10,000. You useless slippery fool, you're even more pathetic than Baron Blast. The referee, regaining his composure, boomed. The victor is the ghostly figure, Lu Bu. Following his victory, Lu Ziqiao continued to challenge. The second match featured Baron Blast, the very opponent Lu Ziqiao had observed in the previous battle. On the arena, Baron Blast cautiously regarded Lu Ziqiao. He was certainly not the same foolish slippery opponent who had just lost. Anyone capable of entering the arena must possess some level of skill. Baron Blast maintained his distance from Lu Ziqiao, having witnessed the latter's formidable close-range capabilities in the previous match. Thus, he opted to keep his distance, relentlessly assaulting Lu Ziqiao with fireballs. Fireball barrage. Great fireball technique. Lu Ziqiao, observing the incoming fireballs, remained unfazed, leisurely evading the attacks. How is this possible? Baron Blast exclaimed in disbelief, utterly astonished that his opponent could so effortlessly evade his onslaught. Shave. Lu Ziqiao swiftly approached the explosive Baron, unleashing a series of rapid punches that incessantly struck the Baron. In an instant, the explosive Baron was defeated. The audience was left in a state of shock previously. The Mudfish had underestimated his opponent's strength and had become complacent, but the explosive Baron, despite being prepared, was still vanquished in a heartbeat. Moreover, Lu Ziqiao's speed was astonishing, rendering the spectators unable to comprehend how he had moved so swiftly. Those seated above watched with astonishment, equally impressed by Lu Ziqiao's remarkable swiftness. Lu Ziqiao declared loudly, "Next." Two more opponents met the same fate as the explosive Baron, being swiftly defeated by Lu Ziqiao. The fifth contender was the Blood Rose. Lu Ziqiao, gazing at the alluring Blood Rose, smiled and remarked, "Why not concede? You are no match for me, and I have no desire to harm a woman." Upon hearing this, the Blood Rose glared at Lu Ziqiao with fury, gritting her teeth and retorting, "What, do you look down upon us women?" Lu Ziqiao, flustered, quickly replied, "No, no, no. You misunderstand me. That was not my intention." Ignoring his protests, the Blood Rose unleashed her thorns, charging towards Lu Ziqiao. He swiftly evaded the incoming thorns, aware that unlike the robust wild bull, he could not withstand such attacks with his delicate physique. As he continued to dodge the Blood Rose's thorns, he urged, "You should give up. You cannot touch me." This only fueled the Blood Rose's anger further, as she shouted, "Dance of Thorns." Instantly, her thorns enveloped the entire arena. Lu Ziqiao, observing the thorns that filled the stage, leaped into the air. The Blood Rose, watching him rise, burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! Let us see how you evade now. You cannot escape in the air." With a grin, Lu Ziqiao responded, "You might be disappointed." Moonwalk. He soared into the air, seemingly walking on nothing. The Blood Rose was momentarily stunned, realizing that this extraordinary Lu Ziqiao could indeed fly. Is he employing the Navy's 6 styles, particularly the moonwalk? She pondered. It seemed plausible. The earlier display of speed must have been the 6 styles shave. Upon overhearing the audience's remarks, the Blood Rose discerned Lu Ziqiao's abilities. She challenged him, "You've got guts. Stay up there and don't come down." Recognizing that evasion was no longer an option, Lu Ziqiao looked down at the Blood Rose and resolved to engage. "In that case, I must offend you," he declared as he prepared to unleash his technique. Gale Step, Chaos. As Lu Ziqiao lifted his foot in midair, he unleashed a tempestuous kick towards the arena. A floral assault, composed entirely of azure sword energy, descended upon the stage, shattering the thorny vines that adorned it. The Blood Rose stared in disbelief at the fragments of her once formidable defenses. In that moment of astonishment, El Zichio had already positioned himself behind her, declaring, "You have been defeated." Startled, the Blood Rose turned around to find El Zichio standing just behind her. The realization dawned upon her that she had indeed lost. Had this been a battle to the death, she would have met her demise. With a heavy heart, she admitted, "I concede. The victor is the demon god El Bu." Next up, the Wild Bull. Anticipation filled the air. The newly arrived demon god El Bu was expected to possess strength comparable to that of the Wild Bull, promising an intense clash. Soon, a refreshed El Zichio stood upon the arena once more, facing the Wild Bull, who had previously dispatched the Blood Rose with ease. The Wild Bull regarded El Zichio with surprise. "I did not anticipate your strength to be so formidable. You haven't unleashed your full power in the earlier matches. Have you?" El Zichio chuckled in response, "Of course. But I wonder if you can compel me to reveal my true potential." The Wild Bull, amused by his words, laughed heartily. "Interesting. Let us engage in battle." With that, he charged at El Zichio, fully aware that his opponent's prowess warranted his utmost effort. El Zichio stood his ground as the Wild Bull approached, preparing to clash. The Wild Bull threw a punch, and El Zichio countered with one of his own. Their fists collided, but while the Wild Bull remained steadfast, El Zichio was forced back several steps, signifying a clear disparity in strength. Observing El Zichio's retreat, the Wild Bull taunted, "Unleash your full strength, otherwise you stand no chance against me." Taking this to heart, El Zichio summoned his martial soul, the demon god El Bu. With the manifestation of his martial spirit, El Zichio donned a purple-golden crown, a resplendent robe, and ornate armor, wielding a formidable halberd. The Wild Bull, intrigued by El Zichio's transformation, eagerly surged forward. Once more, they exchanged blows, and this time, their strengths were evenly matched. The Wild Bull erupted in laughter. "It has been ages since I encountered someone whose power rivals my own. This battle shall be exhilarating." The great Wild Bull fervently attacked Lu Zichio, who found himself invigorated by the bull's enthusiasm. Sheathing his Fong Tianhua halberd, he engaged in a spirited exchange of blows. The two opponents struck each other with powerful punches. A truly exhilarating spectacle that left the audience electrified, observing that neither side could gain the upper hand. Lu Zichio felt a surge of energy as two violet thousand-year soul rings manifested around him. He promptly activated his first soul skill, Battle Spirit. With the invocation of Battle Spirit, Lu Zichio's strength began to escalate. Upon noticing the soul rings encircling Lu Zichio, the Wild Bull was overtaken by a foreboding sense of dread. As time progressed, it became evident that Lu Zichio's power was gradually surpassing that of the Wild Bull. The Wild Bull chuckled, "Ha ha ha. Indeed, you possess abilities yet to be unveiled. Is this truly the extent of your power?" Lu Zichio replied with a smile, "You need not concern yourself with that. I sense you have yet to unleash your full potential. Am I not correct? There is a greater force residing within you." After exchanging a punch with Lu Zichio, the Wild Bull swiftly retreated, exclaiming, "Indeed. Ah." With a resounding cry, the Wild Bull's form began to swell. And in a brief moment, he transformed into a magnificent beast. Once the transformation was complete, he declared, "This is my ultimate strength." Chapter 66, Second Soul Skill, Unmatched. Lu Zichio gazed at the fully transformed Wild Bull and urged, "Come, bring it on." The great Wild Bull charged toward Lu Zichio, who stepped forward to engage in a contest of strength. However, Lu Zichio quickly found himself at a disadvantage. It was evident that the Wild Bull had experienced a significant surge in power after its transformation, making even the first soul skill of Lu Zichio insufficient to contend with it. At that moment, Lu Zichio had already attained level 30, merely a soul ring away from further enhancement. Yet, he sought a Millennium level 3rd soul ring and hesitated to acquire it, feeling that he still lacked a certain refinement. Consequently, the enhancement of his first soul skill had reached 140, yet he remained outmatched in raw power by the transformed Wild Bull. As Lu Zichio continued to engage the Wild Bull, he sensed its extraordinary prowess. Despite his extensive experience from countless virtual battles with Ming, he found himself struggling against the Wild Bull's attacks, which showcased a remarkable depth of combat experience. Although Lu Zichio had mastered the 6 styles, the disparity in stamina and endurance between him and the Wild Bull was glaringly apparent. Initially, Lu Zichio attempted to trade blows, but after a few exchanges, it became clear he was no match for the Wild Bull, which rendered his attempts to inflict meaningful damage futile. Presently, Lu Zichio was able to land 4 or 5 punches on the Wild Bull, while the Wild Bull's single strike left him reeling. At this juncture, Lu Ziqiu could only rely on the advantages of the six styles to maneuver strategically. Even his Gale Kick failed to deliver any tangible harm. Moreover, his previous encounter with the Blood Rose had already exposed his tactics. The Wild Bull had grown wary. Whenever Lu Ziqiu attempted the Gale Kick, the Wild Bull deftly evaded. Before long, Lu Ziqiu found his stamina waning. Observing Lu Ziqiu panting heavily, the Wild Bull remarked, "If you lack additional techniques, you are not my opponent. However, I suspect you have more up your sleeve. I noticed that when you employed your power-enhancing technique earlier, only the first ring on your body illuminated, while the second remained dark. This indicates you possess further abilities, am I correct?" Lu Ziqiu was taken aback by the Wild Bull's keen observation, feeling a slight surprise. After steadying his breath, he smiled and replied, "I did not anticipate your attention to detail." The Wild Bull chuckled in response, "Haha, I was a soldier before, so my powers of observation are quite refined." It then dawned on Lu Ziqiu why the Wild Bull exhibited such exceptional combat skills. He was no ordinary soldier, but rather a master of martial prowess. Lu Ziqiu explained, "This is my first time engaging in such an exhilarating battle with another. I wish to gauge my capabilities without resorting to my ultimate techniques, which is why I refrained from using my second soul skill." The massive Wild Bull gazed at Lu Ziqiu with astonishment, realizing their strengths were nearly matched. It was inconceivable that this man, engaging in his first genuine combat, could possess such formidable prowess. Truly remarkable. Were it not for the demon fruit's power granting him robust physique and regenerative abilities, he would have succumbed long ago. Unbeknownst to the bull, Lu Ziqiu endured daily torment in Li Ming's virtual battleground, his skills honed through relentless adversity. Lu Ziqiu declared, "Since that's the case, I shall unleash my full strength. Brace yourself." Second soul skill, Peerless's second soul ring, an 8,000-year-old artifact. Activated the ability Peerless, entering a frenzied state where all attributes surged by 500 for 10 minutes. Upon expiration, weakness ensued, reducing all attributes by 20 for 20 minutes, with a cooldown of equal duration. The moment Lu Ziqiu invoked this skill, his power quintupled. Sensing the shift in aura, the Wild Bull tensed with vigilance. A smirk played upon Lu Ziqiu's lips. The bull's instincts screamed danger, just as his opponent vanished from sight. In the next heartbeat, Lu Ziqiu materialized before him, delivering a devastating blow to the chest before the bull could react. The impact sent the massive figure hurtling backward, blood spraying midair before he crashed to the ground. Gasping, the bull clutched his ribs and staggered upright, disbelief flooding his mind. He had anticipated Lu Ziqiu's enhancement, but not this overwhelming magnitude. A single strike had rendered him defenseless. "I concede," the bull rasped. "Never imagined your true strength to be this terrifying." Lu Ziqiu waved dismissively. "You're formidable in your own right. My circumstances are unique. Otherwise, I wouldn't even qualify for this arena." Bewilderment creased the bull's features, though he managed. "Though I don't fully grasp your meaning, congratulations nonetheless." "Gratitude?" Lu Ziqiu replied with a gracious smile. The subsequent events unfolded with relative simplicity as Lu Ziqiu effortlessly triumphed in the ensuing battles, securing a lucrative prize of 50 million. Upon receiving the winnings, Lu Ziqiu was elated. With this newfound wealth, he not only envisioned indulging in canned delicacies at Li Ming's establishment, but also contemplated charming potential romantic interests. He had already formulated plans to shop for a luxury vehicle and acquire a wardrobe replete with designer apparel. At 2:30, the underground arena honored Lu Ziqiu with a medal commemorating his 10 consecutive victories, granting him access to the elevated viewing area henceforth. After receiving the accolade, he departed the underground venue and ascended to the surface, where he found Guanggu and Yu, who were leisurely enjoying music on the sofa. Seeing them, Lu Ziqiu hurried over to share the exhilarating news of his 50 million fortune. Guanggu and Yu, upon hearing this, felt a surge of ambition to pursue their own fortune, though their enthusiasm waned slightly when they learned that such opportunities only arose once a month. Nevertheless, they reassured themselves that waiting a month was a trivial matter, as future chances would undoubtedly present themselves. Subsequently, Lu Ziqiu reclined alongside Guanggu and Yu, basking in the melodious tunes. Meanwhile, Hu Yifei and Chun Meijia were still ensnared on the highway, contemplating their friends and dialing their numbers. Unfortunately, the ambience on the other end was steeped in delightful music, rendering Hu Yifei's words inaudible. As Chun Meijia and Hu Yifei listened to the enchanting melodies emanating from their phones, they too gradually succumbed to the blissful atmosphere. Moments later, the call was abruptly terminated, jolting the two back to reality. Hu Yifei shook her head in frustration, remarking, These two are utterly unreliable. Give El Ziqiao a call instead. Qin Meijiao nodded in agreement and proceeded to contact El Ziqiao, only to be met once again with the same melodic strains. Realizing that El Ziqiao was in the company of Guanggu and Yu Yu, she hastily ended the call. Chapter 67. Zhang Bo's decision with their last glimmer of hope extinguished. Hu Yifei expressed her despair. What shall we do? We are trapped here. She glanced at Li Ming, suggesting, perhaps we should awaken Li Ming. He surely possesses a solution. Qin Meijiao countered, we have but one final gambit. Assuming Qin Meijiao was in agreement, Hu Yifei turned to rouse Li Ming. However, before she could utter a word, Qin Meijiao pressed the car's button, declaring, whoever the little rooster points to, I shall choose. Upon completing her statement, she activated the designated button. And a familiar melody resonated from the radio. Qin Meijiao joyfully exclaimed to Hu Yifei, I told you I could do it. Welcome to your moon, my heart. A good man is none other than me. I am Xing Shaoxian. Qin Meijiao pondered aloud. Huh? Why does this voice sound so familiar? Hu Yifei shot a glance at Qin Meijiao and remarked, it's Xing Shaoxian. How could you not recognize him? Let us now proceed to today's audience call segment. If you have any concerns, feel free to call in. As soon as Xing Shaoxian finished speaking, he received a call. With a smile, he answered, hello, good day. Hu Yifei joyfully exclaimed, Xing Shaoxian, fortune favors the bold. It's fortunate to have you here. Upon hearing the voice on the other end, Zhang Shaoxian was momentarily taken aback, thinking, isn't this Hu Yifei? What brings her to call? He anxiously replied, what is going on? Meanwhile, on the other end, Zhang Zhanbo, having pawned his engagement ring, returned to the apartment with Lin Wanyu. After a detailed discussion, he resolved to propose immediately but realized the ring was still with the restaurant owner. He hurriedly sought out the owner, only to encounter his mother, Yuan Chuanli. After conversing with her, he once again headed to the restaurant to retrieve his ring, only to find it had already closed for the night. Meanwhile, Hu Yifei and her companions, with the assistance of Teacher Zhang, had filled up on gasoline and rushed to the restaurant, while Teacher Zhang found himself stranded on the road. Hu Yifei and Qin Meijiao, dragging the still groggy Li Ming, approached Zhang Zhanbo, breathless as they exclaimed, Zhanbo, we finally made it. You have no idea what we endured on the way. Qin Meijiao leaned against the wall, puzzled, and asked, Zhanbo, where is Wanyu? Why are you here alone? She then took a seat beside him. Hu Yifei suddenly recalled something and inquired, you didn't leave Wanyu inside, did you? Meanwhile, Li Ming leaned against the wall, continuing to doze. Zhang Zhanbo replied in a calm tone, no, Wanyu has already gone home. I left something important behind. Hu Yifei, exasperated, said, oh, if only you had called me sooner, I wouldn't have come. Qin Meijiao, noticing Zhang Zhanbo's troubled expression, seemed to piece things together and asked, you didn't leave it behind, did you? Zhang Zhanbo gave a faint smile, tinged with bitterness, and replied, indeed, it's my engagement ring. What? Hu Yifei exclaimed, her eyes widening. So where is the ring now? Zhang Zhanbo looked at Hu Yifei and responded, I rushed over as quickly as I could, but still arrived too late. Unbelievable. Hu Yifei exclaimed in anger, how could that wretched owner do this? Why must he hold on to the ring? Zhang Zhanbo, with a wry smile, replied, I can only blame myself. If I had been more resolute, I wouldn't have used the ring as a means to leave. I should have waited here with Wanyu for your arrival. Perhaps Wanyu's decision was the right one. Qin Meijiao, in disbelief, tested Lu Zhanbo's forehead temperature with the back of her hand and anxiously inquired, Zhanbo, what are you saying? What do you mean by right and wrong? If I am still here in 3 years, if we are still together after 3 years. Lu Zhanbo chuckled self-deprecatingly and replied, this is merely an excuse. I had promised before, and I should not go back on my word. Allowing Wanyu to live freely should be my choice. Qin Meijiao turned to Lu Zhanbo and asked, what does Wanyu wish to do? Lu Zhanbo gazed ahead, as if seeing something, and stated, you all should know that Wanyu escaped to us because she did not want to go on blind dates with others. Hu Yifei remarked, indeed. Wanyu is the bravest girl I have ever encountered. Such girls are rare. Lu Zhanbo softly said, but what if Wanyu wants to leave us? Hu Yifei and Qin Meijiao were taken aback by Lu Zhanbo's words. Even Li Ming awakened from his stupor, incredulously looking at Lu Zhanbo and asking, what did you say? Wanyu wants to leave? Why? Lu Zhanbo shrugged and replied, in truth, Wanyu has never changed. She has always been that strong-willed girl. And it is precisely for this reason that I fell deeply in love with her. As he spoke, Lu Zhanbo stood up and walked aside, saying, I cannot impose my thoughts upon Wanyu. She should be free to be herself, and that should be our choice. Hu Yifei, with concern, looked at her brother and asked, What do you truly think? Lu Zhanbo turned back with a smile and said, I have decided to respect Wan Yu's decision and let her be herself. Do not act impulsively. Zhanbo. Hui Fei attempted to say more, but Lu Zhanbo interrupted, Sister, I've made my decision. May I please decide for myself this time? Faced with her brother's earnest plea, Hui Fei refrained from saying more and quickly took Lu Zhanbo back to the apartment. Lu Zhanbo hurriedly entered room 3601 to find Lin Wanyu, calling out to her in the study, Wanyu, Wanyu. Before he could finish, he saw Lin Wanyu waiting for him. Lin Wanyu turned and asked, Did you successfully retrieve the ring? Lu Zhanbo shook his head and said no. The boss had already left by the time I arrived. However, I have a question I wish to clarify. Lin Wanyu took a few steps forward and turned back, saying, Are you wondering if my promise still stands? Lu Zhanbo shook his head again, replying, No, I want to ask, if you truly decide to study abroad, I will not stand in your way. Lin Wanyu turned to Lu Zhanbo and said, Actually, just a moment ago, I received a call. It was for an interview in Milan. I had missed it previously due to the time difference, but I received it this time. Lu Zhanbo paused for a moment and asked, So, did you pass? I did, she replied. Lin Wanyu, in a state of confusion, remarked, I had promised you before. But now that this situation has arisen, I find myself somewhat lost. Lu Zhanbo chuckled and replied, Wanyu, this is a positive turn of events. You ought to feel joyful. She pondered, I am somewhat at a loss. Should I weep? Lin Wanyu smiled and queried, Or perhaps I should rejoice. Lu Zhanbo gazed into her eyes and stated, You were smiling. Am I? She asked, to which Lu Zhanbo gently nodded, breaking into a smile himself. Perplexed, Lin Wanyu inquired, But Zhanbo, why are you also smiling? Lu Zhanbo, with a sense of relief, responded, Since everything has now solidified into fate, our decisions no longer diverge. I wholeheartedly support your pursuit of studies in Milan. Will that not bring you joy? Meanwhile, at the door, Hui Fei, Qin Meijia, and Li Ming were eavesdropping intently. Li Ming exclaimed in astonishment, Is Wanyu truly leaving? Hui Fei swiftly covered Li Ming's mouth with her hand, placing a finger over her lips and shushing him, Lower your voice. Do you wish for Zhanbo and Wanyu to overhear? Li Ming, with his mouth covered, rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, Your words are even louder than mine. Meanwhile, in the room, Lu Zhanbo resolutely declared, Wanyu, I have decided to accompany you to Milan to help you realize your self-worth. Chapter 68, The Monster. The arrival of the chrysanthemum beast Lu Zhanbo desired to travel to Milan with Lin Wanyu. However, Lin Wanyu preferred to embark on the journey alone. Thus, what was once a joyous celebration transformed into a farewell banquet. Nevertheless, Hui Fei remained determined to win back Lin Wanyu's affection. Lu Zhanbo was still in the throes of preparation for their Milan trip, attempting to make Italian bolognese pasta, though it turned out inedible. It's scalding hot, he exclaimed, as he suddenly rushed in with 2 plates of pasta, placing them on the table while pinching his earlobes. Li Ming and his 3 companions, alongside Hui Fei, gazed at the plate of Italian bolognese pasta presented by Lu Zhanbo. Lu Ziqiao exclaimed in astonishment, What is this? Could it be our farewell meal? But why is it pasta? Lu Zhanbo pointed at the dish and replied, This is not a farewell meal. It is the Italian bolognese pasta I specifically prepared for my trip to Milan. Guanggu questioned with curiosity, What does Italian bolognese pasta have to do with going to Milan? Lu Zhanbo responded with pride, Milan is filled with this dish. Rather than spending money dining out, I might as well make it myself and save some cash. However, Guanggu could not shake the feeling that this looked like something else entirely, though the name eluded him. Lu Ziqiao then pointed at the pasta and shouted in a local dialect, I know. This is Sichuan fried sauce noodles. Li Ming gazed speechlessly at L Ziqiao, while Teacher Zhang, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, picked up a fork and took a hearty bite of the dish before him. Li Ming gazed in astonishment at Teacher Zhang, who surprisingly managed to consume the dish. He felt a profound admiration within. As expected, Teacher Zhang's cheek twitched. Her eyes rolled back, and she fainted, her face landing squarely in the bowl of noodles. Lu Zhanbo, witnessing Teacher Zhang collapse after her meal, chuckled and inquired, Teacher Zhang, how do you feel? Was it delicious? Liu Ziqiao, expressing his admiration, remarked, Indeed, Zhanbo, this clearly demonstrates your remarkable talent. Lu Zhanbo, beaming with joy, responded, Really? He then picked up another plate of meat sauce noodles and took a delighted bite. Ugh, is this truly fit for human consumption? A bizarre flavor surged into Lu Zhanbo's mouth, prompting him to immediately expel the meat sauce noodles. Guanggu pointed in horror at Teacher Zhang and exclaimed, Look at Teacher Zhang. We thought you knew better. Lu Zhanbua, feeling defeated, sighed. Perhaps I truly lack the culinary gift. Maybe I should just give up. Hui Fei turned to Lu Zhanbua and said, Zhanbua, this bowl of noodles clearly indicates that you are not prepared for Milan. Lu Zhanbua pondered for a moment and nodded. Yes, I indeed am not ready. Much like the language of Milan, I have yet to learn it and wonder if time will suffice. Guanggu chimed in immediately. How could you possibly learn in such a short time? Lu Zhanbua lamented, but next month, Wan Yu, and I must go to Milan. And I have submitted numerous resumes there. I cannot comprehend a single word of their replies. Hui Fei frowned and asked, Zhanbua, am I wrong in saying this? Do you know much about Italy? Lu Zhanbua contemplated for a moment before smiling and replied, Well, I do know the Italian football stars. Hui Fei pressed further. Is that all? Nothing more? Lu Zhanbua hesitated and then added, Also, I know how to make Italian meat sauce noodles. Hui Fei, exasperated, responded, Oh my goodness, Zhanbua. Do you only know about meat sauce noodles and football? Italy is a country, not just a neighborhood. Your knowledge is alarmingly scant. Your sister is not mistaken. Liu Ziqiao then pointed at the noodles on the table, saying, There is not just Italian meat sauce noodles. There are also Sichuan dandan noodles. Hui Fei playfully smacked the mischievous Liu Ziqiao, then turned to Lu Zhanbua, saying, Zhanbua, I understand you wish to accompany Wan Yu to Italy. But doesn't your current situation resemble running around in the nude? Lu Zhanbua reflected for a moment before suddenly asking, Sister, it's not as serious as you say. Isn't it quite splendid that I make Italian dandan noodles? Li Ming chuckled and remarked, Oh, this is quite intriguing. Perhaps you could even establish your own brand abroad. Lu Zhanbua, brimming with excitement, inquired, Really? How would one go about doing that? Hui Fei, observing Lu Zhanbua's earnestness, tapped her forehead in exasperation. After casting an exasperated glance at Li Ming, she resignedly stated, Let us put this matter on hold for now. I will consult Wan Yu to gauge her thoughts. With that, Hui Fei gestured towards Li Ming and the others, then pointed at Lu Zhanbua and herself. Noticing their confusion, she summoned the dragon elephant apparition and made a throat-cutting gesture before departing. Lu Zhanbua understood his sister's sign language well and turned to Li Ming and the others, saying, I grasp what my sister means. She wants you to persuade me, right? Li Ming and the other two nodded in unison. Lu Zhanbua crossed his arms over his chest and inquired, What are your thoughts on this matter? Li Ming and the others simultaneously shook their heads. I understand, said Lu Zhanbua, preparing to leave. Zhanbua, don't go just yet. I have something to discuss, Liu Ziqiu quickly called out. Rising to his feet and wrapping his arms around Lu Zhanbua. We never said we wouldn't help you. In fact, I happen to know a gentleman who just returned from Italy and sells suits. Lu Zhanbua, disinterested, replied, I'm not interested in buying a suit, so please don't bother me. Liu Ziqiu, still embracing Lu Zhanbua, continued, Oh, wait, I haven't finished. This suit seller speaks Italian. Perhaps he could teach you. It might even resolve your work-related issues. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhanbua perked up, excitedly exclaiming, Really? That would be wonderful. Let's go right now. At that moment, Zheng Xiaoxian stirred awake and said, Hey, there's a Kung Fu Panda film from Li Ming's company on Guanggu's computer. Let's watch it before we leave. It's just a little longer. With that, Zheng Xiaoxian took another bite of noodles, only to twitch and collapse face first into the bowl once more. Li Ming, Guanggu, Lu Ziqiao, and Lu Zhanbua exchanged silent glances, momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, Li Ming remarked, I shall not be joining. I must attend to matters at the shop. You all may proceed. Lu Zhanbua nodded in agreement and responded, Very well, Li Ming. You tend to the shop while Ziqiao, Guanggu, teacher Xing, and I shall go. Li Ming entered the jar shop and, seated on the sofa, mindlessly scrolled through Douyin. Suddenly, a piece of news flashed on his phone, revealing that a monstrous creature had emerged from the sea in the United States. This colossal beast, towering at a staggering height of 50 to 60 meters, instigated widespread panic among the American populace. Conventional firearms proved utterly ineffective against the creature, as the United States found itself at a loss for solutions. There were discussions to activate nuclear weapons. However, just as the decision to deploy such devastating force was about to be made, the creature retreated back into the depths of the ocean, leaving its whereabouts unknown. Li Ming gazed at the monstrous visage displayed in the video and remarked, Isn't that the kaiju from Pacific Rim? Its appearance here suggests that a spatial rift leading to the lair of the kaiju has manifested at the bottom of the Pacific. However, this world lacks the technological prowess to construct mechs. I wonder how the United States will respond during the next invasion of the kaiju. They will likely resort to nuclear weapons. Nevertheless, it hardly concerns me. Chapter 69. Nuclear Bomb. The kaiju lands in the Dragon Kingdom in recent days. Due to the influence of Liu Zhanbua and Lin Wanyu, Guanggu and the others accompanied Li Ming to a tailor shop to have suits custom made. Meanwhile, Chen Meijia and Tang Yuyu joined Lin Wanyu in trying on wedding dresses at a bridal boutique. Unsurprisingly, Chen Meijia once again managed to damage a wedding gown. However, this time, it was not necessary for Tang Yuyu to max out her credit card to assist Chen Meijia with the cost, as Chen Meijia had sufficient funds to cover the expense herself. Nevertheless, she would be unable to indulge in any luxuries for the remainder of the month. If all goes as planned, Lin Wanyu is set to depart tomorrow. Li Ming sat in his shop, observing the recent news from the United States. Although the kaiju had not made another appearance to devastate American cities in recent days, the government had nonetheless deployed a significant number of personnel along the coastline to monitor the creature's movements. Reports indicated that sightings of the kaiju had been detected deep within the Pacific Ocean, prompting plans for a nuclear strike. The American government promptly initiated a global broadcast to inform the world. Li Ming clicked on the link to the live stream. On the screen, he beheld an American nuclear submarine descending into the depths. In the abyss, he could vaguely make out the silhouette of the kaiju, and beneath the creature, there was a spatial rift. Li Ming realized at a glance that this was the lair of the kaiju from Pacific Rim. Reporting, Commander, the nuclear submarine is in position, and the warhead is ready for launch at any moment. The submarine captain relayed the current status to the U.S. government via radio. Upon hearing this, the U.S. officials immediately issued the command. Authorization granted. Fire. Affirmative. The captain acknowledged without hesitation, swiftly activating the launch sequence and pressing the detonation button. Beneath the submarine, the bay doors slid open, releasing a nuclear missile that surged forth with lethal precision, streaking directly toward the kaiju's location. Li Ming gazed at the launched nuclear missile, shaking his head in disbelief. Although the kaiju could be annihilated by a nuclear strike, its blood was severely contaminated, compounded by nuclear fallout. Thus, the inhabitants of the Pacific Rim could only rely on mechs to eliminate the kaiju, minimizing the spread of pollution. However, with the resurgence of spiritual energy and the invasion from myriad realms, deploying nuclear weapons against the kaiju in the Pacific was not as catastrophic, as the level of contamination would not reach the dire levels seen around the Pacific Rim. As anticipated by Li Ming, the kaiju proved utterly incapable of resisting the nuclear onslaught, disintegrating into nothingness in an instant. A deluge of blue blood permeated the ocean's waters. Witnessing the demise of the kaiju, the crew within the nuclear submarine erupted in jubilant cheers, while the American government echoed their excitement with exclamations of triumph. Yes, good. Incredible! It seems this monster was not as formidable as we thought. One nuclear missile did the trick. Yet, amidst the celebration, concerns lingered. Although we managed to resolve this situation with a nuclear strike, what if more monsters arrive in the future? If we resort to nuclear weapons each time, we may end up obliterating ourselves rather than the monsters. Indeed, the use of nuclear arms must not be taken lightly. As the blaze of explosion faded, it became evident that the detonation had torn open a spatial rift where the kaiju had emerged. Several more kaiju surged forth from the fissure, causing a tumultuous uproar in the live broadcast. They had never anticipated that the use of nuclear weapons would inadvertently open this rift, releasing an even greater horde of monsters. The astonishment in the live stream rapidly morphed into outrage. Damn it, America! Are you even human? Why deploy a nuclear weapon in the ocean, essentially unlocking the monster's lair? It's over for America. Prepare for doom. Indeed, if each kaiju's defeat necessitated a nuclear missile, they would bring about their own destruction without the monster's intervention. Let us hope the kaiju remain within American borders and do not wander elsewhere. Wait, brothers. There are two kaiju that are not heading toward America, but rather in a different direction. It's true. I wonder which country will encounter these monsters. Look. The direction those two kaiju are heading seems to align with our dragon nation. You know, I must admit, it does resemble our direction. Don't panic. They might head to Sakura country first. Despite this assurance, it was prudent not to speculate on the monster's intentions. Proactive measures were always wise. Quickly inform the authorities to investigate the trajectory of these two kaiju. Yes, Dragon Nation officials, act swiftly to conduct an assessment. The personnel of the Anomalous Investigation Bureau received intelligence and dispatched numerous individuals, along with fighter jets and submarines, to monitor the seas, ensuring that these two monstrous beings do not set foot on the Dragon Kingdom. As anticipated, the trajectory of the two behemoths pointed towards the Dragon Kingdom. According to expert calculations, these creatures were expected to land on the shores of the Dragon Kingdom tonight. Consequently, the nation entered a state of preparedness. A substantial number of empowered individuals were summoned to the predicted landing site, poised to eliminate the monsters upon their arrival. As the clock struck 10:30 in the evening, the moment calculated by the experts for the monsters' arrival at the Dragon Kingdom's coastline had arrived. At that juncture, hundreds of empowered individuals stood vigilant along the shores of Magic City, equipped with an array of heavy artillery and aerial bombardments, all awaiting the monsters' emergence from the depths. While the Anomalous Investigation Bureau personnel awaited on the shore, they monitored the news from the Cherry Blossom Nation to ascertain whether the creatures had landed there. As the clock approached 11, news arrived from the Cherry Blossom Nation. One of the monsters had indeed made landfall. In that instant, a wave of relief washed over those waiting on the shore. However, they remained vigilant, aware that while one monster had landed in the Cherry Blossom Nation, the whereabouts of the second remained uncertain. Before long, information relayed from a submarine in the waters indicated that the other monster had come into view. Helicopters patrolling the skies also caught sight of the creature. It seemed that the monsters had split their forces, one heading towards the Cherry Blossom Nation and the other towards the Dragon Kingdom's Magic City. The empowered individuals stood ready, with tanks, rocket artillery, and fighter jets prepared to strike as soon as the monster set foot on land. As the submarine reported the creature's position, the lights along the shore illuminated the ocean's surface. A massive silhouette gradually emerged from the depths, revealing a colossal head, followed by its upper body, and finally, its entire form as the monster made landfall. In that fleeting moment of the monster's arrival, a barrage of attacks was unleashed upon the opening beast. The creature, enraged by the onslaught of artillery, charged forward, albeit the destructive power of the shells proved insufficient to inflict substantial damage. The commander on the shore shouted, "Prepare the armor-piercing shells, aim for the monster's head." The armor-piercing shell aimed at the head of the beast from a distance and struck true, piercing through the creature's skull. The creature, known as the opening chrysanthemum beast, collapsed instantly. However, it was not long before it regained its footing, still brimming with vitality, indicating that the damage inflicted by the armor-piercing shell was limited and insufficient to slay the beast. Chapter 70. Another opening chrysanthemum beast emerges. Another opening chrysanthemum beast had landed on the shores of the Cherry Blossom Nation, wreaking havoc upon numerous structures. The number of capable individuals in the Cherry Blossom Nation was scant, with only a handful of known abilities, no more than a dozen, even when accounting for those in hiding. The total would not exceed 30. The nation's efforts to deploy heavy weaponry against the opening chrysanthemum beast were akin to those in the Dragon Nation, resulting in little significant damage to the creature. This particular opening chrysanthemum beast was larger and taller than its counterpart in the Dragon Nation, sporting a scythe-shaped head. This creature, known as the Scythe Head, withstood the assaults from the Cherry Blossom Nation, laying waste to a portion of its cities. It seemed to sense something, turning its back on the Cherry Blossom Nation and departing without a glance. At this juncture, the Cherry Blossom Nation contemplated the use of nuclear weapons, albeit as a last resort. They possessed other more lethal armaments yet to be employed. However, upon witnessing the Scythe Head's departure, they decided against using such drastic measures and instead dispatched submarines and helicopters to track its course. Upon discovering that it was heading towards the Dragon Nation, the Prime Minister of the Cherry Blossom Nation refrained from immediately informing the Dragon Nation, leaving them unaware of the approaching threat. The creature was indeed heading towards the magical city, albeit to a different coastal area. Meanwhile, the Dragon Nation was engaged in thwarting the Demon Witch, transitioning from tank assaults to a focus on capable individuals. A group of 4 or 5 wielders of Zoan-type devil fruits was tasked with obstructing the Demon Witch and absorbing damage. It must be noted that the emergence of devil fruits was quite abundant, particularly the Zoan and Paramecia types. As for the Logia type, aside from the ice fruit discovered in Li Ming's shop, only Bai Qingru was known to wield it. Leading the charge was an individual who had consumed the dragon fruit, transforming into a Triceratops form. Though still somewhat diminutive in the presence of the Demon Witch, he was ample enough to impede her progress, supported by several others with Zoan abilities. Under the persistent harassment from these Zoan users, the Demon Witch was momentarily restrained. Other capable individuals continued to unleash their powers from a distance against her. Assassin-type wielders targeted the limbs of the Demon Witch, diminishing her mobility. Bai Qingru took the lead in the offensive, with his teammate Wang Xuan providing lateral support. Bai Qingru wielded the ice wheel and sported a pair of ice wings, soaring through the air and relentlessly casting ice spikes at the Demon Witch. On the ground, Team 2's Captain Yu Wenhong, and Team 3's Captain Qin Ziyuan gazed at by Qingru with envy. Both had visited Li Ming's shop. Yet their acquisitions had been far from satisfactory, especially for Qin Ziyuan, who longed for a flying ability but had yet to even procure a bamboo dragonfly. Were it not for his fortunate lineage, he would not even possess a simple burning fruit. Meanwhile, Captain Yu Wenhong, although he had not acquired anything particularly impressive, had nonetheless obtained enhancements in the form of ancient martial arts, which surpassed those from his household. With the addition of the Navy 6 styles, he could briefly hover in the air using the moonwalk technique. In contrast, Qin Ziyuan had not mastered the 6 styles to the same extent, relegating him to the ground. By Qingru instructed, Qin Ziyuan, you and I shall target her eyes, while Yu Wenhong seek an opportunity to strike at her other vital points. Yu Wenhong said, no problem. Qin Ziyuan, however, voiced his dissatisfaction. Why must Yu Wenhong target the vital points while I'm also assigned the main assault? Bai Qingru cast a sidelong glance at Qin Ziyuan, avoiding a direct response. Instead, she remarked, when you've mastered Moonstep, then we'll talk. With that, she launched her attack on the demon witch's eyes. Though still displeased, Qin Ziyuan followed suit, joining Bai Qingru in striking at the demon witch's eyes. Li Ming reclined on the lazy sofa on his balcony, and with a grand gesture of his hand, a screen materialized before him, displaying the scene of Bai Qingru and her companions engaged in battle. They were managing the situation quite well, although the blood of the demon witch poses an environmental threat. The fact that they could address such circumstances without resorting to nuclear weapons during their first encounter was commendable. Li Ming spoke in a calm tone. What demon witch? What is so remarkable? At some point, Hui Fei and a few others had positioned themselves behind him, their attention fixated on the screen before them. It's nothing. This creature is merely called the demon witch. Bai Qingru and her companions have coordinated rather well. Li Ming explained that there was no need for them to confront the demon witch, as the investigation bureau could handle it. And they were also assisting Lin Wanyu and Lu Zhanbo in finding a location for their wedding photos. They agreed with Li Ming's reasoning. Meanwhile, after enduring over half an hour of relentless assaults, the demon witch was in a pitiable state. Fortunately, among the ability users, there were some with restorative powers, which prevented the demon witch from charging into the city and kept it confined to the shore. However, after such a protracted onslaught, the commander stationed at the shore began to notice the environmental devastation wrought by the demon witch. Under continuous attack from both ability users and artillery, the creature's blue blood stained the shoreline. This blue blood possessed potent corrosive properties, capable of contaminating the atmosphere, soil, and water sources. Upon realizing this, the commander promptly reported to superiors. When the higher-ups learned of the situation, they were momentarily at a loss for solutions and could only instruct them to eliminate the monster as swiftly as possible. Thus, despite the efforts of the ability users, it took an additional half-hour to subdue the demon witch. Ultimately, it was Bai Qingru who delivered the fatal blow. After a prolonged moment of gathering strength, Bai Qingru harnessed the power of her ice wheel and the frozen fruit to forge a colossal sword measuring 40 meters in length, which she wielded to decapitate the demon witch. Following the defeat of the demon witch, all personnel donned gas masks to commence the cleanup of the battlefield. Once their task was completed, the ability users gradually departed. The following morning, at another shore, Zhang Jidu was vacationing with his family. Initially, access to the shore had been prohibited due to the presence of the monster. However, since the beast had been vanquished the previous night and posed no threat to this area, the restrictions were lifted. Half an hour prior, Zhang Jidu's family had arrived at this location, joined by several nearby residents seeking relaxation. Unbeknownst to them, the scythe-headed creature was soon to reach the shore. Zhang Jidu reclined on the sandy beach with the dragon-slaying sword he had acquired from Li Ming's shop beside him. For days, Zhang Jidu had yet to discover how to wield the sword, and he had seen no signs of success. He picked up the dragon-slaying sword and drew it against the sunlight. Observing the blade gleaming in the light, Zhang Jidu pondered, "What must I do to summon the dragon god?" At that moment, a sense of unease enveloped Zhang Jidu, as if an ominous threat lurked nearby. He rose to his feet and gazed out at the ocean. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him. A golden divine dragon appeared in his mind. However, before Zhang Jidu could comprehend this vision, a colossal scythe had emerged on the surface of the sea, visible to all on the shore. "Ah, a monster. It's a monster. Run." The crowd on the beach erupted into chaos, frantically fleeing away from the coastline. In no time, the scythe had surged ashore. The investigation bureau also received the alarming news and swiftly assembled personnel to head toward the coast. Chapter 71. The dragon god. Roar. At that instant, the scythe head let out a thunderous roar that reverberated across the sky, audible to every person standing by the shore. Fear gripped the crowd as they turned their terrified gazes toward the roaring monstrosity. Oh my, this creature is utterly terrifying, far larger than the one from last night. Indeed. I wonder when the investigators will arrive. Enough talk. We must flee for our lives. The speaker, upon hearing this, hurriedly resumed their flight. Jean Jidu's family was also hastily retreating from the shore, desperately seeking refuge from the scythe head's impending assault. Damn it, if only I could summon the dragon god. Jean Jidu muttered softly, clutching his dragon sword as he ran. The scythe head was evidently more formidable than the demon which encountered the night before. The demon which had been named after by Qingru consulted Li Ming, and the name was reiterated in the morning announcement, the demon witch. As Jean Jidu continued his escape, the scythe head marched ominously toward the city, the ground trembling beneath its weight, the sound echoing in his ears. Turning his head, Jean Jidu saw the scythe head's foot crashing down not far from him. A shadow loomed over him, casting an eclipse-like darkness as the massive body of the scythe head hovered above. Watching the scythe head pass over him, Jean Jidu breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that his life had been spared. His parents remained unharmed as well. Just as he contemplated stopping, he noticed a small child, around 4 or 5 years old, crying loudly beneath the ruins left by the scythe head, with no sign of their parents. Shaowen. No. Shaowen. Run. Shaowen. Not far from the children, a young couple was racing toward the child, crying out in desperation, urging the little one to flee from the impending danger. However, the child, gripped by fear, could only weep, even upon hearing the voices of the parents. Yet, the parents were still quite distant, and it became evident that the child was on the verge of being struck by the collapsing building. In a moment of unexpected bravery, Jean Jidu sprinted toward the child, despite the considerable distance separating them. As the debris loomed closer, Jean Jidu disregarded his own safety and lunged forward, embracing the child in a desperate attempt to shield him. Upon witnessing this selfless act, Jean Jidu's parents collapsed to the ground, crying out in horror, "Jean, no!" As Jean Jidu held the child, awaiting the inevitable collapse, a golden dragon flickered in his mind once more. This time, the dragon spoke, "Jean, you are." Just as Jean Jidu began to inquire, the building crumbled, burying both him and the child beneath the ruins. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, at that very instant, a radiant golden light enveloped Jean Jidu and the child, offering them protection. The parents of both children frantically clawed at the debris, desperate to rescue their offspring. Little did they know, Jean Jidu's spirit had transcended into a pitch-black realm. In bewilderment, Jean Jidu questioned, "Where is this place? Have I perished? Alas, I have yet to master the summoning of the dragon god. How could I be gone?" Just then, a golden light emerged. Shielding his eyes with his hand, Jean Jidu cautiously approached the source of the light. Before him appeared the golden dragon he had encountered twice before. With curiosity, Jean Jidu asked, "Who are you?" The golden dragon replied, "I am the dragon god, and it is a pleasure to meet you. You are now capable of summoning me. Let us fight side by side." "What?" Jean Jidu was still grappling with the situation. "Draw the long dragon sword to summon me." Jean. The moment the dragon god finished speaking, the long dragon sword materialized behind Jean Jidu. Understanding dawned upon him, and with a gentle smile, he drew the sword. Instantly, the dark realm was illuminated by golden radiance. Meanwhile, outside, the 4 frantic parents, still digging through the rubble, were suddenly engulfed by a brilliant light. Inexplicably, they retreated hastily from the area. As the golden light expanded, 2 figures emerged from the debris, one large and one small, Jean Jidu, and the child he had saved. At that moment, Jean Jidu donned the exclusive attire of the dragon warrior, the little savior. "Dad, Mom," Jean Jidu exclaimed joyfully to his parents. "Xiaoai, I'm so relieved to see you safe." The parents of the child rushed excitedly to the side of Jean Jidu, embracing their little one with heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you so much for saving our child," they expressed. "No need for thanks. It is my duty as a savior," Jean Jidu replied with a smile. His mother, observing the newly attired Jean Jidu, remarked, "Jidu, how have you changed so much?" "Mother, my dragon sword is now operational," Jidu joyfully declared. "Is that truly so? How wonderful. However, we must hasten our departure. This place is not safe." Jidu, undeterred by his mother's concerns, turned to gaze at the scythe head advancing toward the city. "Mother, I cannot leave just yet. I must stop this monster." His mother was taken aback, exclaiming, "What did you say? You intend to confront this creature?" Absolutely not. I cannot agree. Zhang Jidu, observing his mother's worried expression, reassured her with a smile. Do not worry, mother. I would never undertake an endeavor without certainty. Just watch as your son demonstrates his prowess. With that, Zhang Jidu drew the dragon sword from his back, raising it high above his head and shouting, Dragon God number. A beam of golden light emanated from the sword, soaring into the sky. The heavens darkened momentarily as a golden divine dragon emerged from the clouds, spiraling down along the path of the golden light. After soaring past Zhang Jidu, it ascended once more, turning back toward him. A red gemstone embedded in Zhang Jidu's chest emitted a golden glow toward the dragon's head, slowly causing the magnificent creature to vanish. In its place stood a humanoid mech adorned in red, white, and blue, with dragon claws upon its shoulders. The mech's head emitted a red light, drawing Zhang Jidu, who stood on the ground, into its embrace. Once inside the mech, Zhang Jidu found himself positioned atop the golden dragon's head, skillfully manipulating the dragon horns while maintaining a clear view of the surroundings. As Zhang Jidu settled within the mech, the dragon god number underwent a transformation. The dragon claws extended, and a dragon emblem emerged upon its shoulders. Meanwhile, the scythe head, advancing toward the city, sensed the unusual presence behind it. Turning to look, it beheld a mech hurtling toward it. Go, Dudu. Use the dragon sword. Draw the sword. Zhang Jidu, within the dragon god number, acknowledged, understood. He deftly commanded the mech to unsheathe the sword, striking it against the claws of the scythe head. Chapter 72. The Dragon Sword, slaying the scythe head. The scythe head, obstructing the path of the dragon god number, swiped its claws, forcefully slamming the mech to the ground. Within the depths of dragon god's frame, Zhang Jidu could still keenly perceive the reverberations of scythe head's assault. Though no substantial damage had been inflicted, the tremors of impact resonated through their shared consciousness. Dragon god. What should we do? It seems we're no match for this monster, Zhang Jidu uttered from atop the colossal mech's head, his voice laced with urgency. Xiaodu, I cannot sense your strength at all. Summon it forth, unleash your power. Dragon god's voice echoed in response. But even if you say that, I don't understand how. Zhang Jidu protested, frustration and confusion intertwining in his tone. Before their exchange could continue, scythe head struck again, seizing dragon god in its monstrous grip and hurling it mercilessly into the surrounding buildings. Buried beneath the rubble, Zhang Jidu struggled to regain control, forcing dragon god to rise from the wreckage. Yet no sooner had they stood than scythe had charged, its massive foot descending upon them with crushing force. We're going to be destroyed. I don't want this. I'm just a 12-year-old kid. Zhang Jidu cried out in terror within the cockpit. Never show weakness, Dragon God commanded. But before he could voice his despair, Dragon God interjected, no matter the hardship, so long as you refuse to surrender, miracles will unfold. Outside, Zhang Jidu's parents watched in anguish as their son's mech was pinned beneath the beast's weight. Xiaodu, hold on. Don't give up, they shouted, their voices trembling with fear and hope. Others along the coastline joined the chorus. Stand up. Keep fighting. Within Dragon God, Zhang Jidu heard them, his parents, the family of the child he had saved, and countless others rallying behind him. That's my parents' voices. His gaze flickered toward them, taking in the sea of faces, all willing him forward. Do you hear them, Xiaodu? Dragon God murmured. These people need you to save them. Summon your courage. I know, there is still immense power within you, waiting to be awakened. Do not flee. Look ahead. Dragon God. Look ahead, Zhang Jidu repeated softly. Rise by your own strength. Show me what you can do. Clenching his fists, Zhang Jidu steadied his resolve, locking eyes with Scythe Head. I can't give up. Memories flashed before him. Joyful moments with his parents, the hopeful cries of those depending on him. I absolutely will not yield, because I am Xiaodu, destined to become a hero, Zhang Jidu exclaimed as the golden divine dragon beneath him erupted with a brilliant light. Simultaneously, the eyes of the dragon god also radiated a dazzling glow, instantly shattering the surrounding debris. With determination, he began to elevate his foot, pressing down on the scythe's blade. Dragon god, push harder, Zhang Jidu shouted. The scythe, feeling the resistance beneath its foot, pressed down with renewed force. Again, Zhang Jidu urged once more. The dragon god exerted itself once again, successfully pushing the scythe's foot aside. The scythe stumbled, clearly taken aback by the unexpected resistance. With a roar, it charged toward the dragon god. Roar. The dragon god swiftly maneuvered to evade the scythe's assault, seizing the opportunity amidst the scythe's attack. The dragon god soared above its head. Xiaodu, now's your chance, he called out. All right. Ultimate move, ascending dragon sword. Zhang Jidu proclaimed, raising his sword high above his head. The dragon god mirrored this action, wielding the sword above the scythe's head before delivering a powerful downward strike. The blade cleaved the scythe in two. Overjoyed at the sight of the bisected foe, Zhang Jidu exclaimed, "We did it!" The dragon god flicked the sword and sheathed it behind him. With a flash of light, the dragon god vanished from sight. Subsequently, a radiant beam flew toward Zhang Jidu's parents, gradually transforming into his likeness. Zhang Jidu, elated, called out, "Mom, Dad," and rushed forward to embrace them, laughing joyfully. The onlookers applauded Zhang Jidu enthusiastically. "Xiaodu, you are truly remarkable. Just yesterday, that monster required the combined efforts of numerous capable individuals and heavy weaponry to defeat. To think you single-handedly vanquished it." Zhang Jidu's parents praised him profusely. He smiled and replied, "It wasn't just me, Mom and Dad. It was all thanks to the power of the dragon god. Without him, I could never have defeated that monster on my own." The parents of Zhang Jidu felt a profound sense of relief upon hearing their son's words. He had not allowed the newfound power to inflate his ego. Soon, several individuals approached Zhang Jidu, engaging in cordial conversation. Before long, personnel from the investigation bureau arrived, having rushed over at remarkable speed. However, the formidable strength of Zhang Jidu, coupled with the prowess of the dragon god, swiftly neutralized the threat posed by the scythe head, resulting in minimal casualties and preventing any incursion into the city. An unfortunate situation turned fortunate. Upon comprehending the particulars of the incident, Bai Qingru was astounded. A mere child had accomplished what a gathering of over 100 could not, a feat truly remarkable, even with the aid of a mech. Bai Qingru approached Zhang Jidu's family, introducing herself. "Greetings, I am Bai Qingru, the captain of the first squad of the Magic City Investigation Bureau." Zhang Jidu's parents, recognizing her as the figure who had delivered the final blow in the previous day's video, were taken aback by the unexpected encounter. They hastily responded, Hello. We would like to understand the specifics of this situation. Could we trouble you to accompany us back to the bureau for a statement and to register young Zhang Jidu's abilities?" With a warm smile, Bai Qingru affectionately ruffled Zhang Jidu's hair and assured his parents, "Of course, no problem at all." They readily agreed, and Zhang Jidu accompanied his parents and Bai Qingru back to the investigation bureau, where they provided a succinct account of the events. Meanwhile, chaos ensued within the apartment. Chapter 73, Wedding Photos, Wan Yu, and the jar opening in preparation for capturing wedding photos for Zhanbo and Wan Yu. Hu Yifei assigned various tasks to the others the previous night. Zhanbo was tasked with procuring a suit, while today, Hu Yifei designated teacher Zhang to find a photographer, Chen Meijia to collect the rings, Guanggu to locate a lighting technician, Tang Yuyu to retrieve the wedding dress, and LZ Qiao to secure a filming studio. Lastly, Hu Yifei requested Lu Zhanbo to order breakfast delivery for her. Li Ming, aware of the significance of Lin Wanyu's departure, chose not to go to the shop today but instead remained in the apartment. Due to his somewhat indolent nature, Hu Yifei refrained from assigning him any tasks. However, owing to Murphy's Law, the day unfolded rather unfavorably for everyone involved. Murphy's Law states, 1. No task can be accomplished as simply as anticipated. 2. Events that are meticulously planned invariably take longer than expected. 3. Mistakes will occur regardless of the approach taken. 4. The very issues you fret over are likely to manifest. Aside from Lu Zhanbo's suit, none of the others managed to meet Hu Yifei's expectations this morning. Now, Hu Yifei is in her room, seething with rage. You lot cannot even handle such trivial matters. You are even inferior to a salted fish. No, calling you a salted fish would be an exaggeration. What is the matter with Li Ming? Is this about me? Must I personally resolve every single issue? Hu Yifei was on the verge of exploding with anger. Everyone else dared not utter a word. Lu Zhanbo, upon hearing a voice from behind, turned to see Lin Wanyu emerging in a wedding dress, exclaiming in excitement, "Wanyu?" The others, upon hearing Lu Zhanbo's voice, turned to look, all astonished by Lin Wanyu's appearance in her wedding gown. Well, at that moment, Lin Wanyu was simply breathtaking. Hu Yifei also gasped in admiration. "I apologize, everyone. This is all due to my influence." Lin Wanyu first offered her apologies, then smiled contentedly, saying, "At the moment I donned the wedding dress, I felt utterly fulfilled. Thank you all so much." Now that she was in the dress, how could they not take wedding photos to honor the occasion? Please wait a moment while I make a quick inquiry. Hu Yifei shot a fierce glare at the others, stating, "Everyone except Zhanbo, come with me." With that, Hu Yifei pushed the door open and exited. while the others bestowed warm smiles of blessing upon Lu Zhanbo and Lin Wanyu before following her out. In the living room of 3602, Zhang Xiaoxian complained to Hui Fei, "How are we supposed to take wedding photos for Zhanbo and Wanyu? Your decision is simply outrageous." Hui Fei snapped at Zhang Xiaoxian, "If you utter another word, I will tear your mouth apart." Zhang Xiaoxian widened his eyes in fright and immediately covered his mouth. Hui Fei frowned and said, "Our main priority now is to arrange the veil, photographer, lighting technician, and venue." Tang Yuyu chimed in, "This is hardly different from what you said yesterday." The others nodded in agreement. Hui Fei shot an annoyed glare at Tang Yuyu, who, frightened, quickly raised a feather duster to shield her face. Li Ming gazed at the silent crowd and remarked, "I possess a certain foresight. I anticipated that you would falter, which is precisely why I refrained from visiting the store this morning." Hui Fei looked at Li Ming and said, "You, a mere slacker, have shown such unexpected kindness?" Li Ming, feeling disgruntled, exclaimed, "Hey, regardless of the circumstances, I am indeed a part of this apartment. With such a significant issue at hand, I must offer my assistance." Upon hearing this, Hui Fei promptly inquired, "All right, enough with the hesitation. Let's get to the solution, shall we?" Li Ming calmly took out his phone and dialed a number, proclaiming, "Today, I shall demonstrate the power of wealth." With the influence of his financial prowess, he summoned one of the finest photography teams in the bustling metropolis to assist Zhanbo and Wanyu in capturing their wedding photos. Hui Fei suddenly recalled Zhanbo's ring and exclaimed, "What about Zhanbo's ring? It is still lodged within the dog's stomach." Li Ming smiled and said, "It's simple." With a snap of his fingers, a flash of white light illuminated the room, revealing the engagement ring in the palm of his hand, which he then handed to Hui Fei. Upon receiving the ring, Hui Fei passed it to Zhang Xiaoxian, requesting him to clean it briefly. Under the weight of Hui Fei's piercing gaze, Teacher Zhang reluctantly accepted the ring and made his way to the restroom to cleanse it. Everyone knew of Teacher Zhang's obsessive cleanliness, so it was certain he would ensure it was impeccably polished. Within 20 minutes, the photography team arrived, and they began capturing wedding photos of Lu Zhanbo and Lin Wanyu within the confines of the love apartment. Although they initially intended to shoot in a studio, Lin Wanyu insisted on doing it in the apartment, claiming it held greater significance. After taking a group photo with everyone, Li Ming departed. The matters at hand had been resolved, leaving him no reason to linger. There were still patrons in the shop awaiting the opening of jars. Upon his arrival, Li Ming had requested the jars to be opened and distributed gifts to those who were waiting. Just as he bid farewell to the last person opening a jar, an unexpected figure appeared, Lin Wanyu. "Wanyu, what brings you here?" Li Ming asked in astonishment. "After finishing the shoot, I found an excuse to change clothes and quietly slipped away. If everyone had seen me off, I might not have been able to muster the resolve to leave." Lin Wanyu spoke these words with a gaze full of reluctance. Li Ming was also aware that if he did not take the initiative to leave, Lin Wanyu might truly choose to stay, yet that was not her genuine intention. Still, with a hint of confusion, he inquired, "Then what brings you here? To open a can?" "Indeed," she replied, "I initially intended to depart without a word. But in the end, I felt compelled to come here and open another can. My heart urged me to do so," Lin Wanyu said, wiping away the tears at the corner of her eye. Li Ming felt a sense of surprise. Lin Wanyu's situation was rather uncommon. It seemed to be influenced by her longing for friends in the apartment and her affection for Lu Zhanbo. One could anticipate that Lin Wanyu's opening of the jar this time would yield unexpected results. After voicing her thoughts, she approached the bar. It had been over a week since the last time she opened a jar, thus she was permitted to do so again. After scanning the code for payment, Lin Wanyu did not hesitate when the jar appeared, promptly opening it in its entirety. 5 green, 3 blue, and 2 purple items emerged. The earlier items were not new, but the 2 purple objects were indeed a novel discovery, a wisp of black gas and a pink door. Upon witnessing these items, Li Ming was taken aback, never expecting Lin Wanyu to propose such a thing. With a smile, he addressed her, saying, "If you truly wish to see us, you may use this item to come here. I have quite a few rooms available, and I can reserve one exclusively for you. Rest assured, I shall not disclose this to anyone." Tears brimming in her eyes, Lin Wanyu nodded in agreement and took a brief glance at the room Li Ming had prepared for her before departing. "Goodbye, Li Ming. Farewell, Wanyu." Chapter 74. Visitors descend from Chuangja Mountain. During the days following Lin Wanyu's departure, Lu Zhanbo succumbed to a state of perpetual drowsiness, managing to fall asleep irrespective of his surroundings. Fortunately, his vehicle was a transformer. Otherwise, he might have missed his stop on public transport. Lu Zhanbo's car procured from Li Ming's shop, was akin to the capsule vehicle of El Zichio, thus granting him his own transformer, which he aptly named Blaze. The car was a striking crimson sports car, hence the moniker. Subsequently, Lu Zhanbo was dispatched by the company to Milan. However, in the absence of any influence from the incident involving El Zichio and the plaster cast, Lu Zhanbo encountered an accident en route to the airport. It appeared that fate had decreed he would not reach Milan. After spending 3 days in the hospital due to his injuries, he gained clarity regarding the true reason for Lin Wanyu's departure and relinquished his fixation. Once he recovered, he engaged in a playful contest with Teacher Xing in their apartment, determining who could endure the longest while consuming popsicles. Shortly thereafter, Teacher Xing received a phone call from his superior, Lisa. As he answered the call, a simpering grin spread across his face, leading to an unfortunate stumble. Logically, having won 5 million and being an empowered individual, Teacher Xing should no longer be beholden to his superior's whims, yet he remained astonishingly subservient. It seems that a certain ingrained humility characterized Teacher Xing's essence. Li Ming gazed at the group of individuals in the apartment, shaking his head in silence. After finishing his meal, he departed. Upon arriving at the store, he found it rather tranquil, with no one present to open cans. Li Ming reclined on a chaise lounge by the window, basking in the warm sunlight, gradually succumbing to slumber. Meanwhile, an unusual commotion stirred on Mount Chuangjia in the magical city. A vibrant rainbow descended from the peak, upon which 2 figures could be discerned. The investigators stationed near Mount Chuangjia promptly alerted their superiors. Report: an anomaly has been detected above Mount Chuangjia. 2 individuals have descended. What shall we do? Received. Exercise caution. Do not act impulsively. First, ascertain their intentions. If they pose no threat, attempt to maintain a stable situation until we arrive. Understood. Upon receiving the directive, the investigators proceeded towards the vicinity of the rainbow, awaiting the descent of the figures above. Before long, they discerned the true identities of the 2 individuals, a young girl and a tall man resembling a hippopotamus. As they touched down, one investigator, summoning his courage, approached and inquired, "Who are you? What brings you here?" The man, resembling a hippopotamus, gazed at the questioner and bowed slightly, introducing himself. "Greetings, I am Kimba Weilang. And this beside me is..." Before he could finish, the girl clad in red with blue hair interjected, "I am Huomaizi." "Ah, greetings. I am Wang Hao, an anomaly investigator from the Magical City Bureau. These are my colleagues, Zhang Chong and Lu Jing." Wang Hao introduced himself and his 2 companions to Weilang and Maisie, who reciprocated with polite greetings. Weilang continued, "Our purpose here is to seek our savior." Savior? Wang Hao was perplexed, unable to comprehend Weilang's statement of needing a savior. "Could you elaborate further?" he inquired. "Certainly. Our Mount Chuangjia was once the abode of the gods, but it is now ruled by the forces of the demon realm. Moreover, the 7th layer of our mountain has inexplicably vanished. A few days ago, we sensed the presence of a savior emerging in your world, hence my descent to seek them out." Weiling succinctly explained the circumstances surrounding Mount Chuangjia. "Is that so? Perhaps we can assist you in your search. We, the people of Longhua, possess considerable strength in this world, and locating an individual should prove relatively straightforward. Furthermore, with our assistance, many challenges may be alleviated in your endeavors." Upon grasping the reason for Weilang's descent, Wang Hao extended a gesture of goodwill. Weilang, upon hearing this, considered it a feasible proposition and bowed respectfully to Wang Hao, saying, "Then I entrust this task to you." Huomaizi bowed and said, "Thank you." Wang Hao quickly stepped forward to assist Wu Yilong and Huomaizi to their feet, saying, "Please wait a moment. Our Captain Bai will be here shortly. You can discuss the specifics with her." "All right, we shall wait," Wu Yilong nodded. Huomaizi, placing her hands on her hips, looked up with a smile and said, "I'm hungry. Is there anything to eat here?" Lu Jing, gazing at the charming Huomaizi, replied, "We have food. Let me take you to it." Huomaizi raised her hands and joyfully exclaimed, "Let us eat. Let us eat." She bounced along with Lu Jing to the dining area. Wu Yilong observed Huomaizi and Lu Jing with a bemused expression and turned to Wang Hao, saying, "I apologize for the interruption." Just then, Wu Yilong's stomach grumbled, causing his face to flush with embarrassment. Wang Hao chuckled and waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was of no concern. "Mr. Wu Yilong, you should join us as well." "Very well." While Wu Yilong and Huomaizi were enjoying their meal, Bai Qingru had already arrived with her team. Along the way, they had gathered information regarding the intentions of those descending from Chuangjia Mountain. Their primary purpose was to ascertain the truthfulness of the visitors and to comprehend the situation surrounding the so-called savior. Bai Qingru lifted the curtain and entered. Upon seeing Bai Qingru, Wang Hao promptly stood and greeted her, saying, "Captain Bai, you've arrived." Bai Qingru nodded. She then addressed the two dining individuals, "So, these are the esteemed Mr. Wu Yilong and Miss Huameizi, correct?" After swallowing his food, Wu Yilong stood up, cleared his throat, and confirmed, "Indeed, I am Wu Yilong. And this beside me is Huameizi." Huameizi, still munching, smiled and greeted Bai Qingru. Bai Qingru nodded in acknowledgement and turned to Wu Yilong, stating, "I am aware of your circumstances. I have come primarily to inquire about the specifics of the savior you mentioned, as well as the characteristics of this savior, so that we may swiftly locate them." Wu Yilong replied, "There is no need for such formality, Miss Bai. We possess a device capable of detecting the savior. We can simply follow its guidance to find them." As he spoke, Wu Yilong produced a device from his pocket, which featured two small dots in the center and was marked with a pulsating heart shape. Bai Qingru curiously examined the device, uncertain of how it functioned for localization. Wu Yilong explained, "The heart's position indicates where our savior is located." As Bai Qingru observed the heart's position, she felt a sense of familiarity with that direction. Chapter 75, Finding the Savior, The Path to Battle? Bai Qingru drove through the city, accompanied by Wu Yilong and Huameizi. Inside the car, Huameizi fidgeted restlessly, her curiosity piqued by every little thing around her. Bai Qingru observed the seemingly composed Wu Yilong, then glanced at the ever-bustling Huameizi, and found both to be rather unreliable in their own ways. Upon further reflection, she realized that Wu Yilong's calm demeanor belied a certain unpredictability, while Huameizi, as expected, had already caused a series of minor mishaps along their journey. Bai Qingru couldn't shake the feeling that the inhabitants of Chuangjia Mountain might not actually desire to find their savior, otherwise. Why would they dispatch such a duo on this crucial mission? Shaking her head to dispel her thoughts, she focused on the device in her hand, noting that they were drawing ever closer to the location of the savior they sought. Meanwhile, at Li Ming's shop, visitors arrived. After registering Zhang Ji's case with the Investigation Bureau, he had stayed home for several days. Initially, he intended to bring his parents along to open the jars, but they had to work and opted to wait until they had free time. Zhang Ji felt a surge of frustration, with monsters invading. It seemed absurd for his parents to prioritize their company over acquiring the means to survive. Perplexed by their mindset, he resolved to venture out alone. Having requested some funds from them beforehand, as his personal savings would barely suffice for opening 10 jars. As Zhang Ji entered the jar shop, he noticed the absence of anyone on the sofa. Venturing further inside, he discovered Li Ming basking in the sunlight, sound asleep. Zhang Ji approached and gently shook Li Ming's arm, rousing him from his slumber. Li Ming groggily opened his eyes, only to find that the visitor was Zhang Ji Du. Stretching languidly, he sat up and inquired, "What brings you here? Are you here to open the can?" "Indeed, a week has already passed," Zhang Ji Du replied with enthusiasm. "You must be aware of my recent summoning of the dragon god using the dragon sword to vanquish the monstrous scythe head, right?" He gazed at Li Ming with palpable excitement. Li Ming cast a glance at Zhang Ji Du and remarked, "How could one be unaware? The internet has been abuzz these past few days with videos of you piloting the dragon god and striking down the scythe head with a single blow." Zhang Ji Du chuckled, scratching his head in humility. "Well, I can't help but feel excited. It's not an attempt to show off." "All right then, are you not going to open the can? Hurry up and do it, so I can catch a bit more sleep afterwards." Li Ming stifled a yawn while speaking. Zhang Ji Du nodded and made his way to the bar to scan the code for payment. He then proceeded to open the cans. This time, fortune smiled upon Zhang Ji Du. Aside from the first 4 useless toys, the rest proved to be quite satisfactory. He obtained 3 bottles of enhancement potions and 3 blue manuals, 1 on swordplay, 1 on boxing, and 1 on footwork. Item: Qifeng sword technique level, blue description, a sophisticated martial art from the high martial world, capable of unleashing sword energy upon reaching minor proficiency. At full mastery, it allows the practitioner to create a sword net for both offense and defense, and at perfection, one can comprehend the essence of the sword. Item: Dai fist technique level, blue description, an advanced martial art from the high martial world, conceived by a martial king while observing the ocean waves. When employing the Dai fist technique, attacks flow like successive waves. Upon reaching perfection, one can wield the power of 9 layers of waves. Item: Tian gang step technique level, blue description, a premier martial art from the high martial world, significantly enhancing speed. At full proficiency, one can traverse the skies. Jean Jiddu gazed excitedly at the items he had acquired, all of which would prove useful to him. The 3 bottles of enhancement potions were perfectly suited for each member of his family, and he could also train in the martial arts he had obtained. It wasn't a wasted trip after all. After opening the cans, Jean Jiddu did not rush to leave but lingered in Li Ming's shop, savoring food and drink, as he could enjoy them without spending a dime. Li Ming gazed at Jean Jiddu, who was indulging himself in the shop without a care, and simply made his way to a recliner to bask in the sun and doze off. "Xiaodu, if you leave later, please remember to close the door for me. If someone comes to open a can, kindly attend to them," he said, without waiting to see if Jean Jiddu heard him, and drifted into slumber. Jean Jiddu glanced at the sleeping Li Ming, curled his lip, but said nothing. Meanwhile, Bai Qingru, who was in search of the savior for Wu Yilong, after an hour of relentless travel, was finally approaching the location of the savior. However, the closer she got, the more familiar the area felt. When she was merely 200 meters away, it dawned on her why it seemed so familiar. Was this the direction of Li Ming's shop? Could the savior possibly be Li Ming? Upon this realization, Bai Qingru was momentarily taken aback. Yet, reflecting on it, she concluded it couldn't be him. From her extensive interactions with Li Ming, she understood that he was rather lackadaisical. Aside from his initial efforts to personally inform customers about the items opened from cans, he had grown increasingly indifferent as customers began to figure things out for themselves. It was certainly not him. It must be one of the customers at Li Ming's shop. As Bai Qingru pondered, she arrived near the savior's location. She halted her vehicle and looked up to find, indeed, it was Li Ming's shop. Entering would surely reveal who it was. Wu Yilong, holding the device in his hands, exclaimed with excitement, "This is it. The savior I have been seeking is right here." "Then let us proceed inside," Bai Qingru declared, leading the way, followed closely by Wu Yilong and Huameizi. Bai Qingru pushed the door open, only to discover the shop was empty. Jean Jiddu was in the kitchen enjoying his meal, oblivious to the visitors. As she walked deeper into the shop, she called out, "Li Ming, where are you?" Hearing someone call his name, Jean Jiddu recognized the voice as familiar, but recalling Li Ming's request for assistance with guests, he hurried out from the kitchen. Upon exiting, he saw Bai Qingru standing in the living room with 2 individuals. He quickly approached to greet her. "Sister Bai, what brings you here? Who are these 2? Jean Jiddu inquired, puzzled, as he recalled Bai Qingru mentioning she would not be opening cans for a few more days. Moreover, the 2 people behind her did not appear to be from the investigation bureau. The older gentleman resembled a hippopotamus. Bai Qingru, smiling at Jean Jiddu, replied, "I came here for a matter, and these 2 are." Before she could finish her introduction, Wu Yilong dashed forward and enveloped Jean Jiddu in an embrace, exclaiming, "Savior, I have finally found you." After Jean Jiddu was lifted by Wu Yilong, he appeared utterly bewildered, questioning the situation. He quickly pushed Wu Yilong away and asked, "Uncle Hippo, who are you?" Wu Yilong, irritated, retorted, "Who are you calling Hippo?" Embarrassed, Jean Jiddu scratched his head and inquired, "I apologize, but who are you then?" Wu Yilong, at a loss for words, lowered his head momentarily before raising it again to declare, "I am Wu Yilong of the Sword Division from the Creation Mountain of the Divine Realm." Sword Division Wu Yilong? Jean Jiddu still looked somewhat perplexed. Suddenly, Huameizi jumped in, exclaiming, "I am Huameizi." Upon hearing her name, Huameizi immediately leaped into Jean Jiddu's embrace, rubbing her face against his. "I missed you so much." Jean Jiddu gently set Huameizi down and asked, "Do we know each other?" Wu Yilong interjected, "Although we are not acquainted. You have gained the recognition of the dragon god, which makes you our savior. You share a similar aura with our previous savior. Hence Huameizi feels such closeness to you." He gestured towards Huameizi, who was still clinging to Jean Jiddu's arm. Bai Qingru, astonished, thought to herself that Jean Jiddu could indeed be the savior they spoke of, despite being only 12 years old. Did their world truly require a child to save it? Chapter 76, Jean Jiddu and Wu Yilong returned to Creation Mountain, although Jean Jiddu was uncertain why he was regarded as their savior. This did not diminish the excitement brewing within him. He never anticipated that he would one day become a savior. Inside, Li Ming slowly sat up upon hearing the commotion. Bai Qingru turned to him and asked, "Li Ming, do you understand why this is happening?" Li Ming nodded in acknowledgement to Wu Yilong and Huameizi, greeting them. He then proceeded to elucidate to Bai Qingru and Jean Jiddu the rationale behind regarding Xiaodu as their savior. "The primary reason lies in the dragon ascending sword that Xiaodu manifested in my presence, for this very sword is the one wielded by their so-called savior. The dragon god summoned by the dragon ascending sword corresponds to the Mecca of their savior. I believe the reason you descended from Chuangji Mountain was due to your perception of Xiaodu summoning the dragon god. Li Ming turned to Wu Along and Huameizi after speaking. Wu Along nodded in agreement with Li Ming's assertion. Indeed. We sensed the energy fluctuations of the dragon god ship atop Chuangji Mountain, which confirmed that our savior resides among you. Thus, we descended from Chuangji Mountain in search of the savior. Through the conversation between Li Ming and Wu Yilong, Bai Qingru comprehended the unfolding circumstances. Whether Zhang Jidu should venture to their Chuangji Mountain was not a decision she could make. It ultimately depended on Zhang Jidu's own thoughts. Bai Qingru inquired of Zhang Jidu. Xiaodu, what are your thoughts? Do you wish to assist them at Chuangji Mountain? Though Zhang Jidu aspired to be a savior, he was merely a 12-year-old child. Caught in a moment of confusion about whether he should go, Wu Yilong discerned Zhang Jidu's inner turmoil and quickly implored, Xiaodu. Everyone at Chuangji Mountain is counting on you. Please, you must help us. I beg of you. Wu Yilong deeply bowed to Zhang Jidu. Huameizi, witnessing this, also bowed in unison. We implore you. Zhang Jidu gazed at the pleading Wu Yilong and Huameizi, and considering the people at Chuangji Mountain, he felt compelled to assist them. Observing Wu Yilong's actions, Bai Qingru quickly interjected, how can you morally coerce a child in this manner? Xiaodu merely fortuitously acquired the dragon sword and has the ability to summon the dragon god ship. He is not truly your savior. You should not impose such expectations on a 12-year-old. Wu Yilong felt a twinge of embarrassment upon hearing Bai Qingru's words. He recognized that he should not place such demands on a child. However, they were utterly at a loss, as Chuangji Mountain had abruptly appeared in this world, severing their connection to their original realm, and their own savior had also become unreachable. Initially, they had been enveloped in despair, but a few days ago, they suddenly sensed the energy fluctuations of the dragon god ship. After confirming the location, they hastened to arrive without delay. Zhang Jidu, noticing Bai Qingru continually referring to Wu Yilong as Uncle Wu, promptly interjected, Sister Bai, please refrain from calling him Uncle Wu. I am willing to go to Chuangji Mountain to assist them. Upon hearing this, Wu Yilong was instantly filled with excitement, eager to embrace Zhang Jidu. However, Huameizi was quicker, jumping into Zhang Jidu's arms and joyfully rubbing her cheek against his, exclaiming, This is wonderful, Xiaodu. Bai Qingru stared at Zhang Jidu with wide eyes, incredulous. She opened her mouth to speak, but upon seeing Zhang Jidu's resolute gaze, she swallowed her words. After a moment's thought, she addressed Zhang Jidu, Xiaodu, since you have made this decision, you must inform your parents. Once you go to Chuangji Mountain, you may not return for some time. Zhang Jidu stated, I shall discuss this matter with my parents. They are likely to comprehend my perspective. Li Ming gazed at the resolute Zhang Jidu and approached him to impart a few words of counsel. Xiaodu, it is commendable that you possess such thoughts. However, you must always remember to heed your own heart, regardless of the circumstances. Do you understand? Zhang Jidu, though somewhat perplexed by Li Ming's words, nonetheless replied, I understand. Subsequently, Zhang Jidu accompanied Wu Yilong and Huameizi back home. Meanwhile, Bai Qingru sought further clarification from Li Ming regarding specific matters pertaining to Chuangji Mountain. Li Ming did not elaborate much, merely stating, Xiaodu is the chosen one of Chuangji Mountain. As long as Xiaodu remains true to his inner choices, no unforeseen circumstances will arise. Furthermore, he has just opened a jar here with me before your arrival. I can confidently assert that, upon skillfully utilizing the items opened here, Xiaodu will undoubtedly be the strongest savior of all time. Additionally, you should now be able to reach the foot of Chuangji Mountain for the other levels. You can only ascend once Xiaodu liberates that particular tier. Once you ascend, I trust you know what to do. After understanding the situation, Bai Qingru reported to the investigation bureau. Upon learning of the developments, the personnel waited at the base of Chuangji Mountain for Zhang Jidu and Wu Yilong. Once they ascended, they too would follow. Zhang Jidu's parents, upon hearing the news, wholeheartedly supported their son's decision, urging him to follow his instincts. Consequently, Zhang Jidu returned to the village at the foot of Chuangji Mountain alongside Wu Yilong and Huameizi, and soon thereafter proceeded to the first level of the mountain. Upon Zhang Jidu's arrival at the first level, the Investigation Bureau personnel descended to the mountain's base to engage in diplomatic discussions. The specifics of their actions remain unclear, but it is known that they brought down a damaged mech from Chuangji Mountain. The following day, in a restaurant, Teacher Zeng awaited Lisa's guest, Nuo Lan, alongside Tang Yuyu. At the dining table, Teacher Zeng instructed Tang Yuyu, when they arrive, just say there's a gas leak at my home, and I will take the opportunity to leave. Understood? There are Nual Lan and Peter Zhu from the sports channel. Tang Yu teased, teacher saying, if she happens to be a stunning beauty, would you reconsider? Impossible. If she were truly a beauty, I would inhale gas daily, teacher Zhang replied dismissively, only to be met with an unsettling premonition as he noticed a striking figure approaching the entrance. Indeed, the beauty surveyed the room and locked her gaze onto teacher Zhang. Approaching him, she inquired, excuse me, are you teacher Zhang Shaoxian? Her melodious voice reached his ears, leaving Zhang Shaoxian momentarily dumbfounded as he gradually rose. Hello. My name is Nual Lan. Observing the day's teacher Zhang, Tang Yu quickly interjected in a local dialect. Oh no. Teacher. I forgot to turn off the gas at your house. Teacher Zhang nonchalantly replied, what is the big deal? I breathe in gas daily without issue. Don't worry, Yu. Don't you have something to attend to? You should leave. He then gently pushed Tang Yu away. Subsequently, teacher Zhang inquired how Nual Lan recognized him. With a hint of reluctance, Nual Lan replied, Lisa mentioned you are a charming young man with small eyes, making you quite recognizable. Instantly, Zhang Shaoxian's eyes squinted with delight as he exclaimed, ha ha ha, Lisa is truly modest. In chapter 77, titled Kung Fu Panda, Breath of the Sun, Lisa remarked, oh, is it so difficult to recognize Zhang Shaoxian? Among the crowd, the one with the sharp tongue must undoubtedly be him. There's no mistaking it. Teacher Zhang and Nual Lan took their seats at the dining table, where Zhang Shaoxian introduced himself, declaring, a good man is none other than I, Zhang Shaoxian. Nual Lan gazed at teacher Zhang with astonishment. Is this your opening line? How intriguing. In that moment, Zhang Shaoxian mused. Did you hear that? She finds me interesting. No. It's not just that. She is interested in me. Yes, she is indeed interested in me. Subsequently, teacher Zhang began recounting his illustrious history to Nual Lan. However, before he could elaborate much, Peter Zhu, whom he had invited, arrived. As both were ardent football enthusiasts, they found themselves immersed in an endless conversation, leaving Zhang Shaoxian, a novice in football, unable to interject. Ultimately, the two departed together, leaving Zhang Shaoxian alone at the restaurant, rendering his predicament utterly tragic. A figure has arrived at Li Ming's location. This individual is Yi Jiangwo, the director associated with Bai Qingru and her colleagues. Li Ming had not anticipated that the director of the Shanghai Investigation Bureau would visit him at such a late hour. Yi Jiangwo was accompanied by Bai Qingru, who brought him before Li Ming. Li Ming, she began, allow me to introduce you to our bureau director, Yi Jiangwo. She then turned to Yi Jiangwo and continued, Director, this is Li Ming, the proprietor of the jar shop. Li Ming extended his hand towards Yi Jiangwo and said, Director Yi, a pleasure to meet you. Yi Jiangwo also shook hands with Li Ming, responding, pleasure. Li Ming smiled and remarked, Director Yi, you must be here to open a jar as well. Indeed. I have not had the opportunity to visit your establishment until now, Yi Jiangwo replied with a grin. As soon as I found some free time, I rushed over. He continued, our nation, Longhua, is fortunate to have your jar shop. Otherwise, during the recent invasion of monsters, we might have had no choice but to resort to nuclear weapons. On behalf of the entire nation, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you. With that, Yi Jiangwo prepared to bow deeply to Li Ming. Li Ming hastily helped Yi Jiangwo to his feet, saying, please don't do that. I truly cannot bear it. If you genuinely wish to express your gratitude, simply come here more often to open cans. Upon hearing this, Yi Jiangwo joyfully responded, ha ha ha. No problem. I will surely bring my team here to open cans more frequently. All right, it's settled then. Good. Subsequently, Bai Qingru guided Yi Jiangwo to the bar, explaining the steps involved in the process. After listening attentively, Yi Jiangwo understood and proceeded to scan the QR code for payment. On the bar appeared 10 cans and a hammer. Yi Jiangwo picked up the hammer and commenced his can-opening adventure. Yi Jiangwo could be considered a person of great fortune. The first 3 cans yielded green items, 1 enhancement potion and 2 spirit-gathering herbs. The subsequent 7 cans contained 3 blue and 4 purple items. Among the blue items, one was a formula for an enhancement potion, and another was a design blueprint for a long knife, specifically the Sunwell knife. Item: Sunwell knife design blueprint grade. Blue description: a blueprint for forging the Sunwell knife in the Demon Slayer world, specifically crafted for slaying demons, and can be wielded effectively with breathing techniques. Additionally, there was a method for cultivating armament color, all of which were exceedingly practical items, particularly the potion formula and the cultivation method for armament color. As Bai Qingru beheld the 4 purple items, her eyes widened in astonishment. She could hardly believe the luck of the director, Despite her numerous attempts, she had only managed to open a single purple item. Yet here was the director, acquiring 4 purple items right off the bat. How could one not feel envious? The 4 purple items included a card, a secret manual, a sphere, and a piece of information. Item: character summoning card grade. Purple description: can summon a character of purple grade. Item: breath of the sun grade. Purple description: a breathing technique created by Yoriichi Tsujikuni in the Demon Slayer world for slaying demons, serving as the source of all breathing techniques. Item: Dragon Ball, 3-star ball grade. Purple description: a Dragon Ball manufactured by Namekians in the Dragon Ball world. Once all 7 Dragon Balls are gathered, one can make a wish to the Eternal Dragon, fulfilling a single wish that exceeds the capabilities of the dragon. A solitary Dragon Ball is merely of purple grade, but when combined with the others, it ascends to pink grade. Item: Universal Capsule Technical Documentation grade. Purple description: technical documentation for the Universal Capsule invented by the Universal Capsule Corporation in the Dragon Ball world. Upon discovering the information about the items he had acquired, Yi Jiangwo was immediately filled with exhilaration. He had never anticipated that he would unearth such a plethora of valuable treasures. Previously, he had heard by Qingru and the others mention that the maximum they had ever obtained was a single purple item. Yet, he had managed to procure 4 purple items at once. Moreover, even the blue items were of significant utility, without requiring any explanation from Li Ming. Yi Jiangwo utilized the character summoning cards he had obtained. Upon usage, a beam of white light manifested before him. Gradually, from within the luminous glow, a figure began to emerge. As the silhouette became clearer, Yi Jiangwo found himself exclaiming, "Wow, where is this place?" To his astonishment, the figure before him turned out to be a panda, and not just any panda, but one that could speak. Li Ming immediately recognized the panda before him as from Kung Fu Panda. Pa, observing the stunned figure in front of him, inquired once more, "What place is this? Why is there silence? Are you perhaps mute?" Yi Jiangwo, regaining his composure, promptly responded, "Greetings. This is the Dragon Kingdom. I am Yi Jiangwo, and I summoned you here." Upon hearing this, Pa realized that Yi Jiangwo was not mute and replied, "Hello, my name is Pa. Pa, you are the Kung Fu Panda Pa?" By Qingru, upon hearing the name, instantly recognized the true identity of the panda before her. No wonder she felt a sense of familiarity the moment Pa appeared. He was indeed a character from Kung Fu Panda. Pa, astonished, asked, "You know me?" "Yes, I do. I've watched your story," Bai Qingru exclaimed. "Really? Am I that famous?" Pa asked, excitement gleaming in his eyes. "Absolutely," Bai Qingru affirmed with a nod. She then proceeded to explain to Pa how he had been summoned and how she came to know his story. "What? I'm just a character from a movie," Pa said, expressing his disbelief. Li Ming remarked, "Bao, although you are a character from a film in our world, in your realm, you are indeed real. We merely received information from your world, which is why your story has been adapted into a movie." Upon hearing Li Ming's explanation, Bao experienced a moment of clarity. Subsequently, Li Ming addressed Yi Jiangwo and Bai Qingru, saying, "Bao is a prodigy in martial arts. The martial arts manuals you have created can be imparted to him. Once Bao has mastered them, he can teach you in return, which would expedite the process." Yi Jiangwo and Bai Qingru nodded in agreement, signaling their understanding. Li Ming further elucidated the advantages and disadvantages of the sun breathing technique to Yi Jiangwo. As the most formidable breathing technique within the world of Demon Slayer, the potency of sun breathing is indisputable. Moreover, it allows for the development of personalized breathing techniques tailored to the individual. A significant aspect of this technique is that, in its advanced stages, it can unlock the mark. However, the price for this power is the depletion of one's life force, ultimately resulting in a lifespan that does not exceed 25 years. This, of course, pertains to the fictional universe of Demon Slayer. In our reality, there are myriad systems, and even upon unlocking the mark, one would not necessarily face such a grim fate. Upon hearing this, Yi Jiangwo exhaled in relief, initially. When he learned that unlocking the mark could lead to an untimely demise at 25, he perceived the technique as less appealing. Yet, upon realizing that it was not as dire as first implied, he began to appreciate the merit of the breathing technique. Chapter 78, Real Life CS. The following day, Li Ming was invited to join Lu Ziqiao and the others for a game of Counter-Strike. Li Ming gazed at the peculiar assortment of equipment prepared by his companions, genuinely feeling a sense of exhaustion. In Guangu's room, laughter erupted as Lu Ziqiao proudly proclaimed, "Behold the magnificent, exorbitantly crafted ensemble I have created." With a flourish, He unveiled a high-tech computer adorned with a pair of mirrors. Guanggu and Lu Zhanbo exchanged astonished glances, questioning the absurdity of Lu Ziqiao's contraption. Has Ziqiu truly become this narcissistic? Li Ming, on the other hand, buried his face in his hands, overwhelmed by the absurdity of it all. Lu Ziqiu continued to extol the virtues of his invention, stating, with these customized mirrors, I can observe other screens. Impressive, isn't it? Guanggu, brimming with confidence, retorted. That is utterly useless here. He then settled into his chair. Unperturbed, Lu Ziqiao insisted, that's impossible. I've tested it from every angle. And I can see everything clearly. Guanggu, with a smirk, revealed what lay beneath the cloth before him. To everyone's surprise, a computer enveloped in a sweater emerged. Lu Zhanbo inquired, bewildered, what is this? Guanggu replied, this is my secret weapon. With it, I can. He began to push his head through the opening of the sweater, rendering his words inaudible. What are you saying? Lu Zhanbo asked, exasperated. Guanggu finally withdrew his head from the sweater, declaring, with my secret weapon, Lu Ziqiao's equipment is rendered completely ineffective. Li Ming had already given up. Why did I agree to participate in this trivial chicken cup? What a sin. My heavens, do you all have a screw loose? This time, we are teammates. What purpose does this serve? Are we guarding against our own? Lu Zhanbo expressed his bewilderment once more. L Ziqiao and Guanggu exchanged glances. Oh, indeed. Guanggu quickly lifted the cloth covering Zhanbo's table. There lay a solitary laptop, quietly resting, nothing else in sight. Zhanbo, this is rather simplistic, isn't it? Even as teammates. One shouldn't arrive entirely unprepared. Guanggu picked up Zhanbo's laptop, examining it closely, only to discover that apart from the laptop and mouse, there was nothing else present. Lu Zhanbo gently pointed at the desktop. Ah, I see, there is a secret within. L Ziqiao suddenly had a thought and swiftly approached, delicately lifting the mouse. Cradling it in his palm. Guanggu looked at the mouse in L Ziqiao's hand, puzzled. It's just a mouse. What secret could it possibly hold? Just as Guanggu reached to inspect it, the mouse slipped from his grasp, landing in L Ziqiao's hands. What just happened? L Ziqiao replied solemnly. If I'm not mistaken, this is the legendary ultra-smooth mouse, designed to keep your hands dry at all times. Zhanbo, you're truly impressive. How did you manage this? Although Guanggu was somewhat clueless about what L Ziqiao was referring to, it certainly sounded remarkable. Lu Zhanbo's eyes glimmered with tenderness as he gently picked up the mouse. The secret is that it is coated with Wanyu's favorite hand cream, allowing me to feel as if the mouse is akin to Wanyu's hand. Li Ming raised his palm to shield his face, incredulous at the notion that Lu Zhanbo could be considered a normal individual. To my utter dismay, none among the trio exhibited any semblance of normalcy. Guanggu and Lu Ziqiao exchanged glances of disbelief, turning their heads away from him in silent reproach. Their attention then gravitated towards the final piece of fabric. Indeed, it was Li Ming's equipment. Upon unveiling it, they were astonished to discover that he had brought along a virtual combat game helmet. Li Ming, we are merely engaging in a game of Counter-Strike, not undergoing combat training. Why on earth did you bring the gaming helmet? I was genuinely perplexed. This is a virtual combat game helmet. Do you grasp the concept of a gaming helmet? Of course, it is designed for gaming. Moreover, utilizing this device allows one to immerse oneself fully in any game, transcending mere combat training. Have you not taken the time to thoroughly examine my gaming helmet? Li Ming smiled as he explained, then inquired why they had not considered the possibility of playing games. Why didn't you mention it earlier? Exclaimed one of them, without hesitation. Ziqiao and the others discarded their laptops and hurried back to their rooms to retrieve their gaming headsets. Upon their return, they were greeted by a notification sound emanating from Lu Zhanbo's laptop. The opposing team is logged in, he remarked, glancing at the team name. What is this? I defeated that player. How audacious. With that, he settled into his chair, ready to don his headset and immerse himself in the game. Li Ming hurriedly stopped them. Are you really going to go online like this? Won't it be uncomfortable to just sit on the bench? Zhang Bo and the others paused and inquired. So what should we do? Li Ming, with no other option, waved his hand and produced 4 lazy sofas, then reclined upon one. Upon witnessing this, Lu Ziqiao and the others followed suit, lying down as well. After donning their helmets, they received assistance from Xiao Ling, Li Ming, L Ziqiao, Lu Zhanbo, and Guanggu appeared in a hall imbued with a sense of science fiction. L Ziqiao, Lu Zhanbo, and Guanggu curiously explored the surroundings of this enigmatic space. Then, they turned to Li Ming and inquired, Li Ming, how do we enter the game? Li Ming extended his left hand, revealing a watch adorning his wrist. With a gentle tap, a virtual keyboard and a panel materialized before him. Xiaoling, connect to the CS game and display its interface on this screen, he commanded. Understood. Master. In an instant, the CS game interface appeared before Li Ming. The connection to CS is established. You may now summon the interface and keyboard as well, he added. Ziqiu and the others raised their left hands, conjuring their own keyboards and interfaces, and commenced the naming process. Bin Guanggu observed the name that materialized above Guanggu's head. Ziqiu chuckled, Guanggu, what a ridiculous name you've chosen. And what about yours? Guanggu retorted, his displeasure evident. Ziqiu grinned, his fingers dancing across the keyboard. Behold. The illustrious Elbu, adorned with the tri-pronged golden crown, draped in the Western River red cotton flower robe, clad in the beast-faced swallowing head-linked armor. Cinched with the exquisite lion belt, wielding the square halberd, seated upon the wind-sighing red hair. Goodness, that's quite a mouthful. Guanggu gazed incredulously at the lengthy title above Ziqiu's head. What do you know? A name of length signifies strength. Ziqiu proclaimed with pride. Following this, a name appeared above Lu Zhanbua's head, Wanyan. Li Ming and Ziqiu exchanged glances, while Guanggu stared at them. Zhanbo, you are utterly disgusting. The king of salted fish. Li Ming simply gave a name, then reached out to tap the icon marked with CS. Before them appeared a shimmering portal. Let us proceed. This is the gateway to CS. Upon entering, the four found themselves in a dilapidated factory. Before each of them floated a virtual interface displaying an array of weapons. Chapter 79. The deceptive Lu Zhanbua, let us devise a strategy, Ziqiu said solemnly, gazing at Li Ming and the others. My plan is quite straightforward. With patience, we can catch our opponents off guard. Li Ming and others exchanged a silent glance of exasperation at Lu Ziqiu. Isn't your strategy rather tedious? And does it really have to take so long? Due to this, no one was inclined to play CS with Ziqiu. Guanggu clearly had experience playing with Lu Ziqiu and was well aware of his tactics. I suggest we act independently. That way, it should be more relaxed, proposed Lu Zhanbua. Indeed, let us each play our own game. Previously, you all played on a laptop, and now we are in a virtual game, which presents some differences. Take some time to acclimatize. Furthermore, your reaction capabilities here mirror those in reality, with the sole exception of not being able to utilize your abilities, which does not hinder anything else. So do not fear, with the assistance of our gaming helmets, winning a match should be quite effortless. Li Ming spoke and took the lead in departing. With circumstances as they were, what need was there for tactics? They simply had to act. If that was the case, why fear anything? They would confront them head-on. Go, go, go. Upon hearing Li Ming's words, Ziqiu felt an immediate surge of confidence and charged forward. In an instant, everyone rushed out, seeking a strategic position. Alas, I must return. In my eagerness to acquire a firearm, I completely forgot to purchase ammunition. Guanggu hurried for a few steps before retreating. Li Ming, Lu Zhanbua, and Ziqiu exchanged a silent glance, a wordless understanding passing between them. After a brief period of adjustment, they discovered that although they inhabited the bodies of ordinary men, their reflexes remained remarkably swift. They did not tire, either. Even when using a laptop, their skills surpassed those of the average individual. No matter what, they were still endowed with extraordinary abilities, allowing for rapid responses. As Ziqiu and the others became more accustomed to their surroundings, their impressive reflexes contributed to an outstanding performance in the game. The match initially progressed smoothly, but soon, Lu Zhanbua encountered an unexpected issue. The virtual nature of the game rendered the environment, including the buildings, strikingly realistic, which triggered a wave of memories for Lu Zhanbua. Meanwhile, Li Ming took up the position of a sniper, perched high above, effortlessly eliminating every enemy that crossed his line of sight with precise headshots. Why did Li Ming choose to be a sniper? Primarily due to his inclination towards laziness. This was merely a game, distinct from the real world, where finding a vantage point and lying in wait proved to be an advantageous strategy. On the other side, as Lu Zhanbua and Ziqiu cautiously searched for enemies within a dilapidated factory, Ziqiu warned, "Be careful, there may be foes nearby." Lu Zhanbua, instinctively glancing towards an exit, noticed an object that stirred his memories. "Look at that tire," he exclaimed. Ziqiu immediately turned and opened fire. After a brief flurry of shots, he realized it was merely a tire, devoid of any enemies. "It's nothing, just a tire," Lu Zhanbua chuckled softly. "Then why did you shout? You startled me. I thought we had company." Ziqiu retorted, irritation lacing his voice. Lu Zhanbua lowered his weapon and, with a slight lift of his head, reminisced, "When Wanyu and I visited the love apartment, we rode on a tractor. It had a tire similar in size to this one." He approached the tire, crouching down to gently touch it. What is so fascinating about a tire? There are countless like it around the world, Zichu replied, somewhat exasperated, joining Lu Zhanbo at the tire. However, in their moment of distraction, an enemy was quietly targeting Zichu. At that time, Guan Yu and I were on the tractor, singing while chasing a BMW, Lu Zhanbo reflected nostalgically. Zichu, growing increasingly exasperated, stood up. Zhanbo, enough already. Who gets sentimental in a situation like this? There are still enemies around. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, and Zichu collapsed to the ground. I told you, Zichu. Lu Zhanbo turned back, his expression shifting to one of shock. The comrade he had just been conversing with had inexplicably fallen. Upon learning of the situation, Guanggu hurriedly made his way to rendezvous with Lu Zhanbo. However, the enemy had already fled. They then proceeded to another location. You need to be more attentive, Zhanbo. Zichu sacrificed himself because of this. You cannot afford to act carelessly again. All right, I will focus, Lu Zhanbo replied, taking a deep breath and solemnly surveying his surroundings. Once more, he spotted an object that stirred memories within him. Look at that chair. Guanggu instantly turned around, raising his hand to fire a volley of bullets. Yet, after firing, Guanggu realized there was nothing amiss with the chair. Zhanbo, what on earth is wrong with you? Guanggu exclaimed in bewilderment. Lu Zhanbo gazed deeply into the distance. I once sat on that bus, where I had my first encounter with Guan Yu. At the mention of Guan Yu, Guanggu turned away in resignation, surveying the area. Back then, she hid beside me to evade the bodyguards. That was our first interaction. Upon hearing this, Guanggu was momentarily stunned, incredulously staring at Lu Zhanbo. What? Zhanbo, are you out of your mind? Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, and Guanggu fell lifelessly to the ground. Yet now, with Guan Yu gone and the bus seat damaged, was time truly the most terrifying entity? What do you think, Guanggu? Lu Zhanbo mused, gazing poignantly at the chair before him, but Guanggu did not respond. Curiosity piqued. He glanced back, only to realize that Guanggu had been shot in the head. At that moment, the voices of Guanggu and Zichu echoed in the chat channel. Li Ming, what are you doing? It's one thing for Zhanbo to encounter trouble, but you too? Li Ming lay on the high ground, captivated by Lu Zhanjiao's words, momentarily forgetting he was still engaged in a game. My apologies, he said. I became so engrossed in Lu Zhanjiao's tale that I failed to notice the enemy. My sincerest apologies. Following the sacrifice of Guanggu and Zichu, Lu Zhanjiao steeled himself and ventured into battle alone. Bang, 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 tap, tap, tap. True to his reputation, Lu Zhanjiao exhibited his exceptional prowess, relentlessly eliminating foes. However, as he searched for the final few adversaries, he suddenly halted in his tracks. His gaze fixated on a bowl perched atop an oil drum. What on earth is a bowl doing here? Lu Zhanjiao exclaimed in astonishment. The AK-47 in his hand slipped from his grip and clattered to the ground as he slowly approached, gently cradling the bowl. Bowl. An enemy stealthily crept up behind Lu Zhanjiao. Zhanjiao, please stay focused. Zhanjiao, don't fixate on the bowl, I implore you. The fallen Guanggu and Zichu shouted desperately from the channel. Meanwhile, Li Ming, influenced by Lu Zhanjiao's distraction, relinquished his role as a sniper once more. Eager to witness what astonishing maneuver Lu Zhanjiao might conjure next, oblivious to the fact that an enemy had already pinpointed his location. As Lu Zhanjiao muttered to himself, the enemy behind him abandoned his pistol, brandishing a knife instead. Bowl, Guan Yu, Lu Zhanjiao cried out, only to meet a swift demise at the hands of his foe. Li Ming, having nearly lost his life due to the exposure of his location, swiftly turned the tables and eliminated his adversary. Watching the demise of their two companions, Guanggu and Lu Zhanjiao instantly spat blood in distress. Do not panic. I am still here, reassured Li Ming. You must not repeat your previous mistake of solely focusing on Zhanbo's achievements, urged Lu Zhanjiao and Guanggu. Rest assured. With my presence, there will be no unforeseen circumstances, Li Ming declared. Bang, bang, bang. Under Li Ming's exceptional skills, he systematically dispatched each enemy. Although there were unexpected challenges along the way, the outcome remained favorable. Chapter 80. The Sacrificial Zhang Shaoxian following the completion of this incident. Li Ming and his companions advanced to the semifinals. During this period, they learned that Teacher Zhang's new colleague, Nua Lan, had arrived and had met with Teacher Zhang. Initially believing everything was in order, they were soon thwarted by Peter Zhu, leading to a tragic turn of events. Consumed by frustration, he spent solitary hours drinking in a bar. Meanwhile, Peter Zhu visited Teacher Zhang, boasting about his achievements, nearly driving her to the brink of exasperation. Ultimately, they devised a plan to vent their frustrations through a virtual combat game, engaging in a CS competition. When the time for the match arrived, a bloodbath ensued on the sports platform. Ha ha ha. At that moment, Teacher Zing's infectious laughter echoed through the channel. Li Ming and his companions witnessed a flustered individual rushing towards them from a distance. Upon reaching them, Teacher Zing swiftly removed the headgear atop his head. Surprised? Astonished? Who wishes to ally with me? Teacher Zing? What brings you here? Lu Ziqiu inquired, astonished. Ah, I bet you didn't expect this. Neither did I. It is quite remarkable that you managed to reach the semifinals without my presence. Teacher Zing remarked with a triumphant smile. The system notification startled the opposing team. They were bewildered as to how a new player had suddenly joined their ranks. One of them looked up and, upon recognizing Zheng Xiaoxian, felt reassured. No need to worry. He is merely a liability. Since Teacher Zheng had already joined, Li Ming and the others had no objections. An additional teammate could only be advantageous. Li Ming and his companions hurriedly found their positions. Upon noticing that everyone had left, Teacher Zheng quickly approached the nearby Lu Ziqiu. The two engaged in casual conversation for a brief moment. Suddenly, the sharp report of gunfire echoed through the air. Lu Ziqiu and Teacher Zheng quickly sought refuge behind a cover. Meanwhile, Guanggu arrived and inquired, Teacher Zheng, weren't you supposed to be welcoming your new colleague? Why have you come here to compete? At this remark, Teacher Zheng's expression darkened, and he cast a cold glance at the battlefield. Humph, in my eyes. This is no longer a mere CS battleground. It is undoubtedly the graveyard of Peter Zhu. My opponents are Peter Zhu himself, and I will annihilate them. Lu Ziqiu and Guanggu exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of Teacher Zheng's cryptic words. Wait for my good news. I shall proceed. Teacher Zheng calmly regarded Lu Ziqiu and Guanggu before resolutely stepping out from behind the cover, slowly advancing forward. Lu Ziqiu and Guanggu watched with pride as Teacher Zheng's figure receded into the distance. Suddenly, a bullet whizzed from the shadows ahead, piercing through Teacher Zheng's forehead with deadly precision. Lu Ziqiu and Guanggu exchanged glances, initially believing that Teacher Zheng would achieve great feats. Little did they expect. His demise came far too swiftly. Li Ming gazed at the fallen Teacher Zheng from the high ground and remarked, Guanggu, what happened to Ziqiu? Why did Teacher Zheng deliver himself to the enemy? Was he supposed to engage in a bloodbath? Is this truly how one conducts a massacre? Listening to Li Ming's voice echoing through the chat channel, both Guanggu and Lu Ziqiu found themselves at a loss for words. Should they mention that Teacher Zheng had just delivered an impassioned speech yet failed to fire a single shot before meeting his demise? Regardless, it seemed inconsequential. With or without Teacher Zheng, the outcome remained unchanged. Let us proceed as if he had never graced us with his presence. Onward, everyone. Li Ming shook his head and said, Bang, bang, bang. Li Ming, stationed on the high ground, remained unwavering in his precision, taking down each enemy with a single shot. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, and through his earpiece, he heard Guanggu's greeting. Almost instantaneously, he witnessed a violent explosion erupt from a nearby high-rise not far from his position. Li Ming urgently called out, Guanggu, Guanggu, what is happening? What has occurred? There's no need to shout. Li Ming, Guanggu's shoes have been blown over to me. Lu Zhanbo exclaimed excitedly in the channel. What was that explosion just now? A grenade, doesn't he possess such immense power? Li Ming hastily inquired. It is not a grenade. It is an armored vehicle. Lu Ziqiu exclaimed from the side. Then, silence ensued. Ziqiu? Ziqiu? Li Ming called out. Ziqiu has also been disconnected. The opponent must be using cheats, Lu Zhanbo declared loudly. With Li Ming present, they had enjoyed an uninterrupted streak of victories. Yet they had not anticipated the opponent's inability to accept defeat, resorting to such dishonorable tactics. Naturally, without cheats, how could there be an armored vehicle? Li Ming exclaimed with indignation, expressing his frustration that the opponent could not accept defeat and resorted to using cheats. Ah, forget it. I will fight you. Lu Zhanbo suddenly shouted, followed by a barrage of gunfire. Before long, Lu Zhanbo's voice faded away. Zhanbo? Zhanbo? Damn it, Zhanbo has fallen too. Just as Li Ming assumed that Lu Zhanbo had indeed met his demise, he heard an awkward voice in the channel. Oops, my hand slipped. Immediately after, the sound of a grenade explosion echoed through the air. Boom. Li Ming was somewhat speechless. What was happening? Lu Zhanbo had not been killed by the enemy, but rather perished from his own grenade. Soon, Li Ming also caught sight of the armored vehicle that Lu Ziqiu and the others had mentioned. The cannon mounted on the vehicle was aimed directly at Li Ming's position. Li Ming traversed the desolate factory, clutching his firearm tightly. The thunderous explosions and the relentless gunfire echoed in his ears, darkening his expression with each passing moment. Furthermore, the channel was filled with the chatter of Lu Ziqiu and his companions, gambling on how long Li Ming could endure. The very thought of their wagers only fueled Li Ming's growing ire. Li Ming addressed Xiaoling, saying, "Xiaoling, please activate a cheat for me." "Master, what kind of cheat would you like?" came the response. "There is no need for anything elaborate, just channel my abilities." "Understood." Immediately, Li Ming felt a surge of power within him. Emerging from the ruins, he was met with puzzled gazes. With both hands clenched tightly, he let out a resounding shout. "Ah!" In that instant, his hair transformed into a brilliant golden hue. Li Ming transformed into a Super Saiyan. Li Mingfei ascended into the air, placing his hands upon his waist. From his palms emanated a blue beam of energy, the Kamehameha, which obliterated the entirety of the CS map. This astonishing display left L. Ziqiu, Guan Gu, and Lu Zhanbo utterly speechless. Meanwhile, their opponents were completely bewildered, unable to fathom that the adversaries before them wielded more formidable powers than they had anticipated, effectively erasing the map from existence. Days later, upon rising from his slumber, Li Ming was greeted by the sight of Teacher Zhang, L. Ziqiu, Lu Zhanbo, and Guan Gu, all poised at his doorstep, armed with egg-shaped guns and displaying unwavering determination. "What on earth is happening here?" Li Ming inquired, noting the peculiar behavior of his friends since both teams had been disqualified for cheating a few days prior. "Li Ming, although we have been disqualified, our match against the opposing team is far from over. We must engage them once more," L. Ziqiu declared gravely. "Indeed. This time in an offline, real-life CS match, we shall make them acknowledge our supremacy," Guan Gu exclaimed, filled with righteous indignation. "This is a battle with no path of retreat," Lu Zhanbo stated solemnly. Li Ming felt quite speechless. However, in the end, he declined due to his obligation to go to the store. Chapter 81. Discovery of Fishman Island. Teacher Zhang and his companions had arranged a time with the people across from them and proceeded accordingly. Li Ming was not concerned about this, for although they might lack strength in the game, their prowess in the real world was formidable. Whether it be paintball or real-life combat, they faced no challenges. While having breakfast downstairs, Hua Fei and others were also present. Li Ming conveyed to them the matter concerning Teacher Zhang and their intention to engage with the real-life counterparts of K. Upon hearing this, Hui Fei's eyes sparkled with excitement. This activity sounded rather appealing. She then dashed off with a lively step. Li Ming and his companions gazed in bewilderment at the departing Hui Fei, utterly perplexed by her intentions. When Li Ming returned that evening, neither Hui Fei nor Teacher Zhang had yet arrived. Observing the absence of those who typically prepared the meal, Li Ming had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. Just as he completed the cooking, Hui Fei, clad in a striking military uniform and adorned with vibrant paintball splatters, returned with Teacher Zhang and 3 others. "My goodness, what is this situation? How could you 4 have ended up in such a state? Could it be that your opponents possess greater strength than you?" Li Ming gazed incredulously at Teacher Zhang and the others, inquiring, Actually, we were struck by my sister." Lu Zhanbo awkwardly elaborated. "What?" Li Ming gazed in astonishment at Hui Fei, who reclined comfortably on the sofa, uttering not a word. Lu Ziqiu interjected, "Allow me to explain." The situation unfolded thus. Upon arriving at their destination, Teacher Zhang and his companions discovered that their adversaries were mere children, instantly extinguishing their fighting spirit. However, due to their disdain for the youngsters, they fell prey to a surprise attack from the children. Ultimately, they resolved to impart a minor lesson. Consequently, the children found themselves in tears under the onslaught of Teacher Zhang and his team. Shortly thereafter, the children fled home. At that moment, Hui Fei made her entrance, clad in alluring military attire and wielding a paintball gun. "Lately, I have been cultivating a new hobby, and I find it rather enjoyable. What do you think?" she remarked, before launching an assault on Teacher Zhang and his companions without waiting for a response. Under the overwhelming prowess of Hui Fei, each of the 4 individuals endured a barrage of 400 to 500 paintballs, their bodies adorned with splashes of color. The skirmish persisted from afternoon until evening, after which they returned to the apartment. The following day, Li Ming arrived early at the jar shop. Observing the desolate interior, he made his way directly to the living room, where he powered on the gaming console and began to play. Previously, he had positioned himself at the back, but this arrangement prevented him from seeing anyone who entered immediately. Thus, he relocated to the living room. As noon approached, Li Ming remained engrossed in his game when a figure entered the shop, accompanied by a pink creature. Indeed, this person was Reba. Recently, due to the involvement of her Sylvian and Yangmi's Ice Ninetales in a film project, Reba had been frequenting Li Ming's establishment for complimentary food and drink. Li Ming noticed that the visitor was Reba, yet he did not even lift his gaze. Reba, doesn't your crew provide meals? You keep coming over here to mooch food and drinks. Reba shot him a beautiful glare. The food from my crew is certainly not as delectable as what you offer here, and besides, it doesn't cost me a penny. After all, I am a stunning beauty, so coming here is merely a favor to you. Humph. After saying this, Reba made her way to the kitchen in search of something to eat. Before long, she emerged with an abundance of food. Although it may seem like a lot, it was quite normal for Reba, as she practiced various disciplines, including the Navy's 6 styles, chakra, and ancient martial arts. Thus, consuming a substantial amount was to be expected. Reba settled beside Li Ming, watching him play his game. I've been watching you play this game for several days now. There are only a handful of monsters. Don't you find it tedious? Li Ming cast a silent glance at Reba. I've already completed this level multiple times, so these are merely a few foes. At present, is there any enjoyable game available? This one is the only option I have. Reba, who was not particularly fond of gaming, was somewhat oblivious to the situation and nodded slightly. Oh, I see. Li Ming continued to engage in his game. You can come alone. Where is your boss? Why has Tishi joined us for dinner? Sister Mi is rather occupied. I am the only one who has the time to come here for a meal. Li Ming engaged in a leisurely conversation with Reba, during which several individuals arrived to open cans, all of whom Reba graciously attended to. Among them were some of Reba's fans, who eagerly requested her autograph and photographs. Due to Reba's popularity, the midday hours attracted a considerable influx of visitors, most of whom came specifically for her. After bidding farewell to a group of admirers, Reba departed. Once the shop was devoid of customers, Li Ming, feeling a sense of ennui, began scrolling through Douyin. He soon stumbled upon news that, a few days prior, the Kingdom of Cherry Blossoms had discovered a group of fishmen from the pirate world on a small island in close proximity to their territory. Initially, the citizens of Cherry Blossom sought to establish diplomatic relations with the fishmen. However, the latter harbored a profound animosity towards humans and promptly expelled the Cherry Blossom envoys from their island. Subsequently, the kingdom attempted to forcibly seize the fishmen's domain, dispatching several of their empowered individuals to the island. Yet, news swiftly emerged of the demise of these empowered beings. Such provocations incited the ire of the Kingdom of Cherry Blossoms, leading to a declaration of war against the Fishmen's Island. Despite the absence of nuclear weaponry, they managed to devastate the island. However, the Fishmen's stronghold lay beneath the waves, rendering the kingdom powerless against them. Moreover, the deteriorating relations with the Fishmen resulted in frequent attacks on coastal cities by the aquatic beings, severely disrupting the lives of the cherry blossom populace along the shore. Consequently, many residents began to flee, particularly from coastal areas. This exodus persisted for merely a few days. Nonetheless, it was not the primary catalyst for the departure of the citizens of Cherry Blossom. The foremost reason lay in the alarming surge of deaths and disappearances occurring during the recent nights, which instilled a profound sense of panic among the populace. Li Ming, upon reaching this point, had formed certain conjectures regarding the events transpiring in the land of cherry blossoms. However, the absence of witnesses rendered absolute confirmation elusive. Regardless, a pervasive sense of panic had gripped the entire nation recently. Unlike the Dragon Country, which boasted an abundance of capable individuals, the land of cherry blossoms lacked such a multitude, primarily due to the unique circumstances surrounding Li Ming's establishment. While Li Ming was still lost in contemplation, Bai Qingru arrived at the shop accompanied by her team. Li Ming observed Bai Qingru's hurried demeanor and discerned that something must have transpired. He felt compelled to seek confirmation from her. Li Ming, you are likely aware of the events unfolding in Sakura Country, are you not? Li Ming said. Which one are you referring to? The fishmen? Or the deaths occurring at night? Chapter 82. The emergence of the ghost. Of course, it pertains to the deaths at night. Bai Qingru quickly replied. The matter of the fishmen is trivial. As long as it does not encroach upon our dragon nation's territory, it poses no threat. The primary concern lies with the nocturnal fatalities. The information circulating online is inaccurate. In truth, there are eyewitnesses from Sakura Nation regarding the reason behind these nighttime deaths. According to their accounts, the cause of this incident is a humanoid monster that preys upon humans and is seemingly indestructible. Li Ming was somewhat astonished. Oh, so it cannot be killed? Bai Qingru took a deep breath and replied, Indeed, it cannot be killed. I was equally surprised when I first heard about this. The witness from the Cherry Blossom Nation is also a person with abilities. He engaged in combat with the entity. And although his strength did not match that of the abilities from the Cherry Blossom Nation, it was precisely because it could not be killed that this humanoid monster managed to escape. Initially, we believed that the reason for its escape was due to the lack of strength on the part of the Cherry Blossom Nation's ability wielder. Upon hearing this, Ming pondered for a moment and remarked, "I surmise your visit is prompted by the emergence of a similar humanoid creature in our Dragon Nation." Qingru was taken aback. Indeed, our personnel received an emergency call the night before last. They discovered a creature identical to the one described by Sakura Nation. A man-eating monster that cannot be slain. Yesterday, I personally led a team to track down this beast. It is indeed indestructible, possessing the ability of spatial manipulation, allowing it to teleport. I had initially contained it with ice, yet it still managed to escape. Ming has already discerned that this creature is indeed a demon from the anime Demon Slayer. I believe I understand the nature of the monster you have encountered. This entity is referred to as a demon, an immortal being, yet they are not without their vulnerabilities. Before Ming could finish his words, Qingru interjected. Are they afraid of sunlight? Ming was somewhat taken aback. Qingru's response was remarkably swift. Indeed, the entities they feared most were the sunlight, which compelled them to operate solely under the cover of night. Moreover, the last item issued by Director Yu was specifically designed to exterminate these apparitions. Only with the sunlight blade could one sever the heads of these spirits. Upon hearing this, Qingru pondered for a moment and suddenly exclaimed, "It is the breathing technique and the sunlight blade devised by the director, isn't it? I recall the director mentioning that these two originated from Demon Slayer. Could it be that this creature is a demon from Demon Slayer?" Ming nodded and affirmed, "Indeed. As long as you craft the Nichiren blade according to the design, you will be able to slay demons. The breathing techniques are not of paramount importance. Possessing the Nichiren blade is sufficient. With your strength combined with the blade, dispatching demons should be a relatively effortless task." Qingru, elated at the prospect of demon slaying, suddenly felt disheartened as a thought crossed her mind. It may sound easy, but the materials to forge the Nichiren blade are exceedingly difficult to procure. Up until now, we have yet to find suitable materials. Upon hearing this, Ming was momentarily taken aback. Then he contemplated the materials required to forge the Sunwell Sword. It was a type of or found in proximity to the sun, possessing the remarkable ability to absorb sunlight, thus enabling it to inflict harm upon demons. In the past, such a material would have been nearly impossible to procure, yet now, it could likely be discovered in regions that bask in the sun's rays year-round. Moreover, having discerned the demon's vulnerabilities, creating a device capable of emitting light reminiscent of the sun should not prove to be an insurmountable challenge. Ming spoke with a hint of resignation. Upon hearing this, Qingru suddenly understood. Indeed, why must one be fixated on the Sunwell blade? Creating a device capable of emitting sunlight should not be a daunting task. Having realized this, she promptly expressed her gratitude to Ming, then departed with her team. "Thank you, Ming. I must report this matter to the higher-ups. I shall take my leave now." Ming waved goodbye to Qingru. Once Qingru informed Yi Jiangwo about the situation, he promptly notified the researchers at the Bureau to commence the creation of a device capable of emitting sunlight. This apparatus was not particularly difficult to construct. Within a few hours, they had fashioned a device that could emit intense rays akin to sunlight, resembling a flashlight. However, its efficacy remained uncertain, as sunlight comprises various components, and it was unclear which specific wavelengths might harm the supernatural entities. Concurrently, they also identified the materials needed to forge the Sunwell blade, specifically a stone known as solarite. This stone, originally luminescent only under sunlight, had developed the ability to absorb solar energy due to the resurgence of spiritual energy. The researchers employed this mineral in the fabrication of the Sunwell blade. In addition to crafting traditional blades embedded with solarite, termed sun blades. Despite the stone's capacity to absorb sunlight, its potential to harm spirits remained unproven. Consequently, during the night, the Bureau personnel awaited the manifestation of the supernatural, equipped with the sunlight-emitting flashlight, the Sunwell blade, and the Sunblade. However, it seemed that Qingru's formidable presence had instilled fear in the spirits, resulting in their absence over the past few days, thus precluding any testing of the device's capabilities. Nevertheless, considering the situation in Sakura country, the higher-ups ultimately resolved to sell the weaknesses of the spirits, along with the Sunwell blade, to Sakura country. They decided to assign Qingru to lead the expedition to Sakura country to experiment with the sunlight-emitting flashlight and the Sunwell blade. Soon, Bai Qingru and her team arrived in Sakura country. Wang Shilin questioned her, "Captain, why have we been dispatched to Sakura country? Why not someone else?" Bai Qingru replied calmly, "What other reason could there be? The Sunwell Blade and the sunlight-emitting flashlight were acquired through Li Ming, so we are the only ones fit to test their efficacy. If all goes well, that's fine. But if there are issues, the responsibility will fall upon us." Wang Shulin expressed his discontent. "Isn't it just the Qin family not wanting to take responsibility?" "Silence," Bai Qingru retorted sharply. "Such matters are beyond our purview. Be cautious. Words can bring misfortune." Wang Shulin promptly sealed his lips. Even amidst the revival of spiritual energy and the descent of myriad realms, a hierarchy persisted. As the inhabitants of the Cherry Blossom Nation escorted Bai Qingru and her companions to an area plagued by frequent apparitions of demons, they awaited the emergence of these fiends. It was too long before traces of a demon were discovered. Leading the charge, Bai Qingru swiftly advanced toward the location. Upon arrival, they were greeted by the grim sight of a demon having already claimed a victim. In response to the horrific scene before her, Bai Qingru unsheathed her Nichiren blade and charged forth, with Wang Shulin and the others following closely behind. As the blade struck, the demon let out a blood-curdling scream. Its healing process noticeably hindered. A surge of joy filled Bai Qingru's heart. The Nichiren blade forged from solar stone was indeed effective. How could you possess a Nichiren blade? Isn't it exclusive to the Demon Slayer Corps? The demon shrieked in terror, astonished to encounter someone wielding such a weapon in a world devoid of the core. Yet, it was evident that the adversaries did not employ the unique breathing techniques characteristic of the Demon Slayer Corps. That is of no concern to you. Prepare to meet your demise, Wang Shulin chuckled ominously. Bai Qingru quickly interjected, "Wait, we have yet to test the solar flashlight and the solar knife. Let us complete our experiments before delivering the final blow." With that, she utilized her freezing fruit abilities to immobilize the demon. Observing that the demon lacked any means of counteraction, Bai Qingru felt a wave of relief wash over her. Upon hearing her, Wang Shulin ceased his attack. Sheathing the Nichiren blade and retrieving the solar flashlight, directing its beam toward the demon. The demon wailed in agony. It became apparent that the solar flashlight also proved effective. However, while the demon suffered under its glare, the damage inflicted was limited, allowing the demon's recovery speed to keep pace. The solar knife offered slightly superior efficacy compared to the flashlight, yet fell short of the Nichiren blade's prowess, nonetheless. It sufficed for slaying demons, albeit with added inconvenience. Observing Bai Qingru and her companions' actions, the residents of the Cherry Blossom Nation stared in astonishment. If the blade's effectiveness stemmed from its unique materials, then what could account for the flashlight's power? It became clear to them why this creature feared the light, leading the Cherry Blossom inhabitants to deduce the demon's weakness. After vanquishing the demon, Bai Qingru addressed the onlookers. "Well, you must have discerned this creature's vulnerability. We need not elaborate further. We shall return home now, and arrangements for the forthcoming negotiations will be made by others." Chapter 83. Spirits and Illusions. Upon returning to their homeland, Bai Qingru and her companions disclosed the existence of ghosts, along with their vulnerabilities. They advised the public to equip themselves with sunlight flashlights for protection against these ethereal entities. The cost of such flashlights was modest, merely a few dozen yuan. Mosey found herself in a perplexing predicament, as she had recently begun to perceive entities invisible to others, namely, spirits from the realm of the deceased. While encountering these apparitions was not particularly alarming, the situation escalated when the spirits realized Mosey could see them. They began to incessantly disturb her, leading to considerable agitation. She contemplated the notion of guiding them to peace, yet her efforts invariably ended in failure. Lacking clarity on whether these spirits bore ill intentions, she wrestled with the moral dilemma of not wanting to vanquish them all. Therefore, Mosey resolved to merely repel them. Initially, this approach was effective. But once the spirits understood her reluctance to harm them, their antics intensified. This was especially true of the male spirits, who harbored a mischievous desire to intrude upon her privacy during bathing. Consequently, Mosey found herself too intimidated to return home and sought refuge at the residence of Daizio. "Daizio," I suggested, "perhaps you should consider selling your house. It seems uninhabitable now." Mosey felt a sense of exasperation at Daizio's words. "It's not as simple as selling. I purchased this house outright, and it has just been newly renovated. How could I possibly sell it now?" Daizio, realizing the impracticality of such a decision, ceased her persuasion. She then pondered that consulting Li Ming might shed light on the matter. "Mosey, let us seek out Li Ming. He might possess the means to resolve this predicament." Mosey paused momentarily upon hearing this suggestion. Without waiting for her response, Daizio stood up, took Mosey by the hand, and led her out. Hey, could you slow down a bit? Thus, Daizio guided Mosey to Li Ming's shop, arriving just in time for the midday bustle, where Reba was also present. Li Mingjing and Reba were enjoying their lunch when they noticed Daixiomi and Mosey arriving, and they promptly waved them over. Ah, you're here. Would you like to join us for a bite? Upon seeing Reba and the food, Daixiomi immediately forgot the purpose of her visit and seated herself beside Reba, greeting her warmly. Hello, Reba. I'm Daixiomi. It's a pleasure to meet you. Hello, hello. Feel free to help yourself, Reba replied, gesturing towards the spread on the table. Daixiomi nodded appreciatively and began to eat. Mosey looked on in bemusement as Daixiomi indulged, seemingly oblivious to their original intentions. Mosey then stepped forward to greet Reba as well. Hello, Reba. I'm Mosey, a friend of Daixiomi. Hello, hello. Please join us, Reba invited. Thank you. I primarily came here to ask Li Ming a few questions. Mosey quickly explained her purpose for being there. At that moment, Daixiomi realized their original intent, casting an awkward glance at Mosey. Ah, yes. We came to find Li Ming to inquire about something. Li Ming finished the morsel in his hand and raised his gaze towards Mosey. What is the matter? Mosey, seated beside Daizio, took a bite of cake and remarked. It is this. I have recently been seeing spiritual entities quite frequently. Upon hearing this, Li Ming nodded, signaling Mosey to continue. This, undoubtedly, is not the primary reason. Initially, the presence of these entities seemed inconsequential. However, now, they have congregated at my residence, significantly disrupting my daily life. I had intended to guide them to the afterlife. Yet my efforts have proven futile. Do you understand why this is the case? Li Ming pondered for a moment and remarked. It seems that the absence of the soul society in our world is the reason behind this. Consequently, your efforts at guiding them have proven futile, as they possess no place to go. Mosey, in a state of agitation, exclaimed, What should we do then? I cannot possibly continue residing at Daixiomi's house or rent an apartment indefinitely. My home has just been renovated, and I have no desire to sell it. Li Ming did not respond to Mosey. Instead, he closed his eyes to sense the integration of the world of death. Upon seeing Li Ming with his eyes shut, Mosey promptly fell silent. After a brief moment, Li Ming opened his eyes. Fear not, the Soul Society has begun to merge. Just wait a few more days. And within a week, you should be able to guide them to peace. Really? Mosey exclaimed joyfully. Indeed, in about a week. There will be a space for the spirits of our world to enter the Soul Society. That's splendid. Once Mosey received the information she desired, she and Daixiomi did not linger long at Li Ming's place before departing with Reba. On their way home, Mosey inadvertently spotted a terrifying creature wearing a white mask trailing behind a man. Mosey recognized this being as a hollow. She quickly instructed Daixiomi to stop the car. Mosey stepped out and approached the man, who was halted at a red light. Just as a vehicle sped past, the creature behind him shoved him forward. The man stumbled into the path of the oncoming car, eyes wide with terror at the impending impact. Witnessing this, Mosey swiftly reached out and pulled him back. Thank you so much. I am truly grateful, the man said, regaining his composure and repeatedly expressing his thanks to Mosey for saving him. Mosey waved her hand dismissively, saying, No need for thanks, just be more careful next time. Then, she discreetly glanced at the hollow beside her before leaving with Daixiomi. The hollow, incensed that its plot had been thwarted, glared at Mosey as she departed and followed closely behind. In the car, Daixiomi inquired, Mosey, how did you know that man was about to have an accident? Mosey glanced at the rearview mirror, where the hollow was still following them. Actually, there was a hollow near that man. It wanted to kill him. A hollow? The one from the Soul Reaper? Precisely. Mosey continued to keep a close watch on the hollow pursuing them. Daixiomi, noticing Mosey's unwavering gaze towards the rearview mirror, suddenly exclaimed, Mosey, do you think that hollow is still following us? Indeed, because I disrupted its plan, it now harbors a grudge against me and is tailing us. Mosey replied softly. What should we do? Daixiomi asked. Let's drive to an open area. Mosey spoke softly, then drew her Zanpakuto. Upon seeing this, Daizio understood Mosey's intentions and let out a light laugh. She then drove directly towards the outskirts. The hollow trailing behind Mosey and her companion sensed something amiss, yet chose to disregard it. Soon, Daizio arrived at a desolate area devoid of any human presence. Chapter 84, Mosey versus Hollow. At this moment, the hollow realized that those who disrupt its plans could indeed perceive its presence. This only intensified its desire to eliminate the adversary. After ensuring the surroundings were clear of any onlookers, Daizio halted the vehicle. Observing the stopped car ahead, the hollow revealed a sinister grin. Extending its long tongue to lick its lips, Mosey exited the car, holding her Zanpakuto, followed by Daizio who positioned herself behind Mosey. Though Daizio, under Mosey's guidance, could vaguely sense the hollow's location, she lacked the power to inflict harm upon it, leaving Mosey to face the battle alone. Mosey, be careful. If you can't win, retreat. Your life is paramount, Daizio cautioned, a hint of worry in her voice. I understand. Just watch as I vanquish this hollow, Mosey replied, brimming with confidence and eager to engage. The hollow fixed its gaze upon Mosey and said, Indeed, you can see me, can't you? You deliberately thwarted my plans just now, didn't you? Precisely, it was intentional, Mosey retorted, and with that, she charged forward with her Zanpakuto. The hollow let out a roar and rushed towards her. Mosey reached the hollow's front and swung her blade downwards. The hollow sidestepped and leapt back, narrowly avoiding the strike, then retaliated with a punch aimed at Mosey. Failing to land her blow, Mosey swiftly raised her Zanpakuto to block the incoming fist. Quickly retreating, Mosey lifted her hand and unleashed a bolt of lightning. Bakudo no. 4 Byakurai. The hollow could not evade in time and was struck by the white lightning. Sensing her opportunity, Mosey pressed the attack, using Shuimpa to appear before the hollow and delivering a decisive slash. A deep gash opened on the hollow's chest, blood sprang forth. Ah, how infuriating. I shall kill you. The hollow let out a pained scream, followed by an enraged roar. Some of the hollows, having lost their sanity, swung their fists wildly. Mosey deftly maneuvered to evade their assaults. When a hollow's fist struck the ground, Mosey leapt to the side to avoid the blow. At that moment, a smile crept onto the hollow's lips, and Mosey felt an ominous premonition. Indeed, the earlier display of madness was merely a ruse, intended to disorient her. As Mosey leapt into the air, evasion became increasingly difficult, especially since she had momentarily lowered her guard. The hollow delivered an uppercut to her abdomen, sending her flying. She soared through the air for a considerable distance before crashing heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Dai Xiaomei, witnessing this, saw Mosey first deliver a slash, then raise her blade in defense, and subsequently employ various techniques, only to be ultimately hurled away. Alarmed at the sight of Mosey's blood, Dai Xiaomei rushed over. However, Mosey, spotting her approach, quickly called out, Don't come over. I'm fine. Clutching her abdomen, she slowly rose to her feet, wiping the blood from her lips. This time, she acknowledged her oversight and vowed there would not be a next time. This is my battle alone. With that, Mosey charged forward once more. The hollow, observing Mosey's renewed assault, felt a weight in his heart. He had not anticipated that despite taking a hit, she would appear unscathed. Little did he know, Mosey had consumed enhancement potions and trained in the Navy's 6 styles, endowing her with formidable physical prowess. Even in close combat, the hollow could hardly claim superiority over her. Mosey wielded her Zanpakuto, relentlessly attacking the hollow, who continuously evaded her strikes, occasionally seizing the opportunity to counterattack during her moments of vulnerability. Each time, Mosey endured the blows with unwavering resolve. Initially, the hollow had felt a sense of triumph, believing Mosey's lack of combat experience would work to his advantage. However, as time passed, the hollow found himself landing fewer and fewer hits. Internally astonished, he realized that this woman had turned him into her sparring partner. Fueled by this revelation, rage surged within him, and he bellowed, sending Mosey sprawling backward. You insufferable woman. You dare use me for practice? I will make you pay. With that, the hollow intensified his strength, shifting from defense to relentless offense, launching a frenzied assault on Mosey. Mosey, now aware that the hollow had discerned her intentions, acknowledged the truth. After sustaining the initial attack, she recognized that the hollow did not possess overwhelming power. Given her own limited combat experience, she found the hollow an ideal opponent for honing her skills. Effortlessly countering his attacks, she remarked, Apologies. But it's not every day one encounters someone of your caliber, so I couldn't resist the opportunity to practice. Upon hearing the sound, the hollow intensified its assault. Mosey, realizing that the opportunity for practice had vanished, decided to cease this playful engagement. With a swift motion, she shattered the hollow's hand and raised her Zanpakuto high above her head, delivering a decisive strike that once more opened a wound on the creature's form. After sustaining another injury, the hollow, gripped by terror, began to retreat frantically, seeking escape. Seizing the moment, Mosey unleashed a flurry of strikes upon the hollow's limbs. rendering it immobile. Thank you for assisting me in honing my skills. Thus, I shall ensure your departure is less agonizing, Mosey remarked. Observing the now incapacitated hollow writhing on the ground, howling in distress, she then lifted her hand and began to chant, O Sovereign, flesh and blood masquerade, myriad forms. Winged embrace, crowned in the name of humanity. Truth and restraint, know not the walls of sinful dreams, merely poised above them. Destruction of the 33rd path, azure flame descends. A colossal blue beam erupted from Mosey's palm, descending with explosive force, obliterating the hollow into mere fragments. Where the hollow once stood, only a deep crater remained. Initially, Daisaw was quite concerned, but soon discerned that Mosey was merely training against the hollow. Her worry dissipated, for it was evident that Mosey had unleashed a formidable attack, signaling the imminent conclusion of the battle. Moreover, Daisaw sensed no trace of the hollow's presence any longer. She then sprinted toward Mosey. Mosey, you were truly magnificent. Single-handedly vanquishing the hollow, Daisaw exclaimed joyfully. Mosey, upon receiving the praise, offered a faint smile and brushed off the dust from her attire. Let us return. I am utterly exhausted. However, the training was invaluable, and it was worth enduring those blows from the hollow. With that, Mosey began to walk towards the vehicle. Daisaw hurried after her, exclaiming, Honestly, Mosey, you must now be the sole one among us capable of dealing with otherworldly beings. I wonder when I might have such an opportunity. Mosey replied with a smile, This world changes so swiftly. Opportunities will certainly arise. She then entered the car. Daisaw took the driver's seat and drove them home. Mosey, I must tell you, at first, I truly believed you would struggle to handle it alone. It wasn't until I witnessed you remaining vigorous after enduring several attacks that I realized you were more than capable, Daisaw said excitedly as she drove. However, receiving no response from Mosey, she turned to find her already fast asleep. Daisaw smiled upon seeing this and chose not to disturb her. Indeed, Mosey was quite fatigued. Chapter 85. The Malevolent and Sordid Eyes. That afternoon, Li Ming, Hui Fei, Lu Ziqiao, and Tang Yuyu returned from a shopping excursion. Even the idle enjoy a stroll through the markets. Upon entering room 3602, they were greeted by the sight of a tent in the center of the living room, adorned in hues of yellow and green. Tang Yuyu exclaimed in astonishment, Wow, what is going on here? The others wore expressions of bewilderment, for it had not been like this before they left. They exchanged glances, gradually approaching to uncover the mystery. Could this possibly be a spacecraft from an alternate dimension? Ziqiu remarked in surprise. Surely not. It couldn't possibly appear in our home. Huifei added, equally astonished. Li Ming cast a glance at Lu Ziqiu and Huifei, both of whom seemed utterly unreliable. How could it possibly be a UFO? I suspect it is merely a tent purchased by someone in the apartment. But why set it up inside the apartment? At that moment, the tent suddenly shifted, as if something within was stirring. Tang Yuyu, startled, moved behind Huifei and exclaimed, Ah, there is something moving inside. The others were equally taken aback. Regardless of what it was, the priority was to strike it down. With that, Huifei pulled a kitchen knife from her bag, glaring menacingly at the tent. Li Ming stood by in astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief. It would have been one thing if she had produced the knife from within a spatial ring. Yet the most astonishing aspect was that she had indeed retrieved it from her bag. Who on earth would keep a kitchen knife in their handbag? Upon witnessing this, Lu Ziqiu hurriedly intercepted Huifei and cautiously approached the tent to observe further. Just then, a face suddenly appeared at the tent's curtain. Ah! Everyone jumped in surprise. Lu Ziqiu, in a state of panic, exclaimed, I see a pair of malevolent and lecherous eyes. It's quite terrifying. The face pressed against the mesh window replied helplessly. It's me. Tang Yuyu, staring at the face from within the mesh, gasped, Teacher Zhang? What are you doing in there? Zhang Xiaoxian responded despondently, I can't get out. Could you please let me out? Li Ming inquired with confusion. Teacher Zhang, how is it you? What are you doing in there? Li Ming felt rather perplexed. Unable to emerge? Could it be that Teacher Zhang's brain had atrophied? With such a diminutive tint, surely a mere puff from Teacher Zhang could send it into disarray. How could he possibly be trapped? It seemed implausible. Tang Yuyu speculated. Has your own room become too cramped for you? He must have been watching too many movies. Huifei cast a mocking glance at Zhang Xiaoxian, teasingly inquiring, Are you perhaps yearning to cosplay as a teenage mutant ninja turtle? Li Ming glanced and remarked with a smile, You know, it truly resembles it. Ha ha. The others joined in the laughter. Zhang Xiaoxian, ignoring the ridicule from the crowd, exclaimed in despair, I've been stuck in here for half an hour. Please let me out. I can't take it any longer. Tang Yuyu inspected the tent, and discovered that the zipper had been installed incorrectly, which caused her to burst into laughter. Teacher Zeng has put the zipper on the outside. Haha. Upon realizing the truth, everyone erupted into hearty laughter. What an astonishing turn of events. How on earth did Teacher Zeng manage this? Li Ming laughed heartily, exclaiming, "You are invincible, Teacher Zeng. Ha ha ha." Hu Yifei chimed in with a smile, saying, "Zeng Xiaoxian, oh Zeng Xiaoxian, I truly cannot fathom how you managed this. With just this flimsy tent, you could easily be trapped. Surely, even a mere fart from you could obliterate it." Zeng Xiaoxian, in utter despair, responded, "If it weren't for my desire to preserve the integrity of my tent, how could I have been ensnared for so long? Will you not rescue me?" Then, with a sense of hopelessness, he turned to Ziqiao, pleading, "Ziqiao, dear Ziqiao, you are the best. Name your price and release me." Ziqiao tilted his head slightly and approached, attempting to unzip the tent. "Ah, thank you, Ziqiao, you truly are my brother," Zhang Xiaoxin said gratefully. With great effort, he crawled out of the tent and laboriously made his way to the sofa. Ziqiao glanced at the tent, perplexed, and remarked, "There's no need for thanks. I'm merely curious about how you managed to confine yourself within this tent. Would you care to demonstrate for us?" The trio, who had been fiddling with the tent, eagerly nodded in agreement. Li Ming then addressed Teacher Zeng, inquiring, "Teacher Zeng, I have a question." "What question do you have?" Zhang Xiaoxian sat up, gazing at Li Ming as he asked, "Is it about my tent?" Li Ming cast a glance at Teacher Zeng and inquired, "No, I meant to ask. Even if you were reluctant to damage your tent, wouldn't you be able to manipulate the zipper with your swordsmanship? Although it may not align perfectly, controlling a zipper should be quite effortless, wouldn't it?" Zheng Xiaoxian was momentarily taken aback, as if a dagger had pierced his heart. Hu Yifei interjected, "Exactly. Even if you forgot your swordsmanship, you still possess a spatial ring, right? You could simply stow away the tent." Once again, a metaphorical knife pierced Zhang Xiaoxian's heart. He thought to himself, how could I have not considered that? It could have been so simple. Oh heavens, why did no one inform me? Regaining his composure, Zhang Xiaoxian waved his hand dismissively and remarked, "Ah, this was all an accident. The main issue lies with my tent." He then pointed proudly at the tent and declared, "Behold my proud creation." Hu Yifei paused, tilted her head in curiosity, and asked, "What are you referring to?" "This tent I erected," Zhang Xiaoxian replied with pride. "Just the other day, I posted one of my selfies on Tianya, and within days, they sent me this luminary 2500 model, the latest tent. Aren't you envious?" Hu Yifei crossed her arms and scoffed. They must have sent it by mistake. How could it be a 2500? Shouldn't it be a 250? Laughter erupted once more. Haha. Zhang Xiaoxian, unfazed by Hu Yifei's mockery, boasted, "This latest model is quite intricate. The person who gifted me the tent mentioned that it took 3 people an hour to set it up, yet I managed to do it alone in just 3 hours. And most importantly, I didn't even glance at the instruction manual." Li Ming chuckled and remarked, "I wondered how you managed to install the zipper incorrectly. It turns out you simply neglected to consult the manual. Perhaps you should not focus solely on the zipper, for it is merely a minor flaw." After emphasizing this point, Zhang Xiaoxian gave a thumbs up and added, "Furthermore, I conducted a test inside, and I found that I secured it quite firmly." Lu Ziqiu, indifferent, inquired, "These details are insignificant to us. What truly matters is how you managed to lock yourself inside." Li Ming smiled and remarked, "Indeed. I too believe that this is the crux of the matter. Alas, you are truly insufferably mundane." Zhang Xiaoxian, filled with self-importance, declared, "With such remarkable talent on display before you, do you not feel a twinge of envy?" Hu Yifei cast a disdainful glance at Zhang Xiaoxian and retorted, "Is this what you call talent? Not requiring a manual to pitch a tent hardly qualifies as talent." Zhang Xiaoxian shot a glance at Hu Yifei and lamented, "It is only now that I realize I possess such formidable gifts. You must be envious." Hu Yifei continued to mock Zhang Xiaoxian, listing the talents of others, such as her own innate skill in ninjutsu, Ziqiao's magnetic charm, Yu Yu's flair for performance, Zhambua's prowess in computing, Guangu's vivid imagination, and Mei Jia's gift for communicating with small creatures. Ultimately, the reclusive Teacher Zhang retreated back into the tent. Tang Yu attempted to offer comfort but was startled by Teacher Zhang, prompting her to zip the tent closed once more, leaving Teacher Zhang to sulk in solitude. Chapter 86, A Night to Watch the Meteor Shower that evening. In the living room of 3601, Li Ming, Chen Meijia, and Tang Yu were seated before the television, indulging in snacks. The screen displayed information about the Pegasus meteor shower, announcing that it would be visible on the upcoming Saturday night, accompanied by a vivid description of the anticipated spectacle. Shinmeijia gazed at the television, exclaiming, "Wow! The meteor shower is truly both beautiful and enchanting." Tang Yuyu, filled with longing, added, "Indeed. How could a meteor shower that only graces the sky once every 2,000 years not be magnificent? I too wish to witness it." Li Ming remarked with a hint of indifference, "What is there to worry about? We have faced numerous calamities in the past, such as droughts, blizzards, floods, landslides, earthquakes, tsunamis, solar and lunar eclipses, as well as various pandemics like SARS, avian influenza, and H1N1. We have endured them all. Yet, in the past 2 years, we have witnessed the resurgence of spiritual energy and the arrival of otherworldly realms." Shinmeijia exclaimed in astonishment, "Indeed, as you say, I have truly experienced so much." Li Ming was somewhat at a loss for words, pondering the peculiarities of their thought processes. Tang Yuyu, unable to even enjoy her snacks, timidly remarked, "Indeed. We have endured so many events within just a span of 20 short years." Observing the anxious expressions on Shinmeijia and Tang Yuyu's faces, Li Ming chuckled softly and reassured them, "It's all right. Despite the multitude of calamities, we are still living quite well." "Well, if that's the case, we should strive to find joy in each day," he added. Shinmeijia nodded in agreement and glanced at the television, which was showcasing a segment on the meteor shower. "I missed the last meteor shower. This time, I must witness it," she declared. Tang Yuyu turned to Shinmeijia and explained, "As for the previous meteor shower, not only you, but even Jesus himself may not have had the chance to see it." Li Ming remarked with a smile, 2,000 years ago. The concept of Jesus likely did not even exist. Shinmeijia excitedly suggested, "How about we go watch the meteor shower this Saturday? Let us invite everyone to join us." Upon hearing this, Li Ming, filled with delight, exclaimed, "That sounds wonderful. It's the perfect opportunity for us all to venture out together. It has been ages since we last went camping." Tang Yuyu joyfully concurred, "Indeed. Meijia, you truly are my dear friend. We are of one mind." Subsequently, Shinmeijia and Tang Yuyu exchanged a celebratory high five. Li Ming, rendered speechless, remarked, "Hey, what about me? Why is it only the beautiful women who seem to share the same thoughts?" Shinmeijia chuckled, "Why are you being so petty, you big man?" The following day at the bar downstairs, all the residents of the apartment, except for Zheng Xiaoxian, gathered together. Shinmeijia, Li Ming, and Tang Yuyu shared their thoughts with the group. The meteor shower. Shinmeijia stated earnestly, "We witnessed the magnificent Perseid meteor shower on television last night." Guanggu and the others raised their hands in unison, inquiring, "May I pose a question?" Tang Yuyu responded leisurely, "Take your time. Let each person speak one at a time." Lu Zhanghua, with curiosity, queried, "Meteor fist, I can perform that as well. Does it resemble the meteor shower?" Guanggu, perplexed, asked, "Where is this Shi mountain?" Lu Ziqiao, in a state of bewilderment, asked, "How spectacular is it? What sort of questions are these? Can we have some relevance?" Shinmeijia rolled her eyes and replied, "Are these even pertinent? The crux of the matter lies in the meteor shower. It occurs once every 2,000 years. We cannot afford to miss it. Furthermore, we could camp outdoors. How delightful." Tang Yuyu nodded in agreement, stating, "Do you realize how rare such grand events are? We've encountered mudslides, sandstorms, earthquakes, and so forth. What does this signify? It indicates that we absolutely must not miss this once in 2,000 years meteor shower." Shinmeijia, brimming with excitement, added, "Indeed, we have experienced so much. How could we let this slip by? Moreover, numerous astronomy enthusiasts will be attending." Hu Yifei looked at the three skeptically and asked, "Am I mistaken? Or do I recall incorrectly? I remember you are not astronomy enthusiasts, right?" Tang Yuyu paused, then replied, "We are indeed not astronomy enthusiasts." Hu Yifei, perplexed, questioned, "Then why are you going to Shi Mountain?" Shinmeijia laughed and said, "But isn't it wonderful for us to go camping?" "Exactly. We've been cooped up at home for so long. Let's go out and have some fun." Li Ming, in a state of utter disbelief, remarked, "Oh dear. You have all forgotten about me again. Must you be so stingy?" After a brief exchange with Li Ming, Tang Yuyu sighed contemplatively, "Imagine, if you will, atop the magnificent peaks where flowers bloom abundantly and waterfalls cascade gracefully. We could sit beside towering heaps of earth, with a crackling bonfire before us, engaging in delightful games." Guanggu shrank back, apprehensively stating, "Are all you people from the Dragon Nation truly so fearsome? Must we even bring along ashes for camping?" "What ashes?" "I was referring to the heaps of earth," he added, emphasizing the need for Guanggu to study diligently. Tang Yuyu then turned to the bewildered crowd and inquired, "Is the scene I painted not enchanting?" Li Ming, at a loss for words, inquired, "You mean Mount Shi, right? I suspect you have been watching too many television dramas." Lu Zhanbo interjected with a note of enlightenment. "I researched online, and Mount Shi is not particularly high, merely around 100 meters. How could there possibly be a waterfall at such a height?" Qin Meijia, with a playful demeanor, pleaded, "Oh, please don't focus on these trivial details. Our primary objective is to enjoy camping, all right?" However, Guangu felt uneasy and furrowed his brow, expressing, "But we have never been to Mount Shi. Could it pose any danger?" Tang Yuyu, puzzled, questioned, "What kind of danger could there be? Don't you find the name Mount Shi inherently ominous?" "Surely, it must be teeming with snakes," Guangu remarked, rubbing the goosebumps on his arms, feeling quite terrified. Li Ming gazed at Guangu in disbelief and remarked, "You, a ninja endowed with the Uchiha Madara template, fear snakes?" Taken aback by this statement, Guangu momentarily forgot that he was indeed a genuine ninja. Qin Meijia rolled her eyes and replied, "Not to be harsh, Guangu, but not everything can be defined by its name. By that logic, wouldn't Huangshan be something else entirely?" Tang Yuyu pointed at El Zichio, suddenly enlightened, and said, "Meijia, you might be surprised, but Zichu frequently visits Huangshan." El Zichu displayed a knowing smile and proudly declared, "That's not true. I predominantly visit Girl Mountain." Li Ming cast a glance at Lu Zichu and teasingly remarked, "It seems your home ground is Silver Mountain." The others instantly understood and burst into laughter. Lu Zichu promptly retorted, "Then yours must be Lazy Mountain." The specific mountains were insignificant. What truly mattered were the meteor showers and camping adventures. Qin Meijia clapped her hands and earnestly stated, "You all have no idea. A former colleague of mine made a wish upon a meteor shower, and it actually came true." Hearing this, Hui Fei perked up, her curiosity piqued. "How true?" The group turned their inquisitive gazes toward Qin Meijia, wondering if wishes indeed held power. She had been ill and wished for a speedy recovery. Qin Meijia clapped her hands again, marveling. Then she underwent a week of saline infusion at the hospital. And she recovered. Isn't that remarkable? The others immediately lost interest and collectively rolled their eyes. Of course, a cold would likely resolve itself in about a week. With or without saline. Isn't that just stating the obvious? Lu Zichio remarked in exasperation, before hastily inquiring, were there any more severe cases of patients whose wishes succeeded? "Believe it or not, I've already made the wish I desire," Qin Meijia declared, as she produced a piece of paper. "Is it for real? Let me see." Hui Fei replied, taking the wish list from Qin Meijia and reading aloud, "Less fat on the face, less on the waist, and less on the legs. Preferably with no change in weight?" Tang Yuyu frowned, questioning Meijia. "What kind of wish is that?" Qin Meijia glanced at her chest and sighed. "Oh, I don't wish to lose weight. I merely want the fat to be redistributed to where it should be." Upon hearing this, the other women instantly understood. Meanwhile, Lu Zichu mocked from the sidelines, "You might as well wish for a rebirth." "Lu Zichu, you." Qin Meijia threatened, raising her fist. Lu Zichu made a face at her, taunting, "Come on, come on." While the earlier wish seemed lackluster, he found the latter part acceptable. Hui Fei then recounted all the instances where Meijia had cursed Lu Zichu, and it was undeniable that Meijia truly harbored a grudge against him, always devising clever schemes. Lu Zichu's expression gradually hardened as he looked at the smug Qin Meijia, incredulously exclaiming, "What? Nothing else matters as long as the latter part can be realized." Qin Meijia glanced at Lu Zichu, triumphantly asking, "Are you afraid? Why should only you be able to make wishes? I can do so too." Lu Zichu disdainfully replied, "As long as I get my wish fulfilled before yours, you won't be able to realize any of your desires." "Go to hell, Lu Zichu!" Qin Meijia shouted furiously. "How dare you try to outpace me? I'll have Gardevoir teleport you away. Let's see how you make your wish then." El Zichio narrowed his eyes skeptically. "As if I'd give you the chance to let Gardevoir near me. Then let's see who's more capable, you or me." Humph. In perfect synchronization, they both turned their heads away, refusing to acknowledge each other. The group had long grown accustomed to their antics. "Don't be too optimistic," someone interjected. "The conditions for witnessing a meteor shower are quite stringent. It's not something you can simply wish for. Remember the previous meteor showers? We missed them all. What if we don't get a clear view this time either?" Lu Zhanbo's face was etched with reluctance. "I'd rather stay home and watch TV, much more comfortable." El Zichio pondered for a moment before frowning. "Then why not bring the TV along? Even if we don't see it live, we can still watch the broadcast." Lu Zhanbo rolled his eyes. "What's the point of watching it outdoors when we can do so comfortably at home?" Undeterred, El Zichu devised another scheme, luring them with temptation. "Then let's bring the gaming console too. Playing games in the wild won't be boring, right?" Guanguo's eyes lit up with interest. I like that idea. Lu Zhanghua sighed helplessly. What's the use of bringing a console? There's no electricity in the mountains. El Zichio grinned. No problem. Xiaohei has a generator. I'll just borrow it from him. Lu Zhanghua nodded. Well, if you say so, I'm in. They exchanged a high five. Qin Meijiao marveled. Xiaohei really does have everything, doesn't he? Li Ming shrugged and remarked. Xiaohei has a penchant for the peculiar, which explains his frequent consumption of dirt. Let us raise our hands to vote. Who wishes to join? Upon hearing this, Tang Yuyu assessed the situation and promptly lifted her hand as she spoke. No sooner had Tang Yuyu finished her sentence than Lu Zichio immediately raised his hand. Casting a challenging glance at Qin Meijia as he declared, You think you can thwart my wish with your demeanor? How absurd. With a scoff of disdain, Qin Meijia retorted and defiantly raised her hand in response. The two began to engage in a silent exchange of glances. Li Ming, Huifei, Lu Zhanghua, and Guangu gathered together, raising their hands in unison. Haha, I'm joining too, Zheng Xiaoxian exclaimed as he sprinted towards the bar entrance, lifting his hand and declaring. How could such an important matter not include me? Huifei scrutinized Zheng Xiaoxian and teased. What is this, Zheng Xiaoxian? Aren't you a broadcaster anymore? Shouldn't you be an astronomy enthusiast now? Impossible, Zheng Xiaoxian replied excitedly, but I possess the talent for pitching tents. You all need tents for camping, don't you? He struck a rather silly pose, exclaiming with fervor, Who says my talent is useless? Isn't this the perfect opportunity to showcase it? Huifei, exasperated, remarked. I truly give up. Without a single astronomy enthusiast, what are we even doing? Suddenly, Tang Yuyu raised her arm high and shouted, Who cares? Amidst the laughter and joy of the group, the plan to watch the meteor shower was solidified. On Saturday, everyone packed their belongings, camping gear, and barbecue supplies, then drove out of the community together. Soon, they arrived at their destination. The group struggled to ascend the hillside, where bizarrely shaped rocks of various sizes made the path steep and hardly recognizable as a trail. Qin Meijia looked around, her face lighting up with delight as she exclaimed. It's truly beautiful. Guangu, clutching his backpack, frowned and asked, Are you certain there are no snakes here? It doesn't seem like it to me. Lu Zhanghua, looking at Guangu with a hint of helplessness, replied, Haven't I explained this to you multiple times? Why don't you believe me? Guangu said nothing more, only tightening his grip on his bag. LV Zichu pointed at the sun and complained, Are we really enduring this scorching sun to be here? Qin Meijia immediately retorted, What do you know? Prime locations are seized early. How could we secure them without arriving sooner? Huifei, perplexed, questioned, Is this what you call a favorable terrain? Meijia, are your eyes functioning properly? Tang Yuyu, satisfied with her surroundings, excitedly chimed in, Oh, Ifei, don't sweat the details. Just look at how beautiful this environment is. Wherever we are, it's all about the view. Li Ming, hands on his hips and brow furrowed, remarked, The scenery is indeed splendid, but the path is rather difficult to traverse. He then retrieved his camera, adjusted its settings, and placed it upon a large rock. Turning to the group with a smile, he called out, Everyone, look at the lens and smile. Upon hearing this, the others turned their gaze, only to find that Li Ming had already dashed back. Before anyone could react, a sharp click resonated as the camera captured the moment. Li Ming hurriedly approached and retrieved the camera placed atop a large rock. Glancing at the photographs and unable to suppress a chuckle, the unexpectedness of Li Ming's actions elicited a variety of expressions from the group, all appearing quite natural, albeit with a hint of silliness. They exchanged glances, somewhat speechless, for over the years, they had grown accustomed to such antics from Li Ming. Qin Meijia eagerly extended her hand, exclaiming, Let me see, let me see. Lin Xian, with a smile, handed the camera to Qin Meijia, and the girls immediately gathered around, chattering excitedly over the images. In stark contrast, the boys remained indifferent, showing no interest in the photographs. Chapter 88. The capsule villa. Lu Zhanghua surveyed the group and suddenly inquired, Why has teacher Xing come along? Zheng Xiaoxian, where have you disappeared to? Lu Zichu called out over his shoulder. Teacher Zhang, hands clasped behind his back, swaggered into view. Huifei looked at the ostentatious Zheng Xiaoxian and remarked, Zheng Xiaoxian, what are you up to? Trying to act like a big shot? Ha. Zheng Xiaoxian laughed heartily, then confidently declared, Today, I shall showcase my innate talent for pitching tents right here. With that, he produced a tent bag from his ring, ready to commence the setup. Huifei, glancing at the rugged terrain strewn with rocks, asked in astonishment, Here? Zheng Xiaoxian replied with unwavering confidence, Do you understand what talent means? I can pitch a tent anywhere. With that, Zheng Xiaoxian grabbed a tent bag and began to unzip it. However, with a bit too much force, he accidentally tore the tent, sending its contents scattering across the ground. The group looked on, expressions blank, as Zheng Xiaoxian sheepishly addressed them, saying, "Hee hee, the quality of this tent bag isn't great. But it's no matter." He then hurriedly began to gather the scattered parts, attempting to assemble the tent. 10 minutes later, amidst the group's incredulous expressions, Zheng Xiaoxian had yet to even construct a tent frame. Tang Yuyu, unable to bear it any longer, suggested, "Teacher Zhang, perhaps you should consult the instruction manual?" Zheng Xiaoxian calmly replied, "I tossed the manual aside. In the face of my talent, it's utterly unnecessary." The group paused in disbelief. "You didn't bring it?" Zheng Xiaoxian reassured them, "Fear not. I assure you there will be no mishaps." The group exchanged exasperated glances at Zheng Xiaoxian, who still had managed to erect even a single frame. Lu Zhanbo, in a defeated tone, remarked, "Oh my, are we truly destined to be mosquito bait here?" Li Ming chuckled and said, "It's nothing. I possess a secret weapon. However, it is not suitable here, as I have yet to find a flat surface." Observing that everyone was about to leave, Teacher Zheng could not help but exclaim, "Oh, but how can Li Ming's secret weapon compare to the tent erected by a genius like myself? You all might come to regret it later." Li Ming and his companions discovered a flat expanse. After surveying the surroundings and confirming their solitude, Li Ming retrieved a capsule from his ring. Upon witnessing this, El Ziqiu and Lu Zhanbo exclaimed in unison, "Is that the universal capsule?" "Indeed it is." After Li Ming finished speaking, he pressed a button on a capsule and tossed it into the distance. With a resounding thud, a magnificent 4-story villa materialized before the group. Wow, 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 wow. This is fantastic. There must be no snakes here. Hui Fei and the others joyfully rushed into the villa. The interior boasted a sofa, television, kitchen, restroom, and bedrooms, everything one could desire. The first floor comprised a living room, kitchen, and entertainment area. The second floor was primarily devoted to bedrooms. The third floor was an expansive hall designed for gatherings, while the fourth floor featured a grand viewing platform, complete with several astronomical telescopes. The villa offered an abundance of rooms for everyone to choose from. Li Ming stood on the third floor, addressing the group. "This simply won't do. I shall summon Zheng Xian to take a look. His tent, compared to this, resembles a pigsty." Hui Fei suddenly recalled Zhang Laosher's so-called talent, and she couldn't help but dash out with glee. Tang Yuyu set her luggage down and joyfully scampered outside, occasionally returning with intriguing specimens she had discovered. El Ziqiu, after a leisurely stroll around the villa, departed with a hefty bag in hand. As a result, nearly half of the villa's occupants had ventured out. Excited, Chen Meijia turned around only to realize she was the last one remaining inside. At that moment, Lu Zhanbo and Guan Gu were engrossed in a game of live soccer on the television, while Li Ming had made his way to the fourth floor's viewing platform to bask in the sun. Feeling somewhat bored in solitude, he hastily pursued Hui Fei. "Fei, wait for me." Meanwhile, Zhang Laosher, having successfully pitched his tent, eagerly searched for the others to admire his masterpiece. However, after a fruitless search, he stumbled upon a splendid 4-story villa nearby. Zhang Xiaoxian, utterly astonished, could not fathom the existence of such a grand residence in the area, unaware that it was indeed where the apartment's residents dwelled. Not having spotted anyone, Zhang Laosher began to retrace his steps, only to soon find Hui Fei and Chen Meijia not far from his tent. "Hey, where have you two gone? Come and see how my tent turned out." Zhang Xiaoxian called out proudly. Curious, Hui Fei and Chen Meijia approached for a look. Hui Fei exclaimed in disbelief, "Is this a zongzi? You call this a tent?" Chen Meijia, rubbing her stomach, murmured, "Now that you mention it, I'm feeling hungry." Upon hearing Chen Meijia's words, Hui Fei quickly pulled Zheng Xiaoxian along, saying, "Come on, Zheng Xiaoxian, let me show you Li Ming's secret weapon. You will soon realize your so-called talent pales in comparison." Before long, Zheng Xiaoxian found himself near the villa once again. "You can't be telling me that this villa is Li Ming's secret weapon?" he said, wide-eyed in astonishment. "Indeed. This is Li Ming's secret weapon. Come, let us venture inside," Hui Fei replied, leading the way, with Chen Meijia following suit. After a brief pause, Zhang Xiaoxian took a deep breath and stepped inside. "So, Zhang Xiaoxian, isn't this villa far superior to your zongzi?" Hui Fei teased. "That was merely an accident. Just wait. I shall construct a perfect tent," Zhang Xiaoxian retorted in frustration. During this time, Tang Yuyu had collected numerous flora and fauna from Xishan, while Zhang Laosher had crafted an array of uniquely shaped tents. Exhausted from play, Lu Zhanbo went out in search of El Ziqiu. while Guangu accompanied Tang Yuyu in her escapades. Hua Fei and Qin Meijia ventured out hunting. Nightfall soon descended upon them. After awakening, Li Ming set up a barbecue grill outside, grilling delectable treats while sipping on beer. Before long, everyone returned. Wow, that's fantastic. Li Ming, you've prepared everything. I thought I would go hungry today, Qin Meijia cheerfully remarked while enjoying the grilled food. How could you even say that? Bringing a barbecue grill without chicken wings, who taught you that? Hua Fei retorted, rolling her eyes in disbelief. Meanwhile, Teacher Zhang's tent was playfully kicked around by a group of children. Lu Zhanhua attempted to strike up a conversation with two girls, but he was too engrossed in his game to notice. Soon, amidst the laughter and joy, the meteor shower was about to begin. Oh, the meteor shower will soon appear. Qin Meijia exclaimed excitedly, glancing at her watch. Really? Quick, everyone. Upon hearing this, they instinctively looked up at the sky. Lu Ziqiu suddenly appeared, equipped with a telescope. I am ready. Shinado, prepare to teleport Lu Ziqiu, Qin Meijia declared, releasing Shinado, who glared fiercely at Lu Ziqiu. Shana. Shinado responded. Did you think I was unprepared? Lu Ziqiu summoned his martial spirit, Lu Bu, enveloping himself to shield against Shinado while adjusting his telescope. Teacher Zhang gazed expectantly at the sky, pondering whether he could make a wish for a talent exchange. How wonderful. We will soon witness the meteor shower, Yu said, leaning excitedly against Guangu. However, the sky was ominously dark, rendering everything invisible. What is going on? It's pitch black up there. Hu Yifei questioned, perplexed. A large mass of clouds rolled in. Hence the darkness, Lu Ziqiu coolly replied while peering through his telescope. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck. What is happening? Is there lightning before the meteor shower? Lu Ziqiu pondered. How is that possible? Zhang Shaoxian exclaimed in surprise. Ziqiu, you've really outdone yourself, Hua Fei remarked in disbelief. Can lightning truly occur before a meteor shower? I was unaware of this. Tang Yuyu expressed her astonishment. Lightning shouldn't accompany a meteor shower. This must be. Guangu said in disbelief. Thunder, lightning, rain. Everyone exclaimed in unison. The sound of raindrops began to fall. Amidst the chaos of the fire, Li Ming calmly reassured. Do not panic. I am here. Li Ming smiled and waved his hand. Instantly, the rain ceased and the dark clouds vanished. Then, a magnificent shooting star gracefully streaked across the sky. Amidst this beauty, everyone assumed it was merely a simple meteor shower. However, Li Ming sensed that this celestial event heralded a significant transformation of the world. The following morning, everyone awoke in the villa. Zhang Shaoxian sat up in bed, rubbing his bleary eyes. He approached the window, drew back the curtains, and opened it to gaze upon the lush grass and towering trees, inhaling the fresh air. Squinting at the distant sun, he felt a wave of joy. Looking down, he noticed the barbecue grill from the previous night still standing outside, albeit at a considerable distance from the villa. At first, Zhang Shaoxian felt no alarm, but as he pondered, he wondered why it was so far away. Perhaps Ziqiu and the others had moved the grill. He dismissed it from his mind. Before long, everyone was awake and, after freshening up, they decided to prepare breakfast. Hu Yifei, Qin Meijia, Tang Yuyu, and others, including Guangu, exited the villa and headed towards the spot where they had barbecued the night before. Upon leaving the villa, they immediately spotted their barbecue grill at a considerable distance. Hu Yifei sensed something was amiss and promptly instructed Guangu to call for Li Ming. What is going on? Why is our barbecue grill over there? Qin Meijia questioned upon seeing Hu Yifei's urgent demeanor. This is unusual. Something is not right, Hu Yifei replied, her expression serious as she gazed toward the distant grill. Qin Meijia, still puzzled, looked at the grill but noticed nothing out of the ordinary. Our barbecue grill appears untouched, yet it is inexplicably far from our villa. The arrangement of the items on it is identical to where we placed them last night. It does not seem like it has been disturbed, Hua Fei explained to Qin Meijia. Soon, Li Ming and Guangu emerged from the villa. In the meantime, Li Ming had already learned about the situation outside from Guangu. Li Ming had also surmised what had transpired here. He approached Hua Fei and her companions with a calm demeanor, stating, there is no need to be so anxious. There is no danger present. It is merely that the entire blue star has undergone a monumental transformation. A monumental transformation? Hu Yifei and Qin Meijia exchanged puzzled glances with Li Ming, eagerly awaiting his further explanation. Indeed, the entire blue star has been altered, primarily due to the meteor shower that occurred last night. This celestial event has infused the world with an immense surge of spiritual energy, resulting in a transformation that has rendered Blue Star approximately 10 times its former size. Last night, Li Ming silently scanned the entirety of Blue Star with his consciousness. Not only Blue Star, but the entire Milky Way has undergone tremendous transformations. And life has emerged on other planets as well. However, traveling to these distant worlds will require considerable time. Not for Lin Wanyu, though, as she possesses a certain artifact. What? Tenfold? X7, Hui Fei exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, tenfold. Should we wish to return home now, the time required may have increased tenfold as well. And due to the changes in terrain, it is likely to be even more. Li Ming smiled and said, however, there is no need for concern. The world has undergone evolution, and so have people. For the time being, there should not be any significant danger. Ding ding ding. Just as Li Ming was about to say something more, the phone suddenly rang. Li Ming glanced at his phone and saw that it was a call from Bai Qingru. He answered promptly. Li Ming, are you aware of the extraordinary changes that have unfolded in our world? Bai Qingru's anxious voice resonated through the line. Overnight. The entire blue planet has astonishingly expanded tenfold. It is truly unbelievable. Li Ming reassured her. I am aware. Do not fret. This is indeed a fortuitous occurrence. The entire blue planet has undergone an evolution, which is why it has grown 10 times larger. A new era is about to dawn upon us. Li Ming spoke calmly. The Great Era? What Great Era? Bai Qingru inquired, her brow furrowing in confusion. The prior emergence of extraterrestrial creatures and the mutations of local species were merely trifles. Now, the entire Blue Star is undergoing evolution, heralding the arrival of an increasing number of mutated and otherworldly beings. Previously, Blue Star was unable to sustain powerful entities. But that is no longer the case. You all must prepare yourselves, and it is imperative that people refrain from venturing into the wilderness carelessly. Li Ming solemnly addressed Bai Qingru. Understood, Bai Qingru replied. Before continuing, there is another matter. Our investigation bureau has detected a significant spatial fluctuation on a mountain, indicating the emergence of an alternate dimension. Li Ming heard that another otherworldly realm had descended and felt a spark of curiosity, prompting him to inquire of Bai Qingru. Is that so? Could you share the precise location? Upon realizing that Li Ming was indeed intrigued, Bai Qingru joyfully responded, certainly. The exact site is atop Shishan, where the Pegasus meteor shower appeared yesterday. Oh, Li Ming never anticipated that the otherworldly realm was situated right in Shi Mountain. What's wrong? Bai Qingru inquired upon hearing Li Ming's exclamation of astonishment. It's nothing. I merely find myself atop Shi Mountain at this moment. Li Ming regained his senses and spoke. Shishan, how did you end up there? Bai Qingru inquired with confusion. Oh, it's nothing. I was at Shishan yesterday with some friends to watch the meteor shower. So I was merely surprised to hear you mention it. Li Ming explained calmly. So that was the case. It was quite a coincidence. Bai Qingru remarked with a hint of relief that if Li Ming were present, no unforeseen incidents would likely occur. This would certainly ease their workload considerably. After ending the call, Bai Qingru conveyed Li Ming's words and informed Yi Jiangwo that Li Ming was currently at Shi Mountain. Li Ming conveyed the matters concerning the otherworld to Hui Fei and the others, inquiring about their opinions on whether they should venture into the alternate realm. Chapter 90. The Otherworld? No, it's the gateway to another dimension. Upon hearing this, Hui Fei immediately consented without a moment's hesitation. How could I possibly miss out on such an intriguing affair? I am definitely going to this alternate space, she exclaimed excitedly, and then turned to the group, asking, What about you all? Are we going or not? The others, equally intrigued, swiftly expressed their agreement. I have no objections. Neither do I. I'm on board as well, responded Xing Xiaoxian and Guiyu. I have just acquired my third soul skill and have yet to find a proper place to test its power. This is the perfect opportunity, Lu Ziqiao added enthusiastically. I will join too. I missed the last opportunity, and I certainly won't let this one slip by. Lu Zhanhua quickly interjected, raising his hand. I am also ready to accompany you, as I can finally perform a super evolution with Shinai Duo, Chen Meijia chimed in joyfully. Li Ming observed that everyone was in agreement and then spoke. Very well, since there are no objections, let us dine first. Once we have finished and tidied up, we shall embark on our journey. Soon, the group had feasted and refreshed themselves, packing their belongings while Li Ming also secured the villa. Subsequently, Li Ming utilized his spiritual perception to locate the source of the spatial fluctuations, though it appeared that these fluctuations did not resemble those of an alternate dimension. Li Ming pondered thoughtfully. This must be a spatial gateway. The alternate dimension is merely a projection, and the space is finite. Behind this gateway lies not a mere small space, but an entire world. It seems this incident has become quite intriguing. Nonetheless, Li Ming chose to say little. With his presence, the circumstances were of no consequence. Soon, he led Hui Fei and the others to the location where the spatial gateway was about to manifest. At that moment, the gateway had yet to fully take shape, but its outline was already discernible. As they approached, they had previously glimpsed the nascent form of the gateway in the distance, a colossal blue portal standing at the foot of the mountain. My goodness! What had felt insignificant from afar now revealed itself to be truly immense upon closer inspection. El Zichio arrived near the gateway, his curiosity piqued as he reached out. Eager to touch it. Do not touch. Li Ming hurriedly raised his voice to intervene, saying, if you value your life, it is best not to touch that. This door has not fully formed. Should you make contact, you might be drawn into a spatial turbulence and utterly torn apart. Upon hearing this, LV Zichu quickly withdrew his hand, his heart racing in trepidation. I can't believe this thing is so perilous, he exclaimed. Tang Yuyu approached and firmly grasped LV Zichao's ear, pulling him aside. Zichao, could you not make things so troublesome for us? You are always so reckless, nearly causing an incident, she admonished. Tang Yuyu had been startled by Li Ming's warning. After all, LV Zichu was her dear nephew, and if anything were to happen, how could she explain it to the family? Oh dear. LV Zichao cried out in pain as Tang Yuyu tugged at his ear. Once freed from her grasp, he rubbed his ear and spoke in a Sichuan dialect. Auntie, I understand my mistake now. I promise I won't be so bold again. Li Ming gazed at the portal to the spatial realm and remarked, let us all take a moment to rest. It will require some time for this portal to fully take shape. A portal to the spatial realm? Indeed, the last time we encountered such a portal. It was not nearly as grand, inquired Lu Zichao, perplexed by the revelation. Precisely, this is the portal to the spatial realm. Li Ming nodded, then addressed the group. Indeed. The last time we encountered was a parallel dimension, merely a projection of a world, a small space at best. However, the portal to the realm is entirely different. Behind that door lies a complete world, the level of peril far surpassing that of the parallel dimension. Are you all certain you wish to proceed? Upon hearing Li Ming's elucidation, the group momentarily hesitated, yet soon their curiosity and excitement overwhelmed their apprehension. Regardless of the individual, the allure of a new world invariably ignites curiosity within humanity. Even in the face of imminent danger, the spirit of exploration prevails. Moreover, this determination is amplified among those who possess extraordinary powers. Hui Fei swiftly resolved her stance. No matter the dangers that may lie ahead, I must witness this new world. The prospect is simply exhilarating. I concur, echoed El Zichao in agreement. The others, witnessing their enthusiasm, soon followed suit in their approval. Li Ming glanced over and smiled gently. Since the decision had been made, everyone remained in place, awaiting the formation of the spatial portal. As they waited, the personnel from the Magic City Investigation Bureau, led by Bai Qinru, were en route via helicopter to their location. The sound of helicopter rotors filled the air, resonating in their ears. When they looked up, a dozen helicopters appeared before them, and 30 to 40 individuals descended from the aircraft, gripping ropes. The captains, including Bai Qinru, arrived before Li Ming and his companions with their respective teams. Is this enormous blue door the entrance to another realm? Bai Qinru inquired, gazing at the azure portal before Li Ming. Indeed, this is the entrance, Li Ming affirmed. However, it does not lead to an alternate dimension. This vast blue door is known as the spatial gateway, and within lies a complete world, not merely a small realm of the other world. Qin Ziyuan, astonished, exclaimed from the sidelines. What? A complete world? Li Ming cast a fleeting glance at Qin Ziyuan, then turned to Bai Qinru and said, Indeed, it is a complete world. However, I wonder if the beings from the other side of this realm will traverse through this portal into our world. Therefore, it would be prudent for you to communicate with the higher authorities. Li Ming observed Bai Qinru and the others, then remarked, It appears that most of your investigation bureau personnel have arrived, correct? Together with our team, we should have sufficient manpower for the task at hand. Upon hearing Li Ming's words, Bai Qinru promptly dialed Yi Jiangwo's number to inform him of the current situation. Yi Jiangwo assured her that he would dispatch troops immediately and urged them to exercise utmost caution. Observing Bai Qinru on the phone, Yuan Hong took it upon himself to respond to Li Ming's inquiry, stating, Our monitoring team has detected significant spatial fluctuations in this area. Concerned about potential unforeseen events, we have deployed all available team members. Li Ming inquired with a sense of perplexity, what shall we do if any unforeseen circumstances arise within the city? Before Yuan Hong could respond, Qin Ziyuan, with an air of arrogance, interjected, We have successfully developed an enhanced potion, further optimized from its original formulation. The duration of the enhancement has been reduced from 1 week to merely 3 days. Currently, every member of our military and magic city has undergone this enhancement. Coupled with the assistance of local practitioners, as long as we do not encounter colossal beasts akin to those from before, we should encounter no issues. Li Ming was taken aback by Qin Ziyuan's words. It seemed that their researchers were indeed quite remarkable, managing to create an optimized version of the enhancement serum so swiftly. How splendid! After exchanging a few casual remarks, they awaited the complete formation of the spatial portal. Before long, the portal emitted a brilliant light. Chapter 91. Entering the spatial portal, the vast beast realm as they gazed at the pulsating blue gates, Bai Qingru and the others immediately braced themselves, anxiously watching the spatial portal before them. Hui Fei and her companions also stood up in trepidation, moving closer to Li Ming's side. Li Ming calmly observed the portal to the spatial realm. He had already sensed the circumstances beyond the door. There was nothing present on the other side. Soon, the portal had fully materialized. A tremendous surge of spiritual energy poured forth from the portal, and Bai Qingru, along with Hui Fei and the others, immediately felt their own powers significantly enhanced by this influx of energy. Moreover, Ziqiao had achieved a breakthrough to level 40, enabling him to acquire a 4th spirit ring. They gazed at the portal, which could accommodate 20 to 30 individuals. One intrepid investigator from the nearby bureau boldly reached out to touch the portal. Observing this, Ziqiao hurriedly intervened, exclaiming, "Do not touch it." His voice startled the individual, prompting him to retract his hand swiftly. Yuan Hong then admonished loudly, "Who permitted you to act recklessly?" "I apologize, Captain Yuan." The individual hastily responded. Li Ming spoke calmly, "There is no need for concern. The portal to this space has stabilized and poses no danger. The earlier hesitation from Ziqiao was due to my prior warning when he attempted to touch it. Now, all is well, and we may proceed." With that, Li Ming stepped confidently through the portal, followed closely by Hui Fei and the others. Observing the vanishing figures of Li Ming and the others, Qin Ziyuan expressed his apprehension. "Are we truly safe in entering like this?" "Fear not. Li Ming is no ordinary individual," came the reassuring reply from Bai Qingru as she glanced at the anxious Qin Ziyuan. Turning to her team, she declared, "Let us follow." With that, she led her team into the portal. Yuan Hong and Chen Jia remained silent, but also ventured forth, their teams exchanging glances before joining in. Qin Ziyuan's subordinate inquired, "Brother Yuan, should we not enter as well?" Qin Ziyuan shot a stern look at his subordinate and ordered, "Let us proceed." The subordinate, slightly intimidated, instructed those behind him, "Everyone, follow along." Soon, Qin Ziyuan and his group disappeared into the portal, leaving behind only a few ordinary personnel from the investigation bureau, who stood vigilantly monitoring the portal's status. Meanwhile, Yi Jiangwo observed the situation through video feeds from within the bureau. Li Ming arrived on the other side of the spatial gate with Hui Fei and the others. They found themselves in a splendid forest, adorned with towering flora and majestic trees. "This place is so beautiful," exclaimed Chen Meijia as she entered and beheld the enchanting scenery. Hui Fei and Tang Yuyu were equally astonished, for they were witnessing such sights for the first time. The trees truly were colossal giants. In the distance, a magnificent tree seemed to pierce the azure sky, its top completely obscured from view. Members of the investigation bureau, including Bai Qingru, also stepped into this realm. After a brief moment of awe, they hastily retrieved their detection instruments to assess the environment. Report: the air composition here is remarkably similar to that of our blue planet, with an oxygen concentration more than twice our own, and the spiritual energy density is hundreds of times greater than what we possess, they announced. Considering the size of the local flora, we speculate that the fauna here may be extraordinarily large, likely comparable to the prehistoric behemoths of our world, if not larger and more formidable. Upon hearing this, Bai Qingru swiftly organized her team into formation to guard against potential attacks from other creatures. Although the prehistoric beings of Blue Planet are immense, they lack the enhancement of spiritual energy, whereas the creatures of this realm undoubtedly possess such power, indicating that they could be quite fearsome. The Investigation Bureau deployed drones to continuously map the terrain and survey the local wildlife. As the group ventured forward, they explored for a considerable distance, yet aside from the vast array of gigantic plants and trees, they encountered no living beings. Lu Ziqiao, growing somewhat impatient, voiced, "How much longer must we walk? We haven't seen a single creature yet." Chen Meijia echoed, "Indeed, I'm exhausted. Why not take a break?" Lu Zhanbo added, "Had I known we would be exploring such a vast expanse, I would have brought my flame with me." Bai Qingru glanced at Chen Meijia, then at her team. and finally at the drone-mapped map in her hands, suggesting, "Let us rest here for a while. After all, we have no idea how long this exploration will take." The extensive map meticulously crafted by drones reveals a vast expanse, showcasing numerous colossal creatures, albeit from a considerable distance. The imagery transmitted by the drones depicts an endless world. Even at significant altitudes, the towering trees remain elusive, their peaks hidden from view. It is worth noting that these are among the most advanced drones in the Dragon Kingdom, capable of soaring to altitudes exceeding 10,000 meters. As the group took a moment to rest, Guanggu and Tang Yuyu shared provisions, including some for the personnel from the Investigation Bureau. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, they closed their eyes to rejuvenate. Shinmeijia, feeling somewhat bored, wandered aimlessly until she stumbled upon an adorable creature, a vibrant red rabbit, irresistibly charming. Instantly captivated, she found herself following it, unconsciously straying from the main group. At that moment, Ziqiao woke and, noticing Shinmeijia's absence, hurriedly set out in search of her. Perhaps by a stroke of intuition, he followed the very path she had taken. After trailing the red rabbit for a while, he arrived in its territory, where a plethora of rabbits of various colors congregated, some even breathing fire or ice. Shinmeijia was utterly enchanted. Upon seeing her, the rabbits exhibited no signs of aggression, merely tilting their heads in curiosity. Shinmeijia approached and gently cradled the red rabbit that had led her there. The rabbit nestled comfortably in her arms. Just then, Ziqiao appeared behind her. "What are you doing wandering off alone? What if you get lost?" he admonished. Turning to face him, Shinmeijia replied, "What is there to fear? Look how adorable these rabbits are." She lifted the rabbit for Ziqiao to see. As he reached out to embrace the charming creature, the rabbit suddenly displayed a fierce demeanor and launched a fireball in his direction. Ziqiao swiftly evaded, causing Shinmeijia to gasp and drop the rabbit. Rushing to his side, "Ziqiao, are you all right?" she inquired, concern etched on her face. Ziqiao, still startled by the rabbit's unexpected aggression, reassured her, "I'm fine." Confounded by the rabbit's temperament, docile with Shinmeijia but hostile towards him, he looked at her quizzically and asked, "Why does this rabbit only attack me and not you?" Shinmeijia merely shook her head, uncertain of the situation. At that moment, countless rabbits gathered, casting unfriendly glances at Lu Ziqiao. Chapter 92. Meijia's gift. Lu Ziqiao felt a knot of anxiety in his throat as he gazed at the rabbits before him. He whispered to Shinmeijia, "There are far too many of them. We must leave at once. If we linger, I fear something dreadful may occur." Shinmeijia too sensed the oddity of the moment. Although the rabbits did not attack her, she could not allow Lu Ziqiao to come to harm. Despite his strength, the sheer number of rabbits seemed insurmountable for him. Just as they planned to depart, the rabbits emitted a kaleidoscope of colors, preparing to strike at Lu Ziqiao. In response, Lu Ziqiao summoned his martial spirit, enveloping himself in its power. Shinmeijia also retrieved a Pokeball, calling forth her Shinado. The rabbit's radiant glow intensified, poised to attack at any moment. Shinado readied itself for battle, awaiting Shinmeijia's command. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Shinmeijia suddenly stepped in front of Lu Ziqiao. Alarmed, Lu Ziqiao exclaimed, "Shinmeijia, what are you doing? Are you out of your mind?" Shinmeijia, facing the rabbits, addressed Lu Ziqiao, "I understand what I am doing. I believe I can prevent them from harming you." She then turned to the rabbits and declared, "He is my friend. You cannot hurt him." Upon hearing her words, the rabbits gradually diminished their radiant glow, tilting their heads in confusion as they regarded Shinmeijia. Lu Ziqiao, astonished by the rabbit's change in demeanor, asked, "How did you manage that?" With a smile, Shinmeijia replied, "I don't quite know why, but it seems I can sense the emotions of these rabbits. They can also perceive my feelings, allowing us to communicate, which is why they no longer wish to attack." Lu Ziqiao, taken aback, remarked, "Is it truly so miraculous? Does that mean you can navigate this forest without hindrance?" As the two marveled at the wonder of this ability, Li Ming's voice resonated from behind the two. The ability to perceive the emotions of animals was a gift bestowed upon Meijia. Upon hearing Li Ming's voice, Lu Ziqiao and Shinmeijia swiftly turned around. "My gift? How was I unaware of it?" Shinmeijia inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. "This particular talent of yours emerged only after the resurgence of spiritual energy. It did not exist before, or perhaps it did, yet remained dormant within you. It is the revival of spiritual energy that has awakened this innate ability. There are many individuals like you who possess such gifts, and with the recent evolution of the blue star, it is likely that numerous talents will be unveiled." Li Ming replied indifferently. Upon hearing this, Ziqiao hurriedly inquired, "Li Ming, do I possess any talent?" Li Ming cast a glance at Lu Ziqiao and exclaimed, "Indeed, Yes, I always knew I possessed a gift. But what is this talent? Upon hearing that he had a talent, Lu Zichu eagerly inquired. Well, your gift has yet to be awakened. Once it manifests, you will understand. Li Ming spoke mysteriously. Isn't it possible to simply tell me? Lu Zichu replied dejectedly. Li Ming merely smiled without offering a response. Name, Qinmeijia gender, female talent, spirit of beast mastery, creatures, both flora and fauna. Possess an innate affinity towards this gifted individual, allowing her to acquire information about them. When she utilizes her beast mastery, it enhances the strength of the summoned beasts. As her mental fortitude increases, she will unlock additional capabilities. Beast, Shinado Li Ming reviewed Qinmeijia's information and then shared her innate abilities with her. Lu Zichu looked at Qinmeijia with admiration, subsequently casting an eager glance towards Li Ming. Li Ming cast a fleeting glance at Lu Zichu, refraining from mentioning his innate talents. All right, you two have been away from the group for quite some time. If you do not return soon, the others shall grow concerned. With that, Li Ming led Qinmeijia and Lu Zichu back to their companions. At this point, everyone had awakened and was anxiously pacing about. Upon spotting Li Ming's return, they rushed over, inquiring, "Where have you been?" "We were worried sick." Tang Yuyu and teacher Guanko joined in, bombarding Lu Ziqiao and the others with questions. Qinmeijia offered a brief explanation. Initially, the investigators had intended to express their grievances regarding Qinmeijia and Lu Ziqiao, but upon learning of Qinmeijia's remarkable talent, they suppressed their complaints and instead lauded her extraordinary abilities. With Qinmeijia's gifts, their forthcoming explorations would undoubtedly become much more manageable. Before long, they resumed their expedition. Under Qinmeijia's guidance, they encountered a plethora of wondrous creatures, including the rabbits she had previously encountered, which she identified as a species known as elemental rabbits, a relatively diminutive race. They also stumbled upon four-horned sheep and eight-legged pigs, among other modest beings. The investigators diligently documented their findings through Qinmeijia's abilities. In just a single day, they had amassed data on over 20 distinct species. During this time, they resided in the villa that Li Ming had brought along. The moment they beheld Li Ming's unveiling of the villa, their jaws dropped in astonishment. Although their director, Yi Jiangwo, had acquired the technology for the universal capsule, the researchers had yet to comprehend it fully, and despite following the instructions meticulously, they had failed to produce one, let alone fit an entire villa within. On this day, Li Ming and his companions arrived near a serene lake, intending to rest by its shores. As the investigators examined the water's composition within an amber sample, they discovered an abundance of spiritual energy and wished to collect some for further study. Just as they were drawing water, a colossal figure emerged from the depths of the lake. The individual fetching water remained oblivious, and as they turned to rejoin the group, a massive head loomed behind them. Bai Qingru and the others immediately shouted a warning, "Be careful." Although Bai Qingru and the others had issued their warnings in a timely manner, the personnel from the investigation bureau remained oblivious, ultimately falling victim to the enormous head that devoured them whole. Bai Qingru and her companions soon discerned the true nature of this colossal visage. It was the head of a gigantic serpent. Judging by its size, the serpent's head measured over 1 meter in height, hinting at the truly immense scale of the creature. It exuded a terrifying aura, compelling everyone to enter a heightened state of alert. The individual who had seemingly been consumed was, in fact, rescued by Li Ming and now stood beside him. His expression marked by palpable fear. Li Ming wondered how he could let them perish. If they were absent, death would be inevitable. Bai Qingru, relieved to see her colleagues from the investigation bureau unharmed, felt a chill envelop her and drew out her ice wheel, fixating her gaze on the colossal serpent ahead. Qin Ziyuan was likewise engulfed in flames, while Yu Wenhong's hands transformed into a shadowy hue. The remaining members of the investigation bureau prepared to shift forms. Hu Yifei and her companions unleashed their respective abilities. Chapter 93. The Black Water Demon Serpent. The ferocious gaze of the serpent nearly consumed one of the investigation bureau's agents. Bai Qingru, tense, turned to Qinmeijia and whispered, "Can you communicate with this serpent?" Qinmeijia, having sensed the serpent's name, Black Water Demon Serpent, through her innate talent as it emerged, noted that any initial fondness the creature had for her swiftly dissipated. "There is no way to communicate. Its favor towards me vanished in an instant. I only know it as the Black Water Demon Serpent. The rest remains a mystery," she replied softly. Bai Qingru first gestured for everyone to retreat, her eyes locked onto the Black Water Demon Serpent, ready to strike at any moment. Roar. The Black Water Demon Serpent bellowed at the fleeing crowd. "Run! Ice wall! Bai Qingru shouted, plunging her ice wheel into the ground, conjuring a massive ice barrier before the serpent, and then led everyone in a hurried retreat. Bang! Just a few steps later, the ice wall shattered as the serpent rammed its head into it. The group turned to see the serpent, its 30-meter-long body swiftly advancing toward them, moving far more quickly than they could escape. Bai Qingru decisively instructed Yuan Hong and Qin Ziyuan, "We, the captains, will hold off the black water demon serpent. The rest of you must return to the spatial gate immediately and report the situation." With that, Bai Qingru charged at the serpent, followed closely by Yuan Hong. Qin Ziyuan, torn by indecision, hesitated. He did not wish to confront the serpent, yet could not abandon his comrades for the sake of pride. Ultimately, he grit his teeth and resolved to impede the black water demon serpent. "Should we assist them?" Hu Yifei inquired beside Li Ming. "Don't ask me. If you wish to go, then go," he replied. Li Ming chuckled and said, "What are we waiting for?" Hu Yifei immediately turned and charged towards the Blackwater demon serpent, not forgetting to call out to Zhang Shaoxian and the other boys. "Zhang Shaoxian, you guys come with me." Zhang Shaoxian, LV Ziqiao, and Guanggu looked at one another. "What are we waiting for? Let's go." LV Ziqiao, eager for action, activated his martial spirit and followed Hu Yifei. Upon seeing Hu Yifei and LV Ziqiao advance, Zhang Shaoxian drew his Qiming sword and joined Guanggu. Tang Yu quipped, "Why did Sister Yifei only call the boys? We have our strengths too." Then, excitedly turning to Chun Meijia, she said, "Meijia, let us join them for some fun." Chun Meijia summoned her Shinado, and it was implied that she would follow suit. Bai Qingru utilized ice to continuously obstruct the movements of the Blackwater demon serpent, while Yuan Hong took on the role of the primary attacker, with Bai Qingru and Qin Ziyuan providing support. Yuan Hong relentlessly attacked the Blackwater demon serpent, as other assaults failed to inflict damage. Only attacks enhanced by armed color could yield effective results. Qin Ziyuan's flames proved ineffective, while Bai Qingru's strikes were somewhat effective. The Blackwater demon serpent seized an opportunity and whipped its tail, sending Bai Qingru and the others flying. Qin Ziyuan struggled to rise, fearfully exclaiming, "We are no match for this creature, and the others have already moved far away. We should flee quickly." Upon hearing this, Bai Qingru replied, "We need to find an opportunity, but we cannot run towards the spatial gate. We must not lead the Blackwater demon serpent there." Yuan Hong simply nodded, saying nothing further. Qin Ziyuan was bewildered. If they didn't head towards the spatial gate, where else could they go? At that moment, the Blackwater demon serpent launched a massive water projectile towards Bai Qingru and the others. Seeing this, Bai Qingru immediately erected an ice wall in an attempt to block the attack. However, the water projectile shattered her ice wall effortlessly. Before they could catch their breath, another water projectile emerged from the mist. Bai Qingru had no time to create another ice wall, and Qin Ziyuan, paralyzed by fear, dared not move. Yuan Hong, with armed color enveloping his arms, attempted to intercept the attack. Just then, a voice echoed from behind them. "Fire release, great fireball technique." A large fireball soared from behind Bai Qingru and collided with the water projectile. As Hu Yifei and her group arrived, they witnessed Bai Qingru and her companions on the verge of being struck by the Blackwater demon serpent's water attack. Hu Yifei quickly called for Guanggu's assistance. She rushed forward to help Bai Qingru up, asking, "Are you all right?" Guanggu and the others also assisted Yuan Hong and Qin Ziyuan to their feet. "We're fine," Bai Qingru softly replied, then inquired, "How did you all get here? Didn't we tell you to return?" Hu Yifei fixed her gaze upon the Blackwater demon serpent and declared, "We are here to assist." She then gestured towards Zhang Shaoxian and the others before charging forward. Bai Qingru, witnessing her boldness, cautioned, "Be careful. This Blackwater demon serpent is formidable." Hu Yifei nodded, swiftly approaching the serpent and delivering a powerful punch to its head. To her astonishment, she expected to send it flying. Yet the serpent merely swayed slightly. Hu Yifei, taken aback, realized that although she hadn't utilized her dragon elephant power, her strength was still significant, and she had not anticipated such a lackluster outcome. As Hu Yifei momentarily lost her focus, a dark shadow surged toward her. Zhang Shaoxian quickly shouted, "Yifei, watch out." Regaining her composure, Hu Yifei immediately summoned her dragon elephant power, crossing her arms defensively. Nevertheless, she was still swept away by the force of the attack. Fortunately, her quick reflexes allowed her to block the blow, and Bai Qingru caught her as she was thrown back, reproaching her. "Didn't I tell you to be careful?" Flushed with embarrassment, Hu Yifei replied, "I was a bit careless. It won't happen again." With that, two ethereal forms, a dragon and an elephant, appeared around her. Empowered by the dragon elephant force, Hui Fei charged at the Blackwater demon serpent once more, landing a punch that sent it flying several meters away. Yuan Hong's eyes widened. While he could have withstood the Blackwater demon serpent's assault like Hui Fei, he doubted his ability to launch it across such a distance. Zhang Xiaoxian, observing Hui Fei's fierce onslaught, quipped, "Well, it seems Yifei can handle this on her own. What are we even here for?" At that moment, LZ Qiao and Guanggu arrived beside Zhang Xiaoxian, suggesting, "Should we lend a hand?" Guanggu shot him a disapproving glance, stating, "If you wish to avoid being struck by Yifei, it would be wise to refrain from intervening. She does not appreciate others meddling in her affairs, especially when she is in a temper." Watching Hui Fei dominate the Blackwater demon serpent, Bai Qing grew, and the others felt rather ineffectual. The sounds of their battle stirred a creature lurking nearby. Its eyes snapping open in the darkness, fixating on Hui Fei and her companions. Chapter 94. Another one? The dark demon tiger from a cavern several kilometers away. A jet-black tiger emerged, its red eyes locking onto the scene of the confrontation, before unleashing a thunderous roar. Roar. Swiftly, he dashed toward the direction of the battle. By then, Tang Yuyu and Qin Meijiao had already arrived beside LZ Qiao and the others, idly watching Hui Fei pummeling the Darkwater serpent. The serpent proved remarkably resilient, enduring Hui Fei's relentless assault yet remaining vigorous and lively. It bore no severe injuries. Though it was clearly frustrated, most of its attacks were deftly dodged, with only a scant few being blocked. Qin Meijiao plucked a few wildflowers nearby, adorning both Gardevoir's head and her own with them. Suddenly, she sensed something, a presence rapidly approaching from the forest behind Hui Fei, carrying an overwhelming malice. Then, roar. A tiger's roar erupted from the depths of the forest, accompanied by a foul, blood-tinged gust of wind. A shadowy figure leaped forth, launching a sphere of dark energy from its maw straight toward Hui Fei and the Darkwater serpent. The others, caught off guard by the sudden appearance of this obsidian beast, could only shout warnings. "Be careful, Yifei. Watch out, Sis Yifei." Hui Fei barely had time to react, her muscles tensing as cold sweat trickled down her back. Damn it. Another creature? Just as she braced herself to endure the impact, Qin Meijiao's voice rang out. Gardevoir. Teleport. Light screen. In an instant, Gardevoir materialized before Hui Fei. Gardevoir. With arms raised, the Pokemon conjured a shimmering barrier, deflecting the dark energy sphere aside. Then, in another flicker of motion, Gardevoir teleported beside Hui Fei, grasping her before vanishing once more, reappearing next to Qin Meijiao. Hui Fei exhaled sharply, offering her gratitude. "Thank you, Meijiao." Qin Meijiao smiled. "No need, Sis Yifei." Her expression then hardened as she studied the obsidian beast. "Sis Yifei, that's a Shadowfang tiger. I can sense its power far surpasses the Darkwater serpents. We must be cautious." At that moment, Bai Qing grew, and the others approached. "Yifei," she said, "will handle the Darkwater serpent. The Shadowfang tiger is yours." Hui Fei frowned in concern. "Are your injuries manageable?" Bai Qing grew, and Yuan Hong exchanged glances before turning their attention to Qin Ziyuan. Noticing that they were all looking at him, Qin Ziyuan felt a twinge of fear, yet he mustered the courage to nod. Observing Qin Ziyuan's agreement, Bai Qing grew turned to Hui Fei and declared, "We are more than capable of handling this. Moreover, the Blackwater serpent has already expended much of its energy, and we are familiar with its attack patterns. We are confident." Reluctantly, Hui Fei nodded in acknowledgement and addressed the crowd behind her in the apartment. "We shall confront this dark magic tiger, while we leave the Blackwater serpent to the investigation bureau." Hui Fei, accompanied by the apartment dwellers, approached the dark magic tiger. Without a moment's hesitation, Guangku unleashed a fireball towards the beast. The dark magic tiger, however, effortlessly swatted the fireball aside. Hui Fei provocatively challenged the creature, "Your adversaries are us." Before dashing into the depths of the forest, the enraged dark magic tiger let out a furious roar and pursued her. Observing this, the Blackwater serpent attempted to follow suit, but was swiftly obstructed by an ice wall. Bai Qing grew, wielding the ice wheel, stood resolutely before the Blackwater serpent, declaring, "Your opponent is us." Meanwhile, Yuan Hong and Qin Ziyuan positioned themselves on either side of the serpent, preventing its escape. The Blackwater serpent, having just endured a fierce assault, was seething with rage and fixated on the three seemingly defeated opponents blocking its path. With a guttural roar, it lunged at Bai Qing grew, jaws wide open. Yet, this time, Bai Qing grew appeared considerably more composed in the face of the serpent's assault, skillfully dodging with a swift maneuver. Almost simultaneously, a sharp crack echoed as a tree trunk splintered behind her, a reminder of her earlier lapse in judgment that resulted in injury. Regaining her composure, Bai Qingru wielded the ice wheel with precision, striking the black water serpent. A resounding crack reverberated as fissures appeared in the serpent's scales. Seizing the moment, Yu Wenhong leapt onto the serpent's head, aiming for its eyes in an attempt to blind it. However, just as he was about to connect, the black water serpent shut its eyes, mitigating significant damage, though it still inflicted pain. With a furious cry, the black water serpent flung Yu Wenhong off its head. As it turned to unleash a roar towards the wild, Qin Ziyuan seized the opportunity to launch a fire fist directly into the creature's mouth. The scalding attack sent the black water serpent into a frenzy, rolling and howling in agony. Qin Ziyuan, witnessing the serpent's plight, laughed heartily. Ha! This so-called black water serpent is hardly formidable. It's nothing more than a creature howling in distress from a single fire fist from me. With an air of self-satisfaction, Qin Zuan remained oblivious to the sinister tale of the black water demon serpent, enveloped in dark energy, that lurked behind him. Upon witnessing this, Bai Qingrou's expression shifted dramatically as she shouted, "Qin Ziyuan, beware of the tail." Upon hearing her warning, Qin Ziyuan turned around, only to find the serpent's tail looming ominously before him. With a resounding crack, the tail struck him, sending him sprawling and causing him to spew a copious amount of blood, rendering him unconscious. Elemental transformation proved futile against the assault. He was then propelled backward, crashing into several trees, falling into a state of oblivion. In a fit of rage, Bai Qingru utilized the frost fruit to encase the black water demon serpent in ice, immobilizing it. Meanwhile, Yu Wenhong gracefully descended from above, employing the weight of 1,000 pounds to forcefully pin the serpent's head to the ground. As the serpent's head lay trapped, Bai Qingru summoned an ice blade measuring 4 to 5 meters in length, aiming it at the serpent's vulnerable spot. The strike resulted in a gaping wound at the creature's critical juncture. Simultaneously, Hu Yifei and her companions found themselves pursued by the dark magic tiger. With a thunderous roar, the tiger unleashed another black energy orb toward them. Sensing the impending danger, Hu Yifei and her allies braced themselves, prompting Guangu to step forward. "Earth escape, earth flow barrier," he exclaimed, rapidly conjuring 4 layers of earth barriers. However, the barriers were breached almost instantaneously by the energy orb. "Shinai Duo, half reflect," commanded Shinmeijia, directing Shinai Duo to retaliate against the energy projectile. Once again, the orb was deflected to the side. Enraged, the dark magic tiger roared in fury and lunged at Shinai Duo. As the tiger's claws came dangerously close, Shinai Duo hastily retreated. With a resounding crash, a crater was left where Shinai Duo had stood moments before. At this juncture, Hu Yifei quickly organized her team. "Ziqiao, Shaoxian, you two will be our main assault force. Guangu and Yu, you are tasked with distraction. Meijia, ensure Shinai Duo is ready to assist us at a moment's notice." In the state of Wuhuan manifestation, El Ziqiu wielded the Feng Tian Hua Ji, while Zhang Shaoxian held the Qiming sword, standing resolutely beside Hu Yifei. "We are prepared," they affirmed. Guangu, with his 3 Tomo Sharingan activated, remained vigilant for an opportunity to strike, while Tang Yuyu unsheathed the demon blade Qianren, concealing herself within the shadows. Shen Meijia cautioned Hu Yifei, "Sister Yifei, do take care." El Zhanbois, bewildered, pointed to himself and asked, "What about me?" "Stay to the side. Are you not aware of your own capabilities?" Hu Yifei retorted. After nodding at the others, she charged towards the dark magic tiger. El Ziqiao patted El Zhanbois' shoulder reassuringly, saying, "It's all right, Zhanbois. Your powers have not yet fully developed. Fei is merely considering your safety." After speaking, he rushed forward with Teacher Zhang, and the others patted Lu Zhanbois on the shoulder, joining them, leaving Lu Zhanbois alone, bewildered in the wind. The dark demon tiger relentlessly attacked Hu Yifei and her companions with its sharp claws. Hu Yifei dodged 2 steps, gathered her strength, and executed a powerful move, Mighty Elephant Quake, with a resounding crash. This strike aimed directly at the tiger's face, striking its fangs and producing a sound reminiscent of metal clashing. The tiger's fangs remained unbroken, yet Hu Yifei's fist throbbed with pain from the impact. The dark demon tiger's face bore a mocking expression. "Is that all?" Hu Yifei's expression darkened. The physical resilience of the dark demon tiger was truly unmatched by the Blackwater demon snake. Had the Blackwater demon snake endured Hu Yifei's mighty elephant quake, it would likely have shattered its bones. El Ziqiao and Zhang Shaoxian's attacks also proved ineffective. Zhang Shaoxian's sword control technique and Holy Spirit sword technique seemed akin to mere scratching, while El Ziqiao, despite activating his second soul skill, could not breach its defenses. Both retreated to Hu Yifei's side. Yifei, ordinary attacks simply cannot penetrate its defenses, L. Ziqiao remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow. Guanggu and Tang Yuyu continued to harass the dark demon tiger, employing various elemental jutsu, yet to little avail. Guanggu's chakra was limited, rendering his ninjutsu less impactful. Meanwhile, Tang Yuyu could only slash wildly with her demon blade, unable to inflict significant damage. Qin Meijia directed Shinedo's attacks, but their effectiveness was constricted, as she also needed to ensure Shinedo could block the dark demon tiger's energy blasts. Hu Yifei recognized that this approach was futile and declared, "Let us not hold back any longer. Unleash our ultimate techniques." With that, she invoked her third soul skill, Dance of the Demons. L. Ziqiu shouted, wielding his Fatian Huaji, and executed a swift and powerful dance of the demons, slicing through the air and targeting the dark demon tiger. Empowered by the enhancements of his first and second soul skills, L. Ziqiao's strength was formidable, rivaling Hu Yifei's might under the influence of dragon elephant power. Moreover, L. Ziqiao's third soul skill, Dance of the Demons, doubled his attack power and possessed the ability to pierce armor. The dark demon tiger's formidable claws sliced through the air, attempting to engage L. Ziqiao's Fangtian Huaji in a direct clash. Just as L. Ziqiao's weapon was about to collide with the tiger's claws, he suddenly withdrew it, evading the strike. Seizing the opportunity, L. Ziqiao relentlessly thrust towards the dark demon tiger's vital points, each stab bolstered by his armor-piercing capability, creating small wounds that bled profusely. The injured dark demon tiger quickly retreated. Don't even think of escaping. Thousand Sword Technique. As Xing Shaoxian retreated from the dark magic tiger, he swiftly summoned his Qi Ming sword, conjuring forth a multitude of swords, around 40 to 50, encircling the beast. He skillfully manipulated the swords, relentlessly targeting the wounds inflicted by L. Ziqiao upon the dark magic tiger. Observing the situation, the dark magic tiger forcefully broke through Xing Shaoxian's sword formation, attempting to distance itself from them. At this moment, Guanggu and Tang Yuyu were also fully prepared. The kaleidoscope Sharingan activated. Susanoo. Guanggu's Sharingan transformed into a kaleidoscope akin to bands. An arm formed of skeletal structure swiftly grasped one of the dark magic tiger's hind legs. Thousand Blades Shadow Chain. Tang Yuyu combined the shadows with her enchanted blade, Thousand Blades, creating a shadowy chain adorned with 1,000 blades that tightly bound the dark magic tiger's other hind leg. Witnessing the immobilized dark magic tiger, Qin Meijia, standing behind Xing Shaoxian, called out, "Teacher Xing, step aside." Shadow Sphere at maximum power. Shinedo placed her hands before her chest, conjuring a shadow sphere as tall as herself in front of her. Shana. She propelled the shadow sphere toward the dark magic tiger. The dark magic tiger, seeing the approaching sphere, struggled fiercely but found itself unable to break free. In a desperate act, it unleashed an energy blast comparable in size to the shadow sphere. The collision resulted in a powerful explosion. Initially unfazed, the dark magic tiger then noticed Hu Yifei beside Xing Shaoxian, her dragon elephant phantom swirling around her, gathering strength. Once charged, Hu Yifei stepped onto the swords prepared by Xing Shaoxian and soared into the air, positioning herself above the dark magic tiger. Dragon soars in the sky. Hu Yifei executed the second form of the dragon elephant fist. Enveloped in the illusion of a flying dragon, she rapidly descended towards the dark magic tiger's head. Crack. Bang. A single punch shattered the dark magic tiger's skull, sending it flying, blood pouring forth as it collapsed, gradually succumbing to silence. Observing the fallen dark magic tiger, the crowd erupted in joyous laughter. Ha ha ha, with our flawless cooperation, this mere dark magic tiger was no match for us. L. Ziqiu boisterously slammed his Fang Tianhua halberd into the ground. The others gathered around, sharing in the mirth. However, unbeknownst to them, the seemingly lifeless dark magic tiger, moments earlier sprawled on the ground, slowly opened its eyes and began to rise. Its wounds were healing gradually. This was the dark magic tiger's innate ability, rapid regeneration. Regardless of the severity of the injuries, as long as it was not utterly defeated, it could slowly recover. Yet, at this moment, although the dark magic tiger was mending, it lacked the strength to retaliate against Hu Yifei and the others. Roar. The dark demon tiger raised its head and let out a fierce roar. Upon hearing this, Hu Yifei and her companions quickly turned their gaze toward the source of the sound. They observed the dark demon tiger continuously bellowing. Moments later, several tiger roars echoed through the forest. Hu Yifei cursed under her breath, realizing that the dark demon tiger was calling for its companions. Guanggu spoke up. In your dragon kingdom, this is what you call calling for the elders after having provoked the young ones, right? Chapter 96. Hui Fei at full power. Enough of this nonsense. Let us flee at once. Hui Fei glared at Guanggu and swiftly urged her companions to escape. Just as she finished speaking, two even larger figures appeared in the vicinity of their skirmish. Judging by their size, these two dark demon tigers were likely the parents of the one they had encountered. The smaller dark demon tiger whined at the approaching giants. Its mother affectionately nudged it with her head, while its father let out an enraged roar that echoed through the forest and charged in the direction Hui Fei and her friends had taken. As Hui Fei and her group fled, they could hear the menacing roars and the sound of heavy footsteps drawing nearer. They realized their escape was futile. Damn it. We can't get away. Prepare to fight with all we have. Hui Fei halted, turning to face the pursuing dark demon tiger, while the others summoned their full strength. Hui Fei was the first to charge forward, seeking to gain the upper hand. Soaring dragon in the sky. However, her swift advance met with a swift retreat. This dark demon tiger was far more formidable than the previous one. The attack that had vanquished the earlier beast proved utterly ineffective against this one, failing to land a blow. Watching Hui Fei being flung backward and crashing to the ground, her companions called out in alarm. Ifei. Sister Ifei. Hui Fei stood up, rubbing her shoulder in frustration. Damn it, this one is much stronger. Don't worry, I'm fine, she reassured them, which alleviated their concerns somewhat, as they now regarded the imposing dark demon tiger with heavy expressions. The dark demon tiger did not afford them any time to react. It gathered energy in its mouth, unleashing a jet of dark energy that shot forth like a beam of black light. Upon sensing the formidable energy within the beam, their faces paled. Quick, dodge. Zhang Shaoxian shouted, prompting everyone to swiftly evade to the sides. The dark magic tiger's attack created a large pit in the ground. Observing this, Hui Fei addressed Zhang Shaoxian and the others once more, saying, let us employ our previous strategy once again, but Meijia, ensure that Shinado casts a protective shield over Ziqiao. Otherwise, I fear he may not evade the dark magic tiger's onslaught. Understood, Ifei. Shin Meijiao promptly agreed, then instructed Shinado, bestow an additional layer of psychic energy upon Ziqiao to safeguard him. Shana. Shinado nodded in affirmation and enveloped Lu Ziqiao with a shield of psychic energy. During this interval of their retreat, Lu Ziqiao's second soul skill cooldown had concluded. He glanced at the protective psychic shield adorning him, and, wielding his Feng Tian Hua Ji, charged forward. Dance of the Demons. As anticipated, Lu Ziqiao's attacks were evaded by the dark magic tiger, and witnessing the mocking expression on the beast's face ignited his fury. How dare you underestimate me? Lu Ziqiao swung his Feng Tian Hua Ji with even greater swiftness. Zhang Shaoxian and the others also unleashed their abilities, persistently harassing the dark magic tiger. With their assistance, Lu Ziqiao managed to inflict damage upon the beast. Feeling the pain and annoyed by the relentless interference from Zhang Shaoxian and his companions, the dark magic tiger emitted an impatient roar. Lu Ziqiao was momentarily stunned, and the attacks from Zhang Shaoxian and the others were repelled. In that moment of distraction, the dark magic tiger struck Lu Ziqiao with a paw, sending him flying. The psychic shield from Shinado offered no resistance and shattered instantaneously. Crumpled on the ground, Lu Ziqiao spat out a mouthful of blood. Observing this, Chun Meijiao rushed over to help him up, tears streaming down her face as she cried, Ziqiao, are you alright? It's all my fault. My psychic shield couldn't hold. Lu Ziqiao, looking at the tearful Chun Meijiao, comforted her. It's not your fault. Don't worry. I'm fine. Had I known it would turn out this way, I wouldn't have been so carefree after receiving the prize from the underground arena. If I have the chance to return, I will certainly devote myself to training. Lu Ziqiao silently vowed to himself. At this moment, Li Ming was reclining on a cloud in the sky, observing the battle involving Hui Fei and her companions. His attention was not solely focused on Hui Fei. He was also monitoring by Qingru and her group. After the dark magic tiger sent Lu Ziqiao flying, it swiftly dispatched Zhang Shaoxian and the others, leaving them without a chance to retaliate. Witnessing her fallen comrades, Hui Fei's anger reached a boiling point. A surge of crimson energy erupted from her being. This marked the first occasion in which Hui Fei truly harnessed her innate bloodline power. A fiery red aura enveloped her, and two tails emerged from behind her. Hui Fei's bloodline power had undergone an evolution, transforming her into a two-tailed celestial fox, with the second tail possessing the attribute of lightning. This marks the inaugural utilization of the innate ability, the celestial fox's eye, to discern the vulnerabilities of the dark magic tiger. It was revealed that the creature's Achilles heel lies just below its chest, where the core of the dark magic tiger clan resides. As long as the core remains unscathed, the dark magic tiger can harness its innate powers for self-healing. However, damage to this core would significantly diminish its combat prowess. With this knowledge, Hu Yifei conjured two shadow clones, one to distract and the other to launch a direct assault. The clones were capable of wielding all the abilities of the original. Enveloped in the ethereal forms of the dragon and elephant, they relentlessly assailed the dark magic tiger. Empowered by her bloodline, Hu Yifei's strength surged severfold. For a time, the dark magic tiger found itself at a disadvantage against Hu Yifei and her clones. Utilizing the forces of thunder and fire, Hu Yifei's attacks proved remarkably effective, causing the dark magic tiger to retreat repeatedly. After several skirmishes, Hu Yifei gained a slight upper hand. However, this advantage was fleeting. The dark magic tiger let out a powerful roar, unleashing a vast expanse of black energy that dramatically enhanced its speed. Distancing itself from Hu Yifei, it began to gather dark energy, conjuring 8 orbs of swirling black energy that rotated irregularly around it. Observing this, Hu Yifei commanded her clones to retreat from the creature. Meanwhile, Ming noticed the mother of the smaller dark magic tiger hastening towards Hu Yifei's direction, likely alerted by the surge of power from the earlier confrontation. Simultaneously, Hu Yifei found herself in a defensive position, fending off not only the dark magic tiger's assaults but also the attacks from the dark energy orbs. As her offensive efforts bore no fruit, Hu Yifei was compelled to abandon her defensive stance, ordering her clones to shift from defense to an all-out offensive to create an opportunity for her true self. One clone ignited with flames while the other crackled with lightnings, charging towards the dark magic tiger and seizing its forelimbs. Harnessing the celestial fox's fire and thunder, the clones obstructed the oncoming dark energy orbs, crafting a moment of respite for Hu Yifei. Empowered by her bloodline, she forcefully executed the third form of the dragon and elephant fist, the dragon and elephant impact. The resulting shockwave, amalgamating the might of both dragon and elephant, struck the dark magic tiger squarely in the chest. The creature was immediately sent reeling, blood spilling forth as it collapsed, its core evidently shattered. Just as Hu Yifei prepared to deliver a final blow to the fallen beast, a thunderous roar erupted from behind her. An orb of dark energy materialized ominously, heralding the unexpected arrival of another dark magic tiger. This unforeseen development thwarted Qin Meijia's timely command for Shinai Duo to assist Hu Yifei. Yifei, Sister Yifei, Zheng Shaoxian and Qin Meijia shouted anxiously. At that moment, an unexpected figure appeared beside Hu Yifei, clad in radiant white armor. Indeed, it was Lu Zhanbo, who was now adorned in the Pegasus cloth. Although Lu Zhanbo had recently acquired the armor and his cosmos was not particularly robust, his speed ranked among the finest in their midst. While others were intently observing the fierce battle between Hu Yifei and the dark magic tiger, only Lu Zhanbo seemed distracted, glancing around aimlessly. It was this very distraction that allowed him to be the first to spot the female dark magic tiger and to take swift action. Donned in the Pegasus cloth, he surged towards Hu Yifei with remarkable speed, rescuing her and bringing her safely to the group. Sister, are you all right? Lu Zhanbo inquired with concern. I'm fine. Thank you so much, Zhanbo, Hu Yifei replied gratefully, taking a moment to steady her breath, and added with a smile, it seems you've truly grown up, capable of protecting your elder sister. Feeling bashful at Hu Yifei's praise, Lu Zhanbo scratched his head and chuckled. Hee, I'm not that impressive, haha. As Hu Yifei steadied herself, she turned her attention to the other dark magic tiger and said, all right, we need to devise a strategy to confront this dark magic tiger. The female dark magic tiger approached the male, gently nudging him with her head. The male dark magic tiger responded with great effort. And upon sensing that he was not in mortal danger, the female turned her gaze towards Hu Yifei and the others, her crimson eyes seething with a desire to rend them apart. At that moment, the smaller dark magic tiger rushed to its parent's side, tears streaming down its face as it whimpered softly to its fallen father. The male dark magic tiger tenderly licked the tears from the small one's eyes. Having received a response from its father, the small dark magic tiger turned to Hu Yifei and the group and let out a furious roar. Hu Yifei's expression grew grave. She was now utterly drained, her spiritual energy nearly expended. Qin Meijia, noticing Hu Yifei's pallor, stepped forward and said, Sister Yifei, leave the next steps to me and Shinado. Hu Yifei looked at Qin Meijia in surprise. Though she was aware that Meijia's Shinado could undergo mega evolution, she was uncertain about the strength of Mega Shinado. Meijia, are you sure you can handle it? Before Qin Meijia could respond, Lu Ziqiao interjected, you? Perhaps we should just call Li Ming to save us instead. Shinmeijia shouted at Lu Ziqiao. Lu Ziqiao, my Shinado is exceptionally powerful. It doesn't need to call for Li Ming. We can handle this. Just wait and see. In the skies above, Li Ming heard Lu Ziqiao's words and could only roll his eyes in resignation. Lu Ziqiao was the type to take shortcuts. He knew he couldn't afford to exert himself here. Shinmeijia stood in front of everyone with Shinado, who, unbeknownst to them, had an evolution stone adorning its chest. Shinmeijia also produced a keystone from her own chest. Shinado, are you ready? Shana. Shinado nodded resolutely. Shinado, Mega Evolution. Shinmeijia cried out. The keystone at her chest radiated a brilliant yellow light, while the evolution stone on Shinado glowed a striking blue. The two beams of light intertwined, and Shinado began to transform. The red section on Shinado's chest unfurled like a crimson bow, and a semicircular skirt appeared beneath it. Hu Yifei sensed the aura and power of Mega Shinado, realizing that its strength was on par with her own. Shinmeijia, filled with pride, turned to Lu Ziqiao and proclaimed, "What do you think? My Mega Shinado is incredibly strong." Lu Ziqiao scoffed quietly, muttering, "So what? It's not your own strength." Shinmeijia, unable to hear his words clearly, asked, "What did you say? Speak up." Lu Ziqiao quickly replied, "It's nothing. Since your Mega Shinado is so formidable, you can take on that large dark magic tiger. Teacher Zhang, Guanku, my aunt, and I will handle the smaller one. The smaller one's strength should not have fully recovered, so we should manage it without much trouble." Upon hearing Lu Ziqiao's words, Hu Yifei nodded in agreement, saying, "Let us proceed as Ziqiao suggested." At that moment, Lu Zhanbo interjected, "Hey, what about me?" Hu Yifei patted Lu Zhanbo on the shoulder, saying, "Brother, while you were impressive when you saved me just now, let Ziqiao and the others handle the next battle." Lu Zhanbo wanted to protest, but upon seeing Hu Yifei's resolute gaze, he swallowed his words. Hu Yifei, noticing Lu Zhanbo's disappointment, added, "All right, Zhanbo, let us leave it at that for now. Next time, I'll bring you along for some real combat." Lu Zhanbo's face lit up with joy. "Really?" Hu Yifei nodded affirmatively, "Indeed." Meanwhile, Shinmeijia commanded Shinado to launch an assault on the Mother Dark Magic Tiger. Shinado. Shadow Ball, unleash a flurry. Super Shinado gathered a shadow ball with both hands clasped before her chest, then unleashed several shadow balls towards the Mother Dark Magic Tiger. The Mother Dark Magic Tiger, upon seeing the approaching shadow balls, retaliated with dark energy balls from her mouth. The collision of numerous shadow balls and dark energy balls resulted in a tremendous explosion, stirring up a cloud of dust. The small dark magic tiger attempted to rush forward to assist, but Lu Ziqiao and the others barred its path. "Hiki, if we cannot contend with your parents, how could we possibly defeat you?" Lu Ziqiao chuckled. "Let us resolve this swiftly and then aid Meijia." Tang Yuyu, wielding the enchanted blade Shanren, addressed Lu Ziqiao and then vanished into the shadows. Guanggu also activated his kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Zhang Shaoxian wielded the myriad sword technique. "TCH, what is the rush? Let Shinmeijia handle that Mother Dark Magic Tiger herself," Lu Ziqiao remarked, somewhat disgruntled. Zhang Shaoxian patted Lu Ziqiao's shoulder and said, "All right, Ziqiao, the sooner we finish, the sooner we can return home. I certainly do not wish to linger here." Zhang Shaoxian then directed the Qiming sword towards the small dark magic tiger. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Ziqiao too decided he did not want to remain in this primitive forest any longer and quickly followed suit. Chapter 98. The powerful Super Shinado. The battle involving Lu Ziqiao and his companions was rather unremarkable, mirroring their previous skirmishes, albeit without the main offensive force Hu Yifei. Thus, defeating the small dark magic tiger was merely a matter of time. Conversely, the situation for Shinmeijia proved to be more troublesome. Although the Mother Dark Magic Tiger's strength was not on par with that of the male Dark Magic Tiger, Shinmeijia and Super Shinado possessed limited practical combat experience. Super Shinado had only recently evolved just before their arrival at Shi Mountain. "Shinado, Shadow Ball," Shinmeijia commanded. Upon witnessing this, the Mother Dark Magic Tiger unleashed a dark energy ball in retaliation. The two forces collided, resulting in another grand explosion. Seizing the opportunity, the Mother Dark Magic Tiger launched another dark energy ball. Shinado glanced at Shinmeijia, their minds already intertwined. Even a mere look was sufficient for them to understand each other's intentions. Psychic Force. After receiving Shinado's signal, Shinmeijia issued the command. "Shana." Following Shinmeijia's order, Shinado's eyes radiated with a violet glow. The formidable psychic force completely nullified the Mother Dark Magic Tiger's dark energy ball. Enraged by this, the Mother Dark Magic Tiger roared and charged at Shinado, relentlessly clawing at her. "Dodge, Shinado." Shinmeijia said calmly. Shinado nodded, utilizing teleportation to evade the Mother Dark Magic Tiger's attacks. The Mother Dark Magic Tiger was unable to land a single blow on Shinado. Shadow Ball. Shinmeijia seized the opportunity and pointed at the Mother Dark Magic Tiger, exclaiming, Shana. Shana conjured a shadow orb and teleported directly in front of the Mother Dark Magic Tiger's face. The Mother Dark Magic Tiger gazed in terror at Shana and the shadow orb in her hand, without granting the Mother Dark Magic Tiger any time to react. The shadow orb collided forcefully with her face, knocking her to the ground. Slowly, the Mother Dark Magic Tiger rose, glaring furiously at Shana and letting out a thunderous roar. A dark flame enveloped her body, akin to the dark energy orb possessed by the male counterpart, a manifestation of her innate abilities. The Mother Dark Magic Tiger unleashed a massive jet of black flames toward Shana, which spiraled around her, forming a fiery vortex that ensnared Shana within. The expression of anguish was evident on Shana's face. Shana, use psychic power. Shinmeijia urged, hastily commanding her. Shana's eyes glowed with a brilliant purple light. Her formidable psychic energy subduing the black flame vortex, pushing it away from her and bending it to her will. Shana directed the black flame vortex to assault the Mother Dark Magic Tiger. The Mother Dark Magic Tiger, taken aback, could not fathom that her own fiery tempest was being wielded against her. Once more, she unleashed the black flames to counter the incoming assault. Shana, Thunderbolt. Shinmeijia seized the moment to initiate an attack. Shana. Yellow lightning crackled around Shana as she harnessed Thunderbolt to strike the Mother Dark Magic Tiger. The Mother Dark Magic Tiger was paralyzed by the Thunderbolt, unable to move. Shana, use Moonlight Power, finish her, Shinmeijia commanded, urging Shana to unleash her full might against the Mother Dark Magic Tiger. Shana raised her hands high, conjuring a colossal energy sphere and hurling it toward the Mother Dark Magic Tiger, still incapacitated by the paralysis. The Mother Dark Magic Tiger could only widen her eyes in horror as Shana's attack approached. The immense force of Moonlight Power sent the Mother Dark Magic Tiger crashing to the ground. At this moment, Huifei reminded Meijia, target her chest, that is her weakness, the core from which she can swiftly recover. Upon hearing this, Shinmeijia directed Shana once more. Shana, use Moonlight Power again, aim for her chest. Shinai nodded, once again raising her hands to harness the power of the moon. A sphere of lunar energy struck the chest of the Mother Dark Magic Tiger, causing her to spit blood and be flung to the side of the male Dark Magic Tiger. The male Dark Magic Tiger gazed upon his fallen beloved and let out a fierce roar, struggling to crawl towards her. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Ziqiao and his companions had also dealt with the young Dark Magic Tiger, who was no match for them due to its incomplete recovery. They easily vanquished the young Dark Magic Tiger. Lu Ziqiao dragged the defeated creature to the side of Shinmeijia and tossed it beside its parents. Should we kill them? Lu Ziqiao inquired, standing next to Shinmeijia. Huifei replied decisively, let us do it. Otherwise, if the investigation bureau continues to explore here, others may fall victim to them. The others nodded in agreement, except for Shinmeijia, who looked at the Dark Magic Tiger family with reluctance. However, Lu Ziqiao and the others were engrossed in their discussion about eliminating the Dark Magic Tigers, oblivious to Shinmeijia's gaze. Only Li Ming, observing from above, noticed her expression and smiled faintly. On the other hand, Bai Qingru and her companions were not faring as well. Their strength was not on par with Huifei and her group. Huifei's team benefited from Li Ming's virtual combat training, engaging in numerous battles daily. Moreover, Li Ming had provided them with many items to enhance their abilities, such as the spirit-gathering herb, which cluttered their apartment. The concentration of spiritual energy in their dwelling was several times greater than that of the outside world, facilitating a rapid increase in their strength. Compounded by their status as the protagonists of this realm, which endowed them with inherent fortune. At this moment, Yuan Hong was panting heavily, his clothing tattered and torn. Bai Qingru was not much better off, though her attire remained relatively intact, as she had avoided direct damage. The black water demon serpent was also gravely injured, with many scales missing and numerous cuts adorning its body. Qingru, my stamina and spiritual energy are nearly depleted. I can only launch one final attack. I will create an opportunity for you. Yuan Hong's right fist gradually darkened as he fixed his gaze intently on the black water demon snake, then turned to Bai Qingru. Bai Qingru nodded slightly, steadying her breath and focusing her mind. Yuan Hong dashed swiftly towards the black water demon snake. Sensing the impending threat, the serpent braced itself. Aware that this human harbored ill intentions, Yuan Hong launched a series of relentless attacks, while the black water demon snake continually evaded. In a calculated maneuver, Yuan Hong intentionally left an opening, and the serpent, predictably, fell for the ruse. Seizing the moment, the black water demon snake lunged at Yuan Hong, its enormous jaws gaping wide. A smirk curled at the corners of Yuan Hong's mouth as he allowed the haki on his fist to dissipate, channeling it instead onto the serpent's attacking form. "You've been deceived," Yuan Hong shouted. Seizing the opportunity, he delivered a powerful punch to the creature's eye. The black water demon snake recoiled in pain, flinging Yuan Hong away. He crashed violently against a large tree, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Meanwhile, in the moment of the black water demon snake's apparent blindness, Bai Qingru swiftly approached. Unbeknownst to her, the serpent was feigning its impairment. It had not lost its sight at all. As Bai Qingru drew near, the eye that Yuan Hong had struck suddenly opened wide. Bai Qingru's eyes widened in shock, and Yuan Hong cried out in horror, "Impossible." Chapter 99. Seated in the frosty sky, Ice Wheel. Stunned by the realization that the black water demon snake had not indeed lost its sight, Bai Qingru's attack failed to connect. The serpent, evading her strike, opened its mouth wide and began to gather a massive water projectile. Given the close proximity, Bai Qingru could only form a simple block of ice to defend against the imminent assault. However, the black water demon snake unleashed 3 consecutive water projectiles. Puff, puff, puff. The block of ice before Bai Qingru shattered under the first projectile. With a crack, it splintered apart. The 3 water projectiles struck her fiercely, sending her crashing to the ground, consciousness fading into darkness. Yuan Hong struggled to rise beside her, rushing to her side, intent on carrying Bai Qingru to safety. Yet, the black water demon snake denied him that chance, its massive body coiling tightly around both Yuan Hong and Bai Qingru, intent on squeezing the life from them. At that moment, Ming became acutely aware of the perilous situation surrounding Bai Qingru and her companions. Just as he contemplated rushing to their aid, he noticed Qin Ziyuan cautiously rising to his feet. Furthermore, he sensed an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy emanating from Bai Qingru, indicating that her ice wheel technique was about to be unleashed. Indeed, the previously unconscious Qin Ziyuan had long since regained consciousness. However, his fear of death compelled him to feign unconsciousness, delaying his action. He had intended to rise the moment Bai Qingru was poised to deliver a lethal blow to the black water demon snake. But upon witnessing the creature feigning injury from Yuan Hong's attack, he opted to remain in his charade. Observing Bai Qingru and Yuan Hong ensnared by the black water demon snake, both having succumbed to unconsciousness, he gradually began to rise, intent on escaping the scene. As Qin Ziyuan moved cautiously, he inadvertently stepped on a twig. The sharp crack of the branch echoed in the ears of the black water demon snake. Startled, the creature swiftly turned to see Qin Ziyuan, bewildered, staring at the broken twig beneath him. With a ferocious roar, the black water demon snake released its grip on Bai Qingru and Yuan Hong and swiftly advanced toward Qin Ziyuan. In a state of panic, Qin Ziyuan hurriedly fled, desperate to distance himself from the monstrous serpent. Yet, he found his abilities, limited to the power of the burning fruit, woefully insufficient to outpace the black water demon snake. Before he could take more than a couple of strides, the creature caught up to him, blocking his path. Though fear gripped his heart, retreat was no longer an option. He resolved to fight with all his might. Fire Fist. Qin Ziyuan was the first to strike, unleashing Ace's signature skill, the Fire Fist. However, his Fire Fist failed to inflict significant damage on the Blackwater Serpent, yet it still caused the creature some discomfort. Mistaking the serpent's reaction as a sign of his success, Qin Ziyuan shaped his hands into the form of pistols and relentlessly fired flames like bullets at the Blackwater Serpent. In response, the serpent gathered a massive water bullet in its mouth and launched it at the flaming projectiles. Upon contact, Qin Ziyuan's flames were extinguished by the water bullet. He narrowly evaded the edge of the water bullet, rolling aside with great effort. Just as Qin Ziyuan struggled to rise, he was confronted by another large water bullet. The previous attack had not been singular. There were 2. This time, he could not escape. The water bullet struck him with tremendous force. Qin Ziyuan's elemental transformation proved futile against such an energy attack, as each strike from the black water serpent carried a similar potency. Overwhelmed, he lay on the ground, raising his head to behold the advancing serpent, his heart filled with dread. Once ensnared by the black water serpent, despair washed over Qin Ziyuan. It was over. I am doomed, he thought, enveloped in hopelessness. Meanwhile, Bai Qingru's consciousness had plunged into a pitch-black realm. Is this all you are capable of? A voice echoed within the darkness. Who is it? Who is speaking? Bai Qingru scanned her surroundings, unable to perceive anyone, and then, puzzled, queried, "Wait, wasn't I defeated by the Blackwater Serpent? How am I here?" Observing her own form, which lacked a physical presence, her confusion deepened. "Is this all you are capable of?" The voice resonated once more in the void. This time, its owner materialized before Bai Qingru, a colossal ice dragon. She gazed at the magnificent creature in astonishment. "Who are you?" she inquired, then recalled something, uncertainly asking, "Could you be the Ice Wheel?" The great ice dragon fixed its gaze upon her. "Indeed, I am the Ice Wheel. I ask you again, is this all you are capable of? Are you content with this?" "Of course not," Bai Qingru exclaimed, her voice filled with fervor, only to follow with a despondent sigh. "But what can I do? My strength is limited. I am no match for the Blackwater Serpent." The ice dragon regarded her with solemnity. "Then allow me to assist you. Let my power aid you in vanquishing your foe." Bai Qingru, upon hearing this, hastily lifted her head in astonishment, gazing at the ice dragon before her. When she first acquired the Ice Wheel blade, she had contemplated unleashing its initial release, yet had never succeeded. She had previously inquired with Li Ming about the reason for her failures. Li Ming explained that the Ice Wheel blade had not acknowledged her, thus, despite knowing the incantation for its initial release, she could not activate it. However, this time, it was the Ice Wheel blade that sought to initiate its release on its own. Though it was but a singular occurrence, the potential for subsequent successes loomed ahead. Filled with fervor, Bai Qingru declared, "Ice Wheel blade, I shall ensure you acknowledge my existence." The ice dragon, embodying the essence of the Ice Wheel blade, responded, "Then let me ascertain whether you possess the requisite qualifications." With that, the ice dragon transformed into the visage of the Ice Wheel blade. Bai Qingru swiftly approached, grasping the blade firmly as it emanated a brilliant radiance. In the external realm, Bai Qingru abruptly opened her eyes and rose to her feet. She beheld Yu Wenhong lying beside her and Qin Ziyuan, who lay sprawled on the ground, having been vanquished by the black water demon serpent in the distance. With the Ice Wheel blade in hand, she pointed resolutely forward and proclaimed, "Arise in the frosty heavens, Ice Wheel blade." A formidable spiritual pressure surged skyward. The Zanpakuto in her grasp began to undergo transformation. From its hilt emerged iron chains, culminating in crescent-shaped blades. An ice dragon materialized in the air, coiling around Bai Qingru. In their despair, Qin Ziyuan and the black water demon serpent sensed the overwhelming spiritual pressure emanating from Bai Qingru, both turning their gazes in her direction. Upon witnessing Bai Qingru's newfound prowess, Qin Ziyuan's expression shifted to one of elation, while the black water demon serpent felt an impending threat emanating from her. Chapter 100. Subduing the dark demon tiger family, the black water demon serpent stared in terror at Bai Qingru, perplexed by how the individual it had just defeated could have suddenly grown so formidable. With a frigid gaze, Bai Qingru regarded the black water demon serpent ensnaring Qin Ziyuan. Sensing the transformation brought forth by her initial release, she felt an empowering surge, confident in her ability to effortlessly vanquish the black water demon serpent. Observing Bai Qingru's remarkable strength, Qin Ziyuan joyfully called out, "Bai Qingru, come and save me." The black water serpent, upon witnessing its captive's cries, instinctively tightened its grip around Qin Ziyuan's form. Qin Ziyuan's face contorted in agony as he felt his bones fracture under the pressure. Gradually, the pain overwhelmed him, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Observing his state, the black water serpent flung him aside with ferocity, turning its menacing gaze towards Bai Qingru, hissing as it advanced swiftly in her direction. As it slithered, it expelled torrents of water from its mouth to assault her. Bai Qingru, undeterred by the serpent's watery projectiles, merely waved her Ice Wheel charm with a gentle motion. The serpent's attacks were effortlessly transformed into icy clumps, plummeting to the ground. Realizing that its offensive was so easily thwarted, the black water serpent acknowledged the superiority of its opponent and its own compromised condition. After a moment of contemplation, it unleashed a larger surge of water, creating a formidable wave to shield itself as it retreated to the right. Bai Qingru's line of sight was obscured by the water wave, and she remained unaware of the serpent's escape. Seizing the moment, she commanded her ice dragon to collide with the wave, instantly freezing it in place. Leaping atop the frozen mass, she discovered the black water serpent had vanished. Unfazed, she closed her eyes to sense the serpent's spiritual pressure, quickly discerning its direction of flight. With her eyes now open, she fixed her gaze upon the path of the retreating serpent and pursued it without hesitation, disappearing from the icy wave's surface. Bai Qingru adeptly utilized her Shuanpa to close the distance, soon catching sight of the black water serpent. The serpent, sensing her presence behind it, turned in terror, only to see Bai Qingru rapidly approaching. In a desperate bid for speed, it hastened its slither, yet it proved futile as Bai Qingru effortlessly overtook it. She materialized directly in front of the black water serpent, which, in a last-ditch effort, unleashed 4 or 5 water projectiles towards her, all of which were frozen before they could reach her. Refusing to grant the serpent any further opportunities, Bai Qingru commanded her ice dragon to sweep past the creature, instantly encasing it in ice, its expression of horror forever captured within. She released her ice wheel charm, sheathing it without casting a glance at the immobilized black water serpent, and continued on her way. Once she departed, the frozen serpent shattered into a multitude of icy shards. Bai Qingru approached Qin Ziyuan, grasping one of his legs to drag him closer to Yuan Hong. After a cursory examination of their injuries, she noted that neither was in mortal danger. With a sigh of relief, she settled down beside a large tree. Meanwhile, on the other side, a voice echoed, "Let me take care of them." As Hu Yifei was about to confront the 3 dark magic tigers, Chen Meijia interjected, "Wait." Turning with a look of confusion, Hu Yifei gazed at Chen Meijia. The latter continued, "Let us spare them. I can sense their fear. Allow me to communicate with them first. I believe I can win them over." Chen Meijia then looked at Hu Yifei, awaiting her response. Seeing the earnestness in Chen Meijia's eyes, Hu Yifei realized she was not jesting. "Very well, Meijia. Give it a try. If you can tame them, that would be quite wonderful," she replied. Upon hearing Hu Yifei's words, Chen Meijia beamed with joy and approached the family of dark magic tigers. The dark magic tigers roared, attempting to dissuade her from advancing. "Do not worry. We will not harm you again," Chen Meijia reassured them as she slowly approached the mother dark magic tiger, gently stroking her. Gradually, under Chen Meijia's innate talent, the mother dark magic tiger began to calm down. She employed the same method to soothe the remaining 2. Under her comforting touch, the tiger's crimson eyes faded, returning to their normal state. "From now on, you shall accompany me," Chen Meijia exclaimed with a smile directed at the 3 dark magic tigers. The tigers nodded in response, nuzzling against her gently. The bond between Chen Meijia and the dark magic tigers swiftly deepened as they relinquished all resistance. Filled with happiness, Chen Meijia turned to Hu Yifei and the others, exclaiming, "Sister Yifei, look, I have succeeded." Hu Yifei and the others exchanged delighted smiles, sharing in her joy. At this moment, Li Ming descended from the heavens. The battles on both sides had concluded, leaving no spectacle to behold. Thus he made his descent. Li Ming approached Hu Yifei and the others, remarking, "You have all performed remarkably, utilizing your full potential. Our journey to the other world has concluded splendidly." Hu Yifei and the group were taken aback. LV Ziqiao, gazing at the unexpectedly arrived Li Ming, exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow, Li Ming, when did you arrive?" Li Ming pointed to the clouds above and smiled, saying, "I have always been here, watching you fight from the clouds while you came to assist." Lu Ziqiao and the others looked up at the clouds, astonished to realize that Li Ming had been observing them from above. "Well, take a moment to rest. We shall regroup with Bai Qingru and the others. As for these 3 dark magic tigers, leave them to me." Li Ming approached the 3 dark magic tigers after speaking. Chen Meijia, observing him beside the beasts, inquired with confusion, "Li Ming, they have already been subdued by me. There is no longer any danger." Li Ming said to Chen Meijia, "I am aware of the situation. I have come to assist in their recovery. Just look at the state you have left them in. They can hardly move. Without proper treatment, how do you intend to take them away?" "Really? That's wonderful." Chen Meijia, upon hearing that Li Ming was going to treat the dark demon tigers, realized just how severely they had been injured. Li Ming approached and waved his hand, enveloping the dark magic tigers in a surge of green energy. In no time, the dark magic tigers were restored to health. Chapter 101. Settling the dark magic tigers and returning home after Hu Yifei and the others had rested, and following communication between Chen Meijia and the dark magic tigers, Li Ming and his companions mounted the tigers and headed towards Bai Qingru and her group. Once Bai Qingru had regained her strength, she roused Yuan Hong and Qin Ziyuan. Upon awakening, Yuan Hong instinctively assumed a battle stance, inadvertently tugging at his wound, causing him to grimace in pain. Scanning the area for the black water magic snake, he instead spotted Bai Qingru and Qin Ziyuan beside him. He inquired of Bai Qingru, "Qingru, where is the black water magic snake?" Bai Qingru, playfully tugging at Qin Ziyuan's face, replied, "I killed the black water magic snake. Everything is fine now." Hearing this, Yuan Hong sighed in relief and relaxed, only to inadvertently aggravate his injury once more. "Hiss," he gasped. He then asked Bai Qingru, "How did you manage to defeat the black water magic snake?" I recall that when I lost consciousness, we were both ensnared by it. At that moment, Qin Ziyuan was also stirred awake by Qingru. Realizing he was still alive brought him a sense of reassurance. Aside from some broken ribs, he was relatively unscathed. Qingru briefly explained to Yuan Hong how she had vanquished the black water magic snake. Upon hearing her account, Yuan Hong could not help but marvel at Qingru's fortuitousness. Having gained the initial acknowledgement of the ice wheel pill, she successfully initiated its powers, which ultimately saved them. Otherwise, they would have perished here. What about Hua Fei and the others? Qingru pondered aloud, glancing in the direction they had departed. After a brief moment, they assisted each other in rising and began to make their way towards Hua Fei and her group. However, after only a few steps, they heard the sound of rushing footsteps approaching them. Instantly, Qingru and the others became vigilant. Qin Ziyuan felt a surge of frustration, flames igniting from his hands. What now? In our current state, are we truly destined to meet our end here? Qingru gripped the ice wheel pill once more, while Yuan Hong infused his fist with the restored armed color haki. At that moment, they had lost all ability to flee and could only prepare for a desperate battle. Before them loomed three massive figures, and as they drew closer, they recognized them as the dark magic tigers previously lured away by Hua Fei and her companions. Qingru's heart sank in alarm. Could it be that Hua Fei and the others had met with misfortune? With keen eyes, Yuan Hong spotted shadows seated atop the dark magic tigers. Qingru, Qin Ziyuan, do you see those figures on the dark magic tigers? They resemble Hua Fei and her group. Yuan Hong addressed Qingru beside him. Qingru also noticed figures atop the dark magic tiger and, upon closer inspection, realized it was indeed Hua Fei and her companions. Seeing that the dark magic tiger allowed Hua Fei and the others to ride on its back, Qingru and the others felt a sense of relief. They understood that Hua Fei must have done something to tame the dark magic tiger. Soon, Hua Fei and her companions arrived beside Qingru. Hua Fei jumped down and approached Qingru, asking, Qingru, are you all right? Qingru rubbed her shoulder and replied, I'm fine, not dead yet. Hua Fei felt reassured upon hearing Qingru's lightheartedness. Qingru, let us ride back on the dark magic tiger. It will be faster. She then took Qingru up onto the dark magic tiger. Lu Ziqiao and the others also helped Yuan Hong and Qin Ziyuan mount the dark magic tiger. Together, they rode towards the portal. With the assistance of the dark magic tiger, they swiftly returned to the vicinity of the portal. The personnel from the investigation bureau had only just arrived back shortly before them. Clearly, the speed of the dark magic tiger was impressive. Upon seeing the dark magic tiger approach, the investigation bureau staff were initially filled with trepidation. But their fears were alleviated upon spotting Qingru and the others atop the creature. Yi Jiangwo, upon receiving the report from the investigation bureau, immediately wished to take a bow to find Qingru and her companions. Upon finding them unharmed, albeit with some injuries, he noted that they had quickly recovered with the aid of the medical team. The medical personnel had departed earlier and were unaware of the subsequent appearance of the dark magic tiger. Otherwise, they would not have left. Yi Jiangwo looked at the dark magic tiger beside Shinmeijia and inquired, what do you plan to do with these three dark magic tigers? We can't just bring them back to our world, can we? Shinmeijia, equally perplexed, confessed, I'm not quite sure how to handle them either. At that moment, Li Ming approached and remarked, you may place the dark magic tigers here. After all, Director Yi and his team are expected to establish a base near the spatial gate. Aren't they, Director Yi? Yi Jiangwo nodded in affirmation, stating, indeed. We are about to set up a base near the spatial gate to prevent individuals from our world from crossing over, as well as to deter creatures from this realm from entering ours. Shun Meijiao expressed her concerns, saying, however, I fear that without my assistance, the dark magic tigers may become uncontrollable in this environment. Li Ming smiled gently and said, it's nothing to worry about. With me here, I will resolve this matter. So rest assured. How do you plan to do that? Shen Meijiao inquired with a hint of confusion. Li Ming merely smiled, remaining silent. He then approached the vicinity of the spatial gate, where he meticulously arranged a formation, designating the three dark magic tigers as the guardians of this array, thus ensuring its protection. The matter is resolved. I have transformed these three dark magic tigers into the sentinels of this formation. They are now capable of communication, and I have instructed them not to harm any individuals who venture into our world without cause. Li Ming clapped his hands and declared. Shun Meijia and Yi Jiangwo exchanged astonished glances upon hearing his words. Shun Meijia inquired further, so, will they remain here indefinitely? Not at all, Li Ming reassured. Once circumstances permit, I shall release them from their roles as guardian beasts. Then, you may bring them into our world. Li Ming softly explained, and upon hearing this, Shin Meijia felt considerably reassured. After all, the dark magic tigers were the first creatures she had ever tamed herself, making it quite a memorable experience. Once the matter of the dark magic tigers was resolved, Li Ming departed the beast realm with Hui Fei and the others, returning to Blue Star. Back in their apartment, Lu Ziqiu lay on the sofa, exclaiming, there's truly no place like home. Indeed, although Li Ming's villa was splendid, it lacked the warmth of home. As Su Shaoxian remarked while reclining beside Lu Ziqiu. After their return, the following days passed without incident. The construction of the spatial gate progressed swiftly, and with the assistance of the dark magic tigers, a vast area of the beast realm was explored. The surrounding map of the spatial gate was also charted with the aid of drones. One cannot help but marvel at the vastness of the beast realm, where investigators discovered numerous minerals that do not exist on Blue Star. Chapter 102. The 3 Essentials of a Funeral One Day at the bar downstairs. La 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 la, la 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 la, hey? Su Shaoxian sang joyfully, skipping along with a bag in hand. Upon seeing the joyful countenance of Su Shaoxian, everyone engaged in conversation knew he was in high spirits that day. Ha ha ha, this is a gift for everyone. There is one for each of you, he declared. Taking a seat and distributing the contents of the black bag, one by one, they accepted their gifts. Chocolate. Lu Zhanbua glanced at the item in his hand, then at another, asking, a towel? Teacher Mao, are you giving us items for a memorial service? Su Shaoxian's expression instantly froze, and he furrowed his brow, saying, what memorial service? These items are all produced by my sponsors. How wonderful. So there are sponsors for memorial services too? Guanko exclaimed in surprise, then added with emotion. That's great. When I pass away, I want to seek sponsorship as well. Su Shaoxian shot Guanko a disapproving glance and replied, take it or leave it, honestly. Li Ming exclaimed in astonishment, Teacher Zhang, this is the first time in all the years I've known you that I realized your program can also attract sponsorship. What do you mean by first time? I have had sponsors before, you know, Zhang Shaoxian replied with a sense of pride. This time, I encountered the most sponsors ever at once, 3 of them. Everyone, I am about to become a sensation. Guanggu applauded Zhang Shaoxian's excitement with genuine happiness. Li Ming smiled and said, congratulations, Teacher Zhang. Although it's just a small sponsorship, I firmly believe that you will continue to thrive. Zhang Shaoxian, beaming with joy, replied. Of course, I always knew I would be recognized. Look, this is my evidence. Hua Fei could hardly tolerate Zhang Shaoxian's self-satisfaction. His arrogance made her feel utterly uncomfortable. Indeed, your superior possesses remarkable insight. Otherwise, how could they have entrusted you with the memorial service? Their perspective is quite intriguing. Then Hui Fei gave Zhang Shaoxian a light pat on the shoulder, her expression turning serious as she suggested. Why not find a manufacturer for production bowls to sponsor your show? Zhang Shaoxian turned to Hui Fei, his face devoid of emotion, and asked, Hui Fei, could you refrain from being so sarcastic? Hui Fei pursed her lips and twisted her neck, thinking to herself that he was right. Seeing him happy made her feel anything but. Suddenly, Lu Zhanbua curiously inquired, Teacher Zhang, weren't there supposed to be 3? This chocolate and towel only make 2. What is the third? Patience, Zhang Shaoxian replied, pulling a bowl from the black bag and joyfully exclaimed, Lock lock. Hui Fei, in disbelief, laughed, haha. I guessed it right. Your superior truly has some innovative ideas. The group couldn't help but burst into laughter. However, upon hearing their amusement, Zhang Shaoxian detected the mockery within and his smile faded, replaced by a lifeless stare. Li Ming cleared his throat lightly and smiled, saying, ahem, all right, to celebrate Teacher Zhang's first sponsorship. Everyone is welcome to enjoy the drinks here. Cheers erupted as everyone hurried to the bar to fetch their drinks. Lu Ziqiu excitedly remarked, I've longed to taste some of the drinks here, but they've always been too pricey for me to indulge. This time, I shall savor them to my heart's content. As the crowd engaged in casual chatter while sipping their drinks, Tang Yuyu approached, her spirits visibly low as she greeted, Hi. Zhang Shaoxian cheerfully asked, Yuyu, I have 3 gifts for you. Chocolate, a towel, and a lock container. Which one would you like? Tang Yuyu replied with a bitter tone. Just give me all of them. I feel like I want to leave this world right now. Zhang Shaoxian was momentarily taken aback, wondering why everyone seemed to harbor such thoughts. Could it be that my gifts truly resembled a funeral set? Guanggu sought to comfort Tang Yuyu, gently grasping her hand and inquiring, My dear, what has transpired? With a heavy heart, Tang Yuyu lamented, I missed an audition. One for a martial arts film that I had eagerly anticipated. Unfortunately, I forgot my phone yesterday, and when I asked my agent today, he mentioned he had called. But no one informed me. Zhang Xiaoxian, recalling a similar incident in their apartment, turned to Hui Fei and asked, "Has something like this happened before?" Upon hearing this, the group realized it was indeed true, and all eyes turned skeptically towards Zhang Xiaoxian, who was the only one with a prior record. Feeling the scrutiny, Zhang Xiaoxian quickly protested, "I've explained this countless times. That incident was an accident." He continued, "My agent said the person who answered the phone spoke with a lisp quite distinct. None of us here have such a speech impediment." Tang Yuyu promptly provided a clue. Hui Fei was the first to stick out her tongue in demonstration, then added, "Well, that's simple enough. Let us all stick out our tongues and see who doesn't have a lisp." Li Ming furrowed his brow, pondering whether Yuyu was referring to his tongue-tied nature. Nevertheless, in an effort to clarify his stance, he stuck out his tongue. Apart from Zhang Xiaoxian, everyone else followed suit. Upon noticing that all eyes were on him, Zhang Xiaoxian curled his lips and remarked, "What is this? I refuse to stick out my tongue. That would be utterly ridiculous." Lu Zhanbo immediately pointed at Zhang Xiaoxian and exclaimed, "Are you feeling guilty, Mr. Zhang?" Qin Meijia, seeing the opportunity to shift blame, promptly directed her finger at Zhang Xiaoxian, exclaiming in a tongue-tied manner, "Yes, yes, let us get him, beat him up." Zhang Xiaoxian frowned and insisted, "I've already said it's not true." "Four. Beat him four, beat him four," they chanted. However, Qin Meijia seemed to have completely forgotten her own tongue-tied speech, and her words betrayed her as soon as she spoke. Upon hearing her peculiar pronunciation, the crowd collectively turned their gaze toward her. What a classic case of the thief calling out the thief. It was utterly audacious. Li Ming turned to Qin Meijia and, with a look of exasperation, remarked, "I believe that would be you." Upon noticing that everyone was staring at her, Qin Meijia shrank her neck and admitted, "Indeed, it was me." Tang Yuyu gazed at Qin Meijia in astonishment and asked, "Meijia, how did you develop a lisp?" Qin Meijia explained helplessly, "Well, yesterday I took a shower and decided to use Teacher Zhang's baby lotion." The group cast a disapproving glance at Zhang Xiaoxian, simultaneously letting out a disdainful gasp. Zhang Xiaoxian turned to Qin Meijia, chuckling awkwardly, and said, "Meijia, in the future, please refrain from discussing such private matters so explicitly. It would suffice to refer to it in a more vague manner. I understand. It's some kind of baby lotion." Suddenly, Zhang Xiaoxian was struck down, directly hit by the metaphorical bullet. Qin Meijia continued, "Out of the blue, the phone rang in the restroom, startling me greatly, which caused me to accidentally bite my tongue." Li Ming inquired with a hint of confusion, "But you should have informed Yuyu, preventing him from missing the audition." "The thing is, my hands were too slippery to write, so I ended up inscribing it on another surface, my arm. However, when I changed clothes, I completely forgot about the writing on my arm, which remains there to this day." Qin Meijia quickly rolled up her sleeves and revealed her arm. Tang Yuyu, feeling dejected, remarked, "Meijia, you've truly caused me a lot of trouble this time." Guanggu expressed his support, saying, "You should forgive Meijia. She endured a misfortune of her own by biting her tongue." Qin Meijia apologized, "Actually, I had recovered. But after seeing you just now, I accidentally bit it again." Tang Yuyu sighed in dismay. "I must be extraordinarily unfortunate." Guanggu took out his phone and reassured, "It's all right. Yuyu, if necessary, we can audition again. I believe the director will grant us another chance." Chapter 103, The New Partner of Zhang Xiaoxian. Li Ming agreed, saying, "This idea is quite good. After all, this is not solely your fault. Speak with your agent and have him advocate on your behalf." Tang Yuyu expressed her grievances. "Oh please, in my agent's eyes, I am merely an inconspicuous figure. With so many artists under his wing, how could he possibly arrange another meeting with the director for me?" Qin Meijia asserted with righteous conviction, "Allow me to take responsibility. This matter is entirely my fault. If there are grievances, let them be addressed accordingly. I will speak with them. No worries, Meijia. Rest assured, I will certainly reclaim your audition." After resolutely declaring this, Qin Meijia dialed the phone, smiling as she said, "Director Yi, may I inquire if you are interested in some investment opportunities?" The group collectively rolled their eyes, questioning where her supposed resolve had gone. "Investment? What on earth is that? Not interested? My apologies for the disturbance." Qin Meijia promptly hung up the phone, her expression turning sour as she confessed, "I'm sorry, Yuyu. I've messed it up." Li Ming was quite intrigued by how Qin Meijia managed to obtain the phone number of the assistant director. It truly was a remarkable twist. Tang Yuyu sighed despondently. "It's all right, Meijia. It's all fate." After pondering for a moment, Qin Meijia suddenly exclaimed, "Yuyu, Don't lose heart. Let's confront the director ourselves this time. Tang Yuyu, with a hint of resignation, replied, Magia, that's not feasible. It would make people think you have connections. Zheng Xiaoxian, with a mischievous grin, remarked, hee. I'm quite familiar with the intricacies here. The moment Hu Yifei caught sight of Zheng Xiaoxian's impure expression, she knew he was up to no good. And she swiftly threw a pillow at him, knocking him down. Li Ming pondered for a moment and proposed, actually, Magia, you could impersonate Yo-Yo's manager and call the director. That way, everything would be fine. Li Ming, that's a splendid idea, Chen Magia replied, preparing to call the assistant director. Seeing this, Lu Zhangbo cautioned. Don't use your own number. That one is for investment purposes. Oh, Chen Magia realized her oversight. Guanggu hurriedly handed his phone to Chen Magia. Taking the phone, Chen Magia dialed the assistant director and spoke in a deep voice. Hello, Director Yi. This is Chun Tai from the Jia Mei Genius Talent Agency. The others chuckled softly, finding her quite convincing. Would it be possible to speak with your director? I have an urgent matter to discuss with him. What is it? Not something you can inquire about. Please hand the phone to the director. Chen Magia flashed an OK sign to the group and continued. Director, this is Chun Tai. Oh, you truly have a lot on your mind. You know Tang Yo-Yo, right? She is the artist I manage, and as for Jason, I've allocated him elsewhere. The group fell silent in surprise, taken aback by her boldness. I am now personally handling all affairs related to Tang Yo-Yo. I have the utmost confidence in her. Guanggu, perplexed, inquired, so, is this really all right? Shoo. Tang Yo-Yo placed a finger to her lips, signaling Guanggu to remain silent. He nodded promptly and listened intently. You are aware that Yo-Yo did not attend your audition, correct? Shin Meijia lamented. What? You say you notified us? How was I unaware of this? Such an oversight incurs significant losses for us, and I wish to avoid such repercussions. What do you think? Shin Meijia feigned irritation. Initially, I was quite upset. But since you've mentioned it, I suppose it's acceptable. I will have Yo-Yo audition with you once more. Instantly, the group erupted in joyous laughter. And Tang Yo-Yo exchanged a celebratory high-five with Guanggu. Understood, Shin Meijia covered the phone and whispered urgently to everyone. Do we have a pen? The group scrambled to request one from the bartender. All right, go ahead. Shin Meijia covered the phone again and whispered. Who has paper? The group anxiously surveyed their surroundings. Realizing there was no paper in the bar, Hu Yifei spotted Zheng Xiaoxian, who was engrossed in his phone, and swiftly took action. The others quickly understood and helped to restrain Zheng Xiaoxian, pulling his arm out. He was taken aback, exclaiming, What is happening? Stop. Immediately. All right, go ahead. Chen Meijia began writing on Zheng Xiaoxian's arm. Zheng Xiaoxian could not help but burst into laughter. It was simply too ticklish. Guanggu covered Zheng Xiaoxian's mouth with his hand. Chen Meijia had attempted to write several times but failed to produce any characters. Covering her phone, she anxiously exclaimed to everyone. I can't write. He applied moisturizer. Pa. Li Ming directly used his saliva to wipe Zheng Xiaoxian's arm, expressing his sympathy. I'm sorry, Teacher Zheng. We will remember you. Zheng Xiaoxian was on the verge of tears, lamenting, I am no longer pure. Boo-hoo. All right. Oh, okay, as you say. This time. Chen Meijia took the initiative to write. However, the pen tip gliding over Zheng Xiaoxian's skin caused him to erupt in uncontrollable laughter. Ha. Ft. I shall never need moisturizer again, ha. Zheng Xiaoxian was in a state of bittersweet agony, wishing to cry but unable to. The others pulled Zheng Xiaoxian's arm out. And then Chun Meijiao inscribed the time and address upon it. At the moment when Zheng Xiaoxian was joyfully singing while waiting for the elevator, he unexpectedly encountered Nuo Lan. He attempted to maintain an air of superiority, but was quickly unmasked by Nuo Lan, leading to an awkward situation just as the elevator arrived. Nuo Lan remarked, Lisa is waiting for us, before stepping into the elevator, bringing Zheng Xiaoxian along with her to Lisa's office amidst his bewildered expression. Upon entering, Zheng Xiaoxian cheerfully exclaimed, Lisa. Lisa, who was organizing documents, turned around in surprise, saying, Ah, you're here. Come in, have a seat. Oh dear. Do we really need to be so formal? How polite. Before Zheng Xiaoxian could finish his sentence, Nuo Lan smiled and took a seat. Zheng Xiaoxian awkwardly said, Ha. It's all right. You all sit. I can stand. Lisa glanced at Zheng Xiaoxian and casually remarked, You can squat if you like. Feeling wronged. Zheng Xiaoxian complied and squatted down. Lisa settled into her chair and turned to Nuo Lan with a smile, saying, Nuo Lan, I really don't know how to thank you. Nuo Lan replied with a grin, No need to be so polite. We are old friends. But about that greeting. Lisa chuckled, then turned to Zhang Xiaoxian, her demeanor shifting to one of undeniable authority, stating, Zhang Xiaoxian, I am officially announcing to you that, following a unanimous decision from the leadership, your program is going to be revamped. Zhang Xiaoxian's face lit up with joy, rising excitedly as he said, That's right. Serving these clients has indeed been exhausting, but such a major overhaul is unnecessary. Just help me get a few more assistants. Lisa immediately retorted, Assistants? What are you even talking about? Zhang Xiaoxian pouted in response, disheartened as he squatted down once more. Lisa, exasperated, looked at Zhang Xiaoxian and asked, Could you please think this through? Without a revamp, where will the sponsors come from? Starting tomorrow, your program will shift from a single slot to a double slot. And Nualan will be your new partner. You two know each other, right? Lisa smiled at Nualan as she spoke. Zhang Xiaoxian was instantly rendered speechless, turning to Nualan in disbelief as she waved to him with a smile. Zhang Xiaoxian could not help but twitch his lips, exclaiming in astonishment, Double slots? Lisa looked at Zhang Xiaoxian, expressing her relief as she remarked, The listenership of Nualan's program has consistently ranked among the top 3. With her guidance, your show is finally salvaged. Zhang Xiaoxian, rising hastily, responded, No, Lisa, my program has been showing significant improvement recently. Last week, 3 clients signed contracts with the advertising center. Lisa, with disdain, retorted, That's merely because Nualan requested a transfer from the leadership, leading clients to place their advertisements with you. Basking in her glory without even thanking her. It turned out that the so-called funeral trio was not his own achievement, plunging Zhang Xiaoxian into a state of deep despondency. He exclaimed, I thought. What did you think? Lisa, regarding the anxious Zhang Xiaoxian with contempt, remarked, Bottom dweller. In Chapter 104, Chentai, Chen's agent. Under Lisa's piercing gaze, Zhang Xiaoxian immediately bowed to Nualan, smiling warmly. I've been wanting to thank you for a long time. Nualan looked at him, smiling back. No need for formality. We shall be partners from now on. I look forward to working closely with you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoxian felt a pang of heartbreak. Lisa, noticing his retreat, smiled gently and encouragingly said, Xiaoxian, this is a rare opportunity. Why don't you sit down and have a good chat with Nualan? Unexpectedly, Zhang Xiaoxian turned away, taking a step back, and crouched down, clutching his stomach. Both women exchanged puzzled glances, wondering what he meant by that. Nualan asked curiously, What is wrong with you? Zhang Xiaoxian, with a mournful expression, replied, I have a pain in my duodenum. Nualan and Lisa remained silent. In the apartment, Guangu was tidying up the room when his phone suddenly rang. He answered, Hello, this is Sakurayuki. Li Ming, Tang Yuyu, and Chun Meijia were joyfully engaged on the nearby sofa. Guangu frowned and said, What is it, Chentai? I don't have Chentai here. Upon hearing this, Li Ming immediately nudged Guangu and whispered, It's Yuyu's audition, the audition. Chen Meijia and Tang Yuyu, who were playing nearby, hurried over to frantically gesture at Guangu. Reminded by Li Ming, Guangu suddenly recalled and exclaimed, My apologies, I didn't hear clearly. You were looking for Chentai, right? Please hold on. With that, Guangu handed the phone to Tang Yuyu, who promptly pointed at Chen Meijia. Hello? 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 Chen Meijia first tested a few tones, finally determining which tone Chentai had previously used. Once assured, she took Guangu's phone and said, This is Chentai. Who is this? The director? I didn't expect you to call. Chen Meijia glanced at Guangu and smiled. That is my personal assistant. Nearby, Guangu, Tang Yuyu, and Li Ming chuckled, taking the term assistant lightly. Indeed, it's a Sakura person. Our company possesses resources worldwide, so having a Sakura person is nothing extraordinary. Tang Yuyu momentarily paused, realizing the conversation had strayed off topic, and quickly whispered to Chen Meijia, Let us not digress. Understanding, Chen Meijia retracted her smile and said, If you have something to discuss. Director, please go ahead. Did you pass? Chen Meijia immediately covered the phone and whispered to Tang Yuyu, You passed the audition. Tang Yuyu instantly erupted into a silent scream of joy, her mouth agape in excitement. She and Guangu applauded happily and shared a celebratory kiss. Li Ming also smiled and embraced Tang Yuyu. I am quite satisfied that the problem has been resolved. Chen Meijia casually waved her hand and remarked, You use pay? Just see for yourself, since I've already wrapped up. Tang Yuyu immediately coughed to remind Chen Meijia. Isn't that a bit irresponsible? Chen Meijia quickly responded, I meant. Just go by our company's standards. All right, no problem. I will definitely come by when I have the time, ha ha ha. Seeing that Chun Meijia was getting too engrossed in the conversation, Tang Yu hurriedly urged her to hang up, as the more they spoke, the more likely they were to slip up. Chun Meijia promptly said, "Okay, let's leave it at that for now. I have a call from the land of cherry blossoms coming in." Chun Meijia suddenly faltered, recognizing that apart from Guanko, she hardly knew anyone from that country. Observing this, Tang Yu dramatically pulled a face, expressing a sense of panic. Chun Meijia instantly understood and chuckled. "It's a call from Director Takashi Kitano. All right. I won't keep you any longer. Goodbye." As soon as she hung up, both women spontaneously shouted in unison. "Ah." The sound was so loud that it left Guanko and Li Ming momentarily deafened. "That's amazing, Meijia. I never thought you would actually pull it off." Tang Yu was on the verge of tears, saying emotionally, "It hasn't been easy." Chun Meijia also shed tears of joy, proclaiming, "We did it." Guanko, puzzled by Chun Meijia's tears, inquired, "Why are you crying too?" "I can understand Yu crying, given that she finally succeeded in the audition, but why are you crying?" Li Ming gazed at Chun Meijia, perplexed. Could it be that she was merely putting on a performance? "These tears of mine are filled with excitement." Chun Meijia turned to Tang Yu, expressing that the pressure was overwhelming and she felt exceedingly nervous, yet she had finally managed to prepare for the audition. Tang Yu, with earnestness, replied, "Do not underestimate yourself, Meijia. You are truly remarkable, far more capable than my agent. Why not take on the role of my agent?" Upon hearing this, Chun Meijia, filled with anticipation, inquired, "Will I truly get to be Mrs. Chen?" To which Tang Yu responded with a smile, "Indeed. If my agent possessed even half of your talent, it would be a blessing." Chun Meijia, in disbelief, asked, "Is that true?" "Absolutely," Tang Yu affirmed with a nod. "I love you, Yu." The two women, in unison, let out a jubilant shriek once more, playfully bumping their backsides together. Li Ming shook his head and sighed. "The joys of women are beyond our comprehension." Guangu also chuckled, for he truly did not understand. Tang Yu, with a beaming smile, turned to Guangu and playfully said, "Guangu, why are you still standing there? Don't you know to pour a cup of tea for our esteemed Shintai?" Chun Meijia immediately swayed her body in delight. Upon witnessing Tang Yu's joyful expression, Guangu smiled and nodded, saying, "I understand." Tang Yu giggled, and the two women embraced once more. Li Ming shook his head and then reclined on the sofa once more. Meanwhile, in the bar downstairs, as Li Ming indulged in his drink and Chun Meijia immersed herself in a book, Guangu asked curiously, "Meijia, what is it that you are holding?" Chun Meijia held up the book titled A Quick Guide to Becoming an Agent for Guangu to see. Li Ming remarked with a smile, "She has been watching for over an hour now, either shaking her head or nodding." Guangu smiled back, signaling to the bartender. Chun Meijia, with a sense of resignation, said, "The knowledge contained in this book is overwhelming. Being an agent is no easy task, so I can only immerse myself in reading." Guangu chuckled. "You've already managed to handle Yu's audition. Do you still need to read?" The bartender handed Guangu a bottle of cocktail, which he accepted with a grin. Chun Meijia, feeling a sense of pride, replied, "Thank you for the compliment. But I discovered through my reading that there is one matter I have not clarified. What is the relationship between the principal and the agent?" Guangu explained, "That's quite simple. Since Yu entrusted you, you are undoubtedly the agent." Chun Meijia frowned and countered, No, if you entrusted Yu to me, then I should be the principal." Guangu pondered for a moment and agreed, "That does make sense." Chun Meijia, perplexed, inquired, "So what exactly is the relationship between me and Yu?" Guangu was left bewildered, admitting, "I don't know either." Chapter 105, Seeking the Group for a Performance. Li Ming smiled helplessly and said, "The client is the principal, while the entrusted party accepts the commission, acting on behalf of the client to handle matters." "Oh." Chun Meijia nodded in realization, frowning as she remarked, "Is there any distinction from what I just mentioned?" Li Ming rolled his eyes, about to elaborate further, when Tang Yu suddenly approached, holding a contract in her hands, exclaiming with joy, "Meijia, look, I have successfully signed the contract and brought it back. Take a look." "That's wonderful, my dear." Guangu happily embraced Tang Yu. Li Ming smiled and remarked, "Congratulations, Yu." Tang Yu joyfully replied, "Hee, thank you." Chun Meijia furrowed her brows and said unhappily, "Yu, how could you do such a thing?" Tang Yu, releasing Guangu, asked in confusion, "Huh? What have I done?" Chun Meijia, still frowning, pointed to herself and stated, "I wasn't even by your side. How could you sign a contract?" The three others nearby were taken aback, pondering if something was amiss. Chun Meijia exclaimed in agitation, "You can only sign when I am present. Otherwise, What if they deceive you? Tang Yu smiled knowingly and replied, "It's all right, Meijia. I've always done it this way. This is unacceptable. I may have overlooked it in the past, but now you have entrusted this to me. No, rather, you have been entrusted." Shin Meijia, confused, waved her hand dismissively and insisted, "In any case, you must sign under my supervision." Tang Yu, feeling helpless, inquired, "So what should I do now?" Then, Shin Meijia recited the lines used when questioning a suspect. Li Ming furrowed his brow and remarked, "Have you perhaps misread your lines? This hardly sounds like a contract signing. It resembles more a testimony given while being apprehended by the police." "Ah, you're right," Shin Meijia responded with a hint of grievance. "Regardless, you ought to finalize the contract after I finish reading this book, shouldn't you?" Tang Yu offered an apologetic smile and said, "All right, Meijia. I want to involve you this time. Let us save it for next time. Have you signed your remuneration yet?" Shin Meijia suddenly recalled something and swiftly retrieved the contract. Flipping through its pages, Tang Yu clarified, "The contract has already been prepared. I've reviewed it, and the remuneration is comparable to what I received before." Shin Meijia patted the contract in astonishment, exclaiming, "Comparable? It's vastly different." Guangu sighed. "Didn't you instruct them to provide it?" "Guangu, you are undermining my expertise," Shin Meijia asserted with conviction. "Even the price of pork has risen. How can your remuneration remain so meager?" Li Ming turned to Guangu, exclaiming, "Meijia has completely embraced the role of a manager." Guangu nodded in agreement, acknowledging her diligence as a responsible agent. Shin Meijia tapped the book in her hands and remarked, "The case studies in this book are abundant. As your manager, it is my duty to negotiate on your behalf. You must truly believe that I can secure a higher fee for you." The three exchanged silent glances at Shin Meijia. Realizing her slip of the tongue under their scrutinizing gazes, Shin Meijia quickly corrected herself, saying, "In any case, I have not fulfilled my obligations as your manager, and it weighs heavily on me." Guangu, perplexed, asked, "Why do I sense that you are quite exhilarated?" "I feel the same," came the response. Li Ming nodded in agreement. Shin Meijia's momentary embarrassment quickly faded as she asked, "Yu, let me put it this way. How would you feel if even the janitor in the crew earned more than you?" "A janitor? Is there such a position in the crew?" Tang Yu replied, "I would certainly feel quite distressed." Shin Meijia exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Then let's go back to the crew tomorrow and advocate once more." Tang Yu shyly responded, "Isn't that inappropriate? I've already signed the contract. It's nothing to worry about. There are similar cases documented in this book. Trust me." Shin Meijia cast a mischievous glance at Guangu, saying meaningfully, "However, I might need to borrow your boyfriend Guangu for a moment." "What?" Guangu recoiled slightly, sensing that nothing good was in store. Li Ming also hurriedly moved aside. On this day, in the kitchen at 3601, while everyone gathered to have breakfast, Shin Meijia suddenly approached and succinctly recounted her encounter with the director from the previous day. The essence of her message was a proposal to sign a contract with them. Upon hearing her account, the group expressed their astonishment, exclaiming, "You intend to sign with us?" Shin Meijia nodded and earnestly stated, "Indeed, let us bravely venture into the entertainment industry together." With a carefree flourish, she sketched a golden mountain. Yet no one seemed inclined to ascend it, not even the usually avaricious Lu Ziqiao, who appeared disinterested. Li Ming felt utterly disinterested, for he had already acquired nearly all of the artworks painted by Shin Meijia, including the golden mountain. Why expend the effort to obtain them once more? "Why have you included us in this?" Hui Fei inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Shin Meijia. "Aren't you Yu's agent?" Lu Zhanbo furrowed his brow and added, "Moreover, we are not actors." Shin Meijia fervently encouraged, "What is there to fear? Not all celebrities are actors, and with my assistance, you are bound to soar to great heights and achieve remarkable success." Li Ming interrupted Shin Meijia, raising an eyebrow, and teasingly remarked, "So, does that mean we will become famous? I have heard that the entertainment industry is quite chaotic, with all sorts of unspoken rules being quite common." Shin Meijia, unable to suppress her disdain, retorted, "I would douse you with a mouthful of soda. The director is a man. How could he possibly have any ulterior motives with you?" Li Ming solemnly stated, "You simply do not understand. Some directors have peculiar preferences. They revel in the allure of unconventional relationships. With my striking looks, it could be perilous for me. I certainly do not wish to jeopardize this director." The others responded with silence. Shin Meijia, anxiously attempting to persuade them, implored, "Please, do not jest. Such an opportunity is rare. You must trust me." The group regarded her with blank expressions, showing no signs of persuasion. Noticing their indifference, Shin Meijia furrowed her brow and asked, "Do you truly not believe me? Is it really so?" Aside from Tang Yuyu, the others unanimously nodded in agreement. You are correct, they affirmed. With her hands clasped in a plea, Chen Meijia beseeched, I am earnestly asking you. I have assured the director that I have actors under my wing. We are genuinely teetering on the edge of a cliff. At that moment, Tang Yuyu came to her defense, saying Meijia has actually performed admirably this time. At the very least, my remuneration has tripled. You should trust her just this once. Seeing Tang Yuyu advocating for her, Chen Meijia felt emboldened and quickly declared, You see? My professionalism is impeccable. I would never lead you astray. Chapter 106. Customized roles. Lu Zhanbo glanced at Chen Meijia and inquired, Even if we go, we would only play minor roles, correct? Lu Ziqiao retorted disdainfully, What else do you expect to portray? To start as a leading character? Naturally, it would be a supporting role. Having dabbled in the entertainment industry, Lu Ziqiao was well aware of the dynamics, lacking connections and unwilling to shed his clothes. What qualifications did one have to assume a significant role? Get lost. Chen Meijia promptly pushed Lu Ziqiao's head aside and, pointing to herself with a proud grin, proclaimed, What do you know? This time, the director is desperately seeking my assistance in finding actors. Tang Yuyu, brimming with confidence, added, Indeed, with Meijia around, she can secure any role you desire. Really? Chen Meijia shot a surprised glance at Tang Yuyu. You have such faith in me? This is quite the exaggeration. I can hardly keep up, and I am not even aware of my own capabilities. Just as Chen Meijia was about to express her thoughts, the group hesitated and turned to her, prompting her to grit her teeth and agree, No problem, I can handle it all. Lu Ziqiao looked at Chen Meijia, cautiously asking, Anything is fine? Chen Meijia, with a pained expression, nodded while internally praying, Please do not overreach. Lu Ziqiao, with newfound determination, declared, I want to portray Lu Bu. Go to hell, Lu Ziqiao. Chen Meijia exclaimed, striking his head with her notebook. Lu Ziqiao cried out in pain, clutching his injured head. Chen Meijia, irate, retorted, The director has even informed me of the genre. How do you expect to play Lu Bu? Why don't you just drop dead? Ziqiao, with a nonchalant demeanor, remarked, Oh, it's not as if this performance is the only opportunity. There will be others, won't there? Chen Meijia immediately settled beside Ziqiao, wrapping her arm around his, playfully commenting, Among all the roles available, why do you insist on choosing Bu? It hardly accentuates your charisma. Ziqiao gazed ahead with a dreamy expression, declaring from a young age, I vowed to the heavens that I would portray Bu at least once. Furthermore, upon awakening, my martial spirit is Bu. It feels destined that I was born for this role, the strongest man on land. A collective eye roll of disdain swept through the group at Ziqiao's proclamation. Hui Fei, taking a bite of her carrot, interjected, Meijia, I am quite different from Ziqiao. My aspirations are rather simple. Hui Fei's words prompted Chen Meijia to abandon Ziqiao. Instead, linking arms with her, exclaiming, Sister Fei, I always knew you cared for me the most. Hui Fei replied matter-of-factly, Well then, I aspire to portray a queen. What do you think? Chen Meijia's smile vanished in an instant, as she awkwardly responded, Is that what you consider simple? Observing Chen Meijia's troubled expression, Hui Fei continued, Well, I must find a way. After all, I am a teacher, and I need to maintain some dignity. I believe this role suits my taste perfectly. With a defeated sigh, Chen Meijia conceded, Then I shall give it a try. Tears threatened to spill from Chen Meijia's eyes. Woe is me. Hui Fei chuckled, Just sit there and do nothing. Your presence alone will command authority, the rest matters little. Chen Meijia could only respond with silence. Tang Yuyu patted Guanku's shoulder, inquiring with a smile, Guanku, have you decided what role you wish to play? Guanku, bewildered, replied, Aren't I the producer of Sakura? Chen Meijia quickly countered, Oh, spare me. The director sees right through your facade. You need to enhance your acting skills. With a grin, Ziqiao chimed in. I know what Guanku should play. He could portray the Sakura villain, a role he would embody perfectly. Go away, Ziqiao, Guanku retorted, pondering deeply before asserting. I want to portray a man just like Ziqiao. 2L bus? Li Ming chuckled. How about a true and false Bu? The plot will surely be thrilling. Guanku replied fiercely, combining my current template of Uchiha Madara, I shall portray a ninja capable of vanquishing Bu. Lu Zhanbo solemnly declared, Count me in. I wish to challenge myself, preferably with a role that demands exceptional acting skills, allowing for a multifaceted display of my abilities. Chen Meijia, now elated, exclaimed, Oh, Zhanbo, your ambitions are quite unique. Lu Zhanbo broke into a joyful laugh. Tang Yuyu, unable to contain her excitement, pointed at herself and inquired, Magia, have you given me a role? Guanggu, somewhat exasperated, replied, Yu, even triple the salary isn't sufficient. You still need to earn another paycheck. I am an actress. You know, I have my own aspirations. Tang Yu turned to Qin Magia, earnestly stating, Magia, could you ask if I might have a chance to perform in a circus? Lu Zhanhua innocently chimed in, why not just buy yourself a horse? I'm in a horseback riding act, Tang Yu clarified, looking at Qin Magia. Magia, could you please inquire with the director if such an opportunity exists? Qin Magia felt despondent, thinking that none of these individuals were sane. She then turned to Li Ming and quickly asked, what about you, Li Ming? Li Ming shrugged nonchalantly and replied, I have no interest in what you mentioned. I possess wealth and my reputation is commendable, thus it holds no appeal for me. Qin Magia pleaded with a sense of grievance. Li Ming, I implore you. Please just consider lending a helping hand. Li Ming stroked his chin thoughtfully and remarked, well, I suppose I shall portray a reclusive sage, requiring minimal dialogue. Merely a fleeting appearance. How does that sound? Qin Magia took a deep breath and responded, so, the roles we have decided upon are the queen, Lu Bu, a ninja, a method actor, a horseback rider, and a reclusive sage, correct? Indeed, Lu Zhanhua nodded in agreement. In unison, the group exclaimed, let us sign the contract. Qin Magia immediately expressed her disdain, exclaiming, let us all return home to seek our respective mothers. Just look at the requests you've made. None of them resemble those of sensible individuals. They exchanged glances, pondering, are we not human? In room 3601, Zheng Xiaoxian was elated to learn that the leadership had arranged for a citywide promotion for him and Nualan, specifically crafting posters for them. He was overjoyed, momentarily forgetting the previous mishap during his live broadcast. However, upon seeing the poster, he was left bewildered, after considerable effort. He finally spotted his diminutive figure in a rather inconspicuous corner. Feeling dejected, Zhang Xiaoxian retrieved the poster and recounted the events to Li Ming, Lu Ziqiao, and Lu Zhanhua, who claimed this was a dual-handed poster. Lu Zhanhua inquired, his face a mask of confusion. Yet, he soon discovered the petite and delicate Zhang Xiaoxian and exclaimed in realization, oh, is that you? Even her nostrils seem larger. Li Ming chuckled and remarked, if you hadn't said anything, I would have never realized this was a duo poster. Haha. Lu Zhanhua, Li Ming, and LV Ziqiu shared a simultaneous laugh. Chapter 107. The ink splash sect Zheng Xiaoxian, having deformed the squeaky chicken in his grip. Indignantly exclaimed, a gentleman can endure much, but there are limits. LV Ziqiu placed his hand on Zhang Xiaoxian's shoulder and inquired, what do you intend to do? Zhang Xiaoxian immediately shouted, you may take away my position, but you shall never take away my dignity. Oh. LV Ziqiu was taken aback by the piercing squawk of the squeaky chicken and frowned, saying, oh dear, stop the senseless shouting. Lu Zhanhua, with curiosity, asked, have you thought of how to deal with Nualan, starting from where you fell? Zhang Xiaoxian, utterly at a loss, replied, not in the slightest. TCH. The trio cast a disdainful glance at Zheng Xiaoxian. Li Ming disdainfully remarked, I thought you had a solution to bring Nualan under control. Zhang Xiaoxian lamented, I have tried, but this woman is utterly devoid of weaknesses. Lu Zhanhua expressed disbelief. How is that possible? Zhang Xiaoxian reminisced, yesterday, during the second live broadcast. He smiled and said, with teacher Nualan's vast experience, I have a question to consult you about. It's somewhat embarrassing, as a friend of mine is entangled in a complex emotional issue. He is too timid to call, so he has dragged me into the program to ask on his behalf. I wonder if you could provide some insight? Nualan, unfazed, replied with a smile, I can certainly give it a try. Zheng Xiaoxian then presented his script and read aloud. The situation is as follows. My friend has fallen in love with her colleague, a Ji, yet she has not disclosed her feelings to him. Instead, she confided in another colleague, a Hao, who promised to keep it a secret. However, her colleague Ada informed her that a Hao had secretly revealed this to another colleague, a Lin. A Lin is quite familiar with a Ji's former girlfriend, Alan, and she fears that a Lin might inform Alan, who would then tell a Ji, resulting in an awkward situation for her. Fortunately, Alan is currently in a relationship with Ada, prompting her to seek Ada's counsel regarding the matter. Ada told her that Alan and he have broken up, and he is now involved with Alin, advising her to approach Alin. However, Alin disclosed that Ahau had not divulged anything to him at all, leaving her utterly confused about whom to trust. Zhang Xiaoxian, breathless, exclaimed, Go away. You little thing. To hell with you. Ah ha ha ha, cough cough. Nu Alan then swiftly articulated her response. providing not just a perfect solution but also drawing parallels to broaden the understanding. Zhang Xiaoxian was left astounded, with tears in his eyes and a sense of existential doubt. He lamented, "This is how it is. I have failed miserably, utterly defeated." Li Ming shook his head and remarked with admiration, "This new Lan is truly remarkable." Suddenly, Lu Zhanbo presented his notebook and pen before Zhang Xiaoxian, asking in reverence, "Could you possibly ask Lan for an autograph?" Zhang Xiaoxian, in a fit of anguish, shouted at Lu Zhanbo, "Get lost!" Startled, Lu Zhanbo quickly withdrew his belongings. "She is merely a logic prodigy." Bang! Zhang Xiaoxian buried his head on the table. Lu Zhanbo, helplessly, remarked, "You are on a completely different level than her. Ordinary physical attacks are utterly ineffective." Zhang Xiaoxian suddenly lifted his head, fear etched on his face, and exclaimed, "Wait, if this continues, she will completely erase my image. No, the entire broadcasting station will be under her dominion." Li Ming patted Zhang Xiaoxian and said, "Give it up. Rather than passively enduring, it is far better to seize the moment and enjoy life." Suddenly, Zhang Xiaoxian exclaimed with youthful fervor, "My fate is mine to determine, not dictated by heaven." Li Ming promptly shifted aside with a hint of disdain, exclaiming, "Oh, how can you utter such childish words? I am truly astonished." El Zichio, with a solemn expression, replied, "It appears I can only teach you the art of mental victory." Zhang Xiaoxian raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What do you mean?" "It entails utterly dismantling your opponent from a psychological standpoint." El Zichio leaned closer to Zhang Xiaoxian's ear and whispered, "First, you do this, and then you follow with that." "What a brilliant idea," Zhang Xiaoxian remarked with admiration. "It seems I am truly compelled to unleash my ultimate move." "Once you have made your decision, there is no turning back," El Zichio said with a smile as he handed the squeaky chicken to Zhang Xiaoxian. Li Ming furrowed his brows and inquired, "What absurd suggestion have you made to teacher Zhang this time?" "What constitutes an absurd idea? A useful one is merely a good idea," LV Zichao replied with righteous indignation. "Moreover, I merely encourage teacher Zhang to vent his frustrations. It is a vehement denunciation of all the injustices in this world." "Indeed." Zhang Xiaoxian stood up resolutely, his eyes seemingly ignited by the fires of battle as he gazed ahead. The following day, Zhang Xiaoxian orchestrated the incident known as the Ink Splatter Gate. However, unbeknownst to him, the malfunctioning camera at the radio station's entrance had been repaired, and 3 additional cameras had been installed. This is why Zhang Xiaoxian acted without restraint, carelessly splattering ink, his every move captured in full view. Lisa was the first to recognize Zhang Xiaoxian's handiwork, for that despicable figure was all too familiar to her. Yet, she refrained from exposing him, instead inquiring about Nuo Lan's opinion. She intended to play the role of the good person, allowing Nuo Lan to decide whether to watch the footage and determine Zhang Xiaoxian's fate. Fortunately, Nuo Lan did not pursue the matter further. Though everyone was aware of the truth, they still afforded Zhang Xiaoxian a modicum of dignity. When Zhang Xiaoxian learned that Nuo Lan would not be viewing the footage, he was perplexed, for if the situation had befallen him, he would have relentlessly sought the truth. Moreover, Zhang Xiaoxian understood that he had long since been exposed. It was merely a matter of time before it was acknowledged, with the videotape serving as the crux of that revelation. Ultimately, Zhang Xiaoxian and Nuo Lan reconciled. And under Lisa's subtle guidance, Zhang Xiaoxian reluctantly shouldered the entire cost of reshooting the posters, thus bringing the matter to a close. In room 3601, Zhang Xiaoxian triumphantly declared, "Thus, under the formidable aura and intimidation I exude, Nuo Lan has finally capitulated, has she not? The reshooting of the posters is proof of this. I am indeed the true master of this program." Aha. The others present looked on with disdain. At that moment, Chen Meijia pushed open the door to room 3601 and entered, stating, "Teacher Zhang, I saw your posters. They lack grandeur. If you ask me, you all should perform in period costumes." Tang Yu quickly seized Chen Meijia's arm, eagerly inquiring, "Meijia, has the script been finalized?" Lu Zhanbo frowned and asked, "Is this for real? We haven't even gone yet, and it's already set?" Hu Fei looked at Chen Meijia with suspicion, asking, "It wouldn't be a terrible play, would it?" LV Zichao agreed. "Exactly, it can't possibly be a terrible play." Guanggu glanced at Chen Meijia, urging, "Meijia, just tell us. We're all on the edge of our seats." Chen Meijia disdainfully replied, "Of course, it won't be a terrible play. I have no doubt about it." Zhang Xiaoxian, intrigued, asked, "Meijia, has it been decided so swiftly? Did he, you know?" "Huh." The crowd wore expressions of astonishment and sympathy. "What are you thinking? Am I that kind of person?" Chen Meijia immediately refuted, interrupting their wild imaginings. With a sense of pride, she continued, "He was simply captivated by the extraordinary potential of the character we provided and has addressed all your requests." With that, Chun Meijiao produced the script. However, aside from Li Ming, the others failed to notice the peculiarity of the script. It was not the customary white but rather a shade of black. Chapter 108, The World Within the Script.